Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 1027 to Chapter 1082. Once Xianxia said this, most of the people present were stunned. Especially the Shao clan, Shi clan, and other big clans. They were all stunned. What did this have to do with Xianxia's disciple? Why did Xianxia suddenly ask for a disciple? It couldn't be that the elder of the Three Stars Divine clan was Xianxia's disciple, right? The people of the Yi clan were stunned. In their hearts, Wu Xian was still in their peaceful Jade Lake. Now that the house had collapsed, did she die? The people of the Lan clan were suddenly energized. Lan Changda stepped forward and said, "Senior, the people of the Yi clan used despicable means to kidnap Wu Xian and wanted to do something bad. Coincidentally, the Lan clan saw it. No matter what, the Lan clan has a deep friendship with you. Hence, we acted bravely and chased after them. However, the people of the Yi clan were shameless and held Wu Xian and refused to hand her over. Hence, we fought with them." As Xianxia left first, he didn't know the whole story. He nodded and said, "Thank you." Suddenly, a white figure came from afar. It was Feng Yuro. She arrived with her voice and landed beside Xianxia. She gave Lan Changda a big slap and sent him flying into the air. He spun 50 rounds in the air and didn't fall down. "Roer, what are you?" Xianxia looked at his angry wife. "This is the evil plan of the Lan clan. They wanted to kidnap Xianxia first and then force Lan Muxue to hold the two of us back. Then, they framed the Yi clan and snatched Xianxia away. However, they couldn't detoxify the poison. Then, this guy used sexual intercourse to detoxify the poison so that we couldn't blame him. This is all done by the Lan clan." Feng Yuro was trembling with anger. She said hatefully, "This is the people we trusted. This is the friendship between us and the Lan clan. We are really blind." Until she finished speaking, Lan Changda's body fell to the ground with a loud thud and fainted. Xianxia was trembling with anger. His handsome face was also pale with anger. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the people of the Lan clan with a sharp gaze. "Is this true?" The experts of the Lan clan looked as if they were struck by lightning. They all avoided his gaze. Seeing such a situation, how could Xianxia not understand the truth of the matter? It was the female senior who fought with us that day who told us. How could it be fake? Feng Yuro's words were simply adding fuel to the fire. Xianxia threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with grief and indignation. What a great Lan clan! What a good Lan Muxue! What a great show of affection! Treating us like fools, ha ha ha! Good, good, good. When he said the last three good, his face was already filled with a murderous aura. Every word was spoken with a pause, and the murderous intent in his voice made one's hair stand on end. The other clans sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that this matter was not that? Instead, it was a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, each of them felt so depressed that they wanted to die. He couldn't help but want to retreat. "All of you, stand still." "Who moved? Who's going to die?" Xianxia's words were like spring thunder as he roared. Immediately, everyone froze on the spot as if they had been hit by the body-fixing technique. Not to mention leaving, he didn't even dare to tremble. What if he trembled and Xianxia thought that he had moved? Wouldn't he die in vain? Xianxia was already unable to restrain his anger. Such a gentle and carefree person actually blurted out the word old. "Lan clan, take a step forward. Yi clan, take a step forward." Xianxia's eyes were slightly sharp as he ordered in a low voice. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. This time, it was the Yi clan's turn to feel relieved. Their grievances were finally redressed. At this moment, there was actually a feeling of dispersing the clouds and seeing the clear sky. They took a step forward happily. The Lan clan's people were much more helpless. They took a step forward slowly. Xianxia glared and struck out his palms. Instantly, two 7th-grade martial saints who were hesitating but didn't step forward were turned into two piles of minced meat without even making a sound. Xianxia said coldly, "Too slow." This time, there was almost no need for urging. Everyone from the Lan clan took a big step forward very quickly. "Yi clan, send someone to send my disciple out." Xianxia ordered without turning back. Yes. The leading supreme martial artist of the Yi clan responded excitedly. He instructed a martial saint expert behind him, Quickly go and invite Wu Xian out. Yes. The martial saint expert answered excitedly and ran in like a wisp of smoke. The leading supreme martial artist of the Yi clan turned to Yu Lingxue and said somewhat charmingly, Supreme Yu, ever since Wu Xian was sent to us by the Lan clan, we have seen through the Lan clan's evil scheme. We have been diligent in taking care of Wu Xian and have never dared to be disrespectful. Now, Wu Xian is still safe and sound. This, I dare to use my life to guarantee to Supreme Yu. Okay. Yu Lingxue nodded slowly. Knowing that his brother was safe, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, the expression on his face didn't soften but became even more severe. Looking at the Lan clan, he asked, whose idea was this? The Lan clan's people looked at each other. A few of them couldn't help but cast a glance at Lan Chang'e, who was unconscious on the ground. This small one's idea? Yu Lingxue stretched out his hand and exerted a suction force. Lan Chang'e's body flew up and landed at his feet. Yu Lingxue gave him a kick. Lan Chang'e gave a horrible shriek and immediately woke up. Once he woke up, he cried out in fear, I'm innocent, Yu Lingxue snorted coldly. He stretched out his finger and tapped on Lan Chang'e's body 3 times. Suddenly, on Lan Chang'e's body, although he was wearing clothes, one could still see that his whole body's muscles suddenly swelled up. Strips of green veins popped out like earthworms, and then continued to bulge, roll, and entangle. The highest level of tendon dislocation technique. Lan Chang'e gave a horrible shriek that didn't sound like a human's voice and rolled around. However, after 2 cracking sounds, he opened his mouth and couldn't make any sound. Who did this? Yu Lingxue looked at Lan Chang'e, who was rolling on the ground indifferently, and asked indifferently. A man in green walked out from the Lan clan's camp in a flash and said proudly, I was the one who abducted Wu Xian. The original plan was quite good, who knew that it was a treacherous scheme to get rid of her. Since the matter has been exposed, I have nothing to say. I will use my life to atone for my sins to Supreme Yu. I hope Supreme Yu will not implicate other people. He said these words very quickly. After he finished, he didn't hesitate at all. He directly raised his hand and slapped his own head. In an instant, his brain juice burst out. His body shook twice and fell to the ground. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Yu Lingxue smiled cruelly and said, Did I let you die? How can it be so easy to die? Come back. Yu Lingxue suddenly shouted. His 2 hands kept making complicated gestures. Everyone could see with their own eyes that in the night sky, a cloud of hazy fog gradually took shape. Slowly, it became a little person the size of a finger. Everyone could see clearly that although the little person formed by the strange fog was small, his face and limbs were all intact. It was the face of the martial saint who had just committed suicide. At this moment, his face was full of horror. Yu Lingxue stretched out his hand and held the little person in his palm. He said indifferently, You actually want to die and reincarnate as a human? Since you have done such a thing, don't talk about being a human, I will make it so that you can't even be a ghost. Suddenly, purple gas appeared on his face. He clenched his 5 fingers and shouted, Destroy both your body and soul. Suddenly, with a soft puff, the little person's body suddenly exploded and turned into a faint fog that drifted in the air. Godly soul, Yu Lingxue actually didn't even let off a dead person. He first condensed the godly soul and then shattered it. It was clear to see how furious he was. At this moment, Lan Chang'e, who was on the ground, didn't even have the strength to roll. Even on his head, a few green veins were bulging, as if a pile of strange lumps had grown on his head. His chin was forcefully torn apart by the green veins, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His tongue was even sticking out and he didn't even have the strength to breathe. At this time, the Yi clan expert who went into Peaceful Jade Lake ran out with a panicked expression. Looking at him, it was obvious that he was panicking to the extreme. This kind of expert actually fell down the stairs with a plop sound. Not good, not good. His lips trembled and his eyes were full of fear and panic. His whole body was also trembling strangely like an epileptic abscess. Wu. Wu. Wu Xian is gone, gone? The supreme martial artist of the Yi clan, who had been smiling happily as he watched the Lan clan being punished, suddenly froze. Then, he jumped up in anger and said, "How could it be gone?" Gone? Upon hearing this, Xianxia was furious. He grabbed the supreme martial artist of the Yi clan by his collar and dragged him in front of himself. "Bastard! What about your promise? Don't tell me that you enjoyed watching the Lan clan play tricks on us and now you want to play tricks on us too? No, no, no. I definitely didn't mean that." The supreme martial artist of the Yi clan was scared out of his wits. He saw the anger and anxiety in Xianxia's eyes and knew that Xianxia had reached the point where he could massacre the entire city if he didn't agree with him. He didn't dare to be negligent and explained hurriedly, "Senior Yu. I was still here just now. I was still here." "Oh right. Was it already taken away by the Lan clan?" Xianxia let go of him and kicked Lan Chang's body. Immediately, he released Lan Chang's bone-splitting technique and kicked him up again. Xianxia said angrily, "Where is my disciple?" Lan Changa heaved a sigh of relief and gasped for breath. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, "I really don't know. I really don't know. This really wasn't done by us." He knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, crying bitterly. "Since you don't know, then die." Xianxia roared furiously and kicked Lan Changa far away. Lan Changa was torn into pieces in midair and blood rained down on the ground. He yelled furiously, "Everyone who is here today will have a share. If you can't hand over my disciple, don't even think about living. Don't even think about living." Once the sentence came out, the faces of the Xiao clan, Shi clan and Li clan turned ashen. Damn it, they were really cheated this time. Everyone now knew that tonight's matter was completely a huge misunderstanding. In other words, they had been ruthlessly schemed against. Tonight, there was no such thing as divine clan elder. It was completely the Lan clan who kidnapped Xianxia's disciple and framed the Yi clan. They just wanted to reduce one opponent. However, he and the others had stepped into this place in a daze. In the current situation, it was completely impossible for them to retreat. Xianxia was obviously half crazy now. Who dared to move, when they thought about how their own clans had not only created a huge enmity but also paid the price of the lives of dozens of experts for such a shameful matter that had nothing to do with them? They couldn't help but want to cry but have no tears. What was this? Fengyiro's light figure had already circled around peaceful Jade Lake like lightning. She came back and shook her head heavily. No. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He only felt that his chest was about to explode. For more than 10,000 years, when had he and his wife ever suffered such humiliation? They were actually played in the palm of someone's hand. And the person who deceived them, framed them and even wanted to continue using them was actually the Lan clan that both of them thought had a good relationship with them. This was a huge blow to the Moon Breeze couple. It was simply unimaginable. Their beloved disciple was missing. Not knowing her whereabouts made both of them even more furious. Bang 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Xianxia had already flown back. In this muffled sound, each of the great clans had already lost one person. Each clan lost an 8th grade martial saint expert. The smell of blood filled the air. Everyone's face was filled with fear as they looked at Xianxia in shock. This one of the 5 great clans that couldn't be provoked had obviously gone berserk. He actually started a massacre just like that. Xianxia's face was gloomy. Standing in the middle of the field, he looked at them one by one with murderous eyes. He said coldly, "I don't care if you are innocent or not. Since you are here today, your purpose is clear. You're just making use of my disciple to force me and my wife. That's all." Xianxia said cruelly, "You and I have never accepted any threats for more than 10,000 years. From now on, for every 3 breaths of time as long as my disciple doesn't appear. Then SSSS until alt. Until all, T.I. Over SSS. TTTTSTS for 10 STTSSS, question mark. Of you. Himmed every time he said a sentence, his tone would become heavier. In the end, his voice and expression were stern. His voice was like thunder, and his words were like lightning that flashed across the sky. A supreme martial artist from the Xiao clan said bravely, "Master Yu, we really didn't know about this. It's a misunderstanding. We were here too, Yu Lingxue didn't care. He raised 3 fingers and said, 3 breaths time starts now. As long as my disciple appears, I will only pursue the culprit. If he doesn't, don't blame me for being merciless. He looked up at the sky and roared, 1. He bent 1 finger. There was a commotion in the crowd. Someone couldn't help but shout, who took Wu Xian away? It's better to hand him over quickly. Don't tell me you want everyone to die together? Once this person shouted, everyone agreed with him. At this moment, everyone didn't blame Yu Lingxue that much. If they were Yu Lingxue, they would probably explode even more fiercely than now. Not only was he deceived by someone he trusted, the only brother he was satisfied with was also missing. Who wouldn't be angry? Everyone started cursing. Who was so wicked? It's fine if you want to die, but why did you have to drag us down? 2. Yu Lingxue roared angrily again and bent another finger. Master Yu. An elder from the Xiao clan said anxiously, Master Yu, you said 3 breaths time. How can 1 breath's time pass so quickly? Master Yu, you're counting too fast. Yu Lingxue said coldly, I'm talking about 3 breaths time for ordinary people. Am I talking about 3 breaths time for supreme martial artists? Then wouldn't I have to wait here with you for 3 months? Where would I get so much free time? Everyone was speechless. So you're talking about 3 breaths time for ordinary people. Supreme martial artists actually calculated time like this. I haven't killed for a long time. Looks like this world has forgotten me. Yu Lingxue laughed loudly and roared, 3. Do it. Feng Yuro responded. Wait. A supreme martial artist from the Shi clan shouted, Master Yu. The Dharma Supreme is right here. Will Master Yu leave some face for the Dharma Supreme? Yu Lingxue smiled coldly. Even if the Dharma Supreme is riding on your head now, I'll still kill whoever I want today. Dharma Supreme? Why should I give him face? If others don't give me face, why should others give me face? Kill. Yu Lingxue ordered with hatred. Feng Yuro flew up lightly. Suddenly, thousands of rays of sword light shot out from her hand, surging forward like a river. The supreme martial artist who asked to give face to the Dharma Supreme was the first to be killed by Feng Yuro. His whole body was minced into meat paste. Then, the other 8 clans also lost a martial saint each. Since you want face, I'll give you face. I'll let you die first. The atmosphere became even heavier. 1. Yu Lingxue raised his right hand and raised 3 fingers again. A cruel smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Everyone was in an uproar. Some people had already started cursing in grief and indignation. Who abducted Wu Xian? *CK your ancestors. A real man should take responsibility for his actions. How can you not dare to take responsibility for your actions? How can you just let others die for you here? Bastards without assholes. Bastards. Bastards. Hurry up and send Wu Xian out. Hurry up and come out. What's the use of capturing Wu Xian? Master Yu will never accept threats. This bastard deserves to be hacked into pieces. Everyone. The people from the Zhuge clan were the most wronged. They were here to maintain order and to stop the fight. They were here to mediate, but they were pulled in unreasonably by Yu Lingxue, who then swiftly dealt them a fatal blow. There was no need to talk about this injustice. The crowd was in an uproar. Although they didn't dare to move. Everyone's mouths weren't idle. One by one, they cursed and swore endlessly. 2. The murderous look on Yu Lingxue's face became more and more intense. Hold on. A voice called out. Soon after, a few figures arrived with a whoosh. Acquaintances, Yi Di, Xiao Sei, Shi Jing. Li Xianxia, Ling Fengyun. Chen Mengqi, Qin Chou. The 7 of them stood in front of his clan at the same time. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Di's face. Master Yu, please calm down and calm down. Let's sort this out later, how about it? Master Yu, please give us some time on account of our clan. Yu Lingxue snorted and put down his hand. Yi Di, since you brought out your ancestors, I'll give you a chance. However, you have to understand one thing. That disciple of mine is a girl. You should know what girls are most afraid of? Yi hurriedly said, I know. Senior, don't worry. Murderous intent flashed across Yu Lingshua's eyes. If anything happens to you because of this period of time, I'll slaughter your Yi clan. Do you understand? Yi's eyes flashed with anger. He said, thank you for your time. You only have the time of an incense stick. Yu Lingxue put his hands behind his back and said, after 5 minutes, I want to see the result. If there's no result, there's no need for 3 breaths. Everyone here will be killed without mercy. After that, he walked out of the circle with Feng Yuro. When they were about 7 to 8 feet away, they paid attention to this side. Yi and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly gathered their own people and quickly discussed and understood the situation. But when these second patriarchs saw their own clansmen dead or wounded, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts ached. These people were the elites of their respective clans. Now, so many of them died here. Now that the Tribulation Sword Master was about to kill his way to the upper 3 heavens, losing such strength was simply an unexpected disaster. Especially Xiaoxia and Yi of the Xiao clan. After hearing their subordinate's description, both of them looked up and glanced at each other. This glance was full of meaning. Xiaoxia, your people killed my great-grandson. This is the rising star that our clan nurtured. Yi, your people also killed my great-grandson. This is the hope of the younger generation that our clan nurtured. However, it's obviously unwise to settle this score now, following which, everyone quickly summarized the situation. After this summary, Xiaoxia, Shi Jing, Ling Fengyun, Li Xiangxi, Chen Mengqi, and Qing Chou almost fainted on the spot. If they really fought over the matter of the Saint Race's elders, then it would be excusable. However, the problem was not that. They had been fooled, there was no news at all. They didn't know what the wrong medicine was in their own clans. They actually fought for no reason. Until now, each of the 8 super clans had enmity with the other 7 clans. Besides offending Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, they didn't gain anything other than anger. Even the reason was a joke. In the end, after a round of discussion, everyone came up with a path and a person's name. At this moment, it really entered the ears of these experts. Chu Yang, the news of Yi Shifeng, Meng Se, Xiao clan, Ling clan, and Shi clan were all obtained from Chu Yang. And Chu Yang had been in close contact with the Lan clan during this period of time. He drank with the 3rd son of the Lan clan, Lan Changge, every day. As a result, this led to today's incident. Who was Chu Yang? This name suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Although the upper 3 heavens was big, everyone was well informed. They were all influential figures. So, everyone knew in their hearts that when this Chu guy suddenly popped out of nowhere, when this question was raised, everyone was confused. Who was he? How could he cause such heavy casualties among the big clans? Facing Yi's confused gaze, Yi Shiyu thought for a while and finally gave the 7th answer. Chu Yang. I met him during the battle at the Lake of Despair in the upper 3 heavens. He's a very capable and talented rising star. He has nothing and fights with his bare hands, but he can make all the big clans in the upper 3 heavens follow his lead. He is very loyal and affectionate. Furthermore, he is very straightforward and likable. Yi Shiyu's description was full of praises for Chu Yang. This made the other members of the Yi family very confused, and they were also very surprised. This made Yi's eyes flash as he listened to him. However, this person is also ruthless. Sometimes, he will do anything to achieve his goals. All in all, if we were to evaluate this person, it would be that he is neither a good nor a bad person. He has his own principles and bottom line. It would be very blissful to be friends with such a person, but to be enemies with such a person, it would be very troublesome. Yi Shiyu smiled bitterly. In the upper 3 heavens, I did not take him seriously. But after coming to the upper 3 heavens, especially after coming to Tianji City, I realized that this person is not simple. For so many years, I have been teasing others. He is the only one who can disgust me. Yi Shiyu said the 7th part. Even in such a heavy atmosphere, people couldn't help but want to laugh. From the upper 3 heavens? And to be able to create such a huge storm? Then this young man is not simple. Yi Di pondered and suddenly said, this Chu Yang. Could it be the Tribulation Sword Master? Yi Shiyu frowned and pondered for a while before saying, I don't think so. According to my investigation, he had already entered the upper three heavens when Tribulation Sword Master caused the phenomenon in the sky. Yi Di replied with an O and said, capture this Chu Yang when you have time. Let me see. The same question was repeated in the other big families, and the answers were mixed. Mengsei said, I was the one who went to look for Chu Yang. He was in the Orchard Palace, although Dreamsei knew that he had been tricked, he had nothing to say about it. The other families also said the same thing. Who would dare to lie to the old ancestor? Naturally, he repeated what Chu Yang had told him. Hearing this, all the ancestors frowned deeply. Qing Chou said angrily, if that's the case, you can't blame him? What he said was, the Lan clan will definitely make a move tonight. And you, who went to scout for information, didn't even ask what kind of operation it was? Why did you fall in head first? Everyone looked ashamed. They felt so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. Yes, the Lan family would take action. Why did the Lan family take action? Why did they come? Wasn't it because of that elder of the Divine Clan? Therefore, everyone naturally thought that the Lan family must have initiated such an operation to snatch the elder of the Divine Clan. Naturally, everyone followed suit. Who would have thought that this operation wasn't that operation? At such a critical juncture, the Lan family actually came up with such an operation. Therefore, everyone followed suit. Therefore, everyone fell into the trap together. Everyone died together. Everyone felt aggrieved together. Everyone was wrong together. This meant that they couldn't take revenge even though they had been tricked. At the very least, they couldn't take revenge openly. Because what the other party said was the truth. It was just that they had misunderstood. This was a misconception in their thinking. And Chu Yang. He had made use of the preconceived notions of the big families. He had artificially created a misconception in their thinking and made them unable to say anything. Yes, you came to me to ask about the Lan family's operation, and what I gave you was indeed the news of the Lan family's operation. And the Lan family had indeed taken action within the time period that I mentioned. What are you blaming me for? If this matter itself was a conspiracy by the Lan family against the big families, then so be it. Chu Yang could still be considered an accomplice. But the Lan family was only targeting the Yi family, and the current situation was that the Lan family had gone for wool and come home shorn. They were the family that had suffered the most losses. Accomplice? That was even more out of the question. This discovery made the second grandmasters of the big families even more aggrieved and gloomy. Damn it, how could there be such a thing? Shi Jing, who was a little hot-tempered, couldn't help but curse. You bought real news with real money, but you were really tricked. Spending money to buy your own willingness to be tricked, you guys are really something. The second grandmasters who finally knew the truth of the matter looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It would be fine if only one family said so, but it just so happened that all the big families said so. For a moment, there was a doubt, did Chu Yang deliberately set up a trap? Or did he not know at all? Everyone discussed for a while and felt that the possibility of it being a trap was close to success, but the possibility of him not knowing was only 40%. No matter what, he couldn't escape. Chu Yang. At this moment, this name was engraved in the minds of all the powerful people. Taking revenge in the open would only make people think that this big family was petty. It was an open deal, but after suffering a loss, they actually wanted to take revenge. It was simply unreasonable. But in the dark, Chu Yang was probably in a lot of trouble. On the other side, Xianxia said impatiently, have you all finished discussing? I want my disciple now. Yi Di and the rest hurriedly asked about Wu Qianqian, and the more they heard, the more they felt troubled. What exactly was going on? Why was it getting more and more confusing? Quickly go and find her. The few grandmasters ordered at the same time. Time passed bit by bit, and the people kept coming back, bringing back the same answer, nothing. Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted, and the murderous look in his eyes became more and more intense. Finally, he let out a long roar. Enough! Are you all done acting? Do you really want to force me to go on a killing spree? At this moment, a faint voice said, "Brother you can't say things like going on a killing spree so casually." The voice was very indifferent. But it was full of supreme majesty. There was a burst of mist in the space in front, and a man in black suddenly appeared. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, his black robe fluttering in the wind, his black hair parted, and he looked at everyone with indifference and arrogance. "Dharma Supreme?" Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, "You want to stop me from going on a killing spree?" The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "At least, when I'm here. You have to give me some face, okay?" Xianxia shook his head slightly, and said solemnly, "No." "No?" The Dharma Supreme's eyes were warm. His voice was gentle, but a huge force came from nowhere. He said indifferently, "We've known each other for more than 10,000 years. I'm just asking for some face from my old brother, and you're not going to give it?" Xianxia shook his head slightly and said, "It's indeed not good." He raised his head slightly, his eyes sharp. Looking at the Dharma Supreme, he said softly but firmly, "You and I have different paths." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The Moon Breeze couple and the Dharma Supreme had finally shed all pretense of cordiality today, not even giving him face. Even more clearly, in front of everyone in the big clans, he said this sentence again, "You and I have different paths." This sentence had been said at the city gate back then. But at that time, Xianxia had come to inform them. Before the battle. Inform first, and then have a proper battle. This was the rule of the martial world, the greatest respect to one's opponent, so at that time, they didn't think much of it. But now, when the Dharma Supreme asked for some face and said this sentence again, it was a ruthless and merciless falling out. Although Xianxia was angry because of his brother, saying such words and doing such a thing at this moment. Undoubtedly, it was a little too much. Murderous intent flashed in the Dharma Supreme's eyes. Then, he put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. However, everyone could clearly sense that the aura of a sovereign that descended from the heavens had become a little more intense. The next moment. Just like that, he walked down step by step from the air as if he was stepping on the stairs. Everyone saw that the Dharma Supreme was still in the air, but the next moment, he was already standing on the ground. However, everyone could clearly feel that the Dharma Supreme was still slowly walking down step by step. The contrast between extreme movement and extreme stillness in the same action had an unparalleled visual impact on everyone. Many of the people present were utmost exalted level cultivators. However, even they were mistaken. Xianxia's pupils shrank slightly. He said indifferently, "Dharma Supreme, your lawful embodiment of heaven and earth has improved again." The Dharma Supreme smiled with his hands behind his back. "Brother Yu is right. I was lucky to have improved again. Brother Yu, don't tell me that you want to fight with me now? You and your wife are the people I don't want to be enemies with the most in this world." He sighed softly. "It's not because of your martial skills, but because of our 10,000 years of friendship." He shook his head, his long black hair fluttering in the wind. There was an indescribable elegance, but there was an eerie coldness. "I don't want to destroy that friendship." Feng Yuro looked at the Dharma Supreme warily. She moved slightly closer to her husband. In fact, with their cultivations and special cultivation techniques, they could transmit their cultivations to each other even if they were hundreds of feet apart, let alone close to each other. But for some reason, when the Dharma Supreme appeared this time, Feng Yuro actually had a feeling that he could separate her from her husband. She couldn't help but take a step forward. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then he smiled indifferently. "Actually, on the day I left Law Enforcement City, you should have known that our friendship is no longer there." Xianxia smiled suavely. "If the Dharma Supreme insists on stopping me from doing things, then I have such intentions." The Dharma Supreme smiled. "Actually, I understand what you mean. Although the Lan clan has offended you this time, you are also using this as a pretext to make a fuss. You want to use this as a reason to destroy my plan of nourishing the heavens in advance." Xianxia was silent for a moment before he said, "You are going against the heavens to nourish the heavens. It will never succeed. The mission of the law enforcement officers for 100,000 years is not something that you alone can change." The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently. "Whether it can be done or not depends on your ability." Xianxia said dully, "Yes. Come. The Dharma Supreme did not move, but at this moment, he gave off the feeling that he was 100,000 feet tall, looking down on all living things. He said indifferently, I invite you and your wife to battle with me. A battle to settle all enmity, a battle to decide the fate of the 7th division, a battle to be merciless, a battle to decide life and death. Xianxia looked up and laughed. That's right, a battle to be merciless, a battle to decide life and death. Dharma Supreme, since you want to decide life and death, then we will sacrifice our lives to accompany you today. Feng Yuro let out a clear whistle and unsheathed her sword. The Dharma Supreme was still smiling indifferently. Let's battle. His hands, which were behind his back, finally lowered slowly. Then, he raised them gently, his black robes fluttering. With a stretch of his hand, he made an inviting gesture, come and battle. It was such a gesture that suddenly, the entire night sky, the entire heaven and earth, was filled with a deathly invitation. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, at this moment, the Dharma Supreme had already merged his body with the heaven and earth. At this moment, he was the heaven and earth. When he attacked, the heavens moved, when he retreated, the earth fled, no matter who it was. If they attacked him at this moment, it would be as if they were battling the heaven and earth at the same time. How could a person win against the heavens? Although the Dharma Supreme spoke indifferently, his heart was already filled with murderous intent. He wanted to unleash his greatest power in the shortest time possible to defeat or kill the Feng and Yu couple. If he could do it, then his prestige in the heavens would be even greater. He would completely suppress Xianxia's 7th division and Buluqing. Moreover, the invincible state of mind belonging to the strong would be even stronger. If he won this battle, he would even have the confidence to fight against Xianxia and Buluqing at the same time, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. It was heart-tempering. The bigger your heart, the stronger your cultivation. A person who often wins and a person who often loses have a different mindset. The Dharma Supreme often won, but what he needed more was a victory against 2 pinnacle experts at the same time. Xianxia and Feng Yuro straightened their bodies at the same time and said indifferently, please. The husband and wife's eyes were sharp and firm, and an abundant aura soared into the sky. With the determination to go forward without turning back, it collided with the Dharma Supreme's aura that had merged with the heavens and earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color. In the cold winter night, with a boom, the wind and clouds scattered in all directions, revealing the entire deep night sky. Stars twinkled, with such momentum, even Yi and the others couldn't help but take a big step back. The 3 auras intertwined together. If these 3 people wanted to fight, as long as they made a move. In this world, there was probably no one who could separate the 3 of them. No one would have thought that the Moon Breeze couple would have reached the point where the Dharma Supreme had no choice but to fight so early. Everyone in the Zhuge clan had complicated expressions. They hoped that the Dharma Supreme would make a move and destroy the Moon Breeze couple, but also hoped that they wouldn't fight. No matter who won or lost this battle, even if the Moon Breeze couple died. Or if the 3 of them perished together. But the Zhuge clan's base was destined to be gone. The crowd watched with bated breaths. Watching this battle of the pinnacle that was about to begin, it looked like these 3 pinnacle experts were going to fight together. Suddenly, swoosh, a sharp sword aura cut across the sky. This sword aura was bright and dazzling, and actually lit up the whole world in an instant. Even if the scorching sun suddenly appeared in the sky, it wouldn't be as bright as this. The source of this sword aura was actually 10,000 feet away. Just like that, it came over in such a majestic manner, as if it had split the whole night sky into 2 halves. A voice said indifferently, Dharma Supreme, if you make a move today, I also want to try your divine embodiment of heaven and earth. He laughed hoarsely and said indifferently, I don't know if the divine embodiment of heaven and earth is better, or if my merciful sword is unique. Buluqing, everyone was shocked. This supreme martial artist actually chose to make a move at such a time. Moreover, his stance was obviously on the side of supreme martial artist Feng and Moon. The Dharma Supreme's gaze froze. He said indifferently, Brother Bu, why do you have to do this? The aura and state of mind that he had accumulated to the peak were completely shattered by Buluqing's words. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is it because he didn't come out to help me that I can't do this? No need to do this. From afar, Buluqing's voice said indifferently, even you can't hold it in and want to make a move. My composure is weaker than yours. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. Brother Boo, if I don't make a move, everyone here will be killed by the Moon Breeze couple. As he spoke, his aura was slowly dissipating. He knew that with Buluching here and with such an attitude, he was destined to not be able to fight this battle. The Dharma Supreme might not care about Buluching now. However, the problem was that Buluching and Xianxia were one and the same. Offending Buluching was equivalent to offending Xianxia at the same time. The Dharma Supreme dared to face Xianxia and Feng Yuro at the same time with absolute confidence. However, he definitely didn't have the confidence to face both Buluching and Xianxia at the same time. Therefore, Buluching's appearance this time was really impeccable, although he had helped the Moon Breeze couple. At the same time, he had also greatly reduced the Dharma Supreme's confidence, because the Dharma Supreme didn't dare to make a move now. Once a person's heart had the word "don't dare," there would also be fear. With fear, confidence would also plummet. Moreover, what the Dharma Supreme cultivated was the heart. On one hand, Buluching had some friendship with the Moon Breeze couple. On the other hand, it was also because he felt the Dharma Supreme's rising battle interest and excitement, that he suddenly came out to stop him. He knew that if the Dharma Supreme passed this hurdle, he would probably be completely above him. Therefore, Buluching didn't hesitate to make a move. Although he didn't really start the battle, he had already dealt a heavy blow to the Dharma Supreme. This blow was aimed at the Dharma Supreme's heart. It was a vital spot. Buluching smiled coldly. Whether the people here live or die, whether they are killed by the Moon Breeze couple or not, it has nothing to do with me. I only know that once you make a move, you will be the first Dharma Supreme to be killed and fall in the heavens in 100,000 years. It was a further blow to his confidence. This time, Buluching used life and death. A battle between two peak experts, the meaning behind the words and the impact on one's mental state was far greater than that of a sword and a saber. Yi Di, Xiaoxia, and the rest were all smart people. They naturally knew that the conversation between the two had, in fact, already started the battle between the peak experts. They couldn't help but perk up their ears, accurately capturing the special meaning behind every sentence from both parties. Comparing it with their own cultivation and mental state, everyone actually had a feeling of sudden realization. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed and he said indifferently, "Brother Boo, you are too confident. I'm afraid that instead of killing, Brother Boo will be killed. Brother Boo should know that if Brother Boo wants to have a one-on-one battle with me, it's not that I can't do it." Step by step, the Dharma Supreme was forced into a corner by Buluching and finally started to counterattack. And this counterattack was to separate Buluching and the Moon Breeze couple for a one-on-one battle. If he were to attack the Moon Breeze couple, Buluching would definitely join in the battle. But if he were to directly challenge Buluching, with Buluching's status and pride, he would rather die than let the Moon Breeze couple help. And if the Moon Breeze couple were to interfere, Buluching would instead be furious. Therefore, the Moon Breeze couple didn't dare to interfere rashly. The Dharma Supreme's counterattack blocked the Moon Breeze couple's way of participating in the battle with just one sentence. Although it didn't go with his original intention, he could easily achieve his goal. A figure flashed and Buluching, dressed in green and white, instantly traversed a distance of 10,000 feet and suddenly appeared in midair. In his hand, a long sword shone with green light. He just stood in midair, sword in hand, body like a sword, gaze like a sword. He sneered at the crowd below and recited slowly, "Walking the world, I see a lonely shadow, looking at the world, I walk alone, the world is but a path of life and death, the merciful sword shows no mercy." Buluching said coldly, "Dharma Supreme, come and fight with me." Facing the Dharma Supreme's counterattack, Buluching directly challenged him. This was an even more domineering answer, even a form of oppression. "You say you can kill me, then fight with me. Let's see if I kill you or you kill me." Although the Dharma Supreme had a mental barrier because of Buluching and had no choice but to break through, how could Buluching not want to break through his own mental demons? Ever since he knew that the Dharma Supreme had innate spirit meridians, Buluching felt uncomfortable. So tonight, he must defeat him. He had to overcome his inner demons. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed and he said indifferently, "Why can't I fight with you?" However, the Moon Breeze couple is not allowed to kill anyone tonight. His words were vague but expressed very clearly, if the Moon Breeze couple were to fight, I would have to worry about the consequences. Even if it was a decisive battle, it would not be a decisive battle in the truest sense. You are already going overboard by stopping me from avenging my disciple. Now that the two of you are having a decisive battle, you still want to restrict my actions? Dharma Supreme. Don't you think you are meddling too much? Xianxia was furious and was about to explode. Suddenly, a soft voice entered his ears. Your disciple is fine. However, the Long clan cannot be let off easily. Xianxia's body shook and a look of joy appeared on his face. It was the voice of that mysterious woman. Xianxia's expression changed and he said indifferently, not fighting, fine. However, the main culprit tonight, the Long clan, must give me an explanation. Otherwise, even if the Dharma Supreme and Brother Bu stop us at the same time, even if the two of us cannot kill everyone here, we are confident that we can kill more than half of them and leave calmly. Lan Muxue was already severely injured by Xianxia. How could he still come? When the Dharma Supreme asked this question, the entire place was silent. Even the members of the Lan clan were silent. They did not know why their old ancestor had not arrived yet. The Dharma Supreme said coldly, the other 8 clans, leave. Disperse. As for the Lan clan, brother you can deal with them as you see fit. However, I hope that this matter will end here. After saying that, the Dharma Supreme stood up, his black robe fluttering in the air. He said, Brother Bu, since you want to fight, then come with me. He had no choice but to agree to Xianxia's request. Buluqing was obviously going against him. If the Moon Breeze couple were to interfere and the 3 of them surrounded him, that would be really bad. With his status, he couldn't possibly run away, right? Therefore, the Dharma Supreme had no choice but to agree first. The Moon Breeze couple had to deal with the Lan clan and couldn't rush over to join hands with Buluqing. However, a battle with Buluqing would be beneficial to him instead. At the very least, it would be a boost to his cultivation and comprehension. Buluqing pointed his sword and said indifferently, follow me. The sword light flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning. With a loud boom, Buluqing had already disappeared without a trace. The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly. In a flash, he was like a black cloud, with his hands behind his back and his long hair fluttering in the wind. Everyone knew that he had already left, but they felt that his black robe was still floating slowly in the air. With a furious roar, Feng Yuro and Xianxia attacked the Lan clan at the same time. Even without Xianxia's words, the two of them didn't intend to let the Lan clan off. Since the Lan clan dared to attack them, they had to pay the price. With 2 supreme martial artists attacking together, it was a clean and efficient attack. In just a moment, the Lan clan was already dead and injured, with only 2 supreme martial artists escaping desperately. Xianxia wanted to give chase, but Feng Yuro stopped him. Let them go. From now on, we won't have any relationship with the Lan clan anymore. We'll repay Meixian for her kindness. Xianxia snorted with some reluctance, but ultimately didn't give chase. Then, the husband and wife glanced coldly at the 8 great clans present. Without saying a word, they flew away with a swoosh. Humph. Zhuge Hutu waved his sleeves and led the Zhuge family away. He turned around and scolded, serves you right. The other 7 families rolled their eyes. Zhuge Hutu finally understood that these guys were all after the sacred tribe elder locked up in the dungeon. Because of the wrong information, it led to today's battle. How could Zhuge Hutu not be depressed? How important was the medicine banquet to nourish the heavens? It concerned the fate of the entire clan. Yet, these fellows were still scheming and robbing at such a time. F***ck. What the hell? The second grandmaster of the Zhuge family spat in disdain and left. However, he still felt a little happy in his heart. Damn it, our Zhuge clan only lost 2 people, but each of your clans lost dozens of people. From this point of view, the Zhuge clan actually benefited from the glory. Humans were like this. They thought that they were unlucky, so they felt bad. But if they suddenly found out that someone else was unluckier than them, they would immediately become happy. The Zhuge family left. Then, there was a moment of silence. Then, suddenly, a commotion broke out like a flash flood. The Yi clan lost the 2nd young master and more than 70 experts. The Shao clan lost the 5th young master and more than 10 experts. Both clans were very sullen. As for the other clans, the Shi clan lost more than 40 experts, the Ling clan lost 40, the Li clan lost 35, the Chen clan lost close to 50, and the Li clan lost the most. The Li clan came uninvited and wanted to gain something without risking anything. In the end, they lost the most, a total of 10 experts. It could be said to be a great loss. Let's go. Li Xianxia waved his hand and left with his subordinates without saying anything. Why did his clan lose the most people? Li Xianxia knew very well. It was because of that one of the tribulations of his clan, Li Xiongtu, with one of the tribulations in the Li clan, he would become the target of the other 8 clans, if he stayed any longer. If this bunch of red-eyed fellows suddenly attacked like mad dogs, his Li clan would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, the Li clan retreated first. The Qin clan was the third to leave. The Qin clan could be considered to be extremely tragic. They had saved a huge sum of expenses, bribing Chu Yang. They only sent people to keep a close eye on the other clans. Everyone was ready to go, and they would immediately follow up once there was a move. Therefore, after painstaking planning, they finally managed to make up for this huge loss. The other clans still had a reason to find trouble with Chu Yang and beat him up to vent their anger. However, the Qin clan didn't even have such an excuse. They could only leave in dismay. They accepted this loss. Jing of the Shi clan was the first to make trouble. Taking advantage of his seniority, he scolded, "A bunch of pig brains. Don't you use your brains when you do things? Are all of your brains filled with tofu dregs? Oh, your ancestors. Even if our Shi clan is made of stone and can't think, don't tell me all your clans have the same surname as us? F***ck. Then we're still one clan?" Xiaoxia and Yidi's faces darkened. This bastard Jing was obviously using this as an excuse to make a fuss. How was he scolding his own clan? He was obviously scolding them indirectly. This fellow had suffered a loss when he was delegating tasks to the Dharma Supreme. As expected, he was acting up now. Ling Fengyun said angrily, "Shut up. If you don't want to become a pile of dead stones, take your men and scram. I'm already depressed, so don't make me annoyed." Jing stomped his feet and scolded, "What do you mean?" Xiaoxia stepped forward coldly. "Everyone has died. Why don't we settle our own affairs? Jing, if you're unhappy, no one is happy. If you really make us angry, all of us will beat you up together." Xiaoxia's words were very well spoken. Although he was teaching Jing a lesson, he seemed to have unintentionally pulled everyone closer together. Jing shrank his neck and scolded, "F***ck. If we can't afford to offend you, can't we just hide?" Just like that, he left with his men. Then, everyone counted their losses. The more they counted, the more gloomy their faces became. 73 people from the Yi clan died. One of them is a first-grade supreme martial artist, 3 of them are second-grade martial saints, 11 of them are 8th-grade martial saints, 17 of them are 7th-grade martial saints, 5 of them are second-grade martial saints, and the rest are 4th-grade martial saints. Including the second-in-command of the younger generation, Yi Shifeng. Yi Shifeng died in the hands of the Shao clan. Among the 73 people, 41 were killed by the Shao clan. 7 died in the hands of the Ling clan, 12 died in the hands of the Lan clan, 2 died in the hands of the Chen clan, 1 died in the hands of the Li clan, 3 died in the hands of the Shi clan, and 2 died in the hands of the Shao clan. Yi Di stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes flashing. "You have to give me an explanation too." Bull**T. Xiaoxia was the first to jump up. 17 people from the Shao clan died. More than 50 of them died in the hands of the Yi clan. Even the 5th young master of the younger generation died. Furthermore, it was the Yi clan who killed him first. Who is going to give us an explanation? Ling Fengyun snorted coldly and said, "Many people from the Ling clan died in the hands of the Yi clan. I still want an explanation." Qing Chou smiled faintly. "The blood debt of the Yi clan is not small either." Yi Di was furious. "Where is this place? This is the territory of the Yi clan. What are all of you doing here? Dead? Serves you right for being dead. You actually want an explanation? Ridiculous." The grand ancestors quarreled for a while, each of them arguing until their faces and necks were flushed red. All of them felt wronged and indignant, however, they were at a stalemate and no one could convince the other. The more they argued, the more intense it became. The members of the various clans behind them had tears in their eyes as they collected the remains of their brothers and elders. They were filled with murderous intent. It looked like a war was about to break out again. Seeing that the situation was not good and seemed to be out of control, Yi Di frowned and said, "There are only a few of us now. It is meaningless to talk about it. Let's find an opportunity. The 5 of us are here. This matter has nothing to do with the Chen clan, Li clan, or Zhuge clan. The Lan clan is already dead. Later, we will look for Lan Muxue and find out what is going on. Then, we will find an opportunity to capture that person called Chu Yang and interrogate him. Let's get to the bottom of this before we talk about other things. As for the losses of each clan, we will come up with an agreement after the trial. Each clan must be responsible for the compensation." Yi Di looked at the elders with great authority. "What do you think of my suggestion?" "Good. Let's capture that Chu Yang first. Anyway, everyone has a big business. No one can run away." Xiaoxia was the first to agree. Although the others were not convinced, they could only do this for now. The feud between the Xiao clan and the Yi clan was getting deeper and deeper. However, it did not erupt on a large scale. The root cause was Yi Di and Xiaoxia. These two were good friends back then. If it were not for the friendship between these two elders, the two clans would have been in a bloodbath long ago. Although both clans were in a lot of blood, Xiaoxia was the first to agree to Yi Di's suggestion. This showed that the relationship between these two was not ordinary. Qing Chou laughed out loud and said, "Actually, even though we have suffered a lot of losses, but compared to the Lan clan, it pales in comparison and is not worth mentioning. Lan Muxue, this old bastard, went for wool and came home shorn. If he is still alive, he must be very depressed." The other second grandmaster started to laugh at the misfortune of the Lan clan. The atmosphere became less tense. "Lan Muxue will not die. The last 2 high-level supreme martial artists of the Lan clan have been released. Why would they kill Lan Muxue? However, it is expected that Lan Muxue will suffer a lot this time," Yi Di said. Ling Fengyun said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi. We have one less strong competitor. That elder of the divine tribe." "Ha ha ha," Yi Di's face darkened. He said, "With your Ling clan, I won't be lonely." Ling Fengyun laughed. After the discussion, everyone packed up and prepared to leave. The ground was full of blood. Everyone was melancholic. While everyone was discussing, a loud explosion suddenly came from the distant horizon. Then, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Countless places in the sky cracked and pitch-black cracks appeared. It was obvious that the Dharma Supreme and Buluqing had started fighting. Yi Di and the rest looked into the distance cautiously, their expressions complicated. The Dharma Supreme and Buluqing's level was a level that these few people dreamed of but had yet to reach. Rumbling sounds could be heard from afar. After a short while, a bolt of lightning flashed in mid-air, splitting the entire sky into 2 halves. This bolt of lightning seemed to have connected the blue sky and the earth. Its grandeur was simply incomparable. "Mercy sword! Buluqing has made his move." Everyone was shocked. Yi Di and Xiaoxia looked solemn. Seeing this sword, both of them thought of one thing at the same time: if Buluqing had attacked them with this sword, both of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. "Everyone, let's go back. Don't think about going to watch the battle. A battle of this level is a blow to our confidence." Ling Fengyun laughed. The other second grandmasters laughed as well, but their expressions were forced. Just as everyone was about to leave, they suddenly felt the entire ground tremble. They looked over in shock and saw that the lightning was like a chain of lightning, appearing in the sky one after another, illuminating the area as if it was daytime. On the other side of the sword light, there was a floating mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was used as a sledgehammer, fiercely hammering down on the sword light again and again, and again, and again, hammering down. "It's the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme's divine art of heaven and earth." Everyone gasped. Picking up a mountain and throwing it out was something that everyone present could do. But picking up a mountain and smashing it down did not work, and then retrieving it and smashing it down again. This required more than 100 times the strength needed to lift a mountain. However, the Dharma Supreme actually continued to smash the mountain. One could clearly see that the entire mountain had turned into powder. Liuqing's sword light was still flying in the sky. Fine stone foam and dust floated in the sky above Tianji City. It became gray and hazy. When they saw this, all the second ancestors sighed in unison. They were momentarily at a loss for words. When Liuqing and the Dharma Supreme left, a white shadow flashed at a speed that could not be seen and appeared at the hiding place of Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian. Have you seen enough? Let's go. The white figure grabbed one of them with one hand and then waved his other hand in the air. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian saw the space in front of them being forcefully pulled apart like a piece of cloth. Mountains, rivers, and buildings seemed to have suddenly sped up in front of them. They were rushing towards them at a rapid speed, and then disappeared. Following which, Xianxia carried the two of them and took a huge step forward. This step was like stepping over life and death, stepping over the netherworld. After taking a step out, Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian suddenly realized that they had already left Tianji City and arrived at the outskirts of the wilderness. Tearing the space apart, 1,000 miles in one step. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Xianxia was very strong, but he definitely did not know that Xianxia could actually carry two people and tear the space apart to the extent of 1,000 miles in a single step. Wrong. Xianxia said lightly. This place is 2,700 miles away from Tianji City. Chu Yang was instantly petrified. Wu Qianqian at the side looked at Xianxia as if she was in a dream. Her mind was in a daze. Ever since Wu Qianqian followed Chu Yang, she was used to seeing the change of dynasties and was also used to seeing cruelty. She was even more indifferent to life and death and had seen through life. She had also experienced shock. Ever since she became the disciple of Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, Wu Qianqian had seen even more of the world. By right, at this stage, ordinary things would not cause Wu Qianqian to be shocked at all, and would not disturb her calm state of mind. But at this moment, she was really dumbfounded and only felt that the world was spinning. She did not expect that Sister Z, who had a friendly conversation with her that day, actually had such a terrifying cultivation. Tearing the entire space apart like a piece of cloth, carrying two people and traversing 2,700 miles in one step. What kind of concept was this? Wu Qianqian did not know, but she knew that even if her two masters combined their strength and multiplied it by 10, they would definitely not be able to do this. In that case, wasn't this Sister Z the real number one in this heavenly layer? Wu Qianqian opened her pretty little mouth and only closed it after a long time. She sighed and said, "So Sister Z is the real number one in this heavenly layer." She finally said this sentence. It was really like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Wrong. Xianxia said lightly, "I'm not the number one in this heavenly layer, but I'm the number one in all the planes within a radius of 70 million miles outside this heavenly layer." Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian felt dizzy at the same time. This is the most secluded and least populated place. It's the most suitable place for two supreme martial artists to battle. Xianxia said, "In a while, I'll use my elemental energy to protect you and go over to see a battle between experts of this level with your own eyes." She looked at Chu Yang steadily and said, "This will be very beneficial for your future achievements. Moreover, this kind of battle between experts of similar strength is the rarest. You have to comprehend it well." Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian nodded seriously. Even without her saying, both of them knew how rare this opportunity was. The battle between the Dharma Supreme and Liuqing was definitely a battle at the peak of the heavenly layer. The benefits they could gain were even more than the battle between Ming Tianya and Liuqing, because the battle between Ming Tianya and Liuqing would not be life-threatening, but the Dharma Supreme and Liuqing both wanted to kill each other. This kind of battle, those who were close to the level did not dare to watch, because they were working hard towards this goal. After watching this battle, it would leave a shadow of never to surpass. Then, it would really be over. Therefore, Ling Fengyun said, "If we watch a battle of this level, it will be a blow to our confidence." But Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian were now far from this level, so they did not feel anything. Just like a person who could earn $1 million a month, when he saw someone who could earn $10 million, he would immediately feel, "I thought I was very awesome and was as awesome as a donkey every day, but it turns out that he is much stronger than me. This is such a blow to my self-esteem. But a person who could only earn $1,000 a month, when he saw someone who could earn $10 million, would humbly learn and refer to his successful experience, and even make him his ultimate goal. Yes, that was more or less the case. As they spoke, a flash of sword light came from the direction of the hidden danger, making a sharp whistling sound, as if it was going to split the sky. It was Buluqing. Behind him, a figure followed closely behind like a dark cloud. His movements were neither fast nor slow, confident and at ease, with a kind of calm and domineering aura of a sovereign. It was the Dharma Supreme. Wu Qianxian originally admired and respected these two people, but now, she did not know why, but a thought like that's all there is to it. Even Wu Qianxian herself was shocked by this thought. The impact of Xianxia was really too great. Buluqing and the Dharma Supreme were the first to move. They had already walked quite a distance before Xianxia brought Chu Yang and Wu Qianxian to move. The three of them had already waited for a while before the two of them finally arrived. No wonder Wu Qianxian had such thoughts. Xianxia's eyes flashed. With a wave of her slender hand, an invisible aura cut off all the senses of the outside world, including sight, hearing, and intuition. Buluqing landed on the ground with a swoosh. Without turning his head, he said indifferently, "Brother Dharma Supreme, what do you think of the feng shui of this burial place that I have chosen for you?" The Dharma Supreme's black figure stopped in the air like a demon god. With his hands behind his back, he looked around, as if he was really checking the feng shui. After a long while, he nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "If Brother Bu is buried here, this place will not be in vain. It will definitely become a sword mountain in the future. Looks like Brother Bu has already made arrangements for his funeral." Buluqing's slender figure stood alone. He laughed coldly and said, "If it is the burial place of the Dharma Supreme, I think it will be more suitable." The Dharma Supreme shook his head and laughed. He said casually, "Brother Bu, actually, there is something that I do not understand." "Speak." Buluqing seemed to have guessed what he was going to say and said calmly, "Brother Bu is full of enmity towards me." The Dharma Supreme said, 13,000 years ago, when I was inaugurated as the Dharma Supreme, Brother Bu went to the law enforcement city to look for me. After meeting me, he turned and left without saying a word. That was the first time we met." The Dharma Supreme was puzzled and said, "I still remember that time. Among all the guests in the world, Brother Bu gave me the most gifts, and they were also the most precious. At that time, I was still a little flattered, haha. I thought that I had found a soulmate, but the truth was not so." "Why?" 7,000 years ago, when I was chasing after the supreme demon Mu Qing Tian, I met Brother Bu again. That time, Brother Bu even drew his sword against me. Right in front of Tianji City, Brother Bu mocked and ridiculed me. He even scolded me in front of the people of the big clans." The Dharma Supreme said in puzzlement, "I have always been puzzled. When did I offend you, Brother Bu?" Buluqing was silent for a long time before he asked, "Who are you?" The Dharma Supreme was stunned and said, "Who am I?" Buluqing looked at him with cold and sharp eyes and said coldly, "That's right, who are you?" The Dharma Supreme's pupils contracted and his black hair moved without wind. He laughed softly and said, "Brother Bu, are you confused? I am right in front of you, how can you not recognize me?" Buluqing suddenly laughed loudly, his voice piercing through the clouds. "Dharma Supreme, do you know, Dongfang Badeo is my friend. He is also from my hometown, the two of us came from the same village. Moreover, Dongfang Badeo is my rival in love. My wife back then was also from the same village. When Dongfang Badeo was young, he was also madly in love with her. However, she married me later on." Buluqing's voice was very light, but his eyes were as sharp as a sword. Hearing Buluqing's words, especially the name Dongfang Badeo, the Dharma Supreme's face suddenly changed. At this moment, his face was as pale as a ghost. His long hair swayed without any wind, like long black snakes dancing in the air above his head. His eyes emitted a dark light as he stared at Buluqing and said word by word, "Buluqing, what is the meaning of this?" Buluqing raised his head slightly, his eyes were complicated. He said sadly, "Your body belongs to Dongfang Badeo, but you are not." He raised his head and looked into the eyes of the Dharma Supreme. "You are the one who was in the land of calamity 20,000 years ago?" The Dharma Supreme was silent, his eyes became two bottomless pools. He said lightly, "Brother Bu, what you said today is very strange. Don't search anymore." Buluqing said lightly, "Dongfang Badao failed to pursue Xiaoyi. On the day of my marriage with Xiaoyi, he drank until he was dead drunk and then sealed his memory by force. 3,000 years later, Dongfang Badao came to drink with me. He said that he finally deleted a part of his memory from his heart after 3,000 years. Dongfang Badao was my best brother in life. He was also the most trusted person in Xiaoyi's life besides me. Xiaoyi's body was weak and she was born weak. Although I tried my best to prolong her life, she could only accompany me for 100 years. She could no longer stop the passage of time. She passed away. If I had my current cultivation at that time, Xiaoyi would not have died." Sigh. Speaking of this, Buluqing looked up and sighed. Buluqing's eyes emitted deep emotions. 2,100 years after Xiaoyi died, Dongfang Badao found me. He said that in order not to let me down, in order not to let Xiaoyi down, he deleted his memory and did not let himself think of her anymore. Even his soul was missing a part. When Buluqing said this, Chu Yang, who had been hiding in Xianxia's breath, trembled. Xianxia turned her head in surprise and asked, "What happened?" Chu Yang's expression was complicated. He said, "I see. This Dongfang Badao. His friendship with Buluqing and his persistence in love is really scary and enviable." Friendship? Stubbornness in love? Xianxia obviously could not understand the complicated feelings involved. This person was his best friend's rival in love, but on the night his best friend married the woman he loved the most, he sealed his memories. Why? What's more, 3,000 years later, that woman had already been dead for 2,100 years, but he had succeeded in his cultivation. At that time, he would rather destroy a piece of his own soul. He also wanted to completely destroy the memories of that time. Why was that? Wu Qianqian sighed and said, "Perhaps I can explain." Xianxia tilted her head and said, "Oh? Dongfang Badao and Buluqing are good friends. Both of them are pursuing a woman at the same time. And this woman was also their best friend. They were from the same hometown. This woman married Buluqing and did not choose Dongfang Badao. Since they are married, there is no thought, but Dongfang Badao loves her too deeply and can't let go. However, the person he couldn't let go of was his best friend's wife. Even if he did not say it out loud. He also felt sorry for his friend. I feel like I'm tarnishing the chastity of the woman I love the most. So he sealed his memories. He sealed his love, but at the same time fulfilled his friendship and his love. This is the greatest love a man can have for the woman he loves who is married to someone else. But 3,000 years later, he went to Buluqing and said that he had deleted a certain memory. Because his lover was dead, if he kept it, he would let her down. So he would rather destroy his soul. He also wanted to delete the memory. This is a righteous man, and a real friend worth making. Wu Qianqian said softly. Xianxia let out a long "oh." She could not help but frown and think. Chu Yang sighed and said, "I really don't know. He sealed his memories back then. How heartbroken it must be. And how painful it must be to resolutely delete one's own memories. This is not the pain of losing one's soul, but the greatest spiritual pain. Admirable. What a pity. Admirable that there is such a good man in the world. What a pity that this indomitable man is now dead, and even his body has been taken over by someone else." Chu Yang sighed deeply. Wu Qianqian also sighed. Thinking of this heroic Dongfang Badao in the past, but now lonely and sad. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. This was something that didn't need to be considered. If Dongfang Badao was not a heroic and righteous hero, how could he become the next Dharma Supreme? Chu Yang also finally understood why the law enforcement officers who had been on the side of the Tribulation Sword Master for 100,000 years turned against him. So that's why, at this moment, the Dharma Supreme's long hair was flying, and his eyes were deep in thought. He smiled faintly and said, "Brother Bu, what you said is too ridiculous. Is there such a thing in the world?" Buluqing ignored him, but his eyes were full of hatred. He stared at the Dharma Supreme and said, "You can deny it. I don't need you to admit it. He sneered and said slowly, when Dongfang Bidao came to find me, it was 13,400 years ago. Buluqing said word by word. He actually remembered the time correctly. It was obvious that the incident back then had a deep impact on him. And you were the one who took over the Dharma Supreme 13,000 years ago. Now that I think about it, Bidao must have destroyed his divine soul in order to delete his memory, which gave you the opportunity to take over his body. At that time, I was happy for Bidao. So, when I got the news that Bidao took over the Dharma Supreme, I didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles to Law Enforcement City to congratulate him. I want to drink to my heart's content with the best brother in my life. Bu Liuqing's voice was trembling. He laughed, but his laughter was full of sorrow. My best brother, my friend, my fellow countryman, someone that Xiaoyi also believed in back then. Now that he has become the Dharma Supreme. You know how happy I was at that time. My brother is standing at the peak, this is his achievement, I'm proud. Bu Liuqing shouted heartbreakingly, I'm proud. Do you understand? I'm proud. Do you understand? At the side, Yang sighed sadly. He had put down everything and traveled thousands of miles just to congratulate his brother. With a heart full of joy and an absolute pride of sharing the glory, he was ready to accompany his best brother to stand at the peak of the world and tell him, I'm here, we've always been together. I'll tell him, no matter where you stand. A brother is a brother, what kind of excitement was that? But when Bu Liuqing arrived at the location and saw his brother with ecstasy and excitement, he suddenly realized that his brother was no longer his brother. He didn't know what had taken over his brother's body. He had become a stranger. What kind of feeling was that? Yang felt that if he were Bu Liuqing, at that moment, he would probably cry on the spot and fight with all his might. Bu Liuqing was able to endure it on the spot and then turn around to leave. He was already considered to have strong willpower, thinking of Bu Liuqing's disappointment and despair at that time, thinking of the heroic Dongfang Bidao ending up in such a miserable state, thinking of Bu Liuqing's disappointment when he went to congratulate his brother, at this moment. Wu Qianxian's heart ached and she even shed tears. For the friendship between men, Bu Liuqing continued with grief and indignation, but when I saw you for the first time, you looked at me politely. I immediately knew that he was no longer him. He had become you. Because Dongfang Bidao was in front of me. He never knew what politeness was. But your eyes at that time clearly showed that you didn't know me. At that time in the law enforcement city, there were many law enforcement experts. I was alone, so I immediately retreated. But, for 13,000 years. I've been looking for opportunities all the time. I've always wanted to kill you. To kill you. Bu Liuqing laughed loudly. Who are you? You actually used my brother's face to swindle people? Compared to Dongfang Bidao, you're nothing. The Dharma Supreme's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. He said lightly, Bu Liuqing, you've gone too far. Do you know that slandering the supreme law enforcement expert like this is already a capital offense? Bah, your ancestors. Bu Liuqing laughed sadly. Letting you live for another 13,000 years is enough for Bidao to scold me in the underworld. To hell with your capital offense. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed, as if he was thinking. After hearing these impolite words, he actually didn't get angry. He seemed to be digging for something in his heart. Finally, it dawned on him. So you're Bu Zuizui? Bu Liuqing trembled. Hearing this old name, he had mixed feelings. Yes, I'm Bu Zuizui. You actually managed to find my real name in Tyrannical's memories. I am Bu Zuizui. But you can't find my wife's name. Let me tell you, her name is Lianyi. Bu Liuqing's original name was actually Bu Zuizui. Such a comedic name. But at this moment, both Chu Yang and Wu Qianxian didn't find this matter funny. Instead, they felt endless bitterness. Bu Zuizui, Lianyi. The Dharma Supreme muttered these two names. His brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of deep pain appeared on his face. His whole body actually convulsed. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and endure it. Then, he muttered, how troublesome. It has already been sealed and deleted. After 13,000 years, hearing this name can actually still make this body that no longer belongs to him tremble in pain. How deep could his love have been back then? Buluqing saw his abnormality but didn't take this opportunity to attack. On the contrary, his eyes lit up. How troublesome. The Dharma Supreme smiled slightly and pressed his temple with his hand. His gaze was deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. He seemed to be lamenting the hopeless love that had been sealed and deleted, but could still touch this body that was not under the control of the original owner after 13,000 years. It was an intense pain that had passed away a long, long time ago. It was actually so, eternal and indestructible. The Dharma Supreme loosened his fist slightly and stretched it. That white scar regained its color and he slowly clenched his fist again. Is he injured? Wu Qianxian looked at the white scar on the Dharma Supreme's fist and asked softly. No. Chu Yang focused his gaze and said, but it will definitely be very painful. Therefore, I predict that he will not fight empty-handed from now on. The Dharma Supreme was too careless in this test. Oh, not careless, but Buluqing succeeded. Chu Yang hurriedly corrected her. Xianxia, who was at the side, gave him a look of approval. Buluqing succeeded? Wu Qianxian was a little confused. Buluqing told that story to explain the whole story and to avenge his good friend. Thirdly, it also had an effect, which was to tell the Dharma Supreme, I know your background. I know your secret. Chu Yang said, the Dharma Supreme used this identity to deceive the world for 13,000 years. Now that it was suddenly exposed, of course he would feel a little guilty. Therefore, Buluqing played a psychological game and suddenly released a domineering sword strike, causing the Dharma Supreme to be in a state of shock. Although it looked like they were evenly matched, the Dharma Supreme would definitely feel uncomfortable because Buluqing had already grasped the rhythm of the battle. Rhythm, although this does not affect the outcome of the battle, as long as Buluqing can continue to work hard, he can slowly gain the upper hand. And the upper hand can possibly turn into a victory. The victory will determine the outcome of the battle, and the outcome of the battle will determine life and death. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief, his gaze solemn. In a battle between experts, not even a word or a tone can be ignored. Who knows which aspect of the battle will be able to determine the outcome of the battle? Xianxia smiled and said, but the Dharma Supreme will definitely not allow Buluqing to take advantage of him like this. He will definitely counterattack next and equalize the battle. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. How could the Dharma Supreme allow himself to be at a disadvantage like this? Returning the favor was a definite matter, Wu Qianxian nodded. Both of them narrowed their eyes slightly at the same time, recalling the punch and sword strike just now. Right at this moment, in the middle of the battle between the Dharma Supreme and Buluqing, the place where the sword light and the fist collided was dead silent, then. Suddenly, a teeth-numbing cracking sound rang out. The entire space actually began to crack apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thin cracks began to spread out in a zigzag manner from the space. At first, it was only as thick as a strand of hair, but as the cracks grew clearer and clearer, they became thicker and thicker, and they actually stretched for more than 300 miles. In the beginning, the hair-like crack had turned into a huge, mouth-like black hole that could devour the world. 300 li of space shattered at the same time, immediately after. The power of the heavens and earth gathered from all directions, and in an instant, this space was completely repaired. Then, there was a loud explosion. On the ground, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose up. On the ground, hundreds of miles of trees were neatly cut off. The upper parts of the fallen tree trunks flew out like ripe dandelions, along with the treetops. Chu Yang and Wu Qianxian sighed at the same time. Suddenly, he realized that the rumors in the martial arts world were as nonsensical as the farts of pigs and dogs. It was said that one could benefit from a battle between experts for a lifetime with just one look. This was simply bullshit. The so-called spectator couldn't be too far away. For a battle between experts of this level, not to mention spectators, even standing within 300 li of the battle would be devoured until nothing was left. And one couldn't see anything from 2 to 3 li away. What benefits could there be? If not for Xianxia's powerful cultivation, Chu Yang reckoned that he and Wu Qianxian would already be rotten to the core. They would definitely have each other. A huge hole appeared on the ground. No one knew how deep it was. The most outrageous thing was that at the bottom of the cave, a pool of spring water suddenly gushed out and rose high up into the air. Chu Yang sighed. So this is how the so-called rivers, lakes, and seas came to be, Xianxia snorted and said, still in the mood to be playful. What are you thinking of? She turned and asked Wu Qianqian, what about you? Chu Yang pondered and recalled that sword and fist. He sighed and said, domineering. Indeed domineering. Wu Qianqian said, I did feel some emotions. A kind of extreme depression that suddenly erupted with a kind of thirst for exhilaration. As if this was a good thing. It was a kind of feeling that vented all the pain and sorrow that Buluqing had accumulated over the past 10,000 years. Therefore, I feel that Buluqing's following attacks will become more and more fierce. The Dharma Supreme wants to turn the tables. I'm afraid it will take some time. Wu Qianqian smiled embarrassedly and explained, this is just my intuition. Emotions? Exhilaration? Intuition? Xianxia looked at Wu Qianqian with some surprise and sized her up. She praised sincerely. Sister Qianqian, you have a bright future indeed. Chu Yang was also moved. Wu Qianqian's words proved that she was a sentimental person. The next moment, lightning flashed across the sky from afar. Buluqing's body grew from a small size and rushed back with a destructive sword light. His murderous aura filled the sky. Buluqing was in the air, his long sword slashing continuously. From a few thousand feet away, streaks and streaks of sword light slashed towards the Dharma Supreme like lightning. Every streak of sword light was extremely accurate, aiming for the Dharma Supreme and slashing downwards. This situation gave everyone the illusion that the god of thunder in the sky had gone mad. The sword light was like a torrential storm, illuminating the area within a radius of several hundred miles, brightly illuminating everything. The Dharma Supreme stood firmly on the ground like a mountain. As long as a sword light came, he would throw out a punch. One punch from the left, one punch from the right, one punch from the left, one punch from the right. Therefore, the sword light collapsed again and again. On the surface, Buluqing was on the offensive while the Dharma Supreme was on the defensive. However, Buluqing's sword light could not do anything to the Dharma Supreme's fist. It seemed that Buluqing had lost. However, only real experts knew that at this level, there was no difference whether one had a sword or not. The Dharma Supreme's hand, the Dharma Supreme's fist, was the best weapon in the world. It was not inferior to Buluqing's sword. However, Chu Yang could vaguely see something. He frowned and said, what is the Dharma Supreme doing? He looks calm, but he is actually on the defensive. Moreover, his fist was not as sharp as the sword light after all. Therefore, if this goes on, he will definitely not be able to take it. Xianxia said, that's why he is switching his hands. If he can completely block such a dense sword light with just one hand, then Buluqing should be running for his life now. Wu Qianqian said, I feel that the Dharma Supreme is also very helpless now. Big Sister Z said just now that he is unable to block more than two sword light with one punch. Therefore, although he looks calm, he is actually already at a disadvantage. However, Buluqing's aura is at its peak now. The Dharma Supreme can only bitterly hold on for now. We will talk about it after this period. Not necessarily. Chu Yang shook his head. With Buluqing's cultivation, if this continues, 3 to 5 months will not be a problem. How can he afford to waste this time? Moreover, if he keeps on defending, he will definitely lose. If this goes on, the Dharma Supreme will definitely lose. He is not such an unwise person. He must be up to something. Moreover, the Dharma Supreme has not revealed his weapon until now. Chu Yang concluded. However, he was thinking back to the moment when the space exploded. At that moment, when the space exploded, Chu Yang felt that his spine was tingling with excitement. He only felt that his whole person was in the clouds. In front of him, there were thousands of worlds, like fireworks blooming in front of him. So, this was it. This was a feeling that could only be understood but could not be described in words. Shattering the void, collapsing the sky and shattering the void, Xianxia looked at the profound light on Chu Yang's face and the familiar Tao state. She was actually a little stunned. She wanted Chu Yang to come and watch this battle of the pinnacle to pave the way for his future martial arts. Who would have thought that Chu Yang would actually comprehend a trace of the power of shattering here, even though it was just a tiny bit, an insignificant tiny bit. However, Xianxia was already shocked beyond words. It was as if her heart was also beating wildly. This was something that could only be comprehended when one reached the realm of collapsing the sky and shattering the void. What was Chu Yang's cultivation now? 4th grade sword master, the distance between him and that realm was 108,000 miles. Yet, at this moment, he was actually able to comprehend by analogy. Xianxia suddenly felt that the man and woman in front of her were both monsters. One of them was a martial saint but could predict the direction of the battle based on intuition. The other was a martial saint but could comprehend the surface of shattering the void. Monsters, Buluqing slashed and stabbed continuously in mid-air as if he had gone mad. Rays of sword light, rays of sword light. Pieces of sword light flew over like snowflakes. The Dharma Supreme shattered them with a punch and the shattered sword light flew far away. Patches of trees were completely knocked down just like that. Piles and piles of mountain rocks were shattered just like that. There were also countless large rocks that were sent flying high into the air and then fell back down again. For a moment, it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. However, the surroundings of the Dharma Supreme and Buluqing were calm. Calm. The space was shattered again and again and again and again. It was as if two gods had descended to the mortal world and started a battle in the mortal world, all of a sudden. Watch out, the Dharma Supreme is about to move. Xianxia reminded solemnly. The Dharma Supreme was still punching hard, but his legs were trembling strangely. However, in the eyes of outsiders, his legs were obviously not moving. However, there seemed to be an extremely profound charm contained within this seemingly motionless, minute movement. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Senior Sister Xianxia, have you thought of the fleeting snow cloud steps?" Wu Qianqian was also frowning. She said, "I was just about to say that although this kind of footwork is completely different from ours, it is also filled with the unique charm of the fleeting snow cloud steps." Chu Yang nodded and said thoughtfully, "Snow in the clouds, fleeting in the sky, advancing and retreating at the same time, advancing and returning at the same time." Following the display of this strange technique, the movements of the Dharma Supreme's hands became slower and slower. It could be clearly felt that when he first punched, his arms were straightened and punched out fiercely. However, Buluqing's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, and the Dharma Supreme seemed to be unable to withstand it. His arms were already slowly retracting, and his punch met the sword light halfway. The distance between the two parties became even closer. Under the illumination of the sword light, Buluqing's hair and beard were all green. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, but his expression was still cold and hard. All of a sudden, the Dharma Supreme let out a long howl. Suddenly, his two legs flew up and shattered the two streaks of sword light with his two kicks. Then, like a sharp arrow, his body shot out from the front to the back, facing the torrential sword light. His legs were like two dragons coming out of the sea, bringing with them a whirlwind and a thick cloud of black gas. Like lightning, he shattered 300 sword light and was already 70 to 80 feet away from Buluqing. Then, his whole body started to spin like a windmill. At the same time, the whole world seemed to be spinning along with him. The Dharma Supreme's hands suddenly made strange gestures. The sky was suddenly filled with black gas. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian, who were standing beside Xianxia, felt dizzy at the same time. At this moment, the two of them felt that the top of their heads had become the earth and the bottom of their feet had become the blue sky. However, the two of them obviously did not move. Buluqing let out a long howl. The sky becomes the earth becomes the sky. Dharma Supreme. Your celestial body is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, there was a long howl. The long sword paused, and then a sword sound that changed the color of the sky suddenly rang out. At this moment, the short sword at Wu Qianqian's waist actually left its scabbard with a clang. It floated in front of Wu Qianqian, and the tip of the sword pointed in the direction of Buluqing. Chu Yang's pupils shrank. The Dharma Supreme laughed lightly. "Buluqing, you finally showed your trump card. I guessed right, you are indeed the supreme martial artist of the sword." Buluqing sneered. "The supreme martial artist of the sword can rule the world. Your celestial body is just a joke in front of me. Don't forget, this is the world of the sword, the world of the heavens." A loud roar. The long sword flew into the sky and suddenly, it was hidden in the starry sky. Then, a strange scene appeared in front of Chu Yang and the others. At this moment, with Buluqing and the Dharma Supreme as the dividing line, every star on Buluqing's side emitted a dazzling sword light as they descended majestically from the sky. Tens of millions of stars shone at the same time, forming a true Milky Way in the sky. Buluqing stood upright in the air. He raised his right hand and shouted, "Milky Way / Destroy." Following his hand gesture, the sword light emitted from the stars in the sky converged towards him at the same time. In an instant, they formed a seemingly real sword that was thousands of feet long. Then, it slashed down towards the Dharma Supreme. At the same time, the Dharma Supreme had finally completed his last gesture. With a faint smile, he pointed a finger. In the sky behind him, the boundless starlight turned into a dazzling torrent. Like Buluqing, it transformed into a huge fist and met Buluqing's huge sword head-on. Buluqing, you are able to transform the power of the stars into sword energy. How can you not know that the power of the stars is also a kind of power of heaven and earth? The Dharma Supreme smiled. In front of my lawful celestial body, isn't it a joke that you are able to transform the power of the stars? Buluqing said, whether it's a joke or not, you can talk after receiving it. Buluqing snorted and waved his hand. The huge starlight sword and the starlight fist collided fiercely. With a loud bang, the sky was filled with dazzling starlight. Immediately, the sky was silent again. The moment the two forces collided, they suddenly condensed together. It had strangely condensed together. Under such circumstances, if the energy did not explode, no one would be able to leave. Buluqing's sword fell from the sky, turning into a ray of light and landing in Buluqing's hand. Buluqing stared at the Dharma Supreme and said softly, "The mercy sword was changed to Buluqing in order to avenge my brother." The Dharma Supreme stood in the air, as if he was frozen. However, he said indifferently, "You have the sword, I have the fist. A sword is just a sword, but a fist is power. Clenching the fist is wielding power. A powerful punch is power. A sword can only kill, but power can dominate. Buluqing, you are no match for me." With a loud bang, the starlight that was frozen between the two of them finally exploded. In that instant, the sky was filled with colorful lights, as if fireworks were blooming at the same time. With a loud laugh, the Dharma Supreme flew out like a sharp sword, disappearing without a trace. Buluqing, however, remained at the same spot, his face solemn. The Dharma Supreme had finally escaped from his control. Previously, he used his aura and 13,000 years of grief to turn into the power of revenge, gaining the upper hand in terms of morality and ethics. Then, on the basis of justice, he created a psychological weakness in the Dharma Supreme, gaining the upper hand and gaining the upper hand. At that time, if the Dharma Supreme retreated during the battle, his aura would be unstoppable. However, the Dharma Supreme gritted his teeth and held on, not retreating a single step. At this moment, taking advantage of this explosion, he finally retreated unscathed. Next, it was the Dharma Supreme's turn to attack. The Dharma Supreme is right. No matter how strong a sword is, it is still a loner. However, power can move the world. Therefore, on this point, he is more certain than I am. Buluqing frowned and pondered. Suddenly, he laughed coldly. However, having power in one's hands, if it is not used properly, it is also a demon in one's heart. If it was Dongfang Bidao, he could still be selfless. However, you are a despicable person who stole someone else's body. So what if you have power? The three people watching the battle heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Yang said solemnly, "Now, it is returned to its original state of being evenly matched." Wu Qianxian was about to speak when she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet shaking. The three of them looked over. Chu Yang and Wu Qianxian gasped at the same time. They saw a huge mountain in the distance shake twice and suddenly fly up from the ground. This mountain was thousands of feet high and had a radius of a few miles. It flew straight up into the sky like a huge stick. Zi Shiqing shouted, "Look carefully." With a stroke of her hand, with a swoosh, the mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. A faint black figure could be seen circling the mountain like a stream of light, hitting it with his palms. After he finished circling the mountain actually shrank by more than 20 times due to the pressure from his palms. Immediately after, he actually grabbed the bottom of the mountain with one hand and kicked with both feet. He laughed loudly. "Buluqing, take my stick." He really treated the mountain as a stick and smashed it down with his stick. Wu Qianqian rubbed her eyes hard. Her little mouth was wide open. There was actually such a thing in the world. At this moment, Zhu Yang suddenly remembered Han Sharon's words. When the Dharma Supreme fought with Wu Jiuqing, both of them had a huge mountain each. They just floated in the air and collided. Zi Shiqing's eyes flashed. Suddenly, she grabbed Zhu Yang and Wu Qianqian and extended her body. She flew to the mountain. As the Dharma Supreme waved his stick, the three of them felt the ground rushing towards them. The scenery on both sides became blurry shadows. Wu Qianqian was scared and wanted to close her eyes. "Don't close your eyes." Zhu Yang shouted, "Look. This is the most rare experience." Zi Shiqing brought the two of them to the mountain to directly participate in the peak battle experience. No matter what would happen in the future, this experience, it would be etched in their hearts. It had an immeasurable significance to their cultivation. In the whole world, perhaps only Zi Shiqing could do this, and only she was willing to do so much for them. At this moment, Zhu Yang suddenly felt the huge expectations that Zi Shiqing had for him. In front of them, a ray of sword light came towards them like rolling thunder. Buluqing shouted, "It's just a piece of stone, so what if you take it?" The ray of sword light was actually 1,000 feet thick and a few thousand feet long. It came towards them like a thunderbolt. Boom! Zhu Yang and Wu Qianqian only felt a sudden tremor. At this moment, their hearts were in so much pain that they almost vomited blood. I purposely let this in. It's 1/10,000th of the force of the tremor caused by their collision. Zi Shiqing looked ahead and said lightly to the two of them. The two of them were shocked. 1/10,000th of the force. Immediately, another feeling of weightlessness came from beneath their feet. The Dharma Supreme had already raised this huge cudgel and smashed it down again. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous sounds of collision rang out. Zhu Yang and the other two moved from the top of the cudgel to the bottom of the cudgel. Because the front half of the cudgel had already been cut off by Buluqing like a carrot, finally, this cudgel made from a huge mountain was thrown out by the Dharma Supreme. It was accompanied by the sound of thunder. Zi Shiqing, Zhu Yang, and the other two were naturally thrown out. Opposite them, Buluqing was still dressed in a long green robe, spotless. His back was straight. He was proud of the world, his face was lean and cold, his gaze was sharp and his sword was like snow, his green robe fluttered. With a kick in the air, he kicked this half of the cudgel to one side. Then, with a stretch of his body, thousands and thousands of Buluqing appeared in the air. With a roar, it was as if 10,000 people were roaring at the same time. Then, the 10,000 figures rushed towards the Dharma Supreme who was charging towards them. The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly. With a sway of his body, thousands and thousands of figures also went up to meet them. The air started to crackle like firecrackers and exploded. It was just that these firecrackers were really too loud. The three of them flew lightly to the sky above the battle and watched intently. After a long time, Zi Shiqing sighed. These two are evenly matched. Neither can kill the other. Buluqing has the advantage in the sharpness of his sword energy, pressing forward courageously. The Dharma Supreme has a profound cultivation level. Coincidentally, they offset each other's advantage. There is a huge force in the Dharma Supreme's body that has yet to be released. Once it is released, Buluqing will definitely die. But this force is clashing with this body. Therefore, if it is released, the Dharma Supreme will also explode and die instantly. And it will be an outcome of mutual destruction. The two of you can stop watching the battle anymore and you two won't be able to comprehend it. Zi Shiqing analyzed indifferently. Suddenly, she turned and asked Zhu Yang, "Do you want the Dharma Supreme to die?" Zhu Yang smiled indifferently. "Not at the moment. If he dies now, the heavens will really be in a mess. And I don't have the ability to organize it now. Let him be defeated first." Zi Shiqing nodded. "I know that you want to help Buluqing." At this moment, Buluqing was rushing forward on his sword. Zi Shiqing smiled lightly. With a shake of her sleeves, a small hand as white as jade suddenly stretched out. Her palm was like a knife, then, she sent out a palm strike from afar. When this palm strike was sent out, although Zi Shiqing looked casual, Zhu Yang could clearly see a faint purple aura rising from Zi Shiqing's face. Zhu Yang's heart skipped a beat. This palm strike, even for Xianxia, would not be easy. To defeat the pinnacle of the generation with a single palm strike and not be detected by others, the difficulty of this was imaginable. A faint purple aura, along with Xianxia's palm strike, turned into a ray of light and quickly chased behind Buluqing, disappearing without a trace, in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme and Buluqing were also crazily clashing with each other. The thousands of illusions of both of them collided with each other amidst a series of pop-pop-pop sounds, cancelling each other out. However, neither of them retreated. Buluqing shouted loudly. With a thunderous force, he actually swung his long sword in a circle like a big knife. Holding the sword with both hands, he chopped down viciously. When this sword was sent out, the stars in the sky seemed to close their eyes in fear. Between heaven and earth, there was only darkness. Unparalleled dominance, it actually sucked all the air in the entire space, tilting towards the space from all directions. Good sword. The Dharma Supreme's face was cold as he sent out both his fists. With both fists, along with the restrained energy moving forward, everywhere it passed, everything, including space, was shattered. Far away, it was still a power that was completely different from Buluqing's. If you retract, I will release. If you release, I will absorb. If you come in, I will go out. No matter what, we are sworn enemies. Both of them were calm and composed. At this moment, 4 pairs of eyes met across space, with the same coldness. Constant. Expressionless, but both of them knew that this strike would decide the outcome. Or both of them would suffer. Or one of them would live, or both of them would perish. At this point, both of them had figured out each other's strength. Both of them were evenly matched. If they continued to fight like this for a year, it would not be the same. Therefore, none of them were willing to drag this out any longer and went all out. End the battle quickly. The sooner the better, in the blink of an eye. 1 sword and 2 fists, they collided with each other. However, the two of them did not realize that there was an invisible and slender palm energy that was 1 step ahead of Buluqing's long sword to meet the Dharma Supreme's right fist. Xianxia was already standing in the air with her hands behind her back. She smiled faintly and murmured, "I'll let you have power." A look of surprise flashed across the Dharma Supreme's eyes. Then, it turned into a look of shock, and finally, a trace of fear. What followed was utter shock. He only felt that there was a mysterious force in front of the long sword that suddenly collided with him. Buluqing actually had a backup plan. He actually had such power. The Dharma Supreme did not have the time to think carefully. He was struggling to hold on. Because, at this moment, the energy in his body is suppressed by this mysterious force, and he can't release it. However, his fists had already struck out. He couldn't take it back. Since they were about to come into contact with each other, there was no time to dodge. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme let out a crazed roar, desperately activating the energy in his body to counter the attack. At the same time, he desperately turned his body to one side. He only used his left fist to meet Buluqing's sword. His right fist met the mysterious force with all his might. Boom! The Dharma Supreme's body trembled violently. His face flushed red and thin streaks of blood appeared from his 7 orifices. Then, Buluqing's sword came towards him. It seemed to be at the same time, but the Dharma Supreme still managed to create a gap. It was this gap, but it was not at the same time. The Dharma Supreme hurriedly exhaled. His left fist retracted and released, colliding violently with Buluqing's sword. Poof! Both the Dharma Supreme and Buluqing's bodies trembled violently at the same time. However, Buluqing leaned back and stood steadily. However, the Dharma Supreme's face turned purplish red. His body trembled twice and finally, he could not hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, he staggered backward. With every step backward, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With another step backward, his long hair fluttered in the wind. He spat out another mouthful of blood and took another step backward before he finally stood still in the air. His expression was still indifferent and his gaze was still calm. He raised his head and looked at Buluqing. The force of the collision then surged wildly and spread in all directions. On the ground, all of the mountains, rivers, and trees within several hundred kilometers were lifted off the ground and scattered wildly in all directions. Below, the dense mountains and rivers had suddenly become a flat plain that stretched as far as the eye could. See, this was the first time that Chu Yang had seen such a real tsunami in a place filled with mountains and rivers. Yes, a tsunami. No matter which direction it was from, as long as one looked at it, it was a tsunami. It was definitely not an illusion. It was just that it was a tsunami made of rocks and sand. The sound of the tsunami finally subsided. Only a plain was left. In the future, this huge plain would be known as the Supreme Martial Artist Plain. Because it was accidentally formed during a battle between two high-level supreme martial artists, Buluqing stood in the air, dressed in green and holding a long sword, looking coldly at the Dharma Supreme opposite him. Buluqing, I have underestimated you. The Dharma Supreme stretched out a hand and gently wiped away the remaining blood at the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and said, I did not expect you to have already surpassed the supreme grade and reached the stage of collapsing the sky and breaking the void. However, you have not left until now and would rather suffer the pain of the heavenly punishment that comes once every few hundred years just to seek revenge on me? Buluqing was about to give chase but was startled by the Dharma Supreme's reaction. He did not expect the Dharma Supreme to be defeated so quickly. This seemed a little ridiculous. He should not have been defeated so quickly. Upon hearing the Dharma Supreme's words, he was startled again. This sentence was simply incomprehensible. Buluqing knew his own cultivation. Now, he was only half a step away from that mysterious realm, but he had not stepped into it. But why did the Dharma Supreme say that he had already surpassed it? Was it an illusion? But how could someone like the Dharma Supreme have an illusion? Chu Yang and Wu Qianxian looked at each other in shock. The Dharma Supreme and Buluqing, who were involved in Xianxia's secret attack, did not even realize it. Buluqing thought that he had the upper hand and the Dharma Supreme similarly thought that Buluqing had defeated him with his real cultivation. Buluqing said indifferently, it is not that you have overestimated me, but that you have overestimated yourself. I have not surpassed that step. He looked coldly at the Dharma Supreme and said, because you have a guilty conscience? The Dharma Supreme smiled and shook his head. Brother Bu, you are not one of the tribulations. You do not know the hatred in my heart. For that hatred, I will not feel guilty about anything I do. He raised his head and sighed deeply. Today, I have been defeated and injured. This feeling is very comfortable and I miss it very much. Back then, I was also a hot-blooded person, Moreover, I am also easily sentimental. The Dharma Supreme looked at Buluqing and smiled. Brother Bu, although I am injured, if I want to leave, even if you and Ning Tianya are here, you will not be able to stop me. You should know this in your heart, right? Buluqing was silent for a moment before he said, indeed, we will not be able to stop you. At this level of cultivation, unless one fought to the death and did not try to escape, there was a possibility of dying in battle. But if he really wanted to leave, as the Dharma Supreme said, even if Ning Tianya and Ning Tianya joined forces, they would not be able to stop him. If that is the case, would Brother Bu be interested in listening to a short story of mine? The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently, his eyes revealing a trace of distance. Then, I will also solve your doubts. Buluqing smiled coldly and said, I am all ears. The Dharma Supreme smiled faintly and said, I shall start from when I was injured. Haha, this story is really a long time ago. It has been bottled up in my heart for tens of thousands of years. Brother Bu, you want to kill me to avenge your brother. However, do you know why I, a departed soul who should have died long ago, is still here? Buluqing did not speak. The Dharma Supreme laughed sadly. You want to avenge your brother. I also want to avenge my brother. Ha ha ha. Brother Bu, the two of us are really in the same boat. After he finished speaking, he lowered his eyes, as if he was deep in thought, reminiscing and reminiscing. At this moment, the lines on the face of the Dharma Supreme, who was like a demon king, actually softened. Back then, every time I was injured, there would always be a few brothers accompanying me. This one was protecting me, this one was treating me, this one was comforting me. At that time, the 10 of us brothers were of one heart. Individually, we accompanied our boss, the Tribulation Sword Master, and fought with our lives on the line. When we fought our way from the lower 3 heavens to the upper 3 heavens, it was the 4 of us. But when we fought our way up from the lower 3 heavens to the upper 3 heavens, it became 7 of us. When we reached the upper 3 heavens, it became 10 of us. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of the Dharma Supreme's mouth again. He wiped it away and smiled indifferently. Just like chatting with an old friend, he talked tirelessly. In fact, Buluchin could totally feel that the Dharma Supreme did not even circulate his energy to heal his injuries during this period of time. In fact, he even allowed his injuries to worsen. You are really one of the tribulations. Buluchin let out a long sigh. He knew that the Dharma Supreme was talking about the secrets of the Tribulation Sword Master. Beside him, Chu Yang was instantly energized and became fully focused. The Sword Spirit had never mentioned this before. The divine soul of the first Tribulation Sword Master was also very vague, but now, the Dharma Supreme in front of him was the person involved. Chu Yang could faintly feel that this time, he was about to unravel the biggest doubt in his heart. And also the biggest secret of the Tribulation Sword Master for the past 100,000 years. The Dharma Supreme smiled faintly and said indifferently, with a sense of nostalgia and an inexplicable melancholy. Haha, back then, from the very beginning, Big Brother gave us countless elixirs and elixirs. Almost every few days, everyone's cultivation would soar. Big Brother said that we would rule the heavens together. We would complete our ultimate dream together. Shiqing heard this and couldn't help but sigh. She scolded, "This is simply nonsense. Using elixirs to form it, isn't this purely harming people?" Chu Yang agreed. To be able to become one of the tribulations, which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? Using elixirs was equivalent to directly blocking the path of these people to collapse the heavens and break the void. However, if they didn't consider their ultimate future from the beginning and only wanted to use them to mend the heavens, doing this could be considered a way. It was just that it was really too cold and heartless. The Dharma Supreme continued to speak. We brothers gave up everything for each other. Including our lives, we could let the other party take it easily. Big Brother didn't say anything to us. At that time, we felt that even the gods couldn't make us brothers bow down and retreat in defeat. We advanced step by step, killing revered martial artists, defeating martial kings, killing martial emperors, defeating martial emperors, killing martial saints and battling supreme martial artists. Along the way, we rose to fame. When we reached the upper three heavens, we advanced step by step, fighting one clan after another, from the weak to the strong. I can't even remember how many times we went through life and death, how many times we circled the gates of hell. Haha. Finally, all 10 of us reached the level of supreme martial artists. The big clans were unreasonable and were finally eliminated by us. Haha, it was much easier than the current Tribulation Sword Master. In the entire heavens, there weren't many supreme martial artists and above. As for 8th grade, there wasn't even a single one. Haha. The Dharma Supreme led the crowd to help. At that time, we were very tired every day, but we were very happy every day. We gathered together every day, discussing excitedly and paying attention to each other's changes with concern. When our brothers were injured, we would curse together. When our brothers were victorious, we would celebrate together. The iron and blood martial world was all-powerful. We could come and go as we pleased. We could kill as we pleased, and we could do whatever we wanted. Those days were really a period of time. If time stopped at that moment, even if we were to be in that chaotic battlefield forever, it would be the greatest happiness. However, although we were happy then, we were also very tired. Everyone wanted to level the heavens as soon as possible and complete everyone's ultimate goal, 10 brothers standing at the peak of the world. Then, everyone would live their lives peacefully and peacefully. So we destroyed the big clans. After that, the 10 brothers formed their own clans and recruited heavenly layer experts. The entire heavenly layer was finally peaceful. Everyone felt that we could finally enjoy the world of this world of the world. When Big Brother called Big Brother, Big Brother called Big Brother Big Brother. Of course, Big Brother had to go. So, everyone went there excitedly. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, as if he was talking about someone else's story. His voice was very calm. However, this calmness contained an indescribable feeling. At this point, although he didn't deliberately emphasize his tone, Chu Yang also felt as if a chilly wind was blowing at the back of his head. It was chilly. Chu Yang thought to himself, looks like something must have happened during this drinking session. That day, after we went, Big Brother said that our cultivation was too high. Damn it, we can't even get drunk now. All of us would subconsciously circulate our energy and the effects of the alcohol would be gone. It's boring. So we might as well seal our cultivation and get drunk together. It's boring if we don't get drunk, so everyone cheered. The heavens are all ours, what danger can there be? It's just sealing our cultivation, we've done it many times before. It's more fun to drink like this. Haha. The Dharma Supreme suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. That drinking session went on for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone was drunk. When I woke up, I realized that I couldn't move. My cultivation as a 7th grade supreme martial artist couldn't be used at all. It was as if I was dead. I tried hard to turn my head and realized that my brothers were all lying down, but their eyes were all dazed. No one knew what had happened. At this time, Big Brother walked in and said with a smile, "Brothers, did you have a good time drinking this session?" Everyone was relieved at once. Big Brother came and saw that everything was fine. He even joked with us. So everyone laughed. Everyone laughed. I was laughing too, haha, haha. When Big Brother said that, I remember that Big Brother even said, "Big Brother, we had a good time drinking this wine. Next time, let's drink like this again." But why can't I stand up? Could I have been drugged? Haha. I was just joking, everyone knew that. But everyone still reprimanded me in unison, thinking that he had gone overboard. Yes, it's all thanks to Big Brother that we can be where we are today. How can we doubt Big Brother? Even if it was a joke, it shouldn't have happened. Even if we had such thoughts, we shouldn't have done that. Hee hee, hee hee. The Dharma Supreme laughed coldly twice. When the Dharma Supreme said the sentence shouldn't have happened, even with Bu Liuqing's cultivation and willpower, he couldn't help but shudder. There was a strong sense of grief, self-deprecation, anger, disbelief, the humiliation of being deceived, that strong sense of unwillingness. All these emotions were intertwined together. Anyone who heard the sentence would feel their hair stand on end. Xianxia called out to Chu Yang twice, but Chu Yang didn't respond at all. Chu Yang's ears perked up as he listened to the Dharma Supreme's words. He was completely focused and didn't get distracted at all. He didn't hear Xianxia's call at all, his whole mind was already immersed in this story. This was the first time Chu Yang heard the story of the Tribulation Sword Master and his brothers. Hearing the Dharma Supreme's words, imagining the unreserved trust between brothers, absolute loyalty and respect for Big Brother, Chu Yang was touched and suddenly thought of his own brothers. My brothers are definitely not inferior to all of you. My brothers also treat me the same, but I'm different from all of you, I won't treat my brothers that way. At that time, Big Brother said that I was right, all of you can't move now because I had drugged you. I had drugged you with soul poisoning powder. The Dharma Supreme laughed lightly and shook his head. Silence fell. Sigh. Soul poisoning powder. Even though Bu Liuqing and the Dharma Supreme were arch-enemies now, he couldn't help but sigh, not knowing what to say. Soul poisoning powder was a type of medicine that was specially used against supreme martial artists. It was useless against ordinary people. When a person reached supreme martial artist level and above, a second primordial spirit would be formed. All of the inner energy cultivation was used to support the growth of this second primordial spirit. Once the second primordial spirit grew up, it would be the time to collapse the sky and shatter the void. And soul poisoning powder was used to immobilize the second primordial spirit. It was an extremely vicious medicine. Once the second primordial spirit was immobilized, a supreme martial artist would be at the mercy of anyone. Even a 3-year-old child could kill him as long as he had a knife in his hand. Bu Liuqing didn't expect that the master of Tribulation Sword would actually use soul poisoning powder on his brothers. Sigh. The Dharma Supreme also let out a long sigh and said bitterly, "Brother Bu, perhaps tomorrow we will still be mortal enemies, but what I said today is all true." The situation back then is still vivid in my mind. Every word that was said has been repeated hundreds of thousands of times in my ears. Everyone's tone, everyone's expression, even if I were to live for another 1,000,000 years, I will definitely not forget it. He looked at the starry sky in a daze and said, "It's always lonely at the top." This sentence really makes sense. All these years, I wanted to find someone to talk to, but I couldn't find anyone. Buluqing nodded deeply and said, "I believe you." The Dharma Supreme laughed and continued, "When Big Brother said that, all of us were stunned. Our first reaction was that Big Brother was joking. Second brother said, 'Big Brother, what are you playing at? Quickly get us to stand up, we will give you a good beating.' Big Brother shook his head and said, 'I have a few words, a few things that I want to talk to you guys about today. I had no choice but to do this. I wanted to let you guys listen to me quietly.' Therefore, all of us said, 'What can't you just sit up and touch the bottom of the wine cup? You even had to restrain us, Big Brother, you are too much.' But until then, all of us knew that there was absolutely nothing going on. Big Brother would definitely not harm us. Even Diwu Chochang, who was the most resourceful among us, said, 'I believe the things that Big Brother says will make us move.'" The Dharma Supreme laughed. Diwu Chochang. Hearing this name, Buluqing was finally shocked and said, "You are one of the tribulations from 30,000 years ago." The Dharma Supreme ignored him and continued, "Big Brother said, everyone knows that I am the Master of Tribulation's sword, and everyone knows that the mission of the Master of Tribulation's sword is to reform the heavens. However, there is one thing that all of you don't know. The Master of Tribulation's sword has another mission, which is to use the power of millions of dead souls to mend the heavens for 10,000 years. To ensure that the heavens will not collapse in 10,000 years. At that time, everyone was very excited and very moved, saying, "This is a good thing, the merit is in the present, the benefits are in the future, for the sake of happiness for thousands of years to come. How can we brothers be willing to fall behind others? Although all of us have killed countless people, all of us have a clear conscience. We are worthy of the world." Big Brother said. Big Brother said. The Dharma Supreme's voice trembled slightly and then returned to normal. He said, "Big Brother said, but this mission can only be completed by myself, and I need all of your help." At this point, the Dharma Supreme should have paused for a moment, but he continued without hesitation. When Big Brother said this, the brothers immediately felt that something was amiss. All of them were dumbfounded. Diwu Chochang laughed dryly and said, "Big Brother, don't tell me you want to kill us?" Big Brother said that I don't want to kill you. But I need your souls. Only your souls can mend the crack in the heavens. Diwu Chochang was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "If we mend the heavens, what about you, Big Brother?" Big Brother said, "I've made up for the heavens, and the power of virtue I've gained is enough for me to break through to the level where I can collapse the sky and break the void. At that time, I'll naturally leave this world and enter another world to cultivate, or to work hard and start a new life. I heard that it is a paradise where you can have anything you want. Only those who have the merit to mend the heavens can enter. Big Brother said that your efforts are worth it." At this point, the Dharma Supreme finally fell silent. His throat trembled violently as he laughed bitterly. His laughter was hoarse. "Paradise?" Xianxia sent a telepathic message to Chu Yang, puzzled. Chu Yang shook his head slowly. This was too strange. Chu Yang knew very well that there was no such thing as a paradise. Could it be that this tribulation sword master was deceived? But, who could deceive this tribulation sword master? Could it be the sword spirit? Chu Yang was deep in thought. His consciousness sank into the tribulation space. The sword spirit was still cultivating in seclusion. It could be seen that his body was becoming more and more solid. Chu Yang was puzzled. If there was such a thing, then the sword spirit would definitely deceive him. But until now, the sword spirit had not mentioned it. Outside, the Dharma Supreme's hoarse voice sounded. His voice was still indifferent, but there was a hint of reluctance in it. At this time, the old fool asked, "Big Brother, when you go to the new world, can I still follow you?" I can't bear to leave you. Ha ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. At this point, the Dharma Supreme suddenly laughed maniacally. He laughed so hard that he bent over and tears rolled down his cheeks. He had always been calm and composed. Even when he was narrating such a tragic story, such a cruel betrayal, he was still so calm and composed that it was frightening. However, when he spoke of this little, he suddenly laughed crazily and bitterly. Wu Qianxian couldn't help but shed tears as she listened to his miserable laughter. At that point, I still can't believe that boss would harm him. I can't even bear to part with him and still want to follow him. I still want to. Ha ha ha. The Dharma Supreme laughed maniacally as blood spurted out from his mouth. He wiped it off with his hand and continued to laugh uncontrollably as tears streamed down his face. He laughed heartily, trembling as he looked at Buluqing. He grinned, completely disregarding his image, and gritted his teeth as he said stubbornly, "You have brothers? I have one too. I have one too. I have more than you. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Ha ha ha. How can I not believe it?" Buluqing sighed. The feelings of tribulation have always moved the heavens and the earth. Part of the strength of the tribulation sword's master in mending the heavens is this feeling of not giving up even in life and death. The Dharma Supreme laughed out loud. He wiped his tears and laughed heartily. At that time, all the brothers didn't say anything. Only Boss said, "Little, I'm afraid I can't bring you along." Little was very disappointed and said, "Why?" Boss said, "Because after I use your soul to mend the heavens, you will die. But I'm still alive, so I can't bring you along." At that time, Little was very disappointed. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. He was very disappointed. He wasn't afraid, he was just disappointed. He said, "Boss, I can't bear to part with all of you." Boss said, "You don't have to be reluctant, because all of you will die together." At this point, the Dharma Supreme finally stopped. He was panting heavily, and beads of perspiration were slowly seeping out from his smooth forehead. When he was fighting with Buluqing earlier, the sky was spinning and the earth was spinning, but he didn't sweat or pant heavily. However, at this moment, he was panting heavily just by telling a story. We all fell silent. Then, Diwu Chochang asked, "Boss, when did you find out about this?" When this question came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Time is too important. Boss said, "From the moment I obtained the first fragment of the Sword of Calamity, I already knew." When he said this, all the brothers suddenly stopped talking. They were all panting heavily, very, very heavily. After pausing for a long time, second brother asked a question. At that time, I remember very clearly that second brother seemed to have used all his strength to ask that question. He even stuttered a little and his voice was very trembling. He asked, "So, all these years, you've been lying to us? You brought the brothers to fight together, brought us up to the heavens, just so you could use our souls to mend the heavens. Then, you would collect the power of merit from the mend of the heavens and go to another paradise? All this time, you have been lying to us, using us?" When second brother said this, all the brothers pricked up their ears. Although everyone already knew that this was a foregone conclusion, they still wanted to hear Boss say no. Because then, even if we died, we wouldn't be so sad. Boss sighed and said, "I also know that I have let all of you down, but I really want to go to that world. The temptation to me is too great. It has been hard on all of you to follow me for so many years, to serve me, to risk your lives for me, to do everything for me. But I have been lying to all of you, using all of you. I also feel very guilty in my heart. Really, I feel that I have let all of you down." When he said this, everyone was stunned. Then, at that time, I seemed to have heard the sound of my heart breaking very clearly. I cried. Before that, I only had joy, only satisfaction and happiness. I had never cried before, but that day, after hearing this sentence, I cried. I sobbed. Boss continued to say emotionally, "Second brother, for me, when the steel knife came slashing at you, you threw yourself on my back and blocked the knife for me, almost dying. Third brother, for me, you once tested the poison with your own body and was poisoned to the point that you couldn't even speak for half a year. Fourth brother, for me, you didn't hesitate to use yourself as a hostage and allowed yourself to be captured without a fight. You were slashed 10 times on your body and your blood almost ran dry, just so that I could live, so that I could escape. Fifth brother, for me, you divined the fate of the heavens and your hair turned white overnight. Sixth brother, I know that you like Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao is your childhood sweetheart, I also know that. That day, when I pretended that I didn't know what happened between the two of you and pretended to be drunk and told you that I liked Xiaoxiao, You immediately backed out and went to the brothel the next day. You didn't hesitate to break Xiaoxiao's heart to fulfill my wish and let her marry me. This caused you to be unhappy all your life and never get married. Even when carrying on the family line, you took in a foster. Seventh brother, brothers, I will never forget all of your kindness to me. I am proud to have all of you. And touched. Really? Eldest brother recounted the merits of our brothers one by one. He spoke very emotionally and even shed tears. But at that time I only felt a bone-chilling coldness in my heart. I don't know what they were thinking, but I think that since my heart had already turned cold, they may not be as warm as me. The Dharma Supreme grinned and laughed as if he was crying. If it were me, my heart would have turned cold too. Our brothers have done so many things for you, risking their lives for you, risking their lives for you, giving up everything for you, giving up everything for you. From an unknown person to the current master of the heavens, you actually want to kill them without a second word. Moreover, you want to use the lives of our brothers to exchange for a bright future for yourself. Is this F*** still human? Moreover, you even used despicable means to take advantage of our brother's feelings to steal someone else's fiancée. Buluchin couldn't believe that such a person actually existed in this world. There was only one thing that he was curious about. How could such a person become the master of the Calamity Sword? How could he have such hot-blooded men to help him? How could he have such sincere feelings for him? This was something that was completely unimaginable. Not only was Buluchin puzzled, Xi Xieching and Wu Qianxian were also extremely puzzled. As the master of the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang was even more puzzled. This was too incomprehensible. To be able to do this, how deep must one's heart be to be able to deceive others for their entire life? Then eldest brother said, "Brothers, since you have already done so much for me, now I only ask of you to do one last thing for me. Give me your souls and fulfill my wish. We will be good brothers for all eternity." F***ck. Buluchin couldn't help but curse, what kind of beast is this? The Dharma Supreme smiled faintly. When Buluchin got angry, the Dharma Supreme regained his usual calmness and said, eldest brother said at once. Seeing that the brothers didn't say anything, he continued, actually, I didn't let all of you down. I brought all of you up to the heavens and helped you build big clans. Do you know? Your grandchildren will live and reproduce in the heavens for 10,000 years. 10,000 years, what kind of clan can have 10,000 years of glory? Although I don't claim credit for all these, if all of you didn't become a tribulation, where would such an opportunity come from? What's more, when have you ever lacked my help in every step you took? When did all of you lack my elixirs? My heavy elixirs, each of you ate more than one, right? My incomplete heavy elixirs, each of you should have at least 100 of them, right? Those elixirs that can increase your cultivation were all given by me. If not for me, how could all of you reach 7th grade supreme martial artist at such a young age? This is enough for all of you to be proud of. All I want now is for you to give up your souls. Why are all of you not saying anything for such a small matter? In the past, when all of you risked your lives for me, it was much more dangerous than now, but all of you were willing to do it. At that time all of you could have died at any time. Why are all of you so unwilling now? Brothers, could it be that all of you have a change of heart because of glory and wealth? The Dharma Supreme's expression gradually returned to its initial calmness. Spiritual energy started to gather in his innate meridians. He slowly straightened his back, with his hands behind his back and his long hair fluttering in the wind. Gazing at the dawn that was about to break, he said indifferently, Brother Bu, although you are my enemy, thank you for our talk tonight. Buluchin smiled bitterly. Actually, you should have talked to Wu Jiuqing. The Dharma Supreme smiled and shook his head lightly. Sad people can't talk to sad people. I also have a desire to confide in him and so does he. When the two of us are together, no matter how you listen to it, it's just the same story. When you know about yourself, you also know about him. What else is there to talk about? He laughed and took a step forward. His figure was still in front of him but his real body was already a few thousand feet away. Brother Bu, I'll wait for you to come and find me anytime for a battle to the death. If you don't come and find me, I'll find you after I recover. Buluchin didn't give chase. He let out a long sigh and stomped his feet. Then, he suddenly flew up and disappeared without a trace. With a swoosh, 3 people appeared at the place where Buluqing and the Dharma Supreme were talking. Chuyang, Xianxia, and Wu Qianqian. Chuyang frowned and let out a long sigh. So, this is the Tribulation Sword Master. Xianxia also said meaningfully, so, this is the Tribulation Sword Master. She turned and looked at Chuyang. Chuyang, what did you think of? Chuyang took a deep breath and smiled indifferently. Let's wait and see. Xianxia laughed and said, but, I may not be able to see it. Chuyang said indifferently, you will see it in the future. It's useless to say anything now. I promise that I won't treat my brothers like this. Do you believe me? No. For 10,000 years, the 8 generations of Tribulation Sword Masters have been like this. How can you, Chuyang, be an exception, but I, Chuyang, must be an exception, I must be an exception. As someone who has died once, I'd rather die than do such despicable, shameless, and dirty things. Xianxia smiled meaningfully. Wu Qianqian opened her eyes and looked at the two in confusion. She didn't understand what they were talking about. Let's go. Let's go back. Xianxia smiled faintly and was about to grab the two of them and fly back. At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened. The sky was about to brighten. However, Xianxia's hand, which was about to grab the two of them, suddenly loosened. She looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Chuyang and Wu Qianqian couldn't help but look up. At the edge of the sky, where the morning sun rose, a purple cloud was moving rapidly. In almost an instant, it was above their heads. Chuyang was astonished. He had never seen a cloud that could fly so fast. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, followed by lightning and thunder. The light that had just appeared on the horizon was immediately suppressed. The sound of thunder was like a dull drumbeat, constantly beating in the sky above their heads. The 3 of them felt oppressed and heavy in their hearts at the same time, as if something bad was going to happen. The clouds were getting lower and lower. The pressure was getting heavier and heavier. Xianxia's expression became more and more solemn. Chuyang muttered, what is this? Is this, the power of heaven? Xianxia bit her lips and silently looked at the clouds that were getting lower and lower, as if they had condensed into a solid form. Suddenly, she struck Wu Qianqian's neck with her palm. Wu Qianqian fainted without making a sound. What are you doing? Chuyang was shocked. Xianxia looked at Chuyang with a complicated expression and said softly, they are here to find me. The existence of my Baidu Tiaba Qihong has affected the balance of the heavens. And I used the heavenly sun purple cloud in my attack just now. I was discovered. This matter cannot be known to Qianqian. Chuyang was shocked and tongue-tied. Then what should we do? Xianxia took a breath and said, for experts like us, no matter which plane we are in, we can't destroy the balance of the plane. If we just stay there, there won't be any problems. But once we reveal enough power to destroy the balance, we will be punished. If I were a native, it would be easier, but I didn't go. And Buluqing and the Dharma Supreme are the top figures of this heavens. So, when I intervened in their battle, it became such a situation. Chuyang was shocked. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Since you already knew, why did you still intervene? Xianxia's expression was a little complicated. She said, I have to leave sooner or later. Now, it's just a little earlier than expected. The only difference is that I can leave on my own, or I can be caught by someone. Chuyang raised his eyebrows. Caught? Yes. Usually, when there is such a situation, you will be caught and not be put in a spot. It's just that you are not allowed to stay here any longer. Xianxia looked deeply at Chuyang and said softly, Chuyang, you must take care. You must take care. What if I don't let you go? Chuyang asked in a low voice. Xianxia's delicate body trembled and she smiled bitterly. You won't let me go? This is heaven's authority. Chuyang sneered. In my life, I have always been going against heaven. Heaven's authority? So what if I offend it one more time? Xianxia sighed in her heart. How could she not know that she would be caught if she revealed her true strength today? But she didn't dare to stay any longer, especially beside Chuyang. Xianxia had never spent so much time with a young man in her life. And she had never appreciated and loved any other young man as much as she did Chu Yang. Since the Black Blood Forest, she took pleasure in torturing Chu Yang. Although she was also collecting the Tao state energy, she also wanted to see how far this stubborn young man could go. But she didn't expect that no matter what, as long as it was a battle, Chu Yang would be full of energy. No matter how cruel it was, no matter how many times he failed, Chu Yang's fighting spirit would only be higher and would never diminish. The more he was defeated, the braver he became. Along the way, Xianxia also continuously squeezed Chu Yang's bottom line. She even thought, when I force out your last bit of potential, can you still be so stubborn? But all the way to Tianji City, even though Chu Yang was exhausted and battered every day, he had never once said a single word of apology. The most terrible thing was that even when he said soft words, he was actually teasing her. Xianxia became more and more unconvinced and her attacks became more and more ruthless. Chu Yang's resistance also increased and became more and more tenacious. Until Chu Yang reached Tianji City, the two of them fought more frequently. Xianxia couldn't squeeze out all of Chu Yang's potential. Until that time when Chu Yang was breaking through, Xianxia had no choice but to use the cruelest method to help him. Xianxia absolutely believed that even a supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand such a cruel punishment, but Chu Yang came up with his own idea and thought of a way to torture her. But he managed to withstand it and even broke through. At that moment, Xianxia almost shed tears. It was at that time that Xianxia felt that her state of mind had changed. In the past, she was a loner. Other than wanting to repay a debt of gratitude and wanting to see her benefactor and say thank you, she never had any other concerns. His heart was like flowing water that rose and fell with the flow of the water. His will was like the white clouds that rolled freely, free and unrestrained. But from that day onwards, her heart seemed to have an additional concern. And this concern was Chu Yang. She even had a thought, I don't want Chu Yang to go through such pain again. That was why she helped Chu Yang do this and that. She even brought Chu Yang out today to let him watch the supreme martial artist peak battle to pave the way for his future and to reduce his bottleneck. But after that period of time, Xianxia felt that she couldn't let go. Sometimes, she would even dream about it. At this moment, Xianxia finally felt that something was wrong. That was why she suddenly decided to expose her strength today and wanted to leave this place. He was going to leave anyway. It didn't matter if he left sooner or later. Since that was the case, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. Although she hadn't replenished her Tao state energy, what she had now was enough for her to withstand the heavenly wrath once and then enter the great Tao void to replenish her Tao state energy. If she continued to stay, she was afraid that she would feel even more uncomfortable. If she wanted to stay but couldn't bear to leave after replenishing her Tao state energy, that would be truly uncomfortable. That was why she didn't hesitate to attract the heavenly wrath's punishment to save herself from this emotional whirlpool. Although it would be very painful. Xianxia really didn't want to let herself be immersed in this emotional whirlpool, but just now, Xianxia heard Chu Yang say, "What if I don't let you go?" When he heard this, his heart suddenly felt sour, but it also felt sweet. For a moment, she actually had mixed feelings. But she immediately controlled herself and didn't say anything. "You will be punished for going against the heavens," Xianxia said softly. She gently reached out her hand and touched Chu Yang's face. She said softly, "After I leave, don't miss me. Live well and live your life well." Chu Yang stared at her and said irritably, "Didn't you hear? I mean, what if I don't let you go? What can I do to make you stay?" He actually started to question her. If it was in normal times, Xianxia would usually give him a slap and then kick him on his butt to make him fly in the air again. But now, Xianxia felt a wave of satisfaction in her heart. She actually felt a little sweet towards this rough reprimand. She bit her lips and her eyes were filled with a satisfied smile. She said softly, "There's no other way." Chu Yang was stunned. A thunderclap resounded in the sky. A majestic sound of thunder rolled over. It seemed to be coming from afar. It gradually resounded above their heads, deafening their ears. At the same time, a huge golden hand suddenly stretched out from the clouds in the sky. It carried a majestic aura that could not be defied as it violently grabbed down. A voice said indifferently in the sky, "How dare you, lowly servant? How dare you break the balance of space? Quickly follow me. Back to be interrogated. Xianxia's face turned pale and her lips trembled. Then, she looked deeply at Chu Yang's face and suddenly grabbed Xu Yang and Wu Qianqian and threw them far away. Wu Qianqian flew far away and landed on a flat ground. She fainted unscathed. Go back. Xianxia stood on a high ground, her white clothes and hair flying. She shouted at Chu Yang. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to her and ran back. Xianxia's gaze was complicated. She bit her plump lips and looked at Chu Yang's running figure. There seemed to be tears in her eyes. The huge golden hand in the sky suddenly descended and grabbed at Xianxia. Xianxia did not move. She just looked at Chu Yang's running figure in a daze. She did not dodge the huge hand in the sky. It was about to grab Xianxia's shoulder, and Chu Yang was still 400 feet away. The huge golden hand emitted a bright golden light and covered Xianxia's body. Xianxia's face showed a trace of pain. She slowly rose up and opened her mouth toward Chu Yang, who was running on the ground. She seemed to be saying something. Chu Yang could not hear it. Looking at her mouth, she seemed to be saying take care. Chu Yang felt a sudden pain in his heart. He howled like a wounded beast. He looked up to the sky and roared. With a swoosh, he pulled out Calamity Sword. Then, he let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. At this moment, Chu Yang used all his strength, all his potential and all his willpower to launch the most powerful attack since he started his cultivation journey. The long sword instantly formed a huge storm. Chu Yang roared hoarsely, one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? A sharp will buried deep does not change. A gathering of wind and clouds is the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous for all eternity. Wind and clouds move from east to west. The sun and the moon are my lightning generals, splitting mountains and breaking peaks. The sky is blood red, a blade that crosses the sky for 10,000 years. This road leads to the netherworld, cutting off the sentimental traveler. Everything ends where the blade is. Iron walls and bronze walls fight without end. What more can one ask for in life? Clouds gather together. You have no worries when I'm alive. The crazy sword aura formed a torrent. They shot up from the ground in a majestic manner, leaving behind a dazzling rainbow in the air. They carried an indestructible will and a determination that would rather die than regret as they shot towards the giant golden hand in the air. You want to leave? I won't stop you. But you have to leave by yourself. We can't be captured. Chu Yang shouted crazily. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard of the Calamity Sword all let out excited sword cries. This was the first time the four parts of the sword had worked together to attack. A piercingly cold murderous aura instantly froze the vast sky. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She struggled with all her might and shouted, "Don't!" It actually broke free from the golden hand and flew down. Eh? In midair, it seemed to be surprised that Xianxia was able to break free from its grasp. The golden hand paused for a moment before continuing to grab her. However, he saw Chu Yang's sword light attacking him like a thunderbolt. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Eh?" Then, he turned his big hand and slapped it towards Chu Yang. Then, he said in a dignified voice, "You're just a grain of rice, yet you dare to offend the heavenly might. Die." Xianxia let out a shrill cry and shot out like a bolt of lightning. It was obvious that she was burning with anxiety. She was not even a match for this huge golden hand. Chu Yang was just a speck of light that was the size of a grain of rice, and he actually attacked it. Wasn't this courting death? However, Chu Yang was already flying at full speed towards her. That huge golden hand also passed by Xianxia. It grabbed at Chu Yang fiercely. Xianxia couldn't make it in time. In a moment of desperation, she shouted, "I'll go back with you. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Don't hurt him. I was going to leave, but I don't have enough Tao state power to break the barrier." Did you hear that? I'm willing to go back with you. However, that huge golden hand was completely indifferent. It continued to grab at Chu Yang. That voice said indifferently, "Those who offend the heavenly might, die." Xianxia instantly panicked and felt heartache. "Chu Yang, I told you not to be rash." But you, her body was still charging forward, but her mind seemed to have gone blank, as if she had lost consciousness. Chu Yang roared furiously. The 10 moves of the tribulation sword technique merged into an unprecedented torrent and hit the huge golden hand in an instant. The huge golden hand paused for a moment and pushed forward. In the clouds, that voice suddenly let out an ah. It wasn't painful, but it was full of shock. Then, the huge golden hand suddenly shrank back. Even its strength seemed to have disappeared. Chu Yang's tribulation sword came into contact with the huge golden hand. With a bang, Chu Yang felt as if he had directly hit a huge mountain made of star steel. The rebounding force in that instant made Chu Yang cry out and fly back. However, with this contact, that huge golden hand suddenly retracted its strength. How sharp was the tribulation sword? Not to mention the power of 10 moves of the tribulation sword technique at the same time, countless strands of tribulation sword chi exploded on the giant hand. With a boom, a finger of the giant golden hand was severed from its body. The finger fell down and landed on the ground. It actually smashed out. A deep hole lay at the bottom of the hole. In midair, that voice let out another eh, and the huge golden hand stopped in midair. Xianxia rushed over and saw Chu Yang lying on the ground with a pale face, bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was already unconscious and on the verge of death. Looking at his injuries, it was obvious that his internal organs were severely damaged. Xianxia bit her lip and hurriedly treated his injuries. She was worried about that huge golden hand. As she channeled her energy into Chu Yang, she looked up and said, "Please don't move for the time being. Let me treat his injuries first. Okay?" There was actually a hint of pleading in her voice. For Xianxia, who had been strong all her life, this was the first time she spoke to someone like this. The voice in midair didn't speak, but that huge golden hand stopped in midair and didn't move. After a long while, that deep voice said, "Your Tao state energy is insufficient? You can't break through the space barrier?" As Xianxia treated Chu Yang's injuries, she said, "Yes." That voice muttered to himself, "But why is this little one holding the Emperor's sword? Could he be the Emperor?" Suddenly, he snorted and said, "Then leave this place immediately after you finish collecting the Tao state energy and replenish it." Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "Okay. Once I finish collecting, I'll leave immediately." That voice snorted and said, "I'll keep an eye on you. If you don't leave by then, don't blame me for being merciless." Suddenly, with a whoosh, the dark clouds shrank back. Then, the dark clouds that filled the sky suddenly rose up and disappeared. In the far east, a red sun rose. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. Xianxia was actually stunned. What was going on? This messenger, why did he leave so easily? He had come with such great momentum, yet he had actually given up and left. Not only that, he had even left behind half of his finger. This was too unbelievable. Such a powerful person actually left after being hurt by Chu Yang, who was like an ant in his eyes, as Xianxia hurried to treat Chu Yang's injuries. She carefully thought about this and couldn't understand. Suddenly, she remembered a sentence that the voice had said, "But this little one, why is he holding the Emperor's sword? Could it be that he went to?" Suddenly, her heart trembled. Could it be because of Chu Yang, the Emperor's sword? What emperor? What level of emperor was he? Chu Yang actually held the Emperor's sword. What did this sentence mean? If this was the case, the one who folded the heavens continent back then must be this emperor, and the calamity sword was this emperor's sword? All the previous masters of the calamity sword had always. Xianxia was lost in her thoughts, her heart was very confused. With a muffled groan, Chu Yang woke up. Before he opened his eyes, he suddenly sat up. But it affected his injuries and he couldn't help but groan in pain. He opened his eyes and saw Xianxia in front of him. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. "You weren't captured? He was chased away by you?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She revealed a gentle smile and said softly, "He was chased away by you." Chu Yang laughed and shook his head. "Don't I know my own limits? I don't have such great capabilities." Suddenly, he blinked his eyes and said shamelessly, "Big Sister Z, your voice was so gentle just now. It gave me goosebumps." Xianxia was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. She raised her eyebrows and glared at him. She stretched out her hand and grabbed his ear. With a crack, she twisted it. "If you know your own limits, why did you not care about your life and bump into it?" Do you know that you will die if you do that? Chu Yang grimaced. Ouch, 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 say it if it hurts. Xianxia added more strength and roared fiercely. Chu Yang turned his head in the direction where his ear was being twisted. He grinned and scratched his head. He laughed. It's only after I bumped into it that I realized my own limits. Before I bumped into it, I didn't. Xianxia wanted to flare up and twist his ears again, but for some unknown reason, she suddenly felt like laughing. She let out a chuckle. Chu Yang felt as if he had been pardoned. Big sister, quickly let go of your hand. Don't tire yourself out. That would be my fault. Xianxia finally let go of her hand. She smiled and said, if you're afraid of pain, behave yourself in the future. Chu Yang rolled a few steps away. He bowed and said with a bitter face, yes, yes, I won't dare to do it in the future. Sigh. Why are you like my mother? Xianxia said angrily, what did you say? Chu Yang covered his head and fled. After a round of laughter, it was as if the previous incident didn't happen at all. Neither of them mentioned that Xianxia was leaving. But both of them seemed to feel that there was something more in their hearts, something more change, and the relationship between the two of them seemed to be a little different, but Chu Yang was wise and didn't continue to think about it. Xianxia also suppressed this feeling deep in her heart. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to be with each other. Chu Yang laughed and was about to carry Wu Qianshan back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized that there was a big pit in front of him. Chu Yang went forward to take a look and saw that there was actually golden light inside. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, I don't know what kind of luck you have to have such a good thing. Quickly go down and bring it up, this is your spoils of war. My spoils of war? Chu Yang was surprised. When the golden finger fell down, he had already fainted. Naturally, he didn't know that he could create such an earth-shattering result. Although the other party went easy on him, Chu Yang picked it up with a poof and immediately groaned at the bottom of the pit. F***ck, my injuries haven't healed yet. I can't move it. What is this thing, it's too heavy. Then, he threw an incomplete version of the heavy pill into his mouth. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. She said, if you can't move it, then you can stay down here. I'll go and get Xianxian. With a whoosh, she left. This woman. Chu Yang secretly scolded. Xianxia pretended not to hear and left. Chu Yang sat down below and mobilized his internal energy to heal his injuries. Then, he suddenly realized that when he was mobilizing his internal energy, he suddenly felt that there was an increase in the amount of internal energy in the air. The pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into his mouth and nose, almost suffocating him. Where did such rich and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth come from? Chu Yang opened his eyes in shock, only to see rich spiritual energy coming out of the golden thing. As he breathed, the spiritual energy turned into two long dragons and rushed towards his nostrils. It wasn't a waste at all. The serious injuries in his body were almost instantly healed by the incomplete version of the heavy pill. When this spiritual energy rushed in, he actually recovered instantly and his cultivation even improved. It was only a few breaths. F***ck. Chu Yang jumped up in shock. What good thing is this? It's so awesome. He hurried over. He pulled it and looked at it. This thing was the size of a millstone, but it was heavy and weighed a total of 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms. Chu Yang scratched his head and walked around this thing. He said to himself, why does it look like the pad of a finger? This piece on the edge, could it be a fingernail? But where can there be such a big hand? Suddenly, he remembered the big hand that grabbed Xianxia before he fainted. He couldn't help but tremble. Could this be from that big hand? He recalled Xianxia's words, those are your spoils of war. Chu Yang cursed. His eyes widened. Am I really that awesome? You actually managed to chop off a piece of this huge hand? Chu Yang felt a lingering fear in his heart as he thought of the world-destroying might of that big hand. He felt that his calves were about to cramp up. His legs felt weak, and his back felt cold. He sat down on the ground with a plop sound. Beads of cold sweat continuously appeared on his forehead. Oh my God! Minister Chu muttered. Chu Yang gazed at this half-severed finger as he pondered. Looking at the power of the golden hand, his sword was powerful. But it shouldn't have hurt him. Why did he chop off a piece of it? There was something strange about this matter. This half of the gold finger ended along with Xianxia. Surprisingly, the spiritual aura on it no longer emanated, and it returned to being a quiet, millstone-sized, finger. Xianxia stretched out his hand, and tried to poke it. He discovered that this thing actually had a faint elasticity. It doesn't feel like human flesh. Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. At this moment, Xianxia's telepathic voice rang in his ears. Keep the gold finger. We're going back. Xianxia responded with an "oh." He hurriedly kept the gold finger into the space. As soon as he opened the space, he saw the sword spirit asking excitedly, "What good stuff did you get? Why is it so powerful? I could feel it even when I was in seclusion." Xianxia rolled his eyes. Then he heard the sword spirit exclaim, "Oh my god! Isn't this a divine bone?" Xianxia was startled. He asked, "What divine bone?" The sword spirit looked at the gold finger greedily and murmured, "Divine bone." Oh my god, annoyed, Xianxia picked up this half-severed finger and threw it into the space. It hit the sword spirit squarely in the face. The sword spirit nimbly fell to the ground with a loud thud. His mouth was stuffed by the gold finger, but he still managed to mutter, "Oh, the Star Lake. I'm so happy." Xianxia was speechless. The sword spirit finally moved it away from his face. Suddenly, he cried, "But I'm in pain too." "What are you in pain about?" Xianxia wondered. "Didn't you just say you're so happy?" The sword spirit said painfully, "I said I saw the divine bone and I'm so happy. But I'm cultivating my spirit now, so I can't absorb the power in it. I'm in pain." Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "I've been worried that you'll steal it." "You can't absorb it? That's great." The sword spirit was speechless. He stopped talking. His silence piqued Xianxia's interest. "What's the use of this divine bone?" The sword spirit said, "It's very useful. You can cultivate it. The spiritual energy emanating from it is the most original spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This large piece is probably enough for you to absorb for a while. Also, after you've absorbed the spiritual energy, you can refine this divine bone a little and it'll become a divine weapon. Its hardness and sharpness can be called the best in this heaven apart from the tribulation sword." "So good?" Xianxia was excited. "You can go to sleep now. I'm in seclusion." The sword spirit was speechless and defended himself. He rolled his eyes and continued his seclusion. Xianxia jumped out of the pit and saw Xianxia looking at him curiously. She asked, "Xianxia, why did you jump into the pit?" Before Xianxia could answer, Xianxia said, "He was smacked down by me." Xianxia was shocked. The three of them packed up. Xianxia grabbed one of them with each hand and tore open the space with the other. She stepped back. Feng Yuro and Xianxia had already searched the entire Tianji city but couldn't find Xianxia. Both of them knew that as long as Xianxia said Xianxia was fine, then she was really fine. But if they didn't see their disciple alive in front of them, they wouldn't be at ease. Seeing that the sun had already risen, the couple sat in Jiaxiu building, speechless. "Where did she go?" Feng Yuro asked, "Did the elder lie to us?" Xianxia said, "Definitely not. With that elder's cultivation, she probably wouldn't be interested in lying to us." Although he said so, his eyes were still looking at the door. Feng Yuro said, "That's true." At this moment, a clear and cold voice said, "Catch your disciple." Then, there was a whoosh. With a whoosh, a figure flew in through the window from the sky and landed in Feng Yuro's arms. Feng Yuro was overjoyed. She said, "Thank you, elder." Xianxia said, "You're welcome. Goodbye." Feng Yuro hurried out with Xianxia in her arms. Elder, I still have something to ask you." When she came out, there was no one in front of her. She couldn't help but feel lost. Xianxia comforted her from behind. "This elder doesn't have any ill intentions towards us. We'll have a chance to meet her. Since she said so, she'll definitely have a way to help us. Besides, we've been here for so many years, why would we care about a little more time?" Feng Yuro sighed and said, "You don't know. Every time I see other women carrying their children happily, I'm so envious. Sigh. At this moment, Wu Qianqian in her arms moaned and woke up. Are you alright, Qianqian? What happened? Feng Yuro asked with concern. At the same time, she checked her disciple's body. After circulating her internal energy, she was relieved. Her disciple's clothes were neat and tidy, and she was still a virgin. She definitely didn't encounter those terrible things. Wu Qianqian said, I don't know either. It's just that, from Wu Qianqian's mouth, this matter was of course all the fault of the Lan clan. Moreover, after she was drugged, she was saved by Xianxia. Then, Xianxia brought her to look for Chu Yang. It was Chu Yang who went through a lot of trouble to successfully detoxify her without ruining her reputation, and so on. This Chu Yang is really a good child. He's really a kind and honest perfected lord. Feng Yuro sighed. Who are you talking about? Chu Yang? Yu Lingxue frowned and said, which Chu Yang? How many Chu Yangs do you know? Feng Yuro frowned and asked. I know. The sweetheart of Ning Tianya and Bu Liuqing's disciple. His name is Chu Yang. Yu Lingxue's expression was strange. He said, could it be him? The sweetheart of Ning Tianya and Bu Liuqing's disciple? Wu Qianqian was stunned. Was there such a coincidence? Who was Ning Tianya and Bu Liuqing's disciple? Immediately. Under the questioning of Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, Wu Qianqian followed what she had discussed with Xianxia. Her answer was flawless. Moreover, she also said that the two 8th-grade martial saints of the Yi clan had once ambushed her at the Shuiyu Lake and wanted to kill her. And, of course, she was saved by Chu Yang that time. The two venerables were filled with boundless gratitude towards Chu Yang and at the same time, were furious at the Yi clan. Xianxia knew that Feng Yuro was going to ask her about having children. But now, after Chu Yang's explanation, she was most afraid that Moon Breeze would ask her about having children. How could she not quickly escape? If he was caught and asked about this matter, it would be extremely embarrassing. He wouldn't even have a place to put his face. Besides, she was still carrying Chu Yang with her other hand. Now that she had already sent Wu Qianqian down, it seemed inappropriate to carry Chu Yang with one hand. She might as well hug him. Chu Yang was in luck this time. He only felt that he was suddenly surrounded by a soft and fragrant body. Minister Chu nestled happily in Xianxia's arms, pretending to be asleep. He was even murmuring in his sleep. His face, however, intentionally or unintentionally, moved closer to Xianxia's towering chest. Finally, touched, happiness, young Master Chu almost fainted. So big, so firm, so soft, just as he was intoxicated, he was suddenly thrown to the ground with a bang. Immediately after, he was kicked in the butt and fell flat on his face. He only heard Xianxia scolding, "Stinky hooligan." Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly. When he opened his eyes, he saw that they had already returned to the orchard palace. But in the next moment, Chu Yang and Xianxia were both stunned. Why was the door of the orchard palace wide open? It was so noisy inside. From the looks of it, it was as if there were robbers. The courtyard was in a mess. Chu Lu'er was not in her room. Chu Yang rushed to the door and forced himself to calm down. At this moment, Xianxia felt that Chu Yang had turned from a ball of fire into a ball of ice and snow. The intense change in emotions caused Chu Yang's face to turn pale. He slowly walked into the room and looked around. He saw that Chu Lu'er's door was already broken, but there were no signs of disturbance in the room. Lu'er is a smart child. She did not struggle and followed the other party obediently. She knew that it was useless to struggle. Chu Yang looked at the furnishings in the room and said softly. Xianxia frowned slightly, then frowned slightly, and finally, her eyebrows were tightly knitted. At this moment, a clear murderous aura was emitted from her body. In an instant, it filled the entire Tianji city. If anything happens to Lu'er, no one in the entire Tianji city will be able to survive. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly and she said lightly, I will massacre the entire city. There is a 50% chance that something will happen to Lu'er, and a 50% chance that nothing will happen to her. Chu Yang frowned. It should be done by people from the big clans. They are here to find me and to settle scores with me. When I was not around, they kidnapped Lu'er. They only have one motive, and that is to force me to go over. So, Lu was just implicated by me. Yang smiled coldly. But I still overestimated the people from the big clans. With their status, they actually dared to kidnap a weak little girl. This made my impression of them drop to a freezing point. Since they kidnapped Lu they must have left some clues for me to find. Otherwise, it would be useless to kidnap her. Yang looked at Lu's room. It was empty. After looking at every inch of the room, he walked out and went to his own room. In his own room, it was as if even the ground had been overturned. It was a complete mess. They are looking for the treasures used to bribe me, Yang said quietly. On the table, there was a piece of paper. Yang's eyes flashed and he walked in. He picked it up. When the sun rose in the east, I came to see that you were not around. Your sister is at my place right now. Lord Chu, you can come to Xiaoxiao to bring her back. It was a very plain few words that didn't even express any meaning. There was no purpose. He even said politely, your sister is with me. If you come, you can bring it back. However, Yang knew that things were far from that simple. The note did not even reveal his identity. Xianxia frowned. He muttered, Xiaoxiao? Suddenly he turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Yang calmly stopped her, it's too rash to go over like this. If he's not there, it's useless even if you kill everyone. Then what should we do? Xianxia said angrily, Lu is only an ordinary little girl now. She has no cultivation at all. How can she stand it? Even if you can't bear it, you still have to. I want a living Lu. I will never allow these people to act out of desperation and let anything happen to Lu because of our carelessness. Yang insipidly said, these people are different from ordinary kidnappers. They are from big clans. Their 10,000 years of foundation was not to be trifled with, and they would not be easily threatened. If we force them into a corner, it's not impossible for them to break up. We can't take this risk. Then tell me, what should we do? Xianxia took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I'll go over and take a look at the situation first. Yang said calmly, they must be looking for me to find out the truth of what happened last night. If I go, they will ask me questions, but they won't hurt me for the time being. You follow them later. Once you confirm Lu's location, take action immediately. If you can't confirm it, wait for me to deal with them. Yang said softly. What if it's you? Xianxia said worriedly. You'll be right behind me. If you discover anything unusual, take action immediately. What's there to be worried about? Yang said insipidly. Okay. Xianxia gritted her teeth. She agreed. Xiaoxiao, at Xiaoxiao's place, there was an old man sitting upright. Other than that, there was no one outside. It was like a dead land. The second grandmasters of the big clans were all gathered here. Even Lan Muxue was sitting here with a pale face and weak body. Yi Di had originally planned to conduct a joint interrogation. However, after this matter was exposed, all the big clans had connections and were involved. Therefore, they all came at the same time. Even the Li clan and the Chen clan wanted to know why they had been taken advantage of. As for the organizer, the Zhuge clan, they even wanted to know the reason. Therefore, everyone came without exception. The commotion is a little too big. Yi Di's thin face revealed a bitter smile. He said, it's just interrogating a little monarch, and they actually mobilized a bunch of old bones like us. This matter is really, Xiaoxia said insipidly, this matter is very important. The big clans have already become enemies because of this matter. If we let others relay the news, who will be at ease? As long as the person relaying the news has a little bit of selfishness, it will lead to a huge error. The impact on the big clans is immeasurable. Therefore, not to mention a monarch, even if it's an ordinary person, we must be present. Everyone nodded. But that little girl shouldn't have been captured. Yi Di sighed. We actually need to kidnap her to do our job? I mercilessly broke the legs of those few people who were sent to do this. What the hell? When I heard about this matter, my face turned red from embarrassment. Everyone laughed out loud. This matter was really not handled properly. Where is that little girl? Hand her over so that we can take a look. She's just a little girl, yet you all scared her to this extent. It's really too much. Ling Fengyun chuckled. Yi Di smiled bitterly. I've already instructed them to bring her over. I haven't seen her either. I heard that she's very pitiful, haha, everyone laughed. These people were all people of status. Moreover, each of them was an earth-shattering figure who had gone on a rampage in the martial world for many years. If they really wanted to deal with someone, why would they use such a despicable method like kidnapping? Therefore, they were rather conflicted about this matter. They felt that it would damage their reputation. When they come later, no matter what, hand her over first. Li Xianxia also said, making things difficult for a little girl, your Yi clan is really something. Yi Di snorted. Right at this moment, the wind blew outside. The Dharma Supreme is here. Yi Di stood up at once. Everyone followed suit. Their black robes fluttered. The Dharma Supreme brought 2 people with him. They floated over like the wind. Dharma Supreme. Everyone bowed together. Then, they glanced at the 2 people behind the Dharma Supreme and said, Greetings, guardian elders. The 2 people behind the Dharma Supreme were the 2 killing gods of the law enforcement officers. They were a pair of twin brothers. Once these 2 people attacked, there would be no survivors. In the recent few thousand years, they had rarely appeared. Unexpectedly, the Dharma Supreme actually brought these 2 people out today. Yes, I fought with Buluqing last night and suffered some minor injuries. The Dharma Supreme smiled lightly. The 2 of them were worried and insisted on following me. The Dharma Supreme's divine body is more important. Everyone finally realized. So that was the case. However, if the Dharma Supreme was injured, was Buluqing injured as well? To this question, everyone was very curious but dared not ask. The Dharma Supreme walked in leisurely and said, What exactly is the matter? You actually sent the news over when I'm not even done with the battle? And it's not just one person? Yi Di laughed bitterly. He said, It's about the battle between the big clans last night. Everyone is feeling uneasy, so we found a witness today to understand the whole story. Sorry to trouble the Dharma Supreme to be a witness. He smiled. If it were during normal times, it would not be a big deal if a few people died in a few battles. However, it is now during the medicine banquet and the Dharma Supreme is about to nourish the heavens. If we delay the important matters and affect the Dharma Supreme's nourishment of the heavens, it would be equivalent to helping the Tribulation Sword Master and completely destroying the fate of the big clans. The Dharma Supreme nodded and said, At such a critical juncture, no mistakes can be made. Then, he looked at Lan Muxue and frowned. He said, Muxue, what happened to your injuries? Lan Muxue laughed bitterly and said, Dharma Supreme, I asked for it. I was beaten up. But it was a little too serious. The Dharma Supreme frowned. Was it done by the Moon Breeze couple? No. Lan Muxue sighed repeatedly when he heard the name of the Moon Breeze couple. He originally wanted to use some tricks this time to strengthen the relationship between them. He did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn, and even offend them completely. Why did he have to do this? Not the Moon Breeze couple? Then who is it? This time everyone was also puzzled. Lan Muxue was carried here today. To be able to beat up an 8th grade supreme martial artist to such a state, there were not many people in the world who could do it. It was a mysterious woman. Lan Muxue's eyes were filled with fear. I did not have any ability to retaliate at all. According to speculation, the cultivation level of this mysterious woman, even if compared to the combined forces of Ning Tianya and Buluqing, she is still much stronger. Huh? Everyone was shocked. There was actually such a person in the world? How was this possible? Lan Muxue laughed bitterly and recounted the events of that day. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed and he was deep in thought. In an instant, all the experts of the past tens of thousands of years went through his mind. Finally, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Muxue, if what you said is true, I am afraid you have met a ghost. Because, among the experts of the past tens of thousands of years, there is no one who fits the description of this person. Lan Muxue was stunned. but I have indeed met her. Everyone was deep in thought. At this moment, someone reported from outside, Elder Master, the little girl is here. Yi Di snorted and said, send her in and get lost quickly. The people outside seemed to tremble for a moment. Then, 2 men in black walked in with an adorable little girl. They knelt down and kowtowed twice. Then, they left the girl here and quietly retreated. In an instant, the eyes of Xiao and the 12 supreme martial artists were all on Chu Lu. Chu Lu stood pitifully in the middle. Her gaze was somewhat evasive, like a frightened little rabbit. She was fearful and uneasy, making one want to take pity on her. Out of the 12 supreme martial artists, 11 of them had their eyes lit up. Only Lan Muxue hadn't recovered yet and couldn't see anything. The others, including the Dharma Supreme, were all surprised. Lu stood there in front of everyone like a slender and elegant bamboo after a storm. Her petite body exuded an ethereal and translucent feeling. Yi Di's eyes widened. He stood up, forgetting his place. Suddenly, an extremely frustrated feeling came over him. What was going on? A little girl that they randomly caught had an ethereal body. I'm really old and muddle-headed. I really should have taken a look at her first. If I had taken a look at her, why would I bring her here in front of everyone, this bunch of old bastards? Which one of them didn't have sharp eyes? In the blink of an eye, all of them were staring blankly. Instantly, their hearts felt as if 25 cats were rolling around, scratching at their hearts. Which one of the supreme martial artists didn't have sharp eyes? Once they saw this little girl, with her unconcealable aura and figure, they instantly knew that they had really seen a treasure, and an ownerless treasure. Yi Di. Xiaoxia raised his voice righteously. Your Yi clan is too unreliable, too much of a bastard. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Whoever offends you, you should just find them. What right do you have to catch such a little girl? This really makes me, a righteous person, furious. This is too much. This is too much. Far worse than our Xiao clan. Xiaoxia waved and said amiably, little girl, come here, come to my side. I'll protect you. Whoever bullies you, I'll beat him up. Yi Di glared angrily. I didn't see you so agitated just now. Now that you've seen someone, you're actually so agitated. You're obviously trying to steal my girl. You're right. Brother Yi. You really didn't do it properly. Qingqiu shook his head and sighed. Such a cute little girl, such a beautiful little girl, such a good-looking little girl. How can you do this? This really makes me furious. Little girl, come, I'll stand up for you. If you've been wronged, I'll stand up for you. Come to my side. Exactly. The little girl was so cute. The way the Yi family handled things was too. Sigh. Young lady, look, I have something good here. Come, I'll let you play with it. Look. Isn't it nice? Chen Mengqi was afraid of falling behind. The Knight the Arch was furious. Shut up, all of you. The young lady was invited by our Yi family. Invited? At such a crucial moment, who would be willing to show weakness? One by one, they retorted sarcastically, Brother Yi, you don't even blush when you say these words. It's really a strange thing. All of you, stop arguing. The Dharma Supreme made the final decision and said in a dignified manner, little girl. What's your name? Chu Lu was extremely intelligent. Although she didn't know why these old men were fighting over her, she knew that the current situation was very advantageous to her. Upon hearing the Dharma Supreme's question, Chu Lu blinked her fan-like eyelashes and said pitifully, I am Lu the Dharma Supreme nodded and smiled. Lu a good name. Growing up happily, very good, very good. All the supreme martial artists rolled their eyes. Lu of course, was a good name. But it was also somewhat ordinary. There were probably millions of little girls named Lu in the entire heavens. Why didn't the Dharma Supreme praise others? But when the Dharma Supreme said this, everyone understood that the Dharma Supreme must have taken a fancy to this little girl's aptitude. Everyone wisely kept their mouths shut. How old are you? The Dharma Supreme smiled, revealing an indescribable warmth and friendliness in his smile. 12 years old. Chu Lu rubbed her clothes. 12 years old. The Dharma Supreme was stunned. This figure didn't look like that of a 12-year-old, but more like that of a 9 or 8-year-old. "Come over, let me take a look at you," the Dharma Supreme said. Chulu'er looked up timidly and quickly scanned the surroundings. She lowered her head and walked over. Everyone was furious, but who would dare to snatch the Dharma Supreme's disciple? The innate spiritual body was inferior to the innate spiritual meridians. But the difference was extremely small. Compared to the darking body of Feng Yuro's disciple, it was not inferior at all. In fact, in some aspects, it was even superior. Because the innate spiritual body could accept any kind of martial arts, but the darking body could only cultivate colding energy. Moreover, this was an innate spiritual body that had not cultivated much at all. It had an even more promising future. The Dharma Supreme placed his hand on Chulu'er's wrist, his brows twitching. Finally, he sighed in deep thought. "I see, what a pity." Everyone was very surprised. Why was it a pity? The heavens gave her the innate spiritual body, but also gave her an incurable chronic illness. The Dharma Supreme's eyes were full of pity. With his cultivation, without those suitable medicines, he was also helpless towards Chulu'er's injury. Chronic illness? The other second grandmasters could not hold it in any longer. One by one, they stood up to take a look. Finally, all of them sighed and returned to their seats, not saying a word. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, "I'll search for these medicines. It's such a pity to give up on such a physique. I don't know if I can find a second one in this lifetime." Chulu'er looked at this group of elders, a trace of disdain flashed across the depths of her eyes. "You want to be my master with just you pull out when I'm sick. You don't even need to work hard, humph. My big brother has already gone through so much hardship and put in so much effort for my illness. His cultivation is far inferior to yours, but his love and care for me is far more than yours by 1,000 times. 10,000 times, a bunch of perverts." At this moment, a light voice came from outside. "Is this the Xiaoxiao Hall?" Chulu'er was overjoyed. She shouted, "Big brother!" Then, she turned and flew out. The faces of all the supreme martial artists changed and they returned to their seats. Yi Di said, "Are you Chu Yang?" A figure flashed at the door and a tall figure stepped in. He smiled lightly and said, "Yes, I am." It was Chu Yang. The moment he entered, he felt a petite body pouncing into his arms. It was Chulu'er. Chu Yang was overjoyed. It was great that his sister was fine. It seemed that this group of people still had some principles. "Chu Yang, a few of us have something to ask you," Yi Di said gloomily. "I was just about to ask." Chu Yang walked into the hall fearlessly. His eyes swept across the hall. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Although the people here did not know him, he knew all of them. In the battle last night, these old fellows had all appeared. The Dharma Supreme, Yi Di, Xiao Sei, Ling Fengyun, Li Xianxia, Chen Mengqi. These people were all legendary figures. Big shots who could shake the heavens with a stomp of their feet. Now, they were all gathered here just to find an insignificant person like him to confirm some things. This world was indeed wonderful. Chu Yang thought for a moment, and understood why they were so serious about this matter. This was a matter of great importance. If it was not handled well, the big clans would be embroiled in wars and endless chaos. Therefore, even though they were of noble status, they could only ask people personally. Only by asking in person, and with everyone present, there was no such thing as a one-sided story. It seemed to be making a mountain out of a molehill, but it was the best way to avoid conflict. Besides, with everyone here, there was no need to lower their status. Chu Yang sneered. "You want to avoid conflict, how can I let you do as you wish?" He had already made up his mind. Outside, Zi Shiqing saw that Chu Yang did not send any messages and knew that Chu Yang had other plans, so she waited patiently. At this moment, the 12 supreme martial artists all looked at this fellow in front of them with gloomy faces. It was this little guy. Without doing anything, just with his mouth, he could cause a war between the big clans. More than 500 martial saints and above were buried in it. At this moment, they really wanted to kill Chu Yang. But with one look, they were all a little surprised. This guy seemed to only be a first-grade martial monarch? Although at his age, he was only a first-grade martial monarch. This was already considered very, very difficult. However, it was still worlds apart from the guesses that everyone had in their hearts. How could he only be a martial monarch? And only a first-grade martial monarch? Let me introduce you, Yi Di said gloomily. He was the number one person below the Dharma Supreme. This was his responsibility. Of course, it fell on him. This is the current Dharma Supreme, the undisputed number one person in the heavens, the ruler. Yi Di cupped his hands respectfully to the Dharma Supreme. Ah? Sorry. Lord Dharma Supreme. Chu Yang looked at the Dharma Supreme in surprise. Lord Dharma Supreme, I am also a law enforcement officer. You are also a law enforcement officer? All the elder masters felt dizzy. The Dharma Supreme looked at Chu Yang playfully. I am a law enforcement officer, the Southeast pharmacist. I represent the Southeast law enforcement officers to participate in this medicine banquet. Chu Yang hurriedly revealed his identity. Law enforcement master Han Xiaoran is my guarantor. The Dharma Supreme was also stunned. The few second grandmasters also felt a little uncomfortable at once. They secretly scolded their subordinates. F***ck, why didn't they explain such important information clearly? Now they were in such a passive position. This little one had already gotten involved with the Dharma Supreme. Oh. The Dharma Supreme nodded. You have to answer truthfully if I ask you anything later. Chu Yang said respectfully, of course, I will definitely tell you everything I know. If there is any conspiracy, let me be punished by the calamity sword and die. Never to be reincarnated. This oath was extremely heavy, the punishment of the calamity sword was death, never to be reincarnated. This was almost the heaviest and most vicious oath in the heavens. When Chu Yang said this, everyone's expression became strange. He actually dared to make such a vicious oath. It seemed like he was really magnanimous. I am Yi Di, from the Yi clan, one of the great aristocratic families in the heavens. Yi Di introduced himself with a solemn face. Sorry. This is Xiaoxia, the elder master of the Xiao clan. Sorry. Just as he was about to introduce the next person, someone suddenly complained with dissatisfaction. Just say that you know. Damn it, every time you answer a question, you have to call me by my old name. I keep wanting to agree. Damn it. Everyone burst into laughter. My apologies. I know. Chu Yang's face was full of sweat as he hurriedly corrected himself. Shi Jing mumbled a couple of times, his eyebrows furrowed, and he finally stopped talking. Everyone tried to hold back their laughter, but there were still people whose shoulders were shaking. They were all of the same generation. Seeing this old fellow in such a gloomy state, they couldn't help but gloat. This is Ling Fengyun, the elder master of the Ling clan. Yi Di continued with the introduction, my apologies. I know. Chu Yang almost said my apologies again. He hurriedly corrected himself, but there was still some lingering sound. Everyone laughed again. Ha 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 ha. Everyone didn't dare to laugh, but the little girl beside Chu Yang suddenly burst into laughter. This crisp laughter came out of nowhere. It was definitely a stroke of genius. Everyone was stunned at first, then they all laughed together, rocking back and forth. Even the Dharma Supreme, who was always serious and indifferent, couldn't help but laugh. Shi Jing's face instantly turned purple, then red, then purple. But the Dharma Supreme was also laughing, so he definitely didn't dare to lose his temper. He sat down angrily, smashing the chair he was sitting on into pieces. Then, he went out like a gust of wind and brought another chair in. Chu Lu'er was so smart, how could she not see the situation? Therefore, even though her laughter looked like a child's play to others, it was actually intentional. Chu Yang was naturally aware of this point. But Chu Yang had a good sense of propriety. Others were laughing, but he couldn't laugh. So, he kept a straight face. Yi Di laughed for a while before introducing the others to Chu Yang. As he did so, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more tense. Finally, the introductions were over. The atmosphere became silent. Finally, Yi Di spoke first. Chu Yang, you should know why we called you here today. Chu Yang sighed. Is it because of what happened last night? It's good that you understand. Yi Di said gloomily, last night, because of your news, the big clans were in a mess. You have to give an explanation for this. Explanation? Chu Yang was confused. What should I explain? What did you say you should explain? Xiaoxia slammed the table and said angrily, hundreds of saint-level experts died because of one sentence from you. More than 7 or 8 supreme beings were killed by a single sentence from you. What did you say? Huh? Chu Yang cried out as if he had been wronged, but, what does this have to do with me? I really want to help my friend. Immediately, all the supreme martial artists looked at Chu Yang as if they wanted to eat him alive. Sincerely helping a friend? You have * King helped your friend to hell? How can you help like this? Yi Shifeng went to buy information from you, isn't that good? Yi Di suppressed his anger and said. There is indeed such a thing. Chu Yang did not deny it. Dreamy went to buy information from you. This is not bad, right? Qing Chou asked. There's also such a thing. Chu Yang nodded. Ling Quanxue went to buy information from you. That's not bad, right? Ling Fengyun asked. So, his name is Ling Quanxue. Yes, someone from the Ling clan came to me, Chu Yang said, and I also helped him out on behalf of the second master of the Ling clan. Ling Fengyun glared at Chu Yang and was so angry that he did not say anything. Damn it, if there is such a thing in the future, you better help someone else. Our Ling clan can't afford to be helped by you. You sold information to our Shi clan, right? Shi Jing asked. Elder Shi, you are wrong. They came to buy information from me, I didn't take the initiative to sell it. Chu Yang explained, this involves a problem of initiative and passivity. This is something that must be clarified. Shi Jing was furious. The Dharma Supreme looked at him coldly. Shi Jing sat down angrily. Among the big clans, you and Lan Chang'e conspired and sold information to the Yi clan, Xiao clan, Shi clan, Ling clan, and clan. Is this the case? Yi Di asked seriously. Yes. Chu Yang said bluntly. That means, you admit that you are the one behind this? Yi Di snorted. Not at all. I have never done anything behind this. Chu Yang looked at himself and then looked at the rest. He said frankly, since we are here today, I will tell you the truth. In your opinion, do I have the ability to do anything behind this? Or should I say, after doing so, I have the ability to not be afraid of trouble? All the supreme martial artists frowned. This little one indeed did not. This was a guy who could be killed by a casual blow. What right did he have to do something behind this? Besides, if I had the intention to cause a fight, under such circumstances, there must be benefits for me to take the risk. Even if you big clans fought to the death, what benefits would it bring to me? Chu Yang seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and said everything bluntly. Then why did you do such a thing? Yi Di asked in a low voice. I was just about to explain. Chu Yang looked at him and said loudly, I will tell you everything from the beginning to the end without leaving out a single detail. After that, I can let down my guard and accept the Dharma Supreme's soul-searching interrogation at the risk of injuring my spirit. To verify if what I have said is true. To prove my innocence. Chu Yang's voice was filled with righteousness as he spoke in a powerful and resonant manner. He had the sword spirit in his body. No matter who soul-searched him, as long as the sword spirit simulated a similar memory, it would be fine. He would not be injured at all. Of course, it would not be as serious as what he had said, but when he said that, all the supreme martial artists were moved, soul-searching, initiating soul-searching, how magnanimous must he be? Moreover, Chu Yang's words also confirmed his identity, pharmacist from the southeast. He must have seen Han Xiaoran using soul-searching techniques before? Say it. Yi Di's eyes flickered. That day, after I treated Wu Xin's injury, I came down to Jiaxiu building. Lan Chang'e of the Lan clan found me. He said that he would help me get rich, help me marry a beautiful wife, help me make a name for myself, and help me shock the world. Chu Yang spoke clearly about Lan Chang'e's plot at that time. Including the time when he had tea with Lan Chang'e, what he said, what his expression was, and what conditions he had promised. He spoke in detail. When he said that, two people's faces changed. One was Yi, the other was Lan Muxue. Yi glared at Lan Muxue and scolded, "Look at what the Lan clan has done." Then, he asked Chu Yang, "Since you have discussed with Lan Chang'e and accepted the benefits from the Lan clan, why did you change your mind?" Chu Yang sighed and said, "At that time, my blood was boiling because of what he said. I thought of how glorious it would be to use my own strength to change the situation of the heavenly layer. So, I decided to do it on impulse. But when I left the Lan clan's place and walked all the way back, I became more and more afraid." "Afraid?" Yidi's eyes flickered. "Yes. Who do you think I am? To put it nicely, I'm the pharmacist of the Southeast law enforcement officers. But I don't have any power behind me. Even in the Southeast law enforcement officers, my position is insignificant. If I die, the Southeast can just change another pharmacist. Why should I cooperate with such a huge force like the Lan clan? And the one who framed me is the Yi clan, the #1 clan. The disciple of the Moon Breeze supreme martial artist has such a high status. How can I be worthy of that? Among these three parties, if I offend any one of them, I'll die without a burial place. But if I don't do it, the Lan clan will kill me first." Chu Yang frowned and his face was filled with grief and indignation. "So, I've been worrying. Moreover, if I succeed, Lan Chang'e will always hide behind the scenes and not appear. Then, all the troubles will be directed at me alone. The Lan clan will definitely not stand up for me alone. To put it bluntly, I'm just a person to be used, a scapegoat. At the crucial moment, I'll be used as a scapegoat. Such a person." Chu Yang said frankly. "Looks like you're not stupid." Lan Muxue said coldly, "You actually know what kind of person you are. It's not that I'm not stupid. It's just that the Lan clan thinks too highly of themselves." Chu Yang said without holding back. Lan Muxue was furious. But Chu Yang ignored him and continued, "But at that time, if I didn't do it, I would be killed by the Lan clan immediately. So, I could only continue. Only for my own survival. During those few days, I stayed in the Orchard Palace and didn't step out. I kept thinking about the dangers, and the more I thought about it, the more scared I became. Finally, that day, Brother Yi Shifeng came to look for me. Let me digress here. I don't have a good impression of Yi Shifeng because he once sent people to kill me." Chu Yang was still frank. Yi nodded slightly. He had investigated this matter before. Naturally, he knew that every word Chu Yang said now was the truth. But although I don't have a good impression of him, when he went that day, I was still overjoyed but also conflicted. When Chu Yang said "till here," even the Dharma Supreme nodded. In such a situation, it would be strange if there wasn't conflict. When Yi Shifeng went, I cordially asked him to stay for a drink at my place to bury the hatchet. If he was willing to stay, I would tell him. If he wasn't, I couldn't do anything. But, fortunately, he stayed. Then, Yi Shifeng gave me a section of spirit jade ginseng and asked me to tell him a piece of news. That is, when is the Lan clan going to take action? Chu Yang took out a section of spirit jade ginseng and placed it in front of himself. "Yi, please take it back." "Got it. Since it's yours, keep it." In front of so many people, how could Yi take back something that had already been given out? "Continue." "Yes." Chu Yang replied and kept the spirit jade ginseng. When I heard what Yi Shifeng said, I was stunned. So, the Yi clan already knew that the Lan clan was going to take action. Luckily, I was more careful. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Lan Chang'e. Now, Lan Chang'e was killed by you. All the supreme martial artists thought to themselves. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh. There was really nothing to say about this matter. All the supreme martial artists sighed and were speechless. It turned out that Chu Yang did not know what the operation was. Chu Yang only knew that there was a conspiracy against Wu Xian, but he did not know that there was a divine tribe elder in the dark. He was just an idiot who was being used as a tool by others. He was just a slightly smarter idiot. Yi Shifeng was naturally asking Chu Yang when the Lan clan would take action to snatch the elder of the divine tribe. However, Chu Yang was at a critical juncture and naturally thought that Yi Shifeng was asking when the Yi clan would take action to shift the blame to the Lan clan. Hence, I told Brother Yi, take note, the Lan clan will definitely take action on the night of the 12th lunar month. Chu Yang said, we are all smart people and know when to stop. Yi Shifeng understood what I meant and laughed heartily. We drank to our heart's content before leaving. Yi Shifeng was a pervert. Yi Di's face darkened. After paying a huge piece of spirit jade ginseng, he received a piece of deceptive news. This matter has been like this since the beginning. This is the origin of the Yi clan's information. Chu Yang said proudly, Lord Yi Di, if you don't believe me, you can call Yi Shifeng over, I will confront him on the spot. Yi Di's face darkened even more. Yi Shifeng is already dead, I'll call him over? Why don't you call him over? Why don't you try? All the supreme martial artists had interesting expressions on their faces. This guy is really interesting, asking Yi Di to confront a dead person. How could Chu Yang not know that Yi Shifeng was already dead? Even when Yi Shifeng died, he was beside him. Yi Shifeng's death was also caused by him, but now, he had to pretend that he did not know, and his pretense was flawless. He pretended to be righteous. I believe you. Yi Di pinched his nose and said while holding back his anger. For more than 1,000 years, when have I ever held back my anger like this? And in front of a 10-year-old kid? Yi Di felt that his self-restraint was really good at this moment. If that is the case, then it is reasonable for you to tell the Yi clan the information. However, the Shao clan did not participate in this and did not take any action. Why did you give us the information? You caused the death of 40 to 50 of our experts last night. Xianxia said. Chu Yang asked, since the Shao clan did not intend to take action and did not intend to participate, then why did so many people die here? Xianxia was speechless. Yi Di laughed gloatingly and said, that's right. Your Shao family didn't participate in the planning or the operation, so why did so many people die in our Yi family's residence? Isn't it because of this little guy? Xianxia said angrily. But if you don't plan to take action, then I'll take action. Why did he send someone to buy information from him? If they don't plan on taking action, they probably won't take action even if the news is delivered to their doorstep. Yi Di mocked. Yes. At that time, the Shao clan came looking for me. Chu Yang said innocently, since the Shao clan didn't receive any news, then they must not be in cahoots with the Lan clan. Then they must be helping the Yi clan. Since I had already decided to get rid of Lan Chunga's control, the more help the Yi family had, the better. Therefore, Eunuch Shao came looking for me. I basically didn't waste any time and gave him the information. Chu Yang said in a very righteous manner, moreover, even though I've received benefits. But, if I don't receive benefits, Elder Shao will think that my information is not necessarily reliable. All the supreme martial artists nodded silently. Humans were like this. If someone gave you something for free, especially someone you weren't familiar with, you would instead think that there was a problem or that the person was trying to frame you. Only if you spent a huge amount of money to buy it, you would instead cherish it more. And it was without a doubt. As for home, it was Eunuch Meng Se who came looking for me. Moreover, Eunuch Meng and I have known each other for a long time since we were in the three heavens. Chu Yang didn't wait for Qing Chou to ask and continued, I'm a forthright person and I'm free and easy when it comes to handling matters. I admire my brother very much. Since he came looking for me, how could I not give him face? Chu Yang said, moreover. Back then, my brother was very understanding of me. He once said that if it was inconvenient for me, I could just pretend that he didn't say anything. But my brother treated me as a friend and was so considerate of me. How could I, Chu Yang, not have the code of brotherhood? All the supreme martial artists' expressions became even more strange. Alright, when you were with Yi Shifeng, you were afraid, when you were with the Shao clan, you were afraid, now that you're back at home, you're talking about brotherhood. Do you know that it's fine that you're talking about brotherhood, but you almost caused your good brother to die, and the clan's losses were even greater. Furthermore, you were the one who received the benefits first? No matter what, I won't let my brother down. Therefore, I caught up with him and told him this news. Chu Yang said righteously, my brother treats me with sincerity, so I must repay him with brotherhood. Friendship is all about treating each other with sincerity. When he said this, even the Dharma Supreme almost fainted. This fellow was speaking with such assurance here, yet he didn't know how many people in the clan had died because of his repayment of brotherhood. All the supreme martial artists looked at Chu Yang, who was speaking with such assurance, righteousness, 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 and couldn't help but feel a toothache. Moreover, at that time, I also told Brother Yi that this matter was a huge whirlpool. I told him to be careful. My brother also promised me at that time. We were reluctant to part and parted at the entrance of the Orchard Palace. Chu Yang said with a clear conscience, I can confront Brother Meng Say about this matter at any time. Qing Chou nodded weakly and waved his hand. There's no need to confront. At this point, the interrogation had reached a stalemate. This fellow didn't know the real issue at all. How could he continue? In that case, you don't even know what they were looking for you for? The Dharma Supreme asked. Of course I know. Chu Yang said with some grievance. At that time, Yi Shifeng, Lan Changge, Zhuge Changcheng, Brother Meng Say, as well as the few dukes from the Shi, Shao, Chen, Li and so on, were all crazily pursuing Wu Xian. Which one of them wasn't drooling over her? That day, they almost started fighting at Jiaxiu Tower. Now, Duke Lan Changge wants to use this method to achieve his goal. I'm sure all the dukes will not agree. You mean, this whole matter is because of jealousy? Li Xianxia was speechless. Isn't that so? Chu Yang was stunned. Then, he sighed and said with emotion, Femme fatale, this saying really makes sense. All the supreme martial artists sat upright with their eyes down and their noses down to their hearts. No one said a word. Chu Yang's mouth was not idle. He laughed bitterly and said, Lan Changge said that he wants to help me marry the beauty, how can I not know? If this matter succeeds, the one who will marry the beauty will definitely be Lan Changge and not me. He sighed with a lonely expression. Actually, I'm just a chess piece. A chess piece that can be abandoned after using it. That's all. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, but this matter is not what you think. There's another reason. Chu Yang said puzzledly, another reason? The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, come here. Then, he said to the second grandmasters of the big clans, everyone, if you believe me, I'll perform this soul control technique. How about that? Although everything Chu Yang said was flawless, the Dharma Supreme still felt that there was something fishy about it. This was a kind of intuition. Chu Yang's voice, expression, actions, tone, emotions, and so on were all expressed in all aspects. What he said was from the bottom of his heart. Many of them even believed him now. They were all old foxes. Whether a person was lying or not, they could tell at a glance. But the Dharma Supreme still felt that something was not right. What was wrong, but he could not tell. All the supreme martial artists of course agreed loudly. In this world, if they did not believe in the Dharma Supreme, who else could they believe? Chu Yang's face was stern and fearless. He walked over with a selfless and generous look. Standing in front of the Dharma Supreme, with a puff, an aura was emitted from his body. All the supreme martial artists were shocked at the same time. This little guy actually dispersed his cultivation automatically when someone was performing the soul control technique on him, and let down all his guard. It was equivalent to putting everything he had, completely and defenselessly, under the control of the Dharma Supreme. Really, if one did not do anything wrong, one would not be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Chu Yang slowly turned around and said, Elders, although I'm young, I know what to do and what not to do. I've said and done it. Everyone came to me to buy information. I've sold it, and I've made a profit. As for what information everyone came to me for, I've also told you the truth. When I said the beginning of the 12th lunar month, it was the beginning of the 12th lunar month. The Long clan had indeed taken action. My information was not wrong. Although it caused all the great clans to fight to the death because of this, I, Chu Yang, have a clear conscience. I'm righteous, I'm upright. I'm upright and upright, I do things by the book. I'm a doctor has the heart of a parent. My heart is broad and broad. Selfless. In this matter, yes, I've taken advantage of it. But those benefits, I should take them. To put it bluntly, it's inevitable that all the great clans will feel heartache when they have suffered losses. But as long as my information is conclusive, accurate, and true, then it has nothing to do with me. If someone dies, then it has even less to do with me. It should be, you should look for the person who killed them. A life for a life. If you want to buy information, you also need to show your sincerity. It's that simple. If this matter is not about a beauty but about a treasure, then the people who died fighting over the treasure won't go and find trouble with the person who sold you the treasure map, right? If you bought 40 steamed buns, but you couldn't finish them and forced yourself to eat until you were stuffed to death, you won't go and find the person who sold the steamed buns, right? Xianxia smiled sadly. The reason why I'm here today is because I'm weak. I'm weak, so everyone can blame me. Although everyone knows that this matter has nothing to do with me. After the Dharma Supreme casts his spell, the truth will be revealed. By then, whether you want to kill me or torture me, it's all up to you. But, please let my sister go. Xianxia smiled bleakly. This is how the world is, nothing more. The Dharma Supreme stood with his hands behind his back, a complicated look in his eyes. He sighed softly and said, "It's good that you understand. If you were strong enough, no one would treat you this way today. Therefore, just as you said, although you feel that it's a little unfair, this is the way of the world. If it were Ning Tianya or Bulu Qing, they would only have to say, this matter has nothing to do with me. That would mean that it had nothing to do with them. However, although you have explained it well enough, I still have to search your soul for the sake of the big clans. Do you understand?" Xianxia smiled calmly. Of course I understand. Therefore, Sir Dharma Supreme, feel free to do it. Just as you said, I'm not strong enough. I'll bear with it. The Dharma Supreme laughed. Xianxia's words had revealed the essence of this world. Everyone felt a sense of agreement in their hearts. This world worshipped truth, promoted benevolence, advocated chivalry, and praised nobility. These were all true. Loyalty and filial piety would always be the mainstream of this world, they truly existed. Despising despicable and ostracizing the lowly, punishing evil and redressing grievances. These were also mainstream, and these were not only the responsibility of the Dharma Supreme, everyone was responsible. However, it was undeniable that bullying the weak and fearing the strong was more mainstream than this. Selfishness was even more mainstream than this. Bullying the weak was even more mainstream than this. Flatterers would rise and those who were loyal would fall. This was even more mainstream than this. Although no one admitted these and despised them, it was undeniable that everyone was doing this. This included the commoners. Whoever had a better life than them, they would look up to them and scold them behind their backs for being rich and heartless. However, they would still smile and flatter them when they saw them. Whoever had a poor life would often praise them. This person is honest. This person is honest. This person is a good person. Then they would turn around and scold in their hearts, this person is an idiot. Other people are rich when they become officials, but he treats himself as if he's poor. Marriage was not the only thing that existed between families of equal social status. Fairness and impartiality needed a foundation. Fairness could only be achieved when you and the other party were of equal social status. It was only fair for commoners to fight against commoners in a lawsuit. When the Dharma Supreme pressed his hand on Xianxia's head, he looked meaningfully at the supreme martial artists of the big clans. Yi Di and the others lowered their heads in shame. Everyone thought that capturing Xianxia for questioning was a matter of course. In fact, it couldn't be any more normal. However, after listening to Xianxia's words, they suddenly realized that they had unknowingly committed the bad habit of relying on their power to bully others. By the same logic, Yu Lingshue's and Feng Yuro's younger brothers were here, and the Moon Breeze couple had made it clear that they wanted to ruin the medicine banquet. However, after what happened last night, who would dare to touch their younger brothers? The Dharma Supreme's mental energy gushed into Xianxia's mind like raging waves. Before coming here, the Sword Spirit, who was in seclusion in the tribulation space, had been forcibly awakened by Xianxia to make preparations. At this moment, in the face of the Dharma Supreme's surging mental energy, the Sword Spirit roused himself and created a realistic illusory realm, slowly accepting this surge of mental energy. But, the Sword Spirit's whole body shook as he accepted it, and an incredulous look appeared on his face. Then, he became even more engrossed in his task. Xianxia had always said that this matter was very important, and he wanted the sword spirit to do his best. But, the sword spirit didn't take it seriously at first. However, it was only now that he realized that if he were not careful, this Dharma Supreme could easily expose his trump card on the spot, an acquaintance. Immediately, in front of everyone, Chu Yang's expression changed from quick-witted to lifeless. Then, the Dharma Supreme's dignified voice sounded. Chu Yang's stiff and mechanical reply sounded. Not long after, he had explained the matter once again. Moreover, under the effect of the soul surge, even some details that were not mentioned previously were explained in detail. It was exactly the same as what he had said previously. All the supreme martial artists heaved a long sigh. We misunderstood. It was purely because of the selfish motives of each of our clans that led to this incident. What did it have to do with Chu Yang? You're from a big clan, and you've made it clear that you're trying to buy information from Chu Yang. Would he dare to refuse? Lan Changda went to Chu Yang for cooperation. Would Chu Yang really dare not to cooperate? They had wronged a good person. The 8th Grandmaster sighed. Chu Yang was such an honest child. Only Lan Muxue of the Lan clan looked at Chu Yang, the anger in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Although every word that Chu Yang said was the truth, it also pushed the Lan clan one step further into the abyss, a big step forward. Now, the hatred and dissatisfaction of the other big clans towards the Lan clan had even surpassed that of the Li clan. Although the Li clan had one of the tribulations, they had only been defending and had not attacked. But the Lan clan had made the first move. And they had framed the Lan clan, using all kinds of methods. How could anyone tolerate this? After the Dharma Supreme finished asking about this matter, he did not release the restriction on Chu Yang's spirit. Instead, he asked about Chu Yang's life, including all the trivial matters from when he was young. All the supreme martial artists were puzzled. Why was the Dharma Supreme asking about these unimportant things? Wasn't this a waste of time? But they did not know that in the tribulation space, the two of them were on high alert. Chu Yang was fully focused on giving a flawless answer to every question. And it was the kind that was not afraid of being investigated. He said 7 sentences of truth and 3 sentences of falsehood. In this way, the credibility of his answers immediately increased. Chu Yang knew very well that only by getting past the Dharma Supreme today could he completely achieve the goal of keeping his identity a secret. In the future, he could do whatever he wanted without anyone suspecting that he was the master of the tribulation sword. If even the Dharma Supreme said that he was not, then, who would dare to say that he was? This stage was crucial. Although he knew that Xianxia and the rest were in Tianji City, he did not dare to look for them. In the past, if he did, he would really bring disaster to them. He had gotten Namgong Shifeng's information that the 3 people who came to Tianji City looked like Dong Wushang, Rui Budong, and Mo Lei, but Chu Yang still had to suppress it and not confirm it. He could not afford to make even the slightest mistake. But as long as he could get past the Dharma Supreme today, no matter what he did, it would be logical. The Dharma Supreme finally finished asking. He raised his head, thinking hard. The questions just now almost asked Chu Yang how many meals he ate, how many times he went to the toilet, whether he used his left or right hand to wipe his butt. The other party's answers had nothing to do with what he had just thought, and there were witnesses at almost every step, which could be easily investigated. But why did he still feel that this young man in front of him was somewhat mysterious? Why did he feel that he was hiding something? He was silent for a moment. Then, he activated the power of his spirit again and launched another counterattack. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit was already sweating profusely. He had scolded Chu Yang countless times for being a fool. Why did he attract the attention of such a person at such a time? The results of his long seclusion were almost all used up in this short period of time. Scolding aside, the sword spirit also knew the importance of this stage. So, he tried his best to hold on. The Dharma Supreme attacked with all his might while the sword spirit divided his attention to simulate. His exhaustion was almost 3 times that of the Dharma Supreme. At this moment, Chu Lu suddenly cried, "Big brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you so strange?" She threw herself into Chu Yang's arms and patted his face lightly. Suddenly, she turned her head, her pink cheeks puffed up. She looked at the Dharma Supreme angrily and shouted, "You pervert! Let go of my big brother." The Dharma Supreme's gaze was blocked by Chu Lu. He looked helplessly at this little girl who did not know anything and said with a hint of loneliness, "Don't worry, he will be fine." Finally, the Dharma Supreme retracted his hand. There was a hint of disappointment on his face, which disappeared in a flash. Xianxia finally regained his senses. His body swayed and so did his head. He wanted to stand up, but there was no strength in his body. The moment he stood up, he fell back down with a thud. Then, he hugged his head with both hands and groaned. Anyone could tell that he was in great pain at this moment. It was very painful. The Dharma Supreme was still closely watching his expression, every twitch of his muscles, the look in his eyes. The Dharma Supreme's eyes were calm and sharp, as if to see through all disguises, but Xianxia was not faking it now. The sword spirit was really giving him the same pain. In fact, it was even more painful. The Dharma Supreme's mental strength had already retreated from Xianxia's body. Of course, the sword spirit could do whatever he wanted without fear of being discovered. After a long time, Xianxia's pain gradually subsided. The Dharma Supreme's gaze also gradually retracted. Countless times, he had wanted to kill this person who had even a little bit of doubt under his palm. Even when he was searching his soul, he wanted to destroy his consciousness directly countless times. But now, they were in public, and this person was obviously not the Tribulation Sword Master. If he were to do such a thing, he would inevitably be looked down upon by the big clans. Therefore, after much consideration, the Dharma Supreme gave up on this plan. During this process, the Dharma Supreme had intentionally or unintentionally emitted a wave of majesty, suppressing all the supreme martial artists so much that they did not dare to speak. Only now did that wave of majesty gradually dissipate. Xianxia panted heavily, sweat pouring down his head like rain. That intense pain made him feel like he was better off dead. The Dharma Supreme's gaze finally moved away from Xianxia's face. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Do you have any other doubts?" Yi Di and the others shook their heads. Xianxia finally stood up. His body was still a little unsteady, but after swaying for a while, he finally steadied himself. He smiled bitterly and said, "Seniors, your doubts should have been cleared." This feeling is indeed worse off dead." The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, "The feeling is not good, but when you came in, you were already prepared to bear with it." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "If I don't bear with it, I can only die here." When these words were spoken, everyone turned pale with fright. Although the Dharma Supreme saw that this little girl had ulcers, he was still tempted. What a glorious thing it was for the Dharma Supreme to take in a disciple. This little girl were definitely going to reach the heavens in a single bound, especially Lan Muxue, whose expression was complicated and ferocious. If this little girl became the Dharma Supreme's disciple, how could the Lan clan take revenge on him? Although this little girl's aptitude was not as good as Liuqing's disciples' innate spirit meridians, it was already rare. The Dharma Supreme was also tempted. He thought to himself, under my guidance, she will definitely be a demon-like character. She might not be inferior to innate spirit meridians. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "I should have accepted the Dharma Supreme's favor immediately. However, I agreed to someone else first. Besides, that elder has already gone to look for medicine for Lu. Currently, he has already found 7 to 8 types of elixirs and is only left with one last type." "Oh?" The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "I wonder who this person is?" At the side, Lan Muxue sneered and said, "The Dharma Supreme wants to take your sister in. As a disciple, what kind of favor is this? You actually don't know what's good for you and dare to offend the Dharma Supreme's authority. Are you tired of living?" He really hated Xianxia to the core now. He couldn't wait to grab the opportunity to crush this bastard to death. Now that he saw this guy actually rejecting the Dharma Supreme, he couldn't help but add insult to injury. Xianxia ignored Lan Muxue and said respectfully, "It's an elder." Actually, this elder's original intention was only to treat Lu'er's illness. However, later on, seeing that Lu'er was really likable, within 3 days, he cleansed Lu'er's meridians and transformed her into an innate body. He smiled and said, "Actually, Lu'er didn't originally have an innate body. It was only within the past month. Transformed into an innate body within 3 days?" The Dharma Supreme was stunned. Everyone also took in a breath of cold air. If a baby had just been born, with the help of the residual innate force and the supreme martial artist's power, there might be a chance of transforming it into an innate body. However, to forcefully transform a 12-year-old girl, even if the Dharma Supreme and the Supreme Martial Artist joined forces, it wouldn't be possible. Seeing how this little guy described it so casually, it seemed like he didn't know how difficult it was. Lan Muxue sneered and said, transform into an innate body within 3 days? Do you think that person is a deity? Even if he is a deity. Just as he said this, a cold voice suddenly came from outside. Lan Muxue, it seems like you still haven't learned your lesson that day. Then, a white palm flew in from outside the door. No matter whether it was the degree of solidity, size, or shape, it was exactly the same as a woman's hand. It floated in from the outside. First, it passed by Shi Jing, then Ling Fengyun, and then Chu Yang's head. Then, it slapped down on Lan Muxue's face. When it flew past Chu Yang's head, the Dharma Supreme actually had a chance to intercept it. However, his eyes flickered and he did not make a move after all. Lan Muxue's heart turned cold. So it's you. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this little girl's master was actually that mysterious and absolutely powerful woman who had beaten him up that night. Before he could finish speaking, the palm was already in front of him. Lan Muxue hurriedly tilted his head, but the palm followed him and with a loud smack, it landed squarely on Lan Muxue's face. Lan Muxue had not recovered from his serious injuries. He had already used up all his strength to dodge the palm. At this moment, he actually rolled down from the chair after being slapped. He rolled a few times on the floor and lay on his back, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. All the Supreme Martial Artists were shocked. The cold voice from outside said, unrepentant thing. Then, she said indifferently, Lord Dharma Supreme, I heard that, you want to snatch my disciple? The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath and said, I dare not. Since she is someone that senior wants, I naturally dare not snatch her. The voice laughed coldly and said, at least you know what's good for you. Everyone was so shocked that they were almost numb. Who was this person? The voice sounded like a woman? What kind of woman could be so fierce? She actually dared to speak to the Dharma Supreme in such a manner. The Dharma Supreme said solemnly, may I know senior's name? The cold voice from outside said, when I am in a good mood, I will tell you my name. But now that my disciple is being detained and may be snatched away at any time, I am in a very bad mood. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly and said, I am not being detained, I am just here to have a chat, that's all. Moreover, your disciple is so intelligent, who would bear to hurt her? They can't wait to protect her, her. The voice from outside said, protect, good, protect. In a few days, I will also protect everyone in this house, one by one, and at the same time, I will also go to Dharma City and protect her. The moment she said that, the Supreme Martial Artist's face turned ashen. If she really went to each house to protect them, then this day would really be over. Who wouldn't be able to tell? Even the Dharma Supreme was definitely not her match. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly and said, it is all some juniors who are fooling around. For someone of your status, why bother with such a small matter? The person snorted and said indifferently, if I didn't bother, my disciple would have been snatched away. Both of you, what are you still doing inside? Are you having fun being interrogated? Why aren't you scramming back? Chu Yang nodded repeatedly, feeling a little uneasy. He raised his head and asked, this. Can I leave now? Everyone laughed bitterly together. Who dares to stop you from leaving? Of course you can, Yi Di chuckled amiably and said, if young brother Chu is free in the future, please come to the Yi clan to have some fun. Chu Yang smiled and said, of course, I will definitely go and have some fun. Yi Di smiled. Of course, he definitely didn't know that what he meant by have some fun was completely different from what Chu Yang meant by have some fun. The Supreme Martial Artists from the other clans also expressed their friendliness to varying degrees. Only Lan Muxue sat on the ground, on the verge of tears. He finally knew how the Lan clan's bad luck came about. It must be that the matter of the Lan clan forcing Chu Yang had been found out by this powerful person, so this powerful person secretly set up a trap for the Lan clan. Then, he directly dragged the Moon Breeze couple into the matter and even beat up half of his body. Damn it. How could such a thing happen? Damn it, Chu Yang had such a powerful background and yet he didn't say anything about it. He had been pretending to be weak all this while. Wasn't he trying to get people killed? Lan Muxue sat on the ground in a daze, completely disheartened. All the supreme martial artists looked at him sympathetically. Lan Muxue was really caught at a loss this time. Everyone should stay away from this guy, lest they get too close to him and be infected with bad luck, or be infected by his stupidity. That would be terrible. Chu Yang and Chu Lu walked out of the Xiaoxiao hall with smiles on their faces. There was no one outside. Xianxia knew that Chu Yang and the rest were foolproof after saying those few words. Now, even if the Dharma Supreme and the great Supreme Martial Artist were to be emboldened, they would definitely not dare to touch Chu Yang. Therefore, Xianxia had already returned to the Orchard Palace to drink tea. Chu Yang hadn't even walked half a mile when the sword spirit exploded in the tribulation space. Damn it! Why is he here? After the sword spirit recovered from the lingering fear, his expression was extremely horrified. What's going on? Wasn't he nourished the heavens? When the Dharma Supreme and Buluchin were having a heart-to-heart talk, the sword spirit was in seclusion and didn't hear anything. Why is he here? Chu Yang sneered. I should be asking you this question. Mr. Sword Spirit. What? How would I know? The sword spirit said gloomily, regarding such matters, how can I, a sword spirit, have the final say? But he definitely shouldn't be here. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He said, then, where should he be? The sword spirit was suddenly dumbfounded. Chu Yang roared in the space of consciousness, speak. If he shouldn't be here, then where should he be? The sword spirit opened his mouth and stared. Suddenly, he slapped himself violently. Slap, 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 it's useless even if you slap yourself. Chu Yang was indifferent. You're just a spirit. No matter how badly you slap yourself, you can recover completely with just a thought. Still not speaking? Are you going to speak? As Chu Yang said this, he gritted his teeth and pounced on the sword spirit. He grabbed the sword spirit's neck and shook him back and forth. I'll speak. What should I say? The sword spirit stretched out his neck, and another section of his neck came out. He smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that this matter isn't something that I can tell you. If I tell you, I'll be obliterated in an instant. Killed? Chu Yang snorted. Then tell me the truth. What's up with the previous tribulation sword masters? The sword spirit remained silent. Chu Yang said lightly, perhaps 1 or 2 people who can become the tribulation sword master are cold-hearted. Moreover, the first tribulation sword master misled people at the Lake of Despair. There must be some effect. But I don't believe that a heartless person can achieve the highest achievements. The sword spirit was silent for a long time. He looked troubled. Finally, he struggled and said, don't force me. You'll know about this in the future. But I can't speak now. You can't speak? Chu Yang said angrily, then how long do I have to keep the medicine in? The sword spirit sighed and said, I can only say one thing. Chu Yang said, what is it? The sword spirit stared at him and said word by word, actually, the mission of the Calamity Sword, the master of the Calamity Sword, has never been completed. The sword spirit didn't say anything else after he finished speaking. He didn't let Chu Yang continue to interrogate him like a torrential storm. Chu Yang was shocked. He kept asking, but the sword spirit kept his mouth shut and didn't answer any of his questions. Chu Yang was a little stunned. He muttered, it's never been completed? But the sky has been mended after all. She's dead after all. The sword spirit was speechless. Chu Yang thought for a long time and finally gave up. He knew that no matter how he thought about this question, he wouldn't be able to figure it out until he reached a certain level. He said, then, who is this Dharma Supreme? When Chu Yang returned to the Orchard Palace, the 5th elder of the Medicine Valley had been waiting for a long time with his men. This 5th elder was quite a gentleman. Seeing that Xianxia was the only girl in the Orchard Palace, this old man actually insisted on waiting outside with his men. His reason was to avoid arousing suspicion. This made the few young men from the Medicine Valley curse in their hearts. What the heck? How many generations would it take to see such a beautiful girl and this old man actually chased us out? We can't even take a second look at her. Seeing that Chu Yang was coming from afar, the fifth elder's face bloomed into a smile. In these few days, the people from the Medicine Valley followed Yang but to no avail. When the fifth elder reported this to the higher-ups, they decisively stopped the tailing operation and gave clear instructions: "We want the medicine, not the person. As long as there was medicine, buy it. But they must not offend the person and block the road." "Brother Chu, haha, Brother Chu." The fifth elder smiled and hurried forward to greet him. He grabbed Yang's hand, like a long-lost lover reuniting on a war-torn street. "You're finally back." Yang was confused. "Fifth elder, what are you doing?" "Ayayaya." The fifth elder anxiously pulled him aside and said, "Did you get the medicine? The auction is the day after tomorrow." "I got a little bit," Yang finally understood. "So," he replied in a mysterious manner. "This?" The fifth elder twiddled his fingers. "How much do you have?" Yang said awkwardly, "Not much." "How much is not much?" The fifth elder was a little anxious. "If you only have 1 or 2 stocks, it'll be bad. The Medicine Valley has brought forward the auction for you. If you can't get it, only 800 stocks. Yang shook his head and sighed. "It's too little, 800 stocks." The fifth elder's eyes widened and he almost fainted. 800 stocks, and you think it's too little? More is more. It's enough, it's enough." The fifth elder beamed with joy, his face red with excitement. He rubbed his hands. "Where is it? Can I take a look?" "It's here." Yang pointed at the orchard palace. "But, if you want to send it over, I'm afraid." The fifth elder immediately understood what Xianxia meant. "I'll bring a few experts over to escort them back. At the same time, I'll give you a receipt for the auction." Yang nodded. "Purple crystals, a large number of purple crystals." "It's coming." What they lacked the most now were purple crystals. The fifth elder left excitedly. In the afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, he came back excitedly, but his expression had become somewhat respectful and reserved. Yang secretly nodded. It seemed that the big aristocratic families were quite fast in transmitting information. Following them were a few white-robed men with steady figures and lofty statures. After entering Yang's room, Yang pretended to wipe his sleeve as if he was opening a storage ring. Clatter, clatter, a pile of black medicine was piled up on the ground. This. The fifth elder was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Suddenly, he couldn't control his temper and shouted, "You didn't even King put it in a box." On the way here, the upper management of the Medicine Valley had already said that Yang had a strong backing. I must be polite this time, but at this moment, when the fifth elder saw Yang throw the medicine out just like that and smash it on the ground, he flew into a rage at once. How could he care about the backing? He directly started to curse in a towering rage. Yang spread out his hands. "I can't help it either. That friend of mine gave it to me just like that." The fifth elder scolded in exasperation and hurriedly ordered people to go back and get the purple crystal box. Then, he even chased out and shouted, "The highest grade kind. The more the better. Get them to send a few carriages over while you're at it. F***ck. Then, he remembered Yang's strong backing and couldn't help but touch his nose and apologize. "Brother Chu, I'm sorry. I can't control my mouth." Yang laughed. "It's all right. That's true temperament, good man." The fifth elder was overjoyed. He clapped and said, "Yes, I'm a straightforward person. I'll scold whoever I don't like." As he spoke, he lowered his voice and said, "The last time I scolded the Valley Master, I was hung on a peach tree and whipped 300 times by boss." Yang felt a little dizzy. Looking at this fifth elder who looked old but was not old at heart, he really couldn't imagine that the great elder actually dared to hang such an old person up and whip him 300 times when he could be sent to the Western Paradise with just a finger. How valiant. Not long after, the expert who went back carried a huge bundle that was as big as a small mountain. He panted and said, "The carriages are behind. I was afraid that the medicinal effect would be lost, so I came first." The fifth elder praised, "You did the right thing." The expert said very gloomily, "Damn, on the way back, I heard a group of people shouting below, look quickly. A huge bundle is flying in the sky." damn it, there's someone holding it up under the bundle. I can't see him, such a big living person. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of tea with a poof. This expert weighed at most 70 to 80 pounds. He was scarily thin and withered. Under the premise of such a huge bundle, it was really a little difficult to see him. The fifth elder anxiously began to order people to put the bundle into the box, shouting and shouting. This, don't hurt the roots. This, you must maintain it. This. Are you a pig? This can hold the purple crystal box? Where's the crystal core box? Bastard, this is the wrong one. Pig. A bunch of pigs. They're even more prodigal than Xianxia. I'm sorry, Brother Chu, my mouth is loose again. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked conflicted and depressed. This old guy, really, had no taboos. After much difficulty, they finally finished packing and left. The fifth elder gave Xianxia a long list of receipts for the Medicine Valley's auction and patted his chest as a guarantee. Then, satisfied, he returned triumphantly with 2 big carriages of purple crystal boxes and herbs. The day after tomorrow? The auction? Xianxia squeezed the 10 invitation cards in his hand. They were given to him by the fifth elder of the Medicine Valley, saying that he could bring his friends and family there to broaden their horizons. He smiled and said, when the time comes, I'll definitely go and join in the fun. His eyes turned and he muttered, but if I go this time, I'll have to build up my reputation. Every time I borrow Big Sister Z's prestige, it'll be less and less. If she really leaves with a swoosh, I won't even have the chance to borrow her prestige. As he said, he walked toward Xianxia's room with swaying steps. You want me to go and cheer for you? Xianxia frowned and looked at this shameless person in front of her. Yes. Your Lure's teacher. Xianxia smiled wretchedly. If you don't go, who will? Xianxia held her forehead with a helpless expression. Are you going or not? Xianxia urged. Let's comprehend the Tao state, then I'll go. Xianxia hooked her finger. Help. Xianxia turned and ran out. Before he ran out, the fleshiest part of his buttocks was already kicked squarely. He flew out and landed on the ground with a thud. The ground was flat and Minister Chu was sprawled on the ground, sliding out a long distance as if he was on a slide. Then, a slender figure followed closely behind. Thud 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 thud. At night, Xianxia rubbed his buttocks and limped along the streets of Tianji City. The bruises on his face had finally been removed, but the soreness in his hip bone had gotten worse. During this period of time, for some reason, Xianxia had become more and more interested in his buttocks. As long as it was a spar, she would kick his buttocks as hard as she could. Xianxia estimated that if he didn't have the heavy pill, his buttocks would definitely be swollen to the size of a door by now. Now that Xianxia had a strong backer, he could do whatever he wanted in Tianji City. So when he went out alone, he was also full of confidence and did not hide at all. He walked to the door of a shop called 4 C's Inn, went in and said a few words. He casually tipped the waiter a piece of white crystal and went up to the 2nd floor. He tiptoed to the door of a room. He put his ear to it, his expression interesting. He was excited and expectant. There were 2 people talking inside. One of them said, "Damn it, old fourth, what's your level now?" The other was very steady and powerful. He said, "Saber Saint, 5th grade." The first person said gloomily, "Why are you so fast? This shouldn't be, you're basking in my glory." "But I'm only a 3rd and a half martial saint now, and you're already a 5th grade Saber Saint." The powerful voice said, "Layer is already a 5th grade now." The first person wailed, "I don't want to live anymore." The powerful voice said, "You've died too little, you should die a few more times. That way, your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds." F***CKU. The first person said angrily, "How the hell would you know the pain I've suffered every time? That's the real fear of death. Damn you. It's easy for you to say that. Every time I F***king die and come back to life, I'll see the 2 of you beside me, absorbing spiritual energy and cultivating. You've improved extraordinarily fast. You're not polite at all. F***CK. The powerful voice said calmly, "You're a bastard if you don't take advantage of the situation." This is what Big Brother said. Big Brother is such a bastard. The first person was instantly exasperated. He left the three of us in the upper three heavens, and he just stayed here to have fun with his brothers. Poor me, I can't even call for help in the upper three heavens. Not only am I taken advantage of by the two of you every day, I'm also bullied by the two of you every day. F***ck, your wife is also lazy now, she doesn't even cook. Every time we go camping outside, it's always me who takes care of the food. It's all Big Brother's fault. Why did he send me? It's good to send GMO. That guy likes to be abused, even if he finds a wife to abuse him. He's more suitable. The powerful voice said, "You dare to scold Big Brother, how dare you?" The first person said, "If he's here, I wouldn't dare. But the problem is, he's not here now. That bastard bullies GMO every day, teases Luo Kadi, attacks Ao Xieyun, and tramples on Xianxia. Occasionally, he can even flirt with Mo Tianji and scheme against others. He's having so much fun every day." That mighty voice said. Big Brother is also very tired. Little brother, I don't have so many twists and turns like you. The three of us are in the upper three heavens, and now the three-man hall is famous in the Jianghu. Isn't that great? The voice from before roared, "That's because you two are having fun." What am I having fun about? Is it great to be beaten up by you two every day? To think that I was also a godly thief in the Jianghu. Big Brother, you should let GMO be beaten up. Or let Luo Kadi be beaten up. Or let second brother beat you up. He roared. That mighty voice said calmly, "Gu Duxing can't beat me now. I can totally beat him up." The voice from before sneered, "I don't know who it was that was beaten up by second brother every day until he couldn't fight back. He hugged a heavy and stupid big knife and kept shouting, 'Again. Again, I don't believe that I can't hit you once.'" Little brother laughed, "So you're addicted to being beaten up too." That mighty voice snorted, "I realize that you're becoming like GMO now. If you don't get beaten up for a day, you won't feel good." That voice jumped in fright and hastily smiled apologetically. "Fourth brother, I'm completely convinced and filled with admiration for you. Little brother's worship for fourth brother is like a torrential river, endless and unending. My respect for fourth brother is like a towering mountain." After flattering him for a long time, he sighed and said, "Isn't everyone blaming boss? Why hasn't that bastard come up yet?" That bold and powerful voice laughed faintly and said, "If he comes up, would you dare to call him a bastard to his face?" The voice from before laughed wildly and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? Big Brother definitely can't beat me now. I'll take advantage of him for a few years first. I'll beat him up every day. I'll beat his ass." He gritted his teeth and said, "Not only do I want to beat him up, I want to teach him a lesson. Humph, I have plenty of methods. No matter what, I can't tarnish my reputation as a godly thief. Haha, when Big Brother comes up, I'll definitely use my peerless stealing skills and steal all of his underwear. When that time comes, don't help him. I'll let that bastard run naked in the upper three heavens. Why don't you take revenge for the three of us?" Pa pa pa, the sound of clapping came from the door, and a clear voice said with a fake smile, "Great plan. What a brilliant plan. An unparalleled godly thief is indeed an unparalleled godly thief. Ordinary people really can't afford to offend him." The door opened, and a figure stood at the door, looking at the two with a smile that was not a smile. The two of them were shocked. With their cultivation, how could they not sense someone standing at the door? He turned his head and looked at the door. One had a lively and serious gaze, while the other had a gaze as sharp as a knife. At a glance, it was as if two large swords were slashing at him. At this moment, his hand was placed on the hilt of the saber beside him, but in the next moment, when they saw who it was, both of them were stunned. Then, the two of them screamed crazily. "Ah! Ah! Damn! F***ck. Boss! Big Brother!" Then, two silhouettes rushed up like sharp swords. A thin and small figure jumped up and hugged Xu Yang's neck. The other was as big as a mountain. He reached out and gave the two of them a bear hug, dragging them into the door. The door closed with a bang. Then, wahahaha, boss is finally here. Bang bang bang. "Boss, you're really late." Puff puff puff. F***ck, you too, be gentler. My butt still hurts. Chu Yang screamed. Really? Then we'll give you a massage. Puff puff puff. F***ck, I'm the boss. Chu Yang said angrily, let go. Ouch. Vent first. Call me boss after you're done. Wahahaha, this feels good. Rui Butong's fists fell like rain, while Dong Wusheng sat on Chu Yang's back, pressing him down firmly. Chu Yang lay on the ground in vain, laughing and shouting, F***ck. F***ck, I'm here to denounce you. You two bastards. Quickly stop. Wusheng, you're also messing around. Ouch, ouch, my butt, F***ck, if you hit me again, I'll be angry. I'm really, really angry. F***ck. Chu Yang exerted his strength and pushed Dong Wusheng down. Then, the three brothers wrestled together. Puff. Dong Wusheng held his stomach and bent over. Bang. Rui Budong sucked in cold air and rubbed his thigh, the muscles on his face trembling in pain. Boss, this thigh-twisting move is a move only girls use, ouch. Bang bang, Chu Yang held his stomach and was about to bend over when his butt was kicked. He fell flat on his face again. Bang bang bang, the room was turned upside down. Those who didn't know better would think that a world war had broken out. When the three of them finally stopped, even the big bed in the room was smashed into pieces. The three of them lay on the ground with bruises all over their faces, panting and weak. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The three of them laughed so hard that tears flowed out of their eyes. Then, the three of them got up and hugged each other tightly, laughing at the same time. The three of them hugged each other tightly and didn't let go for a long time. The laughter gradually died down, but the three of them still didn't let go. In places where they couldn't see each other, tears flowed down quietly. They secretly wiped them away so that their brothers wouldn't see. But why did they keep crying? The three of them didn't speak. They could clearly feel each other's hearts beating violently. Rui Budong and Dong Wusheng thought of their encounters since they came to the upper three heavens. It hadn't been long, but they had experienced dozens of life and death situations. The three of them had narrowly escaped death many times, especially Rui Budong, who had actually died as many as 5 times. Meeting at this moment really felt like a lifetime ago. In the vast upper three heavens, suddenly seeing the person closest to them, the person they trusted the most, this feeling was really indescribable. Chu Yang and Dong Wusheng just sniffed and quietly controlled their emotions. But Rui Budong couldn't help but choke with sobs. The three of them thought of their brothers who were still in the upper three heavens at the same time. At this moment, they didn't say anything. This moment belonged to them. Men have tears, it is for reunion, for joy. Time passed quietly like this. After the initial excitement, the three of them had gradually calmed down. There was a knock on the door. The voice of the shop owner outside asked, "Sir, did something happen?" The door opened, revealing a pig-headed person who was beaming with joy but still had tear stains. His face was bruised and swollen, but he said cheerfully, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Don't worry, it's nothing. Hee hee, this is for you to compensate for your loss." He casually handed over a piece of purple crystal. Bang, the door was closed. Then it opened again. "Ask the waiter to bring hot water, a teapot and teacups." Bang. The door was closed again. The shop owner shook his head doubtfully and sighed. Sigh, what a pity. He's still fine after being beaten up to this extent. Even after being beaten to such a state, he was still forced to smile while crying. He was even forced to tip the purple crystals. This poor kid must have met someone he could not afford to offend. Who knew how he was going to be ravaged tonight? Shaking his head, he squeezed the purple crystal in his hand and thought to himself, if I wasn't forced, how could I bear to tip purple crystals? This piece of purple crystal is enough for him to stay here for half a year, but no matter what, getting the purple crystal is more important than anything else. Even if someone dies in this room tomorrow, I have connections to settle it and settle it. The shop owner left happily. In the room, the three of them had already calmed down. After sighing for a while, Chu Yang suddenly pointed at Rui Budong and burst into laughter. This little one cried just now, haha. Rui Butong's face turned red. I didn't cry. he cried. He pointed at Dong Wushang. Bullsh *T. Dong Wushang glared at him with eyes red from crying and flew into a rage. You're the one who cried. Rui Budong hung his head dejectedly. Alright, under your coercion, I cried, okay? Haha. Look at the two of you, beaten up like bears by me. Looking at the bruises on each other's faces, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. We're together again. After going through separation, life and death, a long journey, and two different dimensions, we brothers are together again. After a long while, Rui Budong sighed softly. I wonder how they're doing. When he said this, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang also fell silent. Chu Yang said in a low and deep voice, our brothers are all good men. Since we can make a name for ourselves, they can definitely do it too. They'll definitely do well. Who knows, it won't be long before they can come up and meet us. Yes. When that time comes, we can still be together like we were for the past 3 days and never be separated. Rui Budong's and Dong Wushang's eyes lit up. There was a knock on the door. The waiter brought over a tea set and hot water. Rui Budong opened the door to welcome them. Then, Dong Wushang went to look for tea. The two of them cooperated seamlessly and a pot of tea was brewed in an instant. But there was no table. Let's just drink on the floor. Sitting on the floor isn't bad either, Chu Yang suggested. That won't do. We brothers have reunited after a long separation, how can we sit on the floor? Dong Wushang's burly body stood up. Twisting his neck, he walked out arrogantly. Then, there was a loud shout from next door, followed by a few bangs and then footsteps. 3 people with bruised and swollen faces brought over a table and chairs with fearful looks on their faces. Put it down. Set it up properly. Scram. Dong Wushang pointed at the door fiercely. The 3 people covered their heads and scurried away. Chu Yang was stunned. That works too? The 3 people next door are 3 thieves. We were robbed on the first day we stayed here. Then, Wushang went over and gave them a good beating. Now, whatever we lack, 4th brother goes over to get it as if it's his own house. When he goes over, he doesn't say a word and beats them up first before explaining his purpose. These 3 people are also used to it. It's uncomfortable not to be beaten up for a day. Rui Budong explained with great emotion. I see. Wushang is really fierce. Haha. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. The 2 of you advance really quickly. How did you do it? Did you take medicine? Chu Yang asked. You're the one who's a bird. Rui Budong jumped up in anger. He turned to Chu Yang and said, Boss, it's like this. Like this? As he spoke, he explained everything in detail and emphasized, actually, I was implicated by 4th brother. Oh, Chu Yang was enlightened and said, so it's really a bird. Rui Budong was dumbfounded. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Dong Wushang held his stomach and laughed. Chu Yang continued, however, Wushang, you're making a fuss over nothing. Actually, every man has a bird as a brother. It's just that we have one more brother. We have 2. Ha 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 ha. Dong Wushang held his stomach and was out of breath. He felt that he had never been so happy in the past year. Rui Budong was so angry that even his neck was red. Facing these 2 people, he didn't dare to hit or scold them. Thief God Rui felt like he was going to die of frustration. The 3 of them drank tea and talked about all kinds of things after they parted ways. They laughed from time to time. After a while, Chu Yang remembered. Wushang, where's your wife? She went out. That girl is really asking for a beating. Dong Wushang had a domineering look on his face. Boss is here and she's not here. When she comes back, see how I'll deal with her. Who are you going to deal with? A cold and gentle voice came from the door. Emma Lay dressed in black, walked in from outside with a lot of food and a few jars of wine in her hands. She looked at Dong Wushang with a half-smile. I came up just now. Seeing that you brothers were reunited, I didn't want to disturb you. I went down to buy some side dishes and 2 jars of wine. Did I just hear someone say that he's going to deal with me? No, you must have heard wrongly. Dong Wushang hurriedly stood up and took the food thoughtfully. He laughed and said, "It's been hard on you. Do you want to sit down and eat with me?" Chu Yang was stunned. Was this still Dong Wushang? Mo Lei snorted and wrinkled her nose. She said, "You three brothers eat and drink. Who would be happy if I'm here? Don't be so hypocritical. I'm going to sleep." She said goodbye to Chu Yang. Mo Lei the black demon, left. Dong Wushang walked her to the door and watched Mo Lei return to her room before turning back. He chuckled and said without blushing, "She's not bad and knows how to take care of others." See, when she saw boss coming, she hurriedly went to buy wine. She knew it herself. If she doesn't do a good job, I'll really beat her up. Chu Yang and Rui Budong stared at him blankly. Dong Wushang lifted the wine jug and poured a bowl for each of them. He said, "Actually, we're women." Just like that, if he didn't beat him up for 3 days, he would become a troublemaker. He had to teach her a lesson. Normally, he could be gentle, but at critical moments, he had to be tough. It was a matter of principle. He couldn't give in. As long as he was beaten into submission. In the future, just a few good words from you will be able to coax him into submission. Chu Yang and Rui Budong stared blankly behind him. Dong Wushang smiled proudly. Just like last time. He seemed to have sensed something and suddenly said, "Just like last time. Leier's ability to do things is really unquestionable. She helped me and Butong so much, boss. You don't know, ever since we came here. If it weren't for Leier, Butong and I would have died. Who knows, we might still be wandering somewhere right now." "Right, Butong?" Rui Butong's face twitched and he nodded like a dumb goose. Yes. What do you think, boss?" Dong Wushang consulted Chu Yang with great interest. "Actually, towards women, we men have to be more magnanimous. We have to be patient in everything. Only then can we get by. Not every woman has such a good temper like Leier." Chu Yang stared blankly at Dong Wushang's rough face as if he was looking at an alien. Dong Wushang chuckled. When he turned around, he immediately pretended to be shocked. "Leier, why are you back?" Mo Leier smiled and thoughtfully helped him tidy up his clothes. She smiled and said, "I wanted to remind you that if these 2 jugs of wine aren't enough, I still have another jug at the waiter downstairs." Dong Wushang held Mo Leier's hand and said emotionally, "Leier, you're so nice." Mo Leier blushed and said, "Let go, what?" "Okay, I'm going back." She turned around and left. Dong Wushang looked at the door for a while and carefully closed the door. He chuckled and wiped his forehead. "Boss, when dealing with women, you have to be more careful." Chu Yang stared at him for a while and finally sighed and smiled. "I've been away for 3 days and I have to look at you in a different light." "Wushang, I really should look at you in a different light." Dong Wushang smiled foolishly and scratched his head. He leaned close to Chu Yang's ear and whispered, very fierce, I can't even get on the bed if I'm not careful." Pfft. Chu Yang was listening to him with his head tilted and instantly spat out the wine. A mouthful of wine and a half-chewed pig's ear sprayed all over Rui Budong, who was trying to eavesdrop with a face full of gossip. Rui Budong was extremely depressed at once. He wiped his face in a flurry and sighed repeatedly. "Boss, why did you suddenly explode?" "Because I suddenly remembered that someone wanted me to run naked in the upper 3 heavens." Chu Yang said lightly. Rui Budong immediately bowed and said, "Boss, please spare me, this mouth of mine is despicable. What should be said and what shouldn't be said, I spilled it out." As he spoke, he raised his hand and lightly slapped himself twice on the face. That strength couldn't even kill a mosquito. Chu Yang snorted coldly and warned, "I'm happy this time, so I'll remember this first. If anything happens in the future, as long as I remember it, I'll punish you for several crimes." He said heavily, "If there's anything that makes me unhappy in the future, I'll definitely make your wish of running naked in the upper 3 heavens come true." Rui Butong's face was bitter as he agreed repeatedly. He thought to himself, "I'm done for. With this despicable mouth of mine, I don't know how many times I'll be punished." At this moment, he suddenly missed GMO endlessly. How great would it be if that guy was here? He was a masochist born to attract hatred and attention. Now that he's not here, everyone's target has shifted to me. The three of them drank to their heart's content, pouring out all the sorrow of parting, the surprise of reuniting after a long time, and the longing for their brothers. They melted into the wine. The three of them didn't use their cultivation to suppress the alcohol and let themselves get drunk. 2 jars of wine were practically poured into their stomachs. Then, Rui Budong went down to bring up the other jar. The three of them made a big fuss, each occupying a jar and drinking in large mouthfuls. After a long time, Dong Wushang was drunk and sleepy. He laughed heartily and said, "I seem to have returned to the upper 3 heavens again. Ha ha ha. This is so satisfying. Which hero in the world dares to fight with me?" Rui Butong's eyes were slanted. He lay on the table and looked up weakly. "With drunken eyes," he said, "this bastard is drunk." Before he could finish his words, he slipped under the table, his entire body weak. Chu Yang loved to smile when he was drunk, smiling like a retard. He laughed and drank as he laughed. When the last mouthful of wine entered his stomach, he finally collapsed. Plop. Dong Wushang's burly body also collapsed. Rui Budong was at the bottom, Chu Yang was lying on top of him, and Dong Wushang was firmly pressed on Chu Yang's stomach. The three of them were in a position as awkward as it could be and as uncomfortable as it could be. But the three of them fell asleep with a satisfied look on their faces. Snoring sounds could be heard everywhere. A black shadow flashed. Mo quietly came in to take a look. She couldn't help but sigh. Men were really hard to understand. The friendship between men was even harder for women to guess. In such a dangerous situation, the three of them actually drank themselves to death just for a simple reunion. But she didn't know that although danger was everywhere at this moment, for the three of them who were sleeping soundly, it was the most comfortable, the most reassuring and the safest time, because their brothers were by their side, from now on. Everyone had someone to rely on. He no longer had to struggle alone like he did in the past, as long as they had this kind of feeling, even if danger was everywhere. The three of them could also get drunk without any qualms, Mo didn't touch them either. She just moved a chair and sat at the door. She raised her guard and silently guarded for the whole night. The next day, dawn. A scream sounded from the room. Rui Budong screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "What's so heavy? F***ck, it's crushing me." He exerted force and the 2 people on top of him flew out. Then, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang also woke up. They only felt sore all over and scratched their heads in puzzlement. They had never heard that sleeping could be so tiring. After leaving the auction invitation to the 3 of them, Chu Yang washed his face and hurriedly left. It was a little abrupt for them to gather together now. He might as well directly appear in the upper 3 heavens during the auction. In that way, with Xianxia's deterrence, the intangible value of his brothers would also rise. What's more, he still had to look for Xianxia, Wei Wuyan and the others now. After Chu Yang left, Dong Wushang and Rui Budong woke up as if from a dream. Holding the invitation in their hands, they suddenly saw the 2 of them jumping up in ecstasy. Boss really came up. Wahahaha. The 2 of them jumped up and down excitedly, hugging each other like this, laughing and jumping on the street in front of the inn's gate. One was burly and the other was thin and small. Hugging each other and jumping up and down excitedly, it was very easy for people to have an indecent association. After seeing this, many passers-by's eyes suddenly popped out. Then, they couldn't help but rub their eyes and spit a mouthful of saliva. With a look of disdain, they turned and left. Public morals were degenerating day by day. People's hearts were not what they used to be. In the past, men and women had to be secretive and secretive. But now, even men and men had to be so open about it. Mo stood in the inn and looked at these 2 crazy brothers. She couldn't help but cover her eyes speechlessly. It was really unbearable to watch. Chu Yang walked around and found Xianxia and the other 2 brothers according to the information he received. He also found Wei Wuyan, who was alone in an inn. Finally, when he was on his way back, he sent the invitation to Nangong Shifeng on the way. But he realized that the invitation was actually not enough. He had to make another trip to the Medicine Valley station and ask the 5th elder for a few more. Only then was it barely enough. After going through so many twists and turns, it was only at this time that Chu Yang's own strength was going to be displayed in the upper 3 heavens for the first time. "I'm so tired." I'm going to open a single chapter to eat. The problem that had been bothering him for a long time was finally resolved. With the Dharma Supreme's approval and not the Tribulation Sword Master's protection, Chu Yang was really relaxed now. He couldn't wait to be arrogant, plus, he was reunited with his brothers after a long separation. Chu Yang felt even more refreshed. Then, the urgently needed purple crystals came immediately. Minister Chu was so happy that he couldn't tell north from south. He walked back to the orchard palace and saw Xianxia standing in front of him with a cold face. You didn't come home last night. Where did you go? Her tone and expression were like that of a wife who saw her husband come home secretly. Cough, I went for a drink. What's wrong? Chu Yang said righteously. He was often abused at home and was not allowed to go out to relax. What kind of logic was this? Went for a drink? Xianxia looked at him suspiciously. She reached out and twisted his ear neatly. She twisted his ear and walked away, dragging him into the house. You still have a reason for not coming home at night? Come, let's learn from each other. Spare me. Chu Yang's joy turned to sorrow and he wailed. I can't spoil you like this. Xianxia was merciless. Chu Yang became anxious. Firstly, you're not my mother. Secondly, you're not my wife. Why do you care so much? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then, she kicked him fiercely. I like it. Then, she gave him a beating. While Chu Yang's whole body was relaxed, Diwu Qingro was puzzled. Because he found out from various sources that Chu Yang was fine. He was fine, he caused such a big incident and offended all the big clans, but he was fine, this fact. It made Diwu Qingru so shocked that he opened his mouth and eyes wide. Diwu Qingro was also puzzled by the mysterious powerhouse behind Chu Yang. Who is this mysterious powerhouse? What made Diwu Qingru most depressed was that he had only used a small part of all his arrangements. There was still a large part that had not been activated yet. Because, Chu Yang didn't use the thing that Diwu Qingru thought of at all. He only used the matter of Wu Qianqian. After messing around for a while, he succeeded in causing a dispute. The matter of the sacred race elder was suppressed because of this matter. How could Diwu Qingro not be depressed? In Diwu Qingro's plan, he would hide behind the scenes and make all the arrangements. Then, Chu Yang would appear and cause a dispute in the world. All the big clans would fight, and the Zhuge clan would be involved. Then, he would take advantage of the situation, to realize Diwu Qingro's other plan. As a result, Diwu Qingro remained behind the scenes. There was no danger. No matter what, no one could find trouble with him. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, the people watching the show would naturally be at ease, but the people acting would be tired. Chu Yang, the opera singer, directly went up on stage. Of course, he would be in a lot of trouble. In this way, after being forced or sacrificed, Chu Yang would become more and more eager to unify the Tribulation Sword Master. It would be best if a few of Chu Yang's subordinates or relatives died. That would be even better. Last time, Chu Yang went to Shuiyu Tower to deliver a letter. This was a warning to Diwu Qingro, you are scheming against me again. However, if you want to scheme against me, then you have to bear the consequences of being schemed against by me. Now, the consequences had indeed come. Diwu Qingro's follow-up plan was suddenly put on a big show. Chu Yang, the protagonist, suddenly raised his eyebrows and stopped. Thirdly, after this incident, the big clan's strength would be weakened, especially the Zhuge clan. Their vitality would be greatly damaged. Whether it was the underground secret prison or the nebula map in the sky, there would be changes. And Diwu Qingro could take advantage of this opportunity to achieve his other goal. Also, the final stage of Diwu Qingro's and the Elder of the Three Stars Divine Clan's secret plan would be carried out smoothly. More importantly, as long as Chu Yang was annoyed, the mission of the Tribulation Sword Master would be accelerated. Then, Diwu Qingro could be fully prepared to follow Chu Yang's footsteps. As Chu Yang took a step forward, Diwu Qingro would be able to take a step forward. Diwu Qingro had absolute confidence. It could be said that such a plan had even been laid out for 10 years. However, Chu Yang did not play his cards according to common sense. Although the two cooperated tacitly, Chu Yang began to sing a one-man show in the end. He directly abandoned Diwu Qingrou's side. Very beautifully, he burned the bridge after crossing the river. Diwu Qingrou had planned for so long. Everything was ready. However, when he stepped on the bridge and wanted to cross, the bridge broke when he reached the middle. So, Diwu Qingrou could only retreat. With this retreat, he actually returned to the starting point. This was a matter of cooperation between the two of them. However, the two of them were also scheming against each other. However, Diwu Qingrou had no choice but to admit that he was once again at a disadvantage in this battle and cooperation where the two of them didn't meet each other. In fact, he had more advantages than Chu Yang. However, it was all superficial advantages. The far-reaching effects were not as big as Chu Yang's. Moreover, all of Chu Yang's plans were carried out smoothly. However, the last step of his plan was blocked by Chu Yang. This Chu Yang is really difficult to deal with. Facing such a situation, Diwu Qingrou could only smile bitterly. However, there was some comfort. At least Tianji City was in chaos. Many people from the big clans had died. Moreover, although Chu Yang had pulled back and abandoned his plan in the end, he didn't reveal his trump card. Diwu Qingrou smiled bitterly. This king of Hell Chu did not reveal my trump card because he wants to use it again. How ruthless. If we allow him to use me as his trump card again, I'm afraid that all the people from the large aristocratic families will be buried in Tianji City this time. Diwu Qingrou was deep in thought. Just like how he was not afraid of Chu Yang not cooperating with his previous plan, he had to cooperate with Chu Yang's upcoming plan. The plan that he had formulated previously was in line with Chu Yang's interests. Now, Chu Yang's plan was in line with his interests. You don't want to do it? No, once you're on my boat, you still want to get off so easily? You're dreaming. This should be what Chu Yang wants to say to me. Diwu Qingrou rubbed his eyebrows. He smiled faintly and muttered to himself, it's just that. Where do you plan to start from? How will you do it? I'm really looking forward to it. He paced slowly. His expression was still calm and indifferent. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. I'll just wait for you to call me back. At this moment, someone reported, Lord Qingrou, the Medicine Valley sent an invitation. Oh? Diwu Qingrou walked to the door and received it. He looked at it and couldn't help but be moved. Black Blood Divine Medicine Auction? Could it be items that are going to be auctioned? Are they all from the Black Blood Forest? But no matter what, the medicine from the Black Blood Forest was definitely very tempting to these clans. Even the Diwu clan was no exception. He paced 2 steps and said decisively, please reply to the elders of the Medicine Valley that the Diwu clan will definitely be there. After sending away the messenger, Diwu Qingrou frowned and pondered. Where did such a large batch of medicine from the Black Blood Forest suddenly appear from? To form a huge auction. But at least 50 heavenly treasures are needed. How did the Medicine Valley suddenly come up with such a large sum? He shook his head and smiled. As if he was joking with himself, he said, could it be King of Helchu again? In the next 2 days, the people of the Medicine Valley went crazy. Everyone who was qualified. Everyone had an invitation and directly booked the biggest auction hall in Tianji City. They even expanded it by 1 floor, all for this auction. Originally, the auction was handled by the law enforcement auction hall. But this time, the profits involved were too great. The old fogies of the Medicine Valley were determined not to give in and actually chased away all the people from the law enforcement auction hall, this bunch of lunatics from the Medicine Valley. Basically, no one dared to offend them. Even the Dharma Supreme was helpless about this. He could only let them do whatever they wanted. The big clans all received invitations. The strange thing was that the Dharma Supreme actually received one too. No one knew what kind of expression the Dharma Supreme had after receiving the invitation. But the fellow who sent the invitation was severely reprimanded by the high priest of the Medicine Valley. It was only after that the high priest realized his mistake. These people of the Medicine Valley were far more daring than he had imagined. Not only did the Dharma Supreme receive an invitation, Buluqing also received one. Even Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro also received one. The high priest almost fainted. Sending invitations to these 4 people and giving them medicine, what was the difference? When the time came, as long as the medicine was out, these people would take a fancy to it. They only needed one sentence, "I want it," who would dare to bid against them? Wouldn't that be courting death? They could send invitations to anyone but them. But what was done could not be undone. The invitations had already been sent over. Other than being helpless, the high priest could only pray to the heavens, let those people have diarrhea and not come, but in reality, the few people who received the invitations were all tempted at the same time. Especially Bu Luqing, Feng Yuro, and Yu Lingxue. They practically thought that a pie had fallen from the sky. The medicine from the black blood forest was a great supplement for their disciples. They must go and see if there were any that were suitable for their disciples. If there were, they would definitely bid for it. They were just worrying about the lack of heavenly treasures, and now someone actually sent an invitation over. Really, sensible. If there were really ignorant people who dared to bid against them, they could also use snatching. The three people who couldn't afford to offend started to look forward to this auction at the same time. The Medicine Valley belonged to a special organization and had friendly relations with all of them. It was obviously not appropriate to snatch it. At this moment, all three of them had this regret in their hearts. It was such a pity that they couldn't snatch it. Therefore, under the anticipation of everyone, especially the limitless attention of the supreme martial artists, the Black Blood Divine Medicine auction finally began. This morning, in the direction of the auction, the earth-shattering sound of firecrackers suddenly rang out and rumbled for a long time. An auction actually used firecrackers. It was undoubtedly a declaration to the world, the Divine Medicine auction has begun. Spendthrifts, come and send your purple crystals quickly. This morning, he went to the hospital. For massage, electrotherapy to cupping, he only came back in the afternoon. But his body was much more relaxed. Although the update was a little late, he was already preparing for the next wave of super explosion. Chu Yang was still asleep. He dreamed that he was being beaten, touching his buttocks and crying out in pain. But he was woken up by the sound of firecrackers. He got up and muttered, "This is my first appearance in the upper three heavens, and I actually caused such a big commotion." He put on his clothes quickly and walked to the courtyard to wash his face with cold water. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky, as if it was going to snow. He couldn't help but murmur, "It's rare for me to be arrogant. Even the heavens want to celebrate with snow." The curtains opened and Xianxia came out. She scolded, "Pig. You've been snoring all night. Even the room is shaking." Chu Yang put on a straight face. "Big Sister Z, your image today is that of a senior expert. You have to watch your words." Xianxia squinted and said, "Don't you have morning exercises?" Chu Yang put on a long face. "Big Sister, I still want to be arrogant today. Please don't disfigure me." Xianxia laughed. "Okay, I'll let you off today." She left victoriously. Chu Yang muttered a few more curses and continued to wash his face. The door of the orchard palace opened. A little girl in a snow-white marten coat walked out. She was Chu Lu-er. Chu Lu-er's delicate little face was hidden in the long fur of the marten coat. Her pair of black eyes were rolling around. She was indescribably cute and weird. Then, Minister Chu neatly walked out of the room. He was dressed in black, and his figure was tall and slender. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like stars. His hair was meticulously combed, and an amethyst crown was neatly placed on his head. It made his face look like jade, and he was extraordinarily handsome. He walked out step by step. His back was straight and his expression was proud. A long sword hung at his waist and his hand was on the sword hilt. His gaze was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Chu Lu-er, who came out first, turned and saw Chu Yang's unprecedentedly serious look. She couldn't help but laugh. "Don't laugh," Chu Yang said seriously, "it wasn't easy for me to keep a straight face. Don't make me laugh." "Ha ha ha." Chu Lu-er held her stomach and laughed loudly. She almost rolled on the ground. Then, Xianxia, dressed in white, her hair was tied up high. She walked out calmly. There seemed to be a white light lingering around her body. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but she still wore a veil and her white clothes fluttered. She walked quietly on the road, but it felt like she was floating in the clouds. It was full of mysterious power and unattainable holiness and nobility. Her gaze was calm and indifferent, but no matter who she looked at, anyone would feel that this gaze could directly freeze their soul. She walked out calmly, but even Chu Yang and Chu Le, who were already very familiar with her, were shocked by her power at this moment. He didn't even dare to speak to her. "Let's go," Xianxia said faintly and led the way. Chu Yang hurriedly pulled Chu Le and followed after her. They arrived at the first street. People were coming and going on the street, and everyone was in a hurry. However, the moment the three of them appeared, the people themselves didn't know why, but they obediently opened up a path for them. Chu Yang wanted to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to be arrogant. He wanted to intimidate others. So, how could he let go of this opportunity? With her head held high and her chest puffed out, she pulled Chu Le and hurriedly walked a few steps forward. She changed her position and caught up with Xianxia, walking side by side. But, with Chu Le on his right and Xianxia on his left, Chu Yang actually became the focus of attention. Instantly, he looked around disdainfully and arrogantly. He strode forward majestically and murderously. Secretly, Xianxia rolled her eyes. This guy is really thick-skinned. Dong Wushang and the other two brothers were waiting for him at an even bigger intersection. They saw Chu Yang walking over with a majestic gait. The two brothers rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they saw him walking over with a domineering aura. What the heck, boss is actually doing so well in the upper three heavens. Chu Yang waved his hand and the three hurriedly came over. Chu Yang introduced them. "These two are my brothers. This burly, powerful and domineering one is called Dong Wushang. The skinny one is called Rui Badong. As for the other one, she is my sister-in-law. Wushang, Badong, this is big sister Z. This is my younger sister, Lu. Dong Wushang and Rui Badong hurriedly bowed. Xianxia nodded lightly. Then, she carefully sized up the two of them and couldn't help but be shocked. With Xianxia's cultivation and insight, she naturally could tell that Dong Wushang and Rui Badong were not ordinary. It was precisely because of this that she was so shocked. Where did Chu Yang get these two brothers from? They were really not simple. This one called Rui Badong was obviously a half-awakened phoenix, and this one called Dong Wushang was a genuine human. But his bones and meridians had all been transformed into saber bones and saber meridians. One could imagine that in the infinite future, this Dong Wushang's achievements would definitely be earth-shattering, and that girl in black, she was also a unique character with a limitless future. After looking at the three of them, Xianxia couldn't help but praise, "Chu Yang, these brothers of yours are really not simple." Chu Yang smiled proudly and said, "Of course. Why don't you see whose brothers they are?" Xianxia smiled lightly. On the other side, Rui Badong was already talking to Chu Le. "Chu Le? Haha, you are my boss's younger sister, so you are also my younger sister. I'll call you Le in the future, okay?" Chu Le widened her eyes and said, "Indeed, you look like a bird." Dong Wushang and Mo Le at the side immediately burst into laughter. Rui Butong's face was full of black lines. He said, "You're just a little skinnier. Actually, you don't look like a bird. Don't listen to your big brother's nonsense. Look, these arms, these legs, this body. Which part of them looks like a bird?" Chu Le sized him up and said affirmatively, "They do look like a bird." Rui Butong's face was full of tears. As they walked, Chu Yang's team became bigger and bigger. Nangong Shifeng led his brothers and followed behind valiantly. Immediately, at the next intersection, Wan Renjia and his two brothers also joined the team. And so, the team became even more majestic. After a while, Wei Wuyan appeared quietly like a ghost. He didn't say anything. He quietly followed at the back of the team. The team walked forward majestically. All the passers-by looked sideways. In front was the auction hall. The front of the auction hall was heavily guarded. There was a dazzling array of clothes in various colors. Chu Yang and the others were walking forward vigorously. Chu Yang was right in front, striding forward like a lord. He walked like a crab, rampaging everywhere. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but look askance. Who is this? F***ck, he's so arrogant. Of course, Chu Yang occupied the center position. On his left was Xianxia, and on his right was Chu Le. Behind them were Dong Wushang and his two brothers, followed by Wan Renjie and his two brothers. Then, Nangong Shifeng and his brothers followed with pride and arrogance on their ugly faces. Finally, Wei Wuyan, dressed in black, followed. Like a ghost that didn't exist, he followed silently. Majestic and awe-inspiring. Haha, little brother Chu. Before they got close, a group of people appeared from the side. The leader was tall and straight, with a hale and hearty expression. He was dressed in stone-green clothes. He was from the Shi clan. The leader was actually the second grandmaster of the Shi clan. Shi Jing. At this moment, the one who greeted Chu Yang was also him. Little brother Chu, you're here so early, haha, elder Shi, you're not late either. Chu Yang smiled reservedly. He nodded politely. This scene instantly shocked the surrounding people, as well as Wan Renjie and the rest who followed behind. Who is this person? The old ancestor of the Shi family. What did he call Chu Yang? Little brother, for a moment. Wan Renjie and his two brothers were a little dizzy. They looked at each other blankly. What's going on? Shi Jing went closer to Chu Yang very intimately. He laughed and asked, these few people are? Chu Yang laughed heartily and introduced in a candid manner, Elder Shi, allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, surnamed Dong. The one beside him is his wife. That's also my brother, surnamed Rui. This is Wan Renjie, my big brother Wan. He introduced them at great length, except for Chu Le and Zi Shiqing. Shi Jing knew Chu Le, but he didn't know Zi Shiqing. His eyes flashed. This is, Chu Yang laughed and said, let's go in and see what good things are in this black blood forest, ha ha ha. Shi Jing understood and smiled. Let's go, we're early, let's go in quickly. But there was already some reluctance and fear in his smile. It turned out that this powerful person had also come to this auction. Shi Jing's legs turned to jelly instantly. Everyone entered the auction hall. This auction hall was indeed huge. There was a huge space, and in mid-air, there was a high platform. There was a circle of rooms around the hall. The hall was 150 feet high, and every 10 feet was a floor of rooms. There were a total of 15 floors, and each floor had 100 rooms. On the highest floor of the 15th floor, there were only slightly more than 20 huge rooms. Chu Yang, Shi Jing and the rest all walked up. They remembered very clearly. Chu Yang's room was the third room of the human class. And the room that Shi Jing went to was the first room of the earth class. Obviously, it was of a higher class than Chu Yang's room. Because of this higher class, Shi Jing was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He apologized to Chu Yang again and again, and Chu Yang assured him that everything was fine and that he wouldn't blame him. Only then did Shi Jing wipe his cold sweat and leave. He felt that he was unlucky. All the big clans had come to participate. Why was he so lucky to meet this killing god? Of course, he wasn't worried about Chu Yang. He was worried about Zi Shiqing, who was beside Chu Yang. Even the Dharma Supreme couldn't afford to offend this woman. How could he be her match? If she felt uncomfortable because his room was better than hers, then the whole Shi clan would probably feel uncomfortable as well. After everyone entered the room, they waited for a while more before all the big clans participating in the auction gradually arrived. In the private room of the Shi clan. Elder Master, should we inform the other big clans about this news? Someone asked tentatively. This powerful person must have come to buy elixirs for her disciple. But we don't have to make it public. Shi Jing said with his eyes half closed, the other clans can offend her and compete with her, but that has nothing to do with the Shi clan. Yes. The Shi clan disciple retreated. Shi Jing's eyelids twitched. He thought to himself, how can I just let the elder be frightened alone? The other clans have to suffer as well, and let me gloat over your misfortune. Otherwise, wouldn't I have suffered all this for nothing? Begging for monthly votes. To be continued, the surrounding rooms were noisy for a while before they quietened down. Everyone was basically familiar with each other. Even if they weren't, they had heard of each other. Basically, everyone knew who was in each room. Therefore, there was no need to keep their identities a secret in an auction like this. In some rooms, the curtains were pulled open and the auction was carried out openly. Only 3 of the 5 rooms in the heaven category were occupied. The other two were empty. The first room in the heaven category was undoubtedly occupied by the Dharma Supreme and the people from the law enforcement headquarters. The second room was naturally occupied by Buluqing and Emoqinggu. The third room was even more unsurprisingly occupied by the Moon Breeze couple. There were 5 rooms in each of the Earth category and Human category rooms. Other than Chu Yang, who occupied the third room, the other big clans had 1 room each. However, the room that belonged to the Lan clan was empty. Lan Muxue was trying his best to recuperate. He only had 2 supreme martial artists under him, who were like generals without an army. They also had to protect him, so they couldn't come. Therefore, there were only 8 big clans. In the second room in the heaven category, Emoqinggu was dressed in red. She rested her cheeks on her hands, sulking. After a long while, she finally asked, "Teacher, will big brother Chu Yang come or not?" Buluqing said with certainty, "Your big brother Chu Yang will definitely not come." He thought to himself, for an event of this scale, your big brother Chu Yang is only a small fry now. How can he be qualified to come? Besides, if he could come here, why would I bring you here? This was something that could be understood even with one's knees. Supreme Martial Artist Bu was very pleased. He even had a very clever idea in his mind. If there is suitable medicine here and it is sufficient, then after I bid for it later, he would immediately leave with Emoqinggu. Far away from this troublesome place where she could meet Chu Yang at any time, so as to prevent his disciple from falling deeper and deeper. After that, he would immediately change his residence with Ning Tianya and find a secluded place to cultivate with his disciple for 180 years. By then, Chu Yang would probably be an old monkey and he would come out again. After 180 years, even the strongest yearning would have faded. Then, she would see an old man with a face full of wrinkles. It would be good enough if Xiao Wu didn't spit at him. Big brother Chu Yang? To hell with you. Buluqing thought smugly. Emoqinggu rolled her eyes. She thought, Master clearly doesn't want me to see elder brother Chu Yang. What a bad guy. When the auction is over, I'll sneak away. I ran to brother Chu Yang's place and didn't come out, humph. Ungrateful. Back then, I didn't even want to take you as my master. It was brother Chu Yang who did his best to make it happen. Emoqinggu stuck out her tongue at Buluqing's back and rolled her eyes. She sat at the side angrily and did not say anything. The curtain slowly opened, and a white-robed man was already standing on the stage. He had white hair, a ruddy complexion, and a tall and sturdy figure. His face was kind. Everyone was in an uproar. Immediately, he realized how extraordinary this auction was. This was because the person who had come out was actually the high priest of the Medicine Valley, whose status was only below the Valley Lord. Before this, he was recognized as the #1 miracle doctor in the heaven. He was also the #1 divine apothecary, usually, no matter what happened. It was very rare for him to make an appearance. The fact that he was personally making an appearance meant that the scale of the auction had far surpassed everyone's expectations. Cough cough, cough cough. Everyone, I'm an old man. Say a few words. The great consecrator chuckled. He first coughed twice to clear his throat. Just this one sentence was enough for those who paid attention to hear the excitement in his voice. Come to think of it, there really were a lot of heavenly treasures, on the 14th floor, in a private room. Diwu Qingru frowned and said, let's bid at the start of the auction and only bid for those that are useful. The scale of the auction is the medicine below. Bid for as much as we can. As for the top-grade elixirs, don't bid for anything. The elder beside him was puzzled. We don't lack purple crystals now, why don't we bid for the good ones? Diwu Qingru's eyes were heavy. He said, even the high priest of the Medicine Valley is so excited. This shows that this batch of elixirs is really extraordinary. It's already very good that we can bid for them. The elder beside him nodded, still somewhat disapproving. He thought to himself, not necessarily. Depending on the situation later, there will definitely be good ones and bad ones. At this time, the great elder on the stage had already started speaking. As everyone knows, the Medicine Valley attaches great importance to this auction. Moreover, there are many types of herbs and every one of them is very precious. I can say with absolute certainty that every single stock of medicine this time is extraordinary. This old man has personally examined every single one of them and personally written an evaluation. The evaluation written by this old man is in the box that holds the herbs and has this old man's seal as proof. A commotion broke out below. Everyone knew the temper of the high priest of the Medicine Valley. He was smelly and stubborn. If one wanted him to treat a patient, it was fine as long as they liked him and he wouldn't ask for anything. If they didn't like him, even if you put a purple crystal mine in front of him, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Watching someone die without saving them was the old man's specialty. And if one wanted him to appraise herbs, the conditions were even more stringent, because this old man had a rule: he wouldn't appraise anything that wasn't heavenly treasures. He wouldn't give an appraisal certificate for heavenly treasures that weren't of heavenly treasures grade and above. If one thought that their heavenly treasures could be appraised by him and rake in a huge sum of money with the appraisal certificate, then one had better pray. Because this old man would first charge you an exorbitant appraisal fee. If he felt that it didn't meet the standards of a heavenly treasure, then he would smash it into smithereens on the spot. Want to take it back intact? Dream on. Therefore, there was a rumor in the pugilistic world: as long as the high priest appraised it, it would be a heavenly treasure. And this was the minimum requirement. Now, the high priest actually said that every single stock of this batch of herbs had his appraisal certificate in it. This news was simply shocking. Since it was a batch, then there must be a lot of them. Could it be that even the lowest grade of this batch of herbs was a heavenly treasure? Where did so many heavenly treasures come from in this world? Most of this batch of herbs came from the Black Blood Forest. The high priest emphasized and said, the core. The core of the Black Blood Forest. This news. Even Buluching was shocked. Buluching had also passed by the core of the Black Blood Forest before. However, he could faintly sense the existence of an extremely dangerous aura inside. After much hesitation, he still chose to take a detour. He didn't even tell Xianxia about this. Now, he actually heard that someone had picked herbs from the core of the Black Blood Forest. How could Buluching not be shocked? In order for this auction to not be too monotonous, we have used all the power of the Medicine Valley and the Medicine Banquet. We have also gathered a few more heavenly treasures to participate in the auction. The high priest of the Medicine Valley said loudly, the starting price for this auction is purple crystals. You can use heavenly treasures as well as rare materials to offset the price. This is the seller's request. Everyone, please bear this in mind. This was clearly stated on the invitation. Everyone came prepared. Therefore, they weren't very surprised. Now, everyone's curiosity had been successfully piqued by this old man. They couldn't wait to start the auction immediately. The high priest smiled. Everyone is very anxious. Therefore, I won't say much more. Now, I announce the start of the auction. Immediately, the old man leaped up and floated up. He returned to the auction house of the Medicine Valley. There were two people. One in white and the other in black. They flew out from the auction house and landed on the stage. One of them was holding a golden hammer. The other was holding a box covered by a red cloth. It was obvious. This auctioneer. He was also someone from the Medicine Valley. The way he held the hammer was extremely awkward. It was as if he was holding a big knife and was about to chop someone at any time. His face was also the trademark of the Medicine Valley. It was stiff and expressionless. The people from the various big families sighed. Damn it. If not for the fact that the herbs were too rare. Just the appearance of this auctioneer would be enough to chase away everyone present. Just based on this zombie-like face. He would also be able to spoil this auction. Everyone, please pay attention. Now, let's bring out the first auction item. The auctioneer had a straight face. He said stiffly. Everyone participating in the auction cursed in unison. F***ck, you call yourself an auctioneer? Damn it, did someone die in your family? Would it kill you to smile and sound more passionate and provocative? The red cloth was unveiled. Below was an amethyst box. The auctioneer said stiffly, I would like to remind everyone that as soon as you get the item, you should quickly change to an amethyst core box. The Medicine Valley has limited financial resources and can only use amethyst. Although you don't have to worry about the loss of medicinal efficacy for the time being, it will definitely be lost over time. Everyone must be prepared for this. Everyone below nodded half-heartedly. They didn't even bother to respond with an "oh." Faced with such a face and such an expression, they really had no interest in pandering to anything. The auctioneer was about to open the amethyst box when he suddenly looked up again. "I would like to remind everyone again. Time is tight today and the task is important. So, when you call out the price, please be quick. Because when I call out 1, 2, 3, the speed of the hammer falling will also be very fast." Everyone was stunned. Damn it, there was such an amazing auctioneer. Everyone else was deliberately stalling for time and would only fall the hammer when there was really no one bidding. But this guy actually said, "I call out 1, 2, 3 very fast." The man in black next to him had already held the amethyst box in one hand and was pushing it forward. The auctioneer reached out to open the lid and suddenly stopped. "I would like to remind everyone again, what the F***ck are you reminding us for?" From the private room of the Li clan in the Earth House, a loud scolding could be heard. "Would it kill you to be faster?" The auctioneer was startled. He said coldly, "If the Li clan is not satisfied, you can leave early." This guy, facing one of the big clans, the Li clan, actually didn't bother with words at all. His attitude was as tough as a piece of iron. Xianxia was stunned. Looking at this zombie face from afar, he rubbed his chin and murmured, "This guy is a little interesting." Wei Wuyan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. "This is the young valley master of the Medicine Valley." Xianxia was surprised. No wonder he was so arrogant. So he was the young valley master of the entire Medicine Valley. It was just that he really didn't expect this young valley master of the Medicine Valley to look like this. And second update modification. G, to be continued, on the other side, in the Li clan's private room. Li Xianxia had already slapped the head of the person beside him and scolded, "If you don't know him, watch him and speak less. Damn it, this guy is the son of the Valley Master. Offending him is the same as offending the Medicine Valley. If he really gets angry, the Li clan can forget about getting any medicine from the Medicine Valley in the future. He's the little god of medicine?" The other members of the Li clan were also stunned. It can't be? How old is the Valley Master of the Medicine Valley? How can he have such a young son? Li Xianxia snorted and said, "Rumor has it that the little god of medicine had developed a kind of youth-fixing potion in order to preserve his mother's youth forever. However, he was worried about the potion's effectiveness and drank a bottle of it first. Thus, he became like this. This kind of potion was obviously a failure, so I never heard of it again." He raised his voice and said, "Young Valley Master, please continue. This subordinate of mine doesn't know what's good for him and I have already punished him. I hope the Medicine Valley will not take it to heart." The young Valley Master snorted and put this matter aside. He continued, "I'll remind everyone of one more thing, and that is, safety is guaranteed in this auction. No matter who it is, if there are any suspicious activities, the Medicine Valley will blacklist him and his family forever. We will not sell any medicine to him in this lifetime." He finished speaking rigidly and said, "The first auction item is a stalk of white-bearded ginseng." He took out the white-bearded ginseng from the purple crystal box with 2 fingers, shook it a little and put it back. This action didn't seem like an auction but more like a magic trick. Everyone was surprised and thought, what kind of treasure is the white-bearded ginseng? This thing is everywhere. How can it be brought to such a high-end auction? Then, the young Valley Master picked up a piece of paper from the purple crystal box and said, "This is the High Priest's appraisal report." As he said, he opened it. Holding it in front of his eyes, he started to read it. Xianxia was speechless. This guy didn't even introduce it and just used a ready-made draft to read it. How lazy. This was the first time he had seen an auctioneer like this. He read, "This is the white-bearded ginseng, which grows in the black blood forest. White-bearded ginseng can be used as medicine after 50 years. It can nourish one's vitality and regulate one's body." However, this white-bearded ginseng was an extraordinary item that had been growing in the black blood forest for 3,000 years. The roots had already turned white. The ginseng's body was jet black like the starry night. The medicinal effect was abundant. It can be used as a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. Its medicinal strength was 3 times stronger than that of the 10,000-year blood ginseng. Positioning, level heaven and earth treasure. If a martial saint cultivator consumes it, it can increase their cultivation by 300 years and increase their lifespan by 300 years. He raised his head and said indifferently, white-bearded ginseng, starting price. Purple crystals, 5,000 pieces. Please make your bids. Everyone was dumbfounded, a 3,000-year-old white-bearded ginseng in the black blood forest. Its medicinal strength surpassed the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng by 3 levels. It turned out to be such a good thing. The 10,000-year blood ginseng was already considered as a top-grade heavenly treasure, but in the head consecrator's eyes, this whitebeard ginseng, which was 3 times stronger than the 10,000-year blood ginseng, was only classified as a grade. However, how was this possible? How could a white-bearded ginseng grow for 3,000 years? However, the high priest's appraisal report was definitely not fake, in this world. In terms of understanding of medicinal herbs, no one could surpass the high priest. Moreover, to issue an appraisal report in front of so many people, he could only be modest and definitely not exaggerating. Because if it was fake, it would mean that the reputation of the entire Medicine Valley would be ruined. The high priest would not joke about the Medicine Valley's tens of thousands of years of reputation. Then it would prove one thing: this white-bearded ginseng was definitely authentic. It definitely had such a function. The auctioneer on the stage had already raised the gavel and said rigidly, "No one speaks. I will count to 3. If no one makes a bid, this white-bearded ginseng will be declared as a no bid. 1, 2. Hold on." Someone shouted anxiously. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. You said that you would call out the numbers very quickly, but no one really knew how many pieces you called out. Now they finally knew. You motherf***cur, you didn't even stop calling out the numbers. If it was an ordinary item, calling out like that would probably make it a no bid. If any auction house hired you as an auctioneer, it would definitely mean that the head of the auction house was kicked in the head by a donkey. Not only did you lose your family's fortune, it would really be like smoke rising from your ancestors' graves. I'll offer 1,000 purple crystals. Someone shouted loudly. Everyone turned to look and saw a burly man with a curly beard standing up, holding up a sign and shouting. Diwu Qingru turned and said, "Bid, 8,000. The elder behind him was startled and immediately shouted, "Our Diwu clan bids 8,000 purple crystals." He suddenly increased the bid by 2,000. This showed Diwu Qingru's determination to win. The moment he heard the words Diwu clan, Chu Yang looked out from the corner of the room and happened to see Diwu Qingru's thin and wise face. Chu Yang's pupils shrank slightly and he smiled slightly. Sending an invitation to the Diwu clan was Chu Yang's request to the Medicine Valley. And now, Diwu Qingru was indeed sitting here. Chu Yang smiled lightly and thought to himself, the Diwu clan is indeed lacking in elixirs. The auctioneer on the stage raised the gavel and shouted, "Are there any more bids? Are there any more bids? Are there any more bids?" He shouted 3 times in a row and waited for no more than 2 blinks of an eye. Then, he shouted, 1, 2, 3, deal. Boom, the gavel fell, everyone was sweating profusely. This auction was so straightforward. Others probably hadn't even weighed the gains and losses and you've already hammered the gavel. Next, Diwu Qingru continued to bid. 8,000 for the first type, 10,000 for the second, 18,000 for the third. He won 13 types of elixirs at high prices in a row. A total of 400,000 purple crystals were spent. Then, Diwu Qingru fell silent. The prices are getting higher and higher. It's not that we can't afford the lower prices, but we will offend people if we bid. Our Diwu clan can't afford to offend powerful enemies now. Therefore, our Diwu clan's gains for this auction will end here. Diwu Qingru said lightly. Why? What a pity. The supreme martial artist expert behind him still didn't quite understand. The elixirs were getting more and more high-end. Although they were still called grades, everyone could see that whether it was the value of the elixirs or other values, they had far exceeded the average grade. The unit price was already more than 25,000, and Diwu Qingru's momentum was at its peak now. Once he bid, no one could compete with him. The clan was in urgent need of these things. why would Diwu Qingru give him up? The amount of purple crystals he brought this time was as much as 2 million. Diwu Qingru closed his eyes and said lightly, this wave was actually released on purpose. And these are for the big clans. They belong to the kind that can be seen but are not worth the high price to put down their pride to fight for. Obviously, they are released for the small clans. So, I didn't hesitate to take them all with an overwhelming advantage. After that, the highlight will start to appear and it won't be something that we can take. And, these are just right for us to take. They can satisfy our needs for a long time without arousing suspicion. Diwu Qingru said lightly, people should be content with what they have. Eat what you have, eat what you have. It's best if you don't stuff yourself to death. Being poor won't kill you. But being rich can kill you. That's the principle. Seeing that the Diwu clan no longer bid, Chu Yang's eyes glanced over a few more times. Seeing that Diwu Qingru indeed had no intention of bidding, Chu Yang sighed in his heart. He was a little disappointed but also secretly admired him. Shaking his head, he crossed out this item in his heart. In the air, he drew the word endure. Dong Wushang shook his head, a little disappointed. He gave Emma a look. Emma wrote down a few words in the account book, Diwu, endure. Then, she drew an emphasis symbol. Chu Yang no longer looked at Diwu Qingru. Instead, he frowned, as if thinking about something. This step was half a success and half a failure at the moment. The success was due to Diwu Qingru's clan's lack of elixirs, but the failure was due to Diwu Qingru's own perseverance. Chu Yang immediately gave up and found another way. Indeed, in the following auctions, the elixirs became more and more high-end. 3 items were sold consecutively and they were all bought by another Wang clan at a high price. But Diwu Qingru could clearly feel that at the highest level of heaven, earth, and man, there were already eyes scanning the whole place. Waves of dense and uncomfortable aura, along with the owner's strong displeasure, swept here and there. Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed. Every time a clan bid, as long as they shouted more than 2 times, he would immediately capture their aura and link it to the corresponding clan. Gradually, a precise file was formed in his mind. The Zhao clan had already offended the Li clan. The Li clan wanted it, but before they could bid, it was snatched by the Zhao clan. This Wu clan's bid this time seemed to have offended the Li clan. These seemed to be unrelated, but Diwu Qingru had connected this matter with the terrain, strength, and interests of each great clan. In an instant, he had made a list in his mind of people who could be used in the future according to the terrain and various circumstances. They could be used as scapegoats, and could be used as scapegoats. They could be used to frame others, and so on. Chu Yang was frowning, calculating, and calculating. Diwu Qingru was also frowning, calculating, and planning. If someone paid attention to these 2 people at the same time, they would definitely realize that these 2 people were doing exactly the same thing. Even the analysis of the pros and cons in each other's minds were basically the same. Anyway, they were all treasures. Some clans were basically waiting with their mouths open. As soon as a bid was called, they would immediately shout. They had a kind of mentality, no matter what they bought, they wouldn't lose out. Coincidentally, they met such a dumb auctioneer. It would be stupid if they didn't shout quickly. On the 15th floor, a few big clans opened their mouths a few times, but before they could shout, they had already been bid away. Embarrassed to fight with these people, they could only watch helplessly as the elixirs brushed past them. Many people below were beaming with joy. Little did they know that the people above were already angry and murderous. A fatal disaster was actually planted so easily. The 3rd update is still being edited. I spent the whole night writing, so there are a lot of wrong sentences and typos. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. Xi Shiqing looked at Chu Yang, a little puzzled. However, she realized that Chu Yang was very competent and had a smile on his face. She sent a telepathic message to him. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You didn't just sell so many elixirs from the Black Blood Forest for purple crystals? Chu Yang smiled and said lightly, purple crystals are also very important. But these things are even more important after straightening them out. Killing people would certainly create chaos in the upper 3 heavens. Shifting the blame could also destabilize a few clans. However, Wasn't an auction also a form of entertainment? Who wouldn't want so many elixirs? With so many elixirs, the clan would be able to produce a super expert. By then, the clan would be able to take over a bigger territory and stabilize its position in the upper three heavens. This was definitely the most important thing that concerned Sun Wan Dai. In front of such absolute benefits, very few people could remain clear-headed. But it was precisely this kind of clear-headed, greedy and overestimating oneself that wanted to compete. But a competition could cause the clan to be exterminated. Big clans were all concerned about their reputation. Even if they were to compete, they couldn't lose their status. If a small clan were to compete with them, they would become a laughingstock in the eyes of other clans. If they didn't compete, they would feel aggrieved. After a long time, it would become murderous. Those who were killed were those who didn't know any better, and once these people took action, there would be deaths. After their deaths, there would be a power vacuum. If other clans wanted to take over, they would have to fight. Once there was a war, there would be friction. Even if they didn't kill, there would be a psychological problem. No matter when, they only needed to sow discord. As long as such situations happened more often, Chu Yang would be able to bring his brothers to any place and any aspect in the martial world. Making use of those who should be used, suppressing those who should be suppressed, instigating those who should be instigated, even instigating a war between the two clans at the borders of the two clans. Everything would be done as he pleased. This was Chu Yang's foreshadowing. It was also what Diwu Qingru was currently calculating. To Chu Yang and Diwu Qingru, these things were the real value of this auction. Purple crystals could improve one's cultivation, but knowing these things could save one's life. It could be developed. And these were all opportunities. Digging it out would be a long-term benefit. Xianxia smiled bitterly as she watched Chu Yang devising strategies and Mo calculating meticulously. Then, she listed out plans one by one, without any mess. How sinister. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. Her cultivation level was high, and she was also extremely intelligent. However, if she were to calculate this, she would not be able to do it. She probably wouldn't be able to figure it out even if she was exhausted to death. However, Chu Yang was very familiar with everything. He arranged everything in an orderly manner. He didn't say a single word. He just tossed out a few stalks of spirit herbs, and it was enough to make them fight one another. Even if they couldn't fight. Since your family has such a spiritual herb, it is bound to be targeted by others. He also had the capital to sow discord. It's not sinister enough. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. I didn't achieve my most important goal. Instead, he took advantage of me. Mo smiled and said, to be able to obtain these is already a great surprise. Chu Yang smiled, yes. Dong Wushang asked dumbly, what? Chu Yang and Mo scolded together, pig. Rui Budong cackled. Dong Wushang said angrily, what are you laughing at? Do you know? Rui Budong said frankly, I don't know, but I didn't ask. He smiled sneakily. I did ask on my behalf. Not only can I know the answer, I can also enjoy the pleasure of gloating. Dong Wushang's face darkened. Chu Yang laughed and then sighed. His main goal was of course Diwu Qingru. The Diwu clan lacked spirit herbs. Chu Yang was infinitely sure of this. Otherwise, when they were in the lower three heavens, Diwu Qingru wouldn't have stored so many spirit herbs, therefore, it was not a problem to lure Diwu Qingru out. If Diwu Qingru was also blinded by greed in this auction, then it would be equivalent to grasping his weakness. Chu Yang could calmly carry out the plan step by step. He could force Diwu Qingru into a corner so that his Diwu clan could only jump out openly to wear him down. Not like now. Ambushing in the dark. And Chu Yang himself was always worried about being ambushed. People like Diwu Qingru would rather die than fight head-on with others if they didn't force him to a certain extent. Chu Yang now wanted to make use of Diwu Qingru all the time, but wasn't Diwu Qingru also looking for opportunities to make use of Chu Yang? But the biggest problem now was that although Chu Yang was not in danger, he was standing in the open, while Diwu Qingru was still standing in the dark. And there was no weakness for others to grasp. Chu Yang wanted to make use of Diwu Qingru to overthrow, and Diwu Qingru wanted to make use of Chu Yang to rise. However, although both of them had this intention, they could only cooperate tacitly. It was absolutely impossible for them to cooperate face to face. Because of their cooperation, they had schemed against each other. If one side succeeded, the other side would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Therefore, after Diwu Qingru took advantage of the situation, he gave up a bigger profit in time. This made Chu Yang feel both regretful and excited. To be honest, when he was arranging such a plan, Chu Yang was even praying that Diwu Qingru wouldn't fall for it. Because if that was the case, it would inevitably lose the joy of meeting a worthy opponent in the battle between the two. Chu Yang would be disappointed. Fortunately, Diwu Qingru did not disappoint him. When it came to the 30th item, the starting price was 20,000 purple crystals, and there were still people bidding below. But someone stood out from the Chen clan box. He coughed and said slowly, "The Chen clan offers 30,000 purple crystals for this herb." Instantly, everyone was speechless. In the end, this spirit herb was sold for 30,000 purple crystals and landed in the Chen clan's pocket. Chu Yang, who was frowning and thinking, was so angry that he almost burst. This was the golden jade black blood lingji with powerful medicinal effects. In Chu Yang's plan, it could be auctioned for at least 70,000 to 80,000 purple crystals. But it was taken away by the Chen clan for 30,000. The most infuriating thing was that such situations happened one after another. After the Chen clan took the lead, the Li clan, Yi clan, and Xiao clan all took action. In an instant, 7 spirit herbs were divided among them. And it was the same tone. Someone stood out, looked around with dignity, then coughed and said slowly, "We want this medicine." Who dared to compete with them? Chu Yang was so angry that his nose was crooked. Damn it, this loss was too great. The people from the Medicine Valley were also in a mess. With the big clans doing this, the auction couldn't go on. However, the big clans clearly had a tacit understanding. As long as one of them stood out, the other clans wouldn't compete. Similarly, when the other clans wanted other herbs, this clan wouldn't compete either. The following spirit herbs were getting more and more high-end. Were they just going to mess things up like this? The people from the big clans were also depressed. Who asked you to bring out such good stuff? If you want good stuff and want to save money at the same time, how can you not think of a way? In the sky room number 2, Buluqing was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He said, "The Medicine Valley is really in deep trouble this time. The big clans are going to make a loss." Mo Qinggu tilted her head and said, "This big clan is really shameless. But if my big brother Chu Yang was here, there would definitely be a way." Buluqing pursed his lips and rolled his eyes, not saying anything. He thought to himself, "No matter what I say, this little girl always says her big brother Chu Yang without any exception. I'd better keep my mouth shut." The next spirit herb was about to be snatched away in the same way. Suddenly, an inexplicable and terrifying pressure filled the entire auction hall like a tsunami. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. He thought to himself, "That person can't stand it anymore and can't stand it anymore." He just didn't know how she was going to deal with this matter. Buluqing was shocked. His eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He said in a daze, "How can there be such a powerful person in this world?" Yi Di and the rest were also stunned. They didn't know what this powerful person was up to. She shouldn't be able to see the auction of spirit herbs of this level. Xianxia suddenly released her aura when no one expected it. That aura surged violently in the entire auction hall, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. After a long while, a faint voice said, "So this is how an auction is. It really surprises me." No one dared to speak. They all listened in a daze. "If you have purple crystals, buy it. If you don't, scram." Xianxia's voice was filled with anger and dominance. She said indifferently, "These herbs from the Black Blood Forest were brought out by me. Understand?" Bam! The second grandmasters of the big clans all sat down at the same time. They sat down on their chairs and didn't regain their senses for a long time. This was really bad. They had offended someone, and it was someone they definitely couldn't afford to offend at the moment. Xianxia said indifferently, "We wanted to take advantage of you, but why are all of you taking advantage of me?" The entire hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. "You must know how to bid for the future herbs." Xianxia said indifferently, "As for this stock, Whoever took it away in such a way will have to send me double the amount they lost. Then, she said heavily, immediately. Murderous intent surged out like a tide. Xianxia didn't say anything else. But the big clans were like wax in a candle. They were really disgraced now. Just a while ago, everyone was still happily taking advantage of her. Now, they had to obediently send the herbs to her, and double the amount at that. But this double had to have a price. We thought it was worth 50,000 yuan, but you thought it was worth 100,000 yuan. In this case, we still have to eat sh*t when we send it over. For a moment, everyone regretted. Damn it, why did they take advantage of her when they had nothing better to do? They had no choice. After some calculations, they all pinched their noses and took out purple crystals that were worth 4 times the original amount and sent someone to send it over. They were so depressed that they wanted to die. Something that was originally worth 50,000 yuan now had to be bought with 200,000 yuan, and they even had to lower their heads and be careful. Monthly boats 5,100 plus updates. I'm editing the 4th update. I'll upload it soon. To be continued. The people from the big clans all looked sullen. If this is called taking advantage, then everyone should take advantage of me. This is simply asking for trouble. Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony at all. She instructed Chu Yang to keep all the purple crystals that were given to her. Dong Wusheng, Wan Renjia and the rest were all dumbfounded. I'm going to faint. This big sister Z is actually such a bold and powerful person. She alone, with just one sentence, could suppress the heavens. The auction that followed became lively. If the big clans wanted to get a stock of medicine, they had to bid. And the bidding was very crazy. There was absolutely no way that it would go unsold. If it went unsold, this powerful person would say, "Why did your clan let this thing go unsold? I think it's very valuable. Do you think it's not?" And then each clan would have to pay double the price. That would be going for wool and coming home shorn. Under such circumstances, everyone from the big clans complained incessantly. How many purple crystals could they afford to spend like this? They couldn't help but look at the 4 private rooms that they couldn't afford to offend. They prayed in their hearts, "Hurry up and bid, bid. We can't hold on much longer." Finally, when it was time for the black-blooded red fruit, Buluqing bid 100,000 purple crystals. This price was indeed not high. The starting price for the black-blooded red fruit was already 100,000. This guy didn't even add a single word. The big clans heaved a sigh of relief. My goodness, in this short period of time, each clan had bid for more than 30 stocks of medicine. The purple crystals that they had brought with them were almost used up. Buluqing bid. Just nice, let this guy hold on for a while. Yes, it's not that we don't want to support him, but we can't afford to offend this guy. Buluqing opened his mouth. There was complete silence. Everyone was gloating. If Buluqing and this powerful person got into a conflict, it would definitely be a good show. But the strange thing was that the powerful woman didn't make a sound. So, Buluqing bid for a black-blooded red fruit with a starting price of 100,000 purple crystals. Next, a dazzling sound vine. Buluqing bid again, 100,000 purple crystals. Still, no one competed. The zombie-faced auctioneer was very eloquent. The hammer fell with a thud. It went to Buluqing again. Again, the starting price. Everyone was puzzled by these words. What's wrong? Could it be that the woman was also wary of Buluqing? Chu Yang was grinning from ear to ear in the private room. He still had some of these items in stock. Even if Buluqing didn't buy them, he would still find a way to send them to Qingwu. Now that Buluqing was willing to spend money, it couldn't be better. Who knew how many good things this old man had plundered all these years? It was only right that he spit out a little. Seeing the purple crystals flowing into his pocket like a river, Chu Yang heaved a huge sigh of relief. After this auction, even if Calamity Sword had to devour a portion of the purple crystals, the brothers would need to cultivate for at least 20 years. There was no need to worry at all. Everything was settled in one go. The purple crystal was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Buluqing bid for 3 items in a row. It seemed like he had run out of money, so he didn't make another bid. Immediately after, the Feng and Yu couple won 10 spirit herbs in one go. However, compared to Buluqing, the Moon Breeze couple's offer was much more reasonable. basically, he bought it at market price. Compared to someone as shameless as Buluqing, he seemed to have more class. Moreover, Xianxia and Feng Yuro were very excited. This mysterious senior had actually appeared here. Moreover, there were so many medicines. They were all hers, after the auction ended. He must pay her a visit, then, the Dharma Supreme also bid for 20. The Dharma Supreme's price was more average. He didn't offend Xianxia and didn't spend too much money. He had a good grasp of the situation. In the following auction of the Black Blood Divine Medicine, the various clans no longer used purple crystals. Instead, they used precious herbs, resources, and minerals to exchange for them. Batch after batch was exchanged. Chu Yang felt an itch in his heart. He couldn't wait to dig out another 700 to 800 herbs from his calamity space to auction. It felt so good to make a fortune like this, it was equivalent to starting from a nameless beggar. Suddenly, he became the richest man in the world. That kind of feeling. Purple crystals. Come, hi. Precious minerals, come, hi. Rare medicines, come on, even the sword spirit didn't go into seclusion. He looked greedily at the precious materials that were being auctioned, exchanged, and discounted before entering the back hall. That look in his eyes was as if he couldn't wait to swallow those things up. Great nourishment, the elders and supreme martial artists of the various clans were all pale with fright. Although the spirit herbs were very valuable and had great effects. But they weren't that valuable, the various elders could clearly feel that this wasn't an auction but a slaughterhouse. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In front of them, a big shiny knife was being sharpened and ready to slaughter them at will. Wherever they saw fat, the knife would cut them. Moreover, this kind of slaughter was done by them voluntarily, allowing others to pick and choose. They were being slaughtered and still afraid that others would be unhappy. It went without saying how aggrieved this feeling was. In all these herbs, other than the ones left by the Medicine Valley, those that the 4 big clans couldn't afford to offend and those low-grade goods that some small clans bought at the beginning, the rest were all divided up by the 8 big clans, and, basically, the price was double. Towards the end, when it came to the precious minerals and all kinds of rare spiritual materials, there were even less of them. It was as if the woman in the third room was sick. Whenever she encountered a price that she didn't like or wasn't satisfied with, she would cough. It was as if she had tuberculosis. But once she coughed, the price that was about to be finalized would be doubled again. This kind of wealth was simply too awesome. Finally, the zombie-faced man held out a purple crystal box and said, "Next, the auction items are the herbs specially selected by the Medicine Valley for this medicine banquet. Everyone, please pay attention. The first item is a poisonous herb called blood orchid." As he spoke, he recited the characteristics of the blood orchid and finally announced the starting price, 30,000 purple crystals. Before he finished, Chu Yang, who was originally sitting in the room with his legs crossed, suddenly coughed pretentiously and said lightly, "I offer 30,000, and 1 purple crystal." Once this sentence came out, everyone was instantly speechless. Then, a stifling feeling rose up. Either you don't add, or you add a little more. The starting price was 30,000 and you only added 1 purple crystal. What was this called? Immediately, someone wanted to make a ruckus. But after waiting for a while, the people below were surprised to find that after this guy made the bid, the private rooms of the big clans were silent. There was no fighting, no snatching, no scolding. And no reprimanding. It was as if this matter was extremely normal. It was too strange. What was going on? Could it be that this young man was more powerful than the big clans? They had never heard of such an awesome person in the upper 3 heavens. Although they couldn't figure it out, if the big clans didn't dare to say anything, the others naturally didn't dare to object. In the second room, Mo Qinggu suddenly stood up. "This is Brother Chu Yang's voice." She was about to rush out. Buluqing secretly complained in his heart. This little girl was really everywhere. How did she manage to get here? He grabbed Mo Qinggu and said, "Not necessarily. There are too many people with similar voices in the world. Little Wu, confirm it first. There are so many people here. Don't make a fool of yourself." Mo Qinggu said firmly, "I won't hear wrongly. Brother Chu Yang's voice, I will never hear wrongly." Buluqing felt powerless. Mo Qinggu rushed out of the private room and stood outside, patrolling around. Her gaze was anxious. Her expression was urgent. A red shadow was pacing back and forth on the railing, watching anxiously. Waiting for Chu Yang to speak again. Unknowingly, tears had already filled her eyes. She only felt that her heart was beating extremely violently, as if it could jump out of her throat at any time, a wave of sad longing accumulating in her heart. Surging, tumbling, waiting to pour out. Many people below were watching. They didn't know what this little girl in red, who looked like a human, was looking for, and thinking about. The auctioneer said loudly, 30,000 for another piece of purple crystal. Is there a higher bid? Is there a higher bid? Is there a higher bid? 1, 2, 3, sold. Bang, the gavel fell. The people from the big clans all felt a little uncomfortable. In their eyes, Chu Yang did this. It was definitely that powerful being who deliberately ordered him to do this to disgust them. But they didn't dare to make a sound. Chu Yang got the blood orchid at the base price. But his heart suddenly became a little agitated and restless. For a moment, he was actually a little anxious, as if someone was calling out to him. Chu Yang frowned and suddenly became upset. He couldn't control the kind of emotions that wanted to vent. He murmured, "What's going on? Why is my heart so messed up? Is Little Wu here? Could it be Little Wu here?" The next item to be auctioned is the most poisonous in the world, the blood lotus. The base price is 35,000 purple crystals. As soon as the auctioneer said this, Chu Yang stood up. He looked very agitated. Xianxia also looked very excited. Chu Lu'er's eyes lit up and her little face turned red. The last elixir that Chu Lu'er needed for her illness actually appeared at this auction without any warning. Chu Yang never expected this. He bid for this blood orchid just in case. If he couldn't get the blood lotus, he would replace it with the blood orchid. Although it was a little lacking, it could still be used. It was just that it couldn't achieve the best results. It had been almost a year since he brought Chu Lu'er out. Chu Lu'er's illness didn't have much time left. So Chu Yang had to prepare a spare tire in advance. At this moment, when the blood lotus appeared, Chu Yang, who was already a little upset, couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up and strode out, saying loudly, "I bid 40,000 purple crystals for the blood lotus." Mo Qinggu, who was searching hard, let out a moan. She looked at the tall and straight figure that appeared in the distance in disbelief. Her heart instantly felt sour and sweet and tears welled up in her eyes. She desperately wiped the tears that were gushing out of her eyes and murmured, "Brother Chu Yang." Her voice was so soft and muffled that even she herself couldn't hear it clearly. But this voice made the little girl feel that she wasn't dreaming. Mo Qinggu stood up abruptly and used all her strength to shout loudly, "Brother Chu Yang." Tears flowed freely from her eyes and face, but this shout was filled with joy. It was filled with the surprise of a reunion after a long separation and a deep longing. Fourth update. 5,300 more. Rest for a while, eat, then continue writing. I wrote 4 updates in one night. Chu Yang frowned, thinking about the vexation and longing in his heart. Suddenly, Mo Qingwu's figure surged into his mind. After calling out 40,000 purple crystals, he actually became a little dazed. It was as if a red figure was singing and dancing in front of him, floating up and down. For a moment, a strong sense of bitterness and longing welled up in his heart. In a daze, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Brother Chu Yang." Chu Yang raised his head abruptly and saw a petite figure in red drawing a beautiful neon light in the air, flying towards him. Behind her, there were red afterimages that seemed to be dancing in the air. Chu Yang was stunned. In that instant, he actually couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. He couldn't help but murmur, "Xiaowu? Qinggu?" The next moment, a petite figure suddenly crashed into his arms. Chu Yang felt softness in his arms and smelled a fragrance. Finally, he hugged her and said in surprise, "Xiaowu? It's really you?" Mo Qingwu's face was already covered in tears. Choking with sobs, she buried her head in his arms and nodded vigorously, knocking into Chu Yang's chest. The longing and suppression that had been suppressed for a long time was completely released at this moment when she saw Chu Yang, her hands wrapped tightly around Chu Yang's body. Mo Qinggu felt that she was so happy at this moment, she greedily breathed in Chu Yang's scent, crying and laughing. At this moment, she didn't care about other people's gazes at all. After a long time, when this emotion was released, the little girl slid down from Chu Yang's arms. She pouted a little embarrassedly and rubbed her eyes. Then, her face turned red. She twisted her waist shyly and laughed, stomping her feet. She wanted to say something, but at the moment when the words were about to leave her mouth, she actually forgot them, so she stomped her feet in annoyance, bit her lips and blinked her eyes. Suddenly, she came to her senses and turned around, covering her face with her hands. Chu Yang's heart finally fell to the ground. He chuckled and held the little girl's shoulders. He said, "So it's really Xiaowu, ha ha ha. Come, let brother Chu Yang see, have you grown up now?" Mo Qinggu turned her body around, but still covered her face, not letting him see. He wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She also felt a little embarrassed, as well as the hazy emotions of a young girl. At this moment, after the initial excitement, Mo Qingwu found that she had become even more nervous. His heart was beating even faster. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He felt extremely comfortable, joyful, and happy. It had only been a year since they last met, but the little lass had really changed a lot. She had grown taller. Moreover, the figure of a young girl was also beginning to be revealed. Originally, when Mo Qingwu pounced on him like this on the third day, Chu Yang felt a little uncomfortable. But now, he only felt a kind of soft happiness. The little girl was still a little skinny, but her shoulders were thin, her waist was slender, and her buttocks were full. Her figure was already beginning to show. Her chest was like a small lotus flower, and it was bulging shyly like a flower bud. Her hair was like clouds, and she was tall and slender. Chu Yang grinned and chuckled. He gently removed Mo Qingwu's hand from her face and said, "Let me see, let me see." Mo Qingwu stubbornly refused to let go and said, "I'll let you see if you're not allowed to laugh." Chu Yang solemnly promised, "I won't laugh." Mo Qingwu quietly moved away a little and met Chu Yang, who was already beaming with joy. She couldn't help but be annoyed. She pouted and said, "Still say you're not laughing." She actually covered her face again. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Then, he pulled Mo Qingwu's hand and led her into his room. After Chu Yang called out the price, the whole place was silent. Naturally, the lotus fell into Chu Yang's hands. Now, the medicine for his sister Chu Luer's treatment was all ready. Mo Qingwu just happened to be back today, and Chu Yang temporarily didn't have any suspicions about the Tribulation Sword Master. Buluqing had already rushed over anxiously. Hey, young Chu, don't kidnap my disciple." Chu Yang turned back and beamed. "Senior Bu, you're here too. Haha, please come in and have a seat." Buluqing couldn't wait to guard against him. Why would he come in and have a seat? He went to pull Mo Qingwu and said, "It's too dangerous to be with you. My disciple still has to cultivate. She's in the golden stage of cultivation. How can we waste time?" Mo Qingwu finally saw Chu Yang. Her heart still hadn't recovered from the bottleneck. She only felt that her mind was still in a trance. It felt like a dream. She was extremely excited and happy. How could she be willing to go back with Buluqing at such a time? She shrank back and pouted unhappily. "Master, I've already seen Brother Chu Yang. How can I still cultivate? I'll accompany Brother Chu Yang and have a chat." Buluqing glared at her and said, "How can a chat take so long? Little Wu, you don't understand. You're a girl. You have to be careful. There are many people in this world who have the heart of a beast. You can't tell from the surface." Mo Qingwu pouted and said, "My brother Chu Yang isn't such a person. Master, you've been doing everything possible to stop me from finding brother Chu Yang. Is it because you're afraid that he has the heart of a beast? Master, you're so narrow-minded." Buluqing sighed and looked at Chu Yang with murderous eyes. Chu Yang was a little confused. The last time he saw Buluqing in the three heavens, he didn't seem to be so rude. Why does it seem like he's full of wariness towards me this time? He's like an old hen trying to stop her chicks from getting close to a fox. Shermu suddenly understood why Buluqing would think this way. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the Dharma Supreme's words that night had a huge impact on Buluqing. This guy believed that all tribulation sword masters were heartless people and was afraid that his disciple would be taken advantage of. Yang smiled and said, Elder Bu, what are you talking about? We've met again after such a long time. Shouldn't we have a good gathering? Besides, there are many acquaintances inside. What he meant was, I'm not alone with your disciple. We're always right under your nose. What are you afraid of? Buluqing frowned and said, even if there are many acquaintances. At this moment, a terrifying aura was suddenly emitted from the private room. A faint voice said, you're the #1 expert of the heavens, supreme martial artist Bu, right? Buluqing's expression turned serious and he said, I don't deserve to be the #1 expert of the heavens. May I know who you are? Xianxia said indifferently, indeed, I don't deserve to be the #1 expert. However, I can still come in for a chat. Buluqing's anger rose and he said indifferently, if that's the case, I'd like to learn from you. As he said, he strode in. Yang smiled. Xianxia was indeed the best at dealing with people like Buluqing. #1 expert of the heavens. This caused his temper to flare up. However, Yang also knew. The same method also depended on who was using it. If he said it himself, Buluqing would probably not even bother with him and would just laugh it off. However, Xianxia was qualified to comment on this #1 expert of the heavens, therefore, the words that came out of her mouth carried a lot of weight. Mo Qinggu didn't even consider this point. She also didn't consider that her teacher was already secretly competing with Xianxia inside. Her mind was filled with Yang now. She leaned on Yang and held his arm in her arms. The little girl felt extremely happy. It was as if she had someone to rely on for her entire life. The two of them spoke softly. Mo Qinggu raised her head from time to time to look at Yang. There were still traces of tears at the corner of her eyes. However, the corners of her mouth were already blooming with a happy and gentle smile. She walked slowly into the private room. This situation made Yang's heart suddenly ache. Especially the gentleness at the corner of Mo Qinggu's mouth. It made him combine the Mo Qinggu in front of him with the Mo Qinggu in his previous life. This was a gentleness that almost made him lose himself. The Qinggu in his previous life was just so gentle. She was so docile and obedient. No matter what, she would always put him first, including her own life. She had no regrets. As long as she could be with him, no matter how short the time was, she would wholeheartedly enjoy it. The time they spent together, even if it was just a blink of an eye. Cherish. The husband is the rock, the concubine is the vine. Everything is in the husband's body. Qinggu. Yang moaned softly in pain. Unknowingly, he held Mo Qinggu's little hand tightly, as if he was afraid that she would turn into a puff of smoke and disappear like in his previous life. Brother Yang? Mo Qinggu raised her head and looked at Yang with her bright eyes. There was gentleness, trust, worry, and a kind of doting in her gaze. I won't let you cry again. Yang forced a smile and squeezed her little hand. He said as if he was making an oath, Qinggu, you must be happy. I will let you be so happy for all your lives. Mo Qinggu looked at him in a daze. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and she sobbed, but, Brother Yang, when you say this, I feel so happy that I want to cry. The two had already walked to the door. It was just a few steps, but the two actually walked for half a cup of tea's time before they reached the door. Yang was about to lift the curtain when Mo Qinggu pressed his hand down. Looking into Yang's eyes, Mo Qinggu said softly, Brother Yang, you used to call me Little Wu, but today, when you call my name, you call me Qinggu. Yang was startled. He said, what's the difference? Little Wu has grown up, of course I should call you Qinggu? If you keep calling me Little Wu, it feels like Little Wu hasn't grown up yet. Mo Qinggu tilted her head and thought for a while. She nodded in agreement and said, that's true. Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw how childish she was and how she still pretended to be mature. Mo Qinggu tilted her head and murmured, my name is Mo Qinggu, but since I was young, very few people called me Qinggu. They all called me Little Wu. But today, Brother Yang, you called me Qinggu. Why do I feel that it's so familiar? This feeling is very strange. Yang's heart shook. Familiar? Strange? I started writing this chapter at 4 this afternoon. Halfway through, I unintentionally clicked on a song called Love You Now and Forever. When I heard the line, not being by your side for so many years, it's been hard on you, my sweetheart, I suddenly fell into a daze and listened to it over and over again for dozens of times. There will be more updates tonight. This is 5,500 Canadian dollars. At present, I still owe 3 chapters. Begging for monthly votes. To be continued, Mo Qinggu tilted her head and said mischievously, it's very familiar, as if you've been calling me that for many years. Haha. Mo Qinggu was smiling, but Chu Yang's heart became heavy. He wondered if he was being too sensitive. Thinking too much, a soft sound came from the private room. Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu walked in and saw Dong Wusheng and the rest standing at one side. Xianxia was sitting in the middle and Buluqing was standing like a sword opposite her. The two of them seemed to have exchanged blows secretly. Xianxia was calm and collected, while Buluqing revealed some sort of intent. You're indeed an expert. Buluqing sighed. Xianxia smiled lightly and said, number 1 in the heavens. You're indeed worthy of your reputation. Brother Bu may not be the true number 1, but he can definitely be ranked in the top 3. It's not an exaggeration. Buluqing smiled coldly and said, top 3. Top 3? So, you mean you're number 1? Xianxia shook her head lightly and said, Brother Bu, you shouldn't compare yourself with me. Because. She used her telepathy and sent a sentence over. Because I'm not from this world. Buluqing was shocked, and then a gentle smile appeared on his face. He said, I see. After Buluqing came in and fought with Xianxia secretly, he was at a disadvantage. He couldn't help but feel a huge blow to his heart. He had always boasted that he was at the peak of the heavens, especially when the Dharma Supreme, who was recognized as number 1 in the world, was at a disadvantage in his hands. Buluqing was full of confidence. Who would have thought that once he came in? He was at a complete disadvantage and almost had no power to fight back. The disappointment in his heart at this moment was really indescribable. But now that he heard Xianxia say that he wasn't from this world, his mentality was immediately adjusted. He was someone who had surpassed this world. How could he be a match for him? Brother Bu, are you worried about the tribulation, Sword Master? Xianxia continued to transmit her telepathy. Buluqing was shocked. Chu Yang is definitely not that kind of person. Xianxia transmitted her telepathy and said, I think you should believe my words. Buluqing's expression changed. He forced a smile and said, I felt that your excellency was by his side helping him. So, I was certain that he wasn't a bad person. According to what I know, with your cultivation level, you can already pry into the heart, right? Xianxia nodded slowly. Therefore, from the moment I came to this room, I've already set my heart at ease. Buluqing smiled and said, therefore, I've already set my heart at ease. It's just a simple battle, nothing else. Buluqing nodded. Senior, please enlighten me. This heavens beyond. Buluqing continued to ask. This? I will talk to you when you come to pick up your disciple. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He sized him up and said, actually, you're only half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. But, you'll have to deal with your worries first. Otherwise, after entering the sky beyond heaven. Over the years, it became an inner demon. The heart devil of outer heaven cannot be resisted. Buluqing's heart shook as he replied, yes. He thought to himself. So she actually knew my wish. Without saying anything else, he nodded his head in acknowledgement. He took 2 steps back. In the room, he could faintly feel the terrifying aura of 10,000 swords. Just like that, it suddenly disappeared. Buluqing turned his head and said, Xiaowu, stay here for a few days first. When I'm done with my business, I'll come and pick you up. How about that? Mo Qinggu cheered, teacher is a great person. Buluqing smiled dotingly and nodded at Chu Yang. His gaze was a little complicated as he shouted, little one, if you dare to bully my disciple, I'll castrate you alive. Chu Yang was about to reply when he saw that Buluqing had already turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the room. This person is not bad. Xianxia said to Chu Yang. Chu Yang pondered and said, regarding this, I have a question. I'll discuss it with you later. He shook his head and said, I'm not mature yet. Xianxia knew that since Chu Yang said so, it must be a very serious question. She nodded and promised, the things you're thinking about are always very complicated. I can't guarantee that I'll solve them for you, but I'll try my best to clear your doubts. Chu Yang said, okay. At this moment, Dong Wushang's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, this. Xiaowu? Isn't this Xiaowu? Rui Budong also recognized her. The two of them were overjoyed at once and were about to pounce on her. Mo Qinggu took a step back and said, Brother Wushang, Brother Budong, you can't hug me. Dong Wushang said jokingly, why, only your brother Chu Yang can hug you and we can't. Why? Mo Qinggu snorted and said, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong laughed so hard that they swayed back and forth. At this moment, Chu Lu'er walked out from Xianxia's side and took Chu Yang's hand. She asked with a hint of hostility, Big brother, who is this? Mo Qinggu immediately felt a sense of hostility. She had innate spirit meridians and was especially sensitive to this kind of aura. She couldn't help but hug Chu Yang's other arm and asked, Brother Chu Yang, who is she? There was actually a hint of jealousy and hostility in her voice. The two little girls, one hugging the left arm and the other hugging the right arm, looked at each other with hostility across Chu Yang. Chu Lu'er felt that her status was being attacked. Mo Qinggu felt that her status as the first wife was being threatened. The jealousy revealed by the two little girls at this moment was actually very strong. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the two little girls to start fighting the moment they met. He hurriedly explained, okay, stop fooling around, let me introduce you. Before he finished, Chu Lu'er already interrupted, I call him Big Brother, who do you think I am to him? Mo Qinggu pouted and said, I also call him Brother Chu Yang, who do you think I am? The two little girls didn't give way to each other. They glared at each other as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chu Yang looked at Xianxia for help, but Xianxia tilted her head to one side and looked at Dong Wushang. The three of them looked as if they were watching a show. When they saw Chu Yang looking over, the three of them turned their heads toward the ceiling at the same time. Wan Renjie and the others held back their laughter and watched the show. Wei Wuyan sat at one side lifelessly. He didn't speak or move. Nangong Shifeng and his brothers laughed dryly and actually said, I need to pee. The brothers all needed to pee and left quickly. Chu Yang was sweating profusely. What kind of people are they? Can't they see that I'm in pain now? Just as he was about to explain Chu Lu'er's identity, Chu Lu'er pinched his waist. He didn't dare to use his energy for fear of hurting her hand, so he grimaced in pain. Why are you pinching my brother Chu Yang? Mo Qinggu was unhappy. Try pinching yourself? Don't you know pain? Chu Lu'er said, I like to pinch him, so what? Is your heart aching? What right do you have to feel heartache? Mo Qinggu was dumbfounded. Chu Lu'er narrowed her eyes and said, you like him? You're so young and you actually like someone? Mo Qinggu's face instantly turned red. Although her temper was soft with a hint of toughness, her nature was pure and honest, and even a little simple and adorable. She was thin-skinned to begin with, so when she heard Chu Lu'er's words, she couldn't take it anymore. Chu Lu'er, on the other hand, was very scheming. This girl had been bedridden all these years, and her body had not grown much. Although she hadn't grown much, she was very cunning. Once she saw Mo Qinggu's expression, she immediately guessed it. When she saw Chu Yang's doting expression, she immediately knew that things were not good. Chu Lu'er naturally had a sister-in-law candidate in mind. Of course, it was the peerless beauty Xianxia. At this moment, seeing a girl about her age actually coveting the position of sister-in-law, she felt very uncomfortable. She rolled her eyes and immediately felt a little uncomfortable. She said, but he already has me. Even if you marry him, you can only be a concubine. Mo Qinggu let out an ah and said in disbelief, you? How is this possible? Chu Lu'er was furious. She said, why is it impossible? Mo Qinggu looked at Chu Lu'er, who was half a head shorter than her, and said with a face full of suspicion, Brother Chu Yang probably won't like someone like you. Chu Lu'er exploded. She made threatening gestures and said, "What's wrong with me being like this?" Mo Qingwu shook her head and said earnestly, "Little girl, you're still young. Don't make such a joke. Even if Brother Chu Yang wants to marry, he can only marry a beautiful girl like me. Someone like you, who's covered with bean sprouts that haven't even grown yet, would hurt my hand when I touch you. Brother Chu Yang won't like you. If you're really persistent, come back a few years later when you've grown up. When the time comes, beg me and I can make the decision to take you in as a concubine for Brother Chu Yang." When she said this, Chu Yang was really dumbfounded. Not only him, even Dong Wushang, Zi Xiqing, and the others also looked at Mo Qingwu in disbelief. They didn't expect this little girl to actually say such things. As for feeling like a bean sprout, that was a joke that Chu Yang had made with Mo Qingwu back then. They didn't expect this girl to remember it until now. Dong Wushang and the others naturally knew that Mo Qingwu had always been ambitious towards Chu Yang. Back then, on the way to the far North Wastelands, Mo Qingwu had once said, "Can I be your sister-in-law?" At that time everyone only thought that the little girl was joking. But now, the little girl was 13. She was still infatuated with him. The words above were actually extremely powerful, even if they were to be used as a counterattack. It made Chu Lu'er teary-eyed and speechless. Mo Qingwu's heart softened a little. She comforted her. "When you grow up, you'll still have a chance." Chu Lu'er said angrily, "Who needs your comfort?" Mo Qingwu hugged Chu Yang's arm proudly and said, "So, you still have to learn from me and everything." Chu Lu'er snorted. Chu Yang hurriedly explained with a wry smile, "Qingwu, this is Lu'er, Chu Lu'er, my second uncle's daughter, my younger sister." Mo Qingwu cried out in surprise, "Your younger sister?" She was instantly filled with regret. Damn, I was wondering why she was so fierce. So it's little aunt. If little aunt objects, things will be really bad. Mo Qingwu was still young, but she was deeply in love with Chu Yang. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable feeling that was guiding her. This is the one for her in this life. Mo Qingwu was young, but she was deeply in love with Chu Yang. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable feeling guiding her. This is the one for her in this life. And Chu Yang was also very meticulous towards her, even to the extent of disregarding his own safety. Over time, Mo Qingwu had already positioned herself as Chu Yang's wife and regarded herself as such. Chu Lu'er said angrily, "Who's your little aunt?" As she spoke, she ran to Zi Xiqing's side and shook her. "Big sister-in-law, look, look. This little girl actually wants to snatch your position." 700 additional chapters. I can't write any more today. My brain is a mess and I have a splitting headache. I need 3 more chapters. After double the monthly votes, I'll update double the chapters. Thank you, everyone. And I beg for monthly votes. Gee, to be continued, Mo Qingwu exclaimed again. She looked at Chu Yang with tears in her eyes and said, "Brother Chu Yang, is this your wife?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly and spread his hands. He said jokingly, "Your brother Chu Yang doesn't have a wife yet. I want to marry her, but she doesn't want to. She doesn't like me, so I can only give up." Mo Qingwu perked up and said excitedly, "I like you." Chu Yang laughed and beamed. "Luckily, there's still little Wu who likes me." Mo Qingwu smiled sweetly. The tips of her brows and the corners of her eyes immediately lit up. On the other side, Chu Lu'er was shaking Zi Xiqing. Zi Xiqing was silent for a while and said, "Lu'er, don't mess around. It won't be good if there's a misunderstanding." She turned her head, and sized up Mo Qingwu with a warm gaze. Her eyes suddenly exposed a strange look. There was shock, and also some complex emotions. This little girl in front of her actually had innate spirit meridians, heavenly in body and innate spirit meridians. No wonder Buluqing treated this little girl like a treasure. Such a physique was truly unique in the heavenly layer. "This is Big Sister Z," Chu Yang explained. "Big Sister Z. Hello." Mo Qingwu looked at Zi Xiqing timidly. She could feel the tyrannical aura from Zi Xiqing that filled the entire world. "Hello." Zi Xiqing smiled gently. "What a beautiful little girl. If you grow up, you'll be the most beautiful girl in the world." She took Mo Qingwu's hand and looked at her carefully. She said, "Since we've met, it must be fate." Mo Qingwu. Emo Qinggu, one dance moves the heavens. What a good name, the heavens. No matter how you dance. Red clothes like blood, dancing the heavens. She laughed. Since we've met and you've called me big sister, then I'll give you a gift. She frowned slightly. There was a light purple energy moving around her body. Then, Xianxia raised her hand gently. Her white jade-like finger touched Emo Qinggu's forehead. Emo Qinggu only felt a wave of unfamiliar information burrowing into her mind. Xianxia retracted her finger and took 2 steps back. She panted slightly and smiled. Chuyang looked at her with a questioning gaze. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, her 2 masters have laid a very solid foundation for her, so solid that it's terrifying to the point that she can practice martial arts on such a foundation. Any cultivation technique was a piece of cake for him. However, those 2 were the ones who couldn't get out. Therefore, Emo Qinggu cultivated according to their cultivation methods. At the end of the road, you can only reach the level of those 2. Even if you surpass them, you will still be limited by the heavens. That's why I gave her a set of cultivation method incantations. When her cultivation breaks through the boundary between immortal and mortal, she will be able to activate this set of incantations. To cultivate a more powerful martial art. Xianxia looked at Chuyang deeply. If you want her to accompany you as you traverse the heavens and dance the heavenly palaces, she'll only have the capital if she has this cultivation technique. Moving unhindered above the heavens, dancing in the heavens? Chuyang repeated in a murmur. Xianxia said with a half-smile, of course, the heavenly palaces I'm talking about are not this heavenly continent. Chuyang pondered and said, Big Sister Z means that we have to rush out of this world. Go to another plane? Xianxia turned her face away and ignored him. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. So, he snorted heavily. This snort. It was really impressive. Chuyang heard this snort and just shrunk his neck. But there were others outside who also heard this snort. Their hearts trembled instantly. The auction outside was still going on. At this moment, the Xiao clan, Chu clan and Qin clan were bidding for a 10,000-year-old black blood crystal lotus. At this moment, the Qin clan had already bid 50,000 purple crystals and a large piece of nightmare silver worth about 40,000 purple crystals. The highest value of this 10,000-year-old black blood crystal lotus was only 50,000 purple crystals. Logically speaking, 50,000 purple crystals and the nightmare silver worth 40,000 purple crystals had already far exceeded its original value. The auctioneer was already counting down and ready to drop the hammer. But at this moment, from the box that everyone was paying close attention to, a voice that made the big clans tremble suddenly sounded. Snort. The second grandmaster of the Qin clan, Qin Mengqi, was in a predicament. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Big sister, I've already offered double the price. What are you still snorting for? Helpless, he could only wave his hands with tears in his eyes. That younger brother of the Qin clan almost cried as he hurriedly shouted, the Qin clan offers 100,000 purple crystals and a piece of nightmare silver. This sentence was just in time. That auctioneer was counting. 1, 2. When the Qin clan said this sentence, the auctioneer could no longer stop his mouth and continued to count. 3. Sold. Boom, the hammer fell. After it fell, he realized that he seemed to be a little too anxious. But in the box, there was really no more snorting. Although Qin Mengqi felt the pinch, he also heaved a sigh of relief. That was really close. If Qin Mengqi knew that the powerful existence snorted just to spite someone, what would he think? Just for a snort, the Qin clan had thrown out 50,000 purple crystals for nothing. Xianxia had also created a precedent in the heavens. Just a snort was worth 50,000 purple crystals. The auction was still going on. Elixirs were continuously brought out. Xianxia also stopped snorting. But with the lesson from the Qin clan this time, no one dared to lower the price. They became even more spirited. But in fact, everyone was already distracted. Especially since Emo Qinggu had suddenly appeared. She had shouted elder brother Chuyang, which had shaken the entire hall. Moreover, she had rushed over with tears of joy. The name Chuyang had suddenly become more and more important in the eyes of the big clans. His sister was the disciple of a super powerful expert, Ning Tianya and Buliuqing's younger brother were so attached to him. Just these two things were enough to make the hearts of the experts palpitate, and with Chu Yang's appearance this time, there were a few more experts under him, with 3 super powerful experts as his backing. The worried looks on the faces of the supreme martial artists became more and more intense. They could imagine that it was another superpower. It was about to rise in this heaven's continent. It was unstoppable, but his rise would definitely cut off a huge piece of meat from the current situation of the big clans. This proved that the big clans were declining, and this situation was intolerable to the big clans. Yi Di's face darkened. He pondered for a long time and said, "Shiyu, go and inform the big clans. After the auction, the Yi clan will host a banquet to invite the second grandmaster of the various clans to give an explanation to the big clans about the battle that night." Yi Shiyu bowed and replied, "Yes." Then he walked out. Yi Di looked at Yi Shiyu's figure walking out with a complicated gaze. Finally, his gaze darkened, as if he had made up his mind about something. He gritted his teeth lightly and his eyes became 2 dark and deep pits. The faces of the elders of the big clans also darkened. The scene where Mo Qing Wu's red figure dashed towards Chu Yang. These people all saw it. Mo Qing Wu of course didn't know what kind of intense shock it brought to the big clans when she flew over with her true feelings. What was even more unexpected was that she flew over in public. It almost set the pattern for the heavens, but this pounce made the big clans wary at the same time. Because there were 2 supreme martial artists behind her that no one dared to provoke. Ning Tianya and Buliuqing, she pounced over, which was equivalent to the 2 supreme martial artists falling over too. How big the impact was. After receiving Yi Di's message, the second grandmasters were all relieved. They all expressed their agreement. After the auction, they would definitely go over and accept Yi Di's explanation. Actually, everyone knew in their hearts. The Yi clan was the pure victim of what happened that night. They needed the big clans to entertain them. Why would they take the initiative to give an explanation to the big clans? Yi Di's explanation was just a reason, a pretext. The real explanation at this banquet. It was definitely something else, Chu Yang's matter. Following that, the elixirs in the auction came one after another. They were all bought back by the big clans at a high price that was definitely beyond their value. While their hearts were bleeding from the pain, they threw away money without a change in expression. They even pretended to be happy. This kind of auction was definitely unimaginable to anyone who saw it. People who had not experienced it would definitely not be able to understand this feeling. This auction also broke the record of the highest transaction amount in the heavenly layer continent in the past 100,000 years, not to mention those rare items. Just the purple crystals alone were worth a total of 5 million pieces. If the big clans knew that the real owner of these elixirs was not Xianxia but Chu Yang. If they knew that these purple crystals had actually fallen into Chu Yang's hands. If they knew that Chu Yang was their biggest enemy, the Tribulation Sword Master, the 8 second grandmasters would probably have the thought of cutting their own throats on the spot. Many years later, this auction would become a legend in the heavenly layer. Countless records were created, an auction with the highest number of elixirs, an auction with the highest number of experts participating in the auction, an auction with the most grievances in history, an auction with the highest transaction amount. The host was as rigid as a zombie, but on the surface, it was the auction with the most enthusiastic atmosphere, an auction with the most money spent in vain. An auction with the most spendthrifts, an auction with the most spendthrifts even though they knew clearly in their hearts. Of course, the most important one was the auction where the last Tribulation Sword Master completely rose to power, because all the income from this auction went into the pockets of the Tribulation Sword Master. With this financial foundation, the Tribulation Sword Master's wealth had already surpassed any big clan. Such a strong foundation supported the Tribulation Sword Master and his brothers to advance their cultivation and trample on the heavenly layer. In the end, they even rushed out of the heavenly layer, including elixirs, wealth, cultivation and the final form of weapons. This auction was the biggest contributor. And the most ironic thing was that these items all came from the big clans that were the archenemies of the Tribulation Sword Master. And they were willing to take them out themselves. This kind of supernatural and unimaginable thing caused everyone who heard it to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. When I woke up in the afternoon, I called Jen and was lectured by him. Cough, cough, I didn't think it through. I was only thinking about the annual monthly boats list. It was indeed a little wrong. Cough, cough. Extremely awkward. It's all in the past. You don't need to care about it. One phone call and we talked for almost an hour. The content was more cheerful. Of course, the most cheerful thing was that the guy was talking non-stop on the phone when he suddenly stopped talking. I was puzzled, and then I heard someone hurriedly explaining to someone. It's a guy. It's really a guy. What's so strange about talking for a long time? Soaring wind is really a guy. Oh my god, it's really a guy, I spat on the spot. Then, I pinched my nose and snorted twice. It said that the guy is in a terrible fix right now. But then, something even more shocking happened. When the auction was nearing its end, 3 people walked out of Heaven Room 3. Xianxia, Feng Euro, and their disciple, Wu Qianxian, walked toward Mortal Room 3. Even someone as calm as the night the arch widened his eyes at that moment. As for the others, they were even more shocked. Someone was just about to exclaim when his mouth was covered by the person beside him. Xianxia walked to the door of Mortal Room 3 and stopped. Then, he asked, "Elder, may we enter?" Inside, that cold female voice said, "Please." Then, the Moon Breeze couple walked in with their disciple. Once they went in, they didn't come out. They didn't come out all the way until the auction ended. The hearts of those from the big clans instantly became heavy. Yi Di stared at Mortal Room 3 with a heavy heart. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, he stood up and walked toward Heaven Room 1. This auction that was so lively that it was almost suffocating finally came to an end. The big clans left the auction house almost without looking back. As if they were running away. There wasn't even the slightest bit of excitement from returning with a full load. Every one of them looked gloomy, as if someone in their family had died. Qu Yang and the rest naturally stayed behind. Under the invitation of the 5th elder of the Medicine Valley, Qu Yang came to the warehouse of the auction house very proudly. The moment he entered, he was dazzled by the brilliant purple light all over the floor. Such a huge warehouse was actually almost filled to the brim with purple crystals and all kinds of rare minerals exchanged this time. Qu Yang only felt dazzled. Rubbing his hands, he said, "These are all mine?" The 5th elder looked at him with a complicated expression. Then, he looked at the pile of purple crystals in front of him and nodded. "As long as you fulfill your promise to the Medicine Valley, these are all yours." Qu Yang was stunned. "Promise? What promise? Can't you just deduct it directly from the auction quota?" Back then, Qu Yang had promised that as long as the Medicine Valley hosted this auction, apart from the auction commission, he would sell to the Medicine Valley 1/10 of the medicines auctioned this time. The 5th elder looked a little embarrassed. "I don't know what happened. All of the medicines were auctioned off. Our Medicine Valley thought that we had kept it, but after the auction, we realized that we didn't keep it at all. Now, we don't even have a single stock of spirit herb left. We've sold them all." At this moment, the zombie-faced auctioneer also walked over and said rigidly, "It's me." I bid smoothly, and then, I kept urging them, while the 5th elder and the great elder were discussing something. After they were done, the 5th elder and the great elder were discussing something. Only then did I realize that I didn't keep it for myself. Qu Yang fainted. How could there be such a thing? You just casually took all the photos? He even auctioned off his own share, he was the best. Qu Yang retreated in defeat. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Then, what do you mean?" The 5th elder stammered, we think, we can." Qu Yang looked at the old man patiently. He encouraged, "Speak boldly." The 5th elder finally said, "We don't want the commission from the auction either. We'll exchange it for the elixirs. Then, we'll fork out money to buy your elixirs, cough cough. 100 stocks? No, no. 50 stocks would do too. Of course. The precondition is that you still have spirit herbs in hand." The 5th elder's face was full of anticipation. If at this moment, Qu Yang said, "I don't have any more, I'll give it all to you," the 5th elder would probably smash his head against the wall and die on the spot. Generally, the commission from an auction was based on a 5% commission. Don't underestimate this 5%. If Qi Yang's current transaction amount were to include those minerals and metals, the total value was more than 120 million, 5% would be 1 million purple crystals. It was definitely a terrifyingly large number. There was such a good deal, he didn't want the commission anymore. Exchange it for the elixirs? Qi Yang frowned and said, there are still some elixirs. However, the fifth elder must also know. What I say doesn't count. The fifth elder felt relieved and his whole body relaxed. He said, it's good that there are elixirs. Of course, that friend of yours, that almighty person is here. We also know that. Naturally, we won't let you suffer a loss in terms of price. Qi Yang said apologetically, I'm really sorry. The fifth elder comforted him. It's nothing. It's not up to you. Qi Yang said sincerely, you're right. He sighed. Currently, there are less than 300 elixirs left. There's no harm in selling them all to you. In Qi Yang's conflicted space, the elixirs from the Black Blood Forest naturally wouldn't be just these 300 elixirs. Speaking of which, there were still 3,000 elixirs, but how could he tell the truth? However, this batch of elixirs was originally reserved for my own use. Therefore, they are more high-end. In terms of price, it will also. Qi Yang deliberated and said, so, you have to be mentally prepared. The fifth elder became excited. No problem. No problem. He thought to himself that this was really a blessing in disguise. How could the elixirs that he had left be ordinary? They would definitely be top-grade treasures. He didn't expect that there would be such benefits after selling them all. As for the price, there's even less of a problem. Our Medicine Valley has collected countless purple crystals over the years. They'll rot if left to rot. We'll take as much as you have. The fifth elder said heartily. Qi Yang was delighted. This old man was really cute. He was stretching his neck to be taken advantage of just like that. And he even revealed an important piece of news, who knows how many purple crystals there are. They'll rot if left to rot, unlucky, since they're already rotting, it'll be a waste if I don't spend some on your behalf. I'll go and ask for instructions. After Qi Yang said this, he rushed out in a hurry. Then, he went to the private room and walked out again. He went back to the warehouse. No problem. That senior said that as long as the price doesn't disappoint her, there's no problem. The fifth elder's face twitched. He thought to himself, that woman is really greedy. Even the big clans buy elixirs at double the price. Don't disappoint her, then. Does this mean that she wants double the price too? That's too expensive. Brother Chu, please take out the elixirs first. Let's see what you think. The fifth elder asked. No problem. Qi Yang waved his hand readily. Instantly, a huge pile of elixirs scattered on the ground. Around them, the people of the Medicine Valley swarmed over like a swarm of bees. At once, there were endless exclamations. The elixirs that Qi Yang took out this time were definitely of a higher grade than those that were auctioned previously. The fifth elder's hands trembled. His face flushed red with excitement and then turned snowy white. His body swayed and he sat down on his butt, moaning. He said, so many good things. Qi Yang smiled and said, there are 310 of them. Since he said that there were only 300 plus, he couldn't take out too much. Qi Yang also regretted it. He might as well sell more. He could only say 310. Within 400, it was also 300 plus. 310. The fifth elder's face twitched again. Even if one elixir was calculated at 100,000 purple crystals, it was still 3,100,000 purple crystals, and this was just his own estimate of the market price. That woman wanted double the price. The Medicine Valley did have a lot of purple crystals, but if they took out 80 million purple crystals at once, they would probably owe a huge debt. From then on, the people of the Medicine Valley would have to beg for food. Qi Yang observed the situation. Knowing that the Medicine Valley probably couldn't handle this batch of elixirs in one go, he smiled and said that senior originally wanted double the price. Or double and a half. The fifth elder looked like he was struck by lightning. Double? Double and a half? Damn it, how was he supposed to live? Qi Yang changed his tone and said, however, I argued with that senior on what was right. I said, if not for the Medicine Valley's organization, it would really be difficult for us to sell these elixirs. Even if we did sell them, we wouldn't be able to fetch such a high price. The fifth elder nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. And then? What did that senior say? Xianxia said, that senior said. Although what you said made sense. But the Medicine Valley also earned a million purple crystals from selling this batch of elixirs. They didn't lose out. The fifth elder said dejectedly, a mere million. Thinking about it, what the other party said made sense. Although the selling price was high, the Medicine Valley's commission had also increased. What was wrong with that? He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Xianxia said, at that time, I said that I was being ungrateful. They did help us after all. This, no matter what, we should at least give them some face, right? The fifth elder blinked his small eyes and looked at Xianxia. Then that senior said. Since that's the case, then this batch of elixirs can be sold according to the market price. However, the change has to be made up. In other words, she only needs 40 million purple crystals. In addition, after deducting the 1 million purple crystals from the auction procedures, in reality, the Medicine Valley only needs to pay 34 million purple crystals to get all these elixirs back. Xianxia said sanctimoniously. They were clearly only worth this price, but Xianxia had gone a few rounds, and now that he said this, it was as if he was doing the Medicine Valley a huge favor. Really? The fifth elder asked incredulously, saving more than half in one go. He was so happy that he almost fainted. 34 million purple crystals was an incomparably huge sum, but the Medicine Valley could still afford it. Although it would hurt them a little, it wouldn't shake their foundation. Most importantly, with these elixirs, the Medicine Valley's reputation would only grow bigger and bigger. Wasn't it easy to earn purple crystals? Really? Xianxia nodded affirmatively. That's great, that's great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This sum of money is no problem, no problem. The fifth elder was almost jumping for joy. His gaze was also full of eagerness and gratitude as he looked at Xianxia, making Xianxia shiver. 34 million purple crystals. I'll pay immediately. I. Quickly go find the Valley Master. Quickly go find the High Priest and get the storage ring from him. Bring all the purple crystals over, bring it over. The fifth elder shouted, hurry. As if he was afraid that the Almighty would change his mind if he was too late. He grabbed Xianxia's hand with tears of gratitude and shook it vigorously. Brother Chu, your great kindness. I. The Medicine Valley will forever remember it in our hearts. I hereby make a promise, the doors of the Medicine Valley will always be open for you. I'm so grateful to you. To be continued. When Xianxia left the warehouse of the auction house, it was definitely a fruitful trip. In the tribulation space, the warehouse specially opened by the Sword Spirit to store purple crystals was completely full. The Sword Spirit had no choice but to open up another big warehouse to store purple crystals. In the tribulation space, all kinds of rare minerals were piled up like mountains. The tribulation sword was devouring them crazily. But even at such a crazy speed, Xianxia estimated that it would take at least 3 to 5 days for it to finish. The elixir garden in the tribulation space didn't expand much. But the medicine for Chu Lu'er's treatment had been gathered. Xianxia finally had one less thing on his mind. He planned to treat Chu Lu'er's injuries and recover her body after he went back tonight. And then cultivate as soon as possible. During this period of time, Xianxia had been laying the foundation for Chu Lu'er. Once her body recovered and she started cultivating, with the help of Xianxia's heaven-defying ability, Chu Lu'er would probably be able to create a cultivation miracle. After returning to the private room, Xianxia said a few words, and everyone stood up and walked out. Feng Yuro, Yu Lingxue and Wu Qianqian followed behind. Because Xianxia had sent them an invitation, the Feng and Yu couple naturally wouldn't give up such an opportunity. As for Wu Qianqian, the more time she spent with Xianxia, the better. How could she disagree? Along the way, Mo Qinggu hung on Xianxia's arm, chatting and laughing as they walked. She was full of joy along the way. Wu Qianqian walked behind, looking enviously at Mo Qinggu's arm hanging on Xianxia's arm. She was in a daze. Wu Qianxian still didn't realize that this little girl in front of her was the key to her and Chu Yang's relationship. She only thought that the relationship between Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu was probably similar to that of brother and sister. However, who would have known that the entanglement between the two of them would not simply be a relationship of brother and sister? When Chu Yang walked out of the auction house, he was suddenly stunned. There was a person standing in front of him with a smile. Smiling. Looking at Chu Yang. His green robe fluttered, 3 wisps of beard, hands behind his back, looking indescribably confident and relaxed. Calm and collected. That kind of aura of having the world in his hands was clearly reflected. Diwu Qingru, Chu Yang's heart shook. Diwu Qingru smiled slightly. Chu Yang let go of Mo Qingwu's embrace and motioned for everyone to wait for a moment. He walked over. Waiting for me? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Waiting for you. Diwu Qingru smiled faintly. Both of them chuckled. Congratulations. Diwu Qingru said, you have finally gained a foothold in the upper 3 heavens. Thanks a lot. Chu Yang smiled. I'm not as stable as you. Diwu Qingru shook his head and smiled bitterly, 1 sentence. Chu Yang listened attentively. Don't underestimate any enemy. Diwu Qingru insipidly said, the enemy's foundation is much stronger than what you've seen. Chu Yang nodded solemnly. We cooperated a few days ago, but we didn't succeed. Diwu Qingru insipidly said, however. Next time, let's plan properly. Chu Yang nodded. He said, that's right. We need to plan carefully. Diwu Qingru smiled. He turned around and walked away. After a few steps, he disappeared into the surging crowd. Chu Yang stood there and chewed carefully. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled, turning back. That person is Diwu Qingru? Xianxia asked softly. Yes. Chu Yang said. He is indeed not simple. Xianxia said meaningfully, you have to be careful when dealing with this person. Chu Yang nodded and said, our interactions are only in Tianji City. After this, it will be the ends of the world and the corners of the sea. If Tianji doesn't come, I won't scheme against him anymore. Xianxia smiled and said, that's right. Your strength lies in being calculative. But this person is full of tricks. Therefore, if you were to compete with him on one matter, you would definitely be able to win. However, when it comes to the overall situation, you might not necessarily be his opponent. How could Chu Yang not know this? If it was only one matter, no matter which aspect of his scheming, he would not be weaker than Diwu Qingru. But if it was 10 matters or 10 matters at the same time, then the only one who could go against Diwu Qingru at the same time and be well organized in all aspects was Mo Tianji. Xianxia turned back and said to Yu Lingxue, Brother Yu, please make a trip and invite Supreme Martial Artist Bu to the Orchard Palace. Yu Lingxue said, okay. The white figure disappeared without a trace in an instant. What? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. There are some things that I want to talk about while there is still a chance. Xianxia smiled lightly. Her heart was extremely complicated. She thought to herself, you fool, I am making the best use of my time to pave the way for your future before I leave. The power of the Tao state is getting stronger and stronger. Now, even when I am not fighting, I can already vaguely feel the power of the Tao state in the vast sky. Who knows when it will leave? I can only do my best. If I can do one more thing for you, I will do one more thing. Chu Yang was silent for a while. As if he could feel Xianxia's feelings, he finally asked bitterly, can't you not leave? Xianxia's heart softened and ached. She forcibly suppressed her emotions and shook her head coldly. No. Chu Yang lowered his head and did not speak anymore. Mo Qinggu asked Chu Yang quietly, is Big Sister Z leaving? Chu Yang sighed and held her little hand. He said, in life, there is no banquet that doesn't end. His voice was filled with melancholy. Xianxia's ears twitched and she felt a sharp pain in her heart. But she floated forward expressionlessly and walked to the front of the group to lead the way. Mo Qinggu blinked and said, does Brother Chu Yang want Big Sister Z to stay? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, yes, I'm also very conflicted. I want her to stay. If she stays, I am afraid there will be danger. Very great danger? Mo Qinggu asked. Very great danger. Her life is in danger. Chu Yang sighed again. Brother Chu Yang, you like her? Mo Qinggu asked a little dejectedly. Chu Yang did not deny it. He nodded and said seriously, but brother Chu Yang still likes Qinggu the most. Mo Qinggu said happily, then I am relieved. Suddenly, she pulled Chu Yang's head. She put her petal-like lips close to his ear and said, if brother Chu Yang really does not want big sister Z to leave, I have a way. Chu Yang asked curiously, what way? Mo Qinggu bit her lips and hesitated for a while. Finally, she said softly, if you do it with her, how will she leave? Chu Yang staggered. He felt that his legs had gone soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Xianxia, who was walking at the front of the group, also staggered. Then, her delicate ears turned red. She walked forward quickly. Feng Yuro, who was walking beside her, was very strange. She asked, Elder, what's wrong? Xianxia exhaled. She said, nothing, haha. She walked forward quickly. Chu Yang knocked on Mo Qinggu's head, and said in a low voice, you evil little girl, where did you hear such a mess? Mo Qinggu giggled. She cried out in pain and said, Master found me a masseuse. We often chat. Masseuse? Male or female? Chu Yang was nervous. Of course it's a female. Mo Qinggu stared at him with her mischievous eyes. She smiled like a little fox who had succeeded. Brother Chu Yang, I often tell her about you. Ha ha ha, speaking of this, she suddenly blushed. It turned out that after she got familiar with that masseuse. Because Mo Qinggu talked about Chu Yang every day, the masseuse said one day, you bastard. If you are worried, when you grow up, you can do it with him first. Then you won't be able to run away. Now, Mo Qinggu was thinking about this. She thought, when can I have the capital to do it with brother Chu Yang first? After turning a corner, Nangong Shifeng and the others bade farewell to Chu Yang. After this auction, there would definitely be some movements. The Nangong brothers needed to keep an eye on them and find out the latest information at any time. To be able to make this trip in this lifetime, I can hold my head high. Nangong Shifeng said. It could be seen that he was in a good mood. I, Nangong Shifeng, have never been so glorious in my life. Today, I have fulfilled the wish of my whole life, haha. Chu Yang was silent. After a long while, he said lightly, you will be even more glorious in the future. Shifeng, after the medicine banquet ends, I will help you and your brothers recover. Nangong Shifeng's eyes turned hot. He held Chu Yang's hand and shook it gratefully. Without saying anything, he turned around and left with his brothers. I'll follow and take a look. To prevent any mishaps, Wei Wuyan said goodbye to Chu Yang silently and followed them. Since coming here, Chu Yang had been racking his brains to think of ways to help Wei Wuyan recover. However, Wei Wuyan's mood became more and more depressed, and he became even more silent. Everyone could see that there was a sense of lifelessness in his body. Xianxia could only sigh about this. Wei Wuyan's heart was dead. Now, there were only two goals left in his mind. To take revenge and to repay kindness, to take revenge for his wife and children, and to repay Chu Yang for saving his life. Other than these, he had no other wishes. Once he thought that these two wishes were fulfilled, Wei Wuyan would not hesitate to kill him at any time. Regarding this, Chu Yang was helpless. Let's follow and take a look. Xianxia saw Chu Yang's worry and said. All right. Chu Yang said, don't let him do anything stupid. Xianxia laughed and said, fourth brother, let's take a look at Wei Wuyan for a while. If he needs it, we want to accompany him to travel the world to fulfill his last wish. Later, if there's nothing else, I'm afraid we'll leave together. We'll accompany him to travel the world to take revenge. We don't feel at ease if he's alone. Xianxia smiled and said, we don't have any ties with Wei Wuyan. Perhaps only old bachelors like us can understand each other's hearts. We don't have any other wishes. As brothers, Wei Wuyan's wish is our wish. Xianxia and Wei Wuyan had fought for half a generation, and had fought to the death dozens of times, but they appreciated each other. Wan Renjie could empathize with Wei Wuyan's feelings. Wei Wuyan wanted revenge, and Wan Renjie had long decided to help him fulfill his wish. As they were of the same age, Wan Renjie deeply understood Wei Wuyan's feelings. Chu Yang was startled and said, "Okay." He knew that Wan Renjie was bidding him farewell by saying this. Chu Yang was grateful that these three people came to help him. But he could also tell that these three people really couldn't relax in front of Xianxia, Bu Luqing and Moon Breeze. They couldn't be compared to Dong Wushang and the others. Dong Wushang and the others' cultivations weren't low, but they were still young. But Wan Renjie and the other two were already very old. They wanted to put down their pride, but they couldn't. They wanted to ask for advice, but they were also embarrassed. As time passed, they felt more and more awkward, and wanted to leave. "But, if you have free time, please remember to come and visit me," Chu Yang said seriously. "Of course." Wan Renjie's eyes revealed deep emotions. He said in a deep voice, "Brother. If you're well, maybe we won't see each other in our lives. But if you're in trouble, we'll come and accompany you even if we have to risk our lives." He saw the worry in Chu Yang's eyes. He patted Chu Yang's shoulder and smiled. "We're all old loaches in the martial world. You don't have to worry about us. If we only want to stay alive, even Supreme Martial Artist Bu will have a hard time finding us." Haha. Chu Yang forced a smile. He took out 4 incomplete versions of heavy pills and handed them over. He whispered, "If you have life-threatening injuries, take this. There's one more. For Wei Wuyan." Wan Renjie looked at him deeply, and his eyes showed signs of turning red. But he quickly turned his head away and laughed. "Since that's the case, I'll accept it." He stretched out his arms and gave Chu Yang a big hug. He patted Chu Yang's back and said, "Fourth brother, take care." Then, Chengduing stepped forward. He smiled slightly. "Fourth brother." He turned around and left. He wanted to say something, but just as the words were about to leave his mouth, his heart ached and he couldn't say anything. He decided not to say anything and just turned around and left. Bao Buhuan hugged Chu Yang tightly and said, "Fourth brother, what big brother said is what I want to say." Chu Yang was startled. Suddenly, his heart ached. "Brother, if you're doing well, perhaps we'll never see each other again, but if you're in trouble, even if we have to risk our lives, we'll come and accompany you." The three of them bade farewell to Chu Le-er. Wan Renjie caressed Chu Le-er's hair. For a long time, he didn't say anything. He wanted to say something, but he held it back. But he forced himself to hold back. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said softly, "Le-er, you must be happy." Chu Le-er's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Wan Renjie looked at her lovingly and wiped away her tears. He chuckled, but his voice was trembling. He wanted to say, "If I have a great-granddaughter who looks like you. Le-er, you let me taste true kinship and remind me of the beautiful memories of the past. I'm really grateful to you," but in the end, he didn't say anything. "Everyone, the wind is cold today. In the future, we'll definitely meet again if we're fated. The three of us will take our leave now." Wan Renjie clasped his fists towards the crowd and turned to leave. The figures of the three of them walked further and further away, but they never looked back. Chu Yang watched the three of them leave, turned into a street and disappeared. Suddenly, he felt that a dividing line had appeared in his life. Here, the current him was cut off from the him who had just arrived at the upper 3 heavens. It had come to an end. There's bound to be separation in life. Xianxia sensed his disappointment and said, "Actually, it's a good thing that they left. The cultivation of these 3 people isn't very high. And their meridians are almost solidified, and there's almost no room for improvement. If they followed you, sooner or later, they'd be implicated by you and lose their lives. Now that they've left, you should be happy for them." Chu Yang was shocked. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "I've also thought of this point, but the feelings in my heart have never left. In the eyes of the world, the 3 of them aren't good people, but they're really good to me and Le-er." Xianxia smiled lightly and said, "Good people and bad people. Can we really distinguish them in this world?" "We can." Chu Yang said seriously, "In my heart, law enforcement officers like Han Xiaoran are good people. And some people who are sincere, even if they're enemies, even if they want to be killed, they're also good people. Of course, those who are good to us are even more good people. I just realized that sometimes, you're also very naive. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Yang said it very straightforwardly. But he said everyone's evaluation of good and bad people, actually, everyone evaluated good and bad people in this way. Everyone returned to the orchard palace. Chulu obediently went to make tea, and Mo Qinggu also ran over to help. The two little Lolas bickered as they busied themselves, chattering away. Everyone who saw them understood and laughed. Chulu and Mo Qinggu walked out one after another, one holding a teapot and the other holding a teacup. Instantly, the hall was filled with the fragrance of tea. Not long after, Buluqing and Xianxia came together. Everyone gathered around a large round table and sat down. In order, they were Xianxia, Buluqing, Xianxia, Feng Yuro, Wu Qianqian, Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, Dong Wusheng, Rui Budong, Mo Lei and Chu Lu. There were exactly 11 people. Everyone had a cup of tea in front of them, and the fragrance of the tea wafted up. They didn't say a word, and were all waiting. Everyone didn't know why Xianxia had gathered everyone here. Only Buluqing had a faint feeling in his heart, and his expression was actually somewhat fervent. I've gathered everyone here today because of a sentence from Supreme Martial Artist Bu. Xianxia smiled lightly, and her eyes darted around the faces of Feng and Yu. With a wave of her hand, everyone instantly felt an invisible barrier isolating the entire orchard palace from this world. While this barrier was in place, no one in the entire heavenly layer would be able to sense or eavesdrop on what was going on inside, not even the slightest bit of movement. Even the few experts standing at the peak of the heavens would definitely not be able to hear anything. Buluqing, Feng Yuro and Xianxia revealed looks of admiration at the same time. Just this simple move was something that the few of them would definitely not be able to do. Xianxia continued indifferently. Today at the auction house, Supreme Martial Artist Bu once asked me, what would it be like above the heavens? Once Xianxia said this, Feng Yuro and Xianxia instantly straightened up. Everyone else also raised their heads and looked at Xianxia. What would it be like above the heavens? This was the unsolved mystery of the heavens continent. For 100,000 years, only the legendary two supreme martial artists, Qin Feng and Lu Yun, had transcended this world and gone to the bigger world. But this was only a legend after all. And after Qin Feng and Lu Yun left, they never came back. Therefore, no one had any evidence to prove whether the bigger world existed or not. Regarding this matter, everyone was actually uncertain. But today, they finally heard Xianxia talk about this matter. Everyone held their breaths, fearing that they would miss out on a single word. Buluqing did not even care that Mo Qinggu was snuggling in Chu Yang's arms now. He pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Because he could feel the existence of the bigger world. Just half a step and he would be able to cross it. Therefore, what Xianxia was going to say today was extremely important to him and Ning Tianya. Chu Yang held Mo Qinggu's waist and looked at Xianxia with bright eyes. Only he knew that what Xianxia was going to say now was really, for him. In this, it contained all of Xianxia's wishes and hopes. Everyone knows about the heavens. The heavens continent is the name of this continent. Xianxia's voice was very slow. Therefore, this continent has become the heavens in everyone's eyes. But is this the real heavens? If it is, then why are there only 3 heavens? Her voice was indifferent as she said, maybe some people will say that 100,000 years ago, that powerful person folded the heavens and caused it to collapse. Only 3 heavens were created. But Brother Bu might know, how can a person at this level make such a low-level mistake? Buluqing sighed and nodded. He said somewhat bleakly, that's right. Usually, at our level, we would not do things that we are not completely sure of. But that person had the ability to fold a continent but made a huge mistake. This is one of the things that we have been puzzling over for a long time. Xianxia said, therefore, that person made a mistake by folding the heavens and folding it into 3 layers, leaving behind a sort of calamity to maintain the stability of this continent. All these don't make sense. Xianxia said slowly. Xianxia must have thought about these questions many times. Therefore, although she spoke slowly, her words were clear and organized. All these shouldn't have happened. But they did. It's definitely not because that powerful person's ability was limited, nor because he made a mistake. He had other motives. But this motive is worth thinking about. Xianxia's tone was very heavy when she spoke. She didn't look at Chu Yang. But Chu Yang immediately knew that Xianxia was reminding him of something important. This could be a conspiracy, or it could be a kind of expectation. There's also, one, Xianxia said lightly, as the Sword of Calamity's master. Therefore, the Sword of Calamity's masters have all disappeared. Disappearing is definitely not the end. But, they are not qualified. So they were eliminated. Xianxia's heavy words shocked everyone at the same time. They were not qualified. They were eliminated. To be continued, they didn't qualify and were eliminated. Everyone was shocked. The problem was that the they that Xianxia mentioned were the first 8 Tribulation Sword Masters. They were also the legendary people who could decide the fate of the heavens. If they didn't qualify, who did? They didn't qualify because there must be one Tribulation Sword Master who qualified. But this person hasn't appeared yet. Maybe it's the first Tribulation Sword Master, or maybe it's the 10th Tribulation Sword Master. Xianxia said slowly, "It's been tens of thousands of years since I came to this land. Back then, I was curious about this matter. After the Tribulation Sword Master reorganized the heavens, I followed him secretly and went to the place where he nourished the heavens." At this point, everyone's expression turned solemn. What Xianxia was about to say was the top secret of the heavens. I followed that Tribulation Sword Master and saw that he was troubled and tortured by something during that period of time. He was in so much pain that he wanted to commit suicide a few times. But he didn't die in the end. Xianxia said solemnly, "I can see that he doesn't want to do that. He's very conflicted. He also has a conscience. He even wants to die, to use his own death to end everything. But unfortunately, he can't even die. He was tortured like that for 2 years." Buluqing looked at Chu Yang. His gaze was complicated. During that period of time, this Tribulation Sword Master cursed the same person tens of thousands of times. Xianxia said lightly. "Who was he cursing?" Buluqing asked. "He was cursing the person who created the Tribulation Sword Master. He is the one who created the Catastrophe Sword." Xianxia said indifferently, "And not only that, he cursed once in those 2 years. It was too late for regrets." What did he regret? Chu Yang had a feeling in his heart, but he still asked. He's been repeating these words non-stop. Xianxia looked up at the ceiling and said word by word, "He regretted the lake of despair." Sigh. 7 words, a sigh. Sigh. Chu Yang sighed silently and was in a daze. At this moment, no one knew that Chu Yang's heart was in turmoil. He felt a little lucky. He felt a little proud, a little satisfied and a little sad. Xianxia didn't know what these 7 words meant, but Chu Yang was someone who had experienced it himself. At this moment, he could completely understand what the Tribulation Sword Master was regretting. The Lake of Despair was indeed the biggest test of the Tribulation Sword Master. If he made a wrong step, then his fate would repeat the cycle of the previous 8 Tribulation Sword Masters. Falling into that vicious circle of eternal damnation. Presumably, the choice made by the Master of Calamity Sword at that time was the complete opposite of his own. So, the illusion, the reality. Or, at that time, the illusory realm changed according to the heart. And the heart led to the end. He rejoiced and felt proud that he had survived the greatest test. In the future, his path would be different from that of the previous 8 Masters of the Calamity Sword. They were the tribulations TT test SS the tribulation sword SS Xianxia paused for a while. Chu Yang knew that she was giving him time to think on purpose. Finally, Xianxia continued, "This Tribulation Sword Master struggled with himself for 2 whole years. In the end, he still chose to send his brother into the heaven-repairing cave." Chu Yang sighed. Buluqing and the others also sighed. The tribulation's emotions moved heaven and earth. This was recognized by the heavens. But such a hero was sacrificed just like that? Where was the justice? Xianxia said lightly, "But at that moment, I felt that his brother's soul was dissipating and not disappearing. It was as if he was breaking into pieces and slowly diverging to another unknown place. And that place was not the heavens beyond heaven. At this point, everyone was shocked. So, those tribulation sword masters didn't die? Xianxia asked. No, they died. But in a different way, they survive. Xianxia looked deeply at Xianxia and said, that unknown place, in my opinion, should be the netherworld. The netherworld. Xianxia sighed. The tribulation sword master's mission came to an end when the upper three heavens were unified. But this is also a huge dividing line. This is the key. Tribulations disappeared in this world, but they will still exist in another world. But the tribulation sword master really disappeared. Xianxia said lightly, disappeared. I understand. Xianxia took a deep breath. Xianxia meant that tribulations didn't really disappear completely, but the tribulation sword master would disappear completely. This was completely in line with Xianxia's expectations. How could a completely heartless person receive good karma? Although this was a little idealistic, Xianxia insisted that this was not in accordance with the laws of heaven. People's actions might have different standpoints. But people's hearts were divided into good and evil. Xianxia didn't go into details. She only said, so, I reckon that the tribulation sword master's mission is actually something that hasn't been successful all this time. But this failure can allow the person who folded the heavens to achieve another level of, another, purpose. Everyone nodded silently. So, I reckon that, the tribulation sword master's mission definitely doesn't end here. Because the tribulation sword master has completely disappeared. This doesn't make sense. Xianxia said. But how do you know that he has completely disappeared and not the same as tribulations? Xianxia asked. Buluqing smiled. Senior Z, did you attach your divine senses? Xianxia smiled. Yes, I attached 10 divine senses and they disappeared together with these 10 people. But, after 10,000 years, only one came back. As for the most important one, it had disappeared. Because of the disappearance of that divine sense, it caused another loss of my divine senses. So, I never came out after I recovered from my cultivation in the Black Blood Forest. It was only until 20,000 years ago that I recovered my divine senses. I'm impressed. Buluqing let out a long sigh. Only a peak-level expert like him would know how much danger and disbelief was contained in Xianxia's casual words. The disappearance of divine senses and the disappearance of divine senses were definitely two different concepts. Disappearance was equivalent to death, and the death of divine senses could result in death, disability, or mental retardation. Even Buluqing himself couldn't avoid these two outcomes if his divine senses were to disappear. But Xianxia was able to cultivate and recover. You shouldn't admire me, but the power that can completely eliminate my divine senses. Xianxia smiled. Buluqing smiled. Big sister, you were going to talk about the heavens beyond heavens. Chulu reminded her. But you're talking about the tribulation sword master now. I'm talking about the heavens beyond heavens. Xianxia smiled and pulled Chulu into her arms. She said, I mentioned the tribulation sword master because I think his real mission should be to rush out of the heavens beyond heavens. To go to a higher level place to complete some things. Or, to complete the final mission given by this powerful expert. And, I won't send myself and my brothers to their deaths in the upper three heavens. Here, we're talking about the heavens beyond heavens. Xianxia said lightly, which is the real heavenly imperial court. The real heavenly imperial court. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Xianxia lowered his head and leaned his forehead against Mo Qingwu's little head. He could feel the warmth of this little girl's body as he silently pondered in his heart. Beyond the heavens, there are countless worlds. Countless continents. Every one of these continents is similar to the heavens beyond heavens continent. But, above the heavens, which is the common, above these small worlds, no one knows. There's the tightest heavenly perception there. Only when one's cultivation activates this heavenly perception will he be tested. This is what you usually call heavenly punishment. Xianxia smiled lightly. Heavenly punishment is actually a test. If you pass the test of heavenly punishment, you'll be qualified to enter that mysterious world. Have you entered that world before? Buluqing asked anxiously. Yes, I have. Xianxia nodded faintly. However, I only stayed for a short period of time before I came out. Less than 1,000 years. How's it like inside? Buluqing asked. Inside. Xianxia smiled lightly. It's vast and boundless, full of spiritual energy, and full of experts. Brother Bu, you'll know when you get there. What can be called the heavens beyond heavens? With your cultivation, how's it like, inside? Buluqing asked, still unwilling to give up. It's like traveling. Even going down. Xianxia said reservedly, of course, I'm not sure about the specific situation. I went there just to find someone. Since I couldn't find him, I left early. I didn't come into contact with the experts of the extreme Tao in there. I didn't even come into contact with the people of the heavens beyond heaven's imperial court. Go. Buluqing took a breath, his eyes shining brightly. The messenger in charge of the heavens beyond heaven's continent is from the heavens beyond heaven's imperial court. Xianxia smiled and said meaningfully, Brother Bu, that place is more dangerous than here, but there are also more opportunities. That's where the real experts of the extreme Tao grow. Buluqing's eyes shone even brighter. Xianxia and Feng Yuro looked at each other and saw each other's sparkling eyes. The real heavens beyond heaven's imperial court. Chu Yang repeated silently. Leaning on Mo Qingwu's soft hair, he thought, life is just like autumn. Since there's such a place, as long as there's a chance, I'll definitely bring my brothers to the heavens beyond heavens. Let my Qingwu dance in the real heavens beyond heaven's imperial court. One dance moves the heavens. To be continued. Dong Wushang's muscular body sat upright like a mountain. His expression was solemn, but the tip of his brows and the corner of his eyes were filled with saber intent. There's such a place, I must go up and take a look. I must. Rui Budong raised his head, but he was thinking in his heart, if the brothers can go up, I'll go up and take a look too. But if the brothers don't go up, I won't go up either. No matter how good the place is, if I'm the only one there, what's the point? Xianxia quietly observed the changes in everyone's expressions. She said slowly, the reason why I've gathered everyone here today is because everyone here has the potential to go there. Including, these two little girls. Qingwu, Lu Er. At this point, Xianxia finally turned to look at Chu Yang. The look in her eyes was extremely complicated. Hearing Xianxia's words, Buluqing and the Moon Breeze couple were a little surprised. There were 11 people here. Other than Xianxia, there were 10 more. The 3 of them had no problem. Chu Yang should be able to do it, Qingwu should be able to do it, Xianxian had the potential, and this Dong Wushang with saber intent and his wife also had the ability. But, that ordinary Rui Budong, and Rui Budong who had an innate constitution but was unable to cultivate due to his chronic illness, how could they have such potential? Xianxia looked at everyone present and smiled lightly. She said, however, having potential doesn't mean that you have the ability, and it doesn't mean that you can definitely go there. There are plenty of people with potential who fall in the process. There are even people with enough potential to rush to the supreme position of the strongest in the world, but they will be killed by a weak person when they are still very weak. So, the next step will depend on luck. She looked at everyone present and said softly, everyone, I have to remind you. Luck is one's ability, and also the most important thing in one's ability. Luck can allow you to meet the right person, have a suitable goal, and then fight hard to reach the peak that you should reach. Luck can also allow you to have the potential to be number 1 in the world, but you don't need to participate in the battle between the strongest in the world when you start out. You don't even need to know what's going on. Just the strong wind alone can turn you into dust. This is luck. If you're unlucky, the prodigy will also die. With good luck, even mediocre people can rise to prominence. Xianxia said plainly. Everyone was thinking carefully luck. This was an illusory thing. How could one grasp it? At this point, Xianxia's words were somewhat abstruse. Luck, we mortals only think that it is a gift from the heavens. All sorts of coincidences are either luck, misfortune, or good luck. Xianxia said softly, actually, it's not luck. To ordinary people, it was just a coincidence, but to those with great abilities, it was something they could control. To control the luck of others. Control. Controlling luck? Buluqing was flabbergasted. Xianxia said lightly, there's nothing strange about it. Even if you haven't heard that luck can be controlled, you should have at least heard of the dragon vein, the fate of nations, and the fate of heaven and earth. Isn't there a saying about the luck of the clan? Everyone nodded. That's right. Such a saying was very common and familiar. Right now, the Tianji city they were in, the Zhuge clan, was a place where they could borrow the power of a mysterious force to probe the mysteries of the heavens. He was someone who could change fate. Furthermore, this was the most mysterious and unfathomable knowledge. Fate. It's a kind of luck. Xianxia said lightly, the so-called unfathomable mysteries of the heavens are actually the veins of fate. In this way, you should more or less understand it. Everyone nodded in realization. Previously, they really didn't think about fate and luck together. They always felt that fate was great, but luck was only a person's. But after hearing Xianxia's words, they felt that it made sense. After Xianxia finished speaking, everyone started to ponder silently. The world over there is very exciting. Xianxia looked out of the window. Outside the window, the north wind was blowing. It was already afternoon, and the north wind was getting more and more shrill. The sky was also getting darker and darker. That world is very exciting. Haha. Buluqing said faintly, but luck requires you to find a suitable person, a suitable target, and to fight for it. Only then can you achieve this goal. Miss C, do you mean this suitable person is this generation's catastrophe sword master? There was a hint of mockery in Buluqing's voice. Xianxia frowned slightly and was somewhat displeased. She said lightly, Brother Bu and the Moon Breeze couple have already transcended this step. They don't need the Calamity Sword Master to fight for it. But then again, if Brother Bu insists on thinking that this is what I mean. Xianxia said lightly. Then, this is what I mean. Buluqing said awkwardly, I'm just asking casually, I don't mean anything else. Xianxia said coldly, I don't mean anything else either. She sat quietly, and an invisible majestic aura was emitted from her. Buluqing sat on his seat, feeling as if he was sitting on pins and needles. His face gradually turned red, and he finally smiled bitterly and said, Miss C, I'm just joking. And, you know what I'm upset about? Haha, the Moon Breeze couple was surprised. They thought to themselves, this is strange. With Buluqing's unyielding temper, he actually gave in so easily, this is really strange. What they didn't know was that Buluqing had his own pettiness. His words weren't meant to question Xianxia, and definitely not to target Chu Yang. It was because Mo Qinggu was in love with Chu Yang that he was upset about. It was like a girl that he had painstakingly raised was about to become someone else's. That kind of feeling. It was purely to vent, but it caused Xianxia to misunderstand. How could Buluqing not feel awkward? How could Xianxia not know what Buluqing meant? She also knew that Buluqing didn't mean any harm when he said this. It was just a moment of discomfort in his heart. But the problem was, Xianxia herself wasn't very comfortable with this problem. So Buluqing's question hit the nail on the head. Xianxia immediately used this as a pretext to make a fuss. This made the supreme martial artist Bu so anxious that his face turned red, and his sweat fell like rain. Chu Yang, who was at the side, looked up. Looking at this, looking at that, he knew that if he opened his mouth now, both sides would point their spears at him. So he wisely lowered his head, and didn't say a word. Do whatever you want. Seeing how awkward Buluqing was now, Xianxia couldn't bear it. She sighed and said, forget it, when I talk about this, my thoughts aren't very smooth. So I'm a little impatient. Buluqing smiled and said, it's okay. It's okay. Xianxia nodded and said, everyone, what you have to take note of is that if you intend to rush up, then from now on, what you should train and improve the most is not your cultivation, but your spirit and willpower. Everyone who has just gone up will encounter countless risks. Therefore, the requirements for one's spirit and willpower are especially important. Everyone nodded silently and remembered it well. If I want to leave this time, I will most likely go to that place. It is highly likely that he will go there, Xianxia said plainly. Chu Yang was shocked and said, don't you want to go and look for it? Xianxia's eyes revealed a tinge of nostalgia. She said sadly. That is an obsession, Chu Yang nodded. That was an obsession. But it was also just an obsession. Nothing more. But it's also possible that I won't go there. Xianxia's pretty face turned cold. She gritted her teeth and said. Chu Yang kept quiet out of fear. He hurriedly shut his mouth. Moon breeze. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and Feng Yuro seriously. Yes. The two hurriedly answered. You can look for Chu Yang for your problems. When his medical skills improve, he will be able to solve this problem for you. Xianxia lifted her chin toward Chu Yang. Really? Feng Yuro was overjoyed. Xianxia's face was also full of excitement. Chu Yang definitely did not expect Xianxia to sell him out without batting an eyelid. Didn't they agree that he would not be able to handle this matter here? There was a way after the tribulation space was upgraded. But once Moon Breeze and Moon Breeze heard about it, wouldn't they kill him? Big Sister Z, this. Chu Yang's face was bitter. He muttered fearlessly. Shut up. Xianxia's face was cold. This matter must be settled by you. You can't do it now. Can't you do it when your medical skills have improved? Why are you so unconfident? Chu Yang grimaced as if he had a toothache. Hissing and sucking in cold air, he nodded with a head full of cold sweat. Oh, okay. That's all for today. I can't go into too much detail about the rest. Xianxia chuckled. Moon Breeze and Baluching both laughed. She couldn't go into too much detail. This was too interesting. Because if she went into too much detail, there wouldn't be any surprises or accidents after she went up, and it would inevitably be greatly reduced. People of the martial world still liked excitement. Also, there's one more thing I need to ask of all of you. Xianxia said in a low voice, I'm afraid I'll be leaving soon. By then. Chu Yang and the rest. I need the three of you to take care of them. The Moon Breeze couple and Baluching agreed readily. Of course. Feng Yuro thought, my disciple is dead set on him, I can't not take care of her. Baluching thought, my disciple is dead set on him, I can't not take care of her. At this moment, the two of them were actually saying the same thing. Almost at the same time, the second grandmasters of the big clans also gathered in one place. This place was the most secret underground chamber of the Zhuge clan. In order to prevent Xianxia's powerful divine senses from prying, the Zhuge clan had no choice but to reveal this most secret place for discussion. Yi Di, Xiao Sei, Lan Muxue, Zhuge Hutu, and the rest all sat with heavy expressions. They didn't say a word. A black shadow flashed and the Dharma Supreme walked in alone with a heavy expression. Immediately, the dozens of supreme martial artists outside released their divine senses at the same time, forming a huge protective shield to prevent eavesdropping. Inside, 10 high-level supreme martial artists also released their divine senses at the same time, forming a protective shield. This small space was tightly sealed. The Dharma Supreme sat down, his gaze sweeping across the faces of everyone present. He said indifferently, what are your thoughts on today's matter? Yi Di sighed with a bitter smile. It's far more serious than we imagined. All the second grandmasters sighed together. Yi Di pondered for a moment before he said, Lord Dharma Supreme, I'll be bold to ask you a question. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, go ahead. Is this Chu Yang the master of the Calamity Sword? Yi Di's expression was solemn as he asked the question word by word. This question had been lingering in Yi Di's heart for a long time. He had also asked the Dharma Supreme once before. However, the Dharma Supreme did not answer directly at that time. He only said that he would wait and see. Today, at this gathering, Yi Di brought up this question again. However, his state of mind was already very different from back then. At that time, Chu Yang was just a negligible hidden danger. However, now, he had become an opponent that could compete with the big clans, although this was nothing in itself and was not qualified to have anything. However, the strength of the backer behind him was shocking. When the other 8 second grandmasters heard this, they could not help but perk up their ears. This matter was really too important. If Chu Yang was the master of the Calamity Sword, then the big clans were really in danger. They had to think of a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. The Dharma Supreme was silent for a moment before he said, I don't think so. Or maybe I didn't find out. All the second grandmasters' hearts were beating like drums. The Dharma Supreme's words were remarkable. Was it true or not? The Dharma Supreme's eyes fell on Li Xianxi's face. He said indifferently, Xianxi, what do you think? Li Xianxi laughed bitterly and said, I don't have much contact with this person. However, cough cough, the Li clan is in a very awkward position now. It's hard to say anything. All the second patriarchs snorted in unison. Of course you wouldn't panic now that you had one of the tribulations in your clan. However, you said such meaningless words. Xianxi, is that Li Xiongtu in your clan confirmed to be one of the tribulations? The Dharma Supreme asked with a smile. I'm really not sure about that. Li Xianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lord Dharma Supreme, I'm just going to speak the truth here. If we really believed that he was one of the tribulations, the Li clan would not have come to the medicine banquet this time. But if he were to deny it, there was nothing he could do. This matter is currently a mess. Shi Jing from the Shi family said in annoyance, you dumb chicken. In my opinion, no one here is more clear-headed than you. You're just trying to take advantage of me. The Dharma Supreme smiled. I do believe in the word yearning. However, in my opinion, that might not be the one in your family. He said indifferently, for generations, before Calamity Sword Master's wings were fully grown, Calamity would not show himself. Hidden in the mortal world, it was impossible to distinguish between them. For 10,000 years, I don't know how many people have been wrongly killed, but in the real tribulation, no one has died. As for your family's Li Xiongtu, he had already spread this sort of rumor long ago. Furthermore, he did it in public. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, do you think that with so many of us here, we really can't kill Li Xiongtu? Even if the Li clan protects him with all its might, what can you do? Li Xianxi was sweating profusely. You're right, Lord Dharma Supreme. However, he was thinking in his heart, even I can't tell if that person in my family is one of the tribulations. Can you really deduce it just by speculating? The Dharma Supreme stared at him for a while and finally said, Xianxi, you can leave first. The Li clan should not participate in the discussion this time. Li Xianxi looked at him in shock. The 8 second grandmasters looked at him fiercely. This sentence of the Dharma Supreme was tantamount to saying that Li Xianxi did not believe the Dharma Supreme's words at all. In other words, although Li Xianxi was sitting here now, he could actually be considered as a traitor. Lord Dharma Supreme. Are we going to let him leave so easily? Xiaoxi's face was filled with murderous intent. Why don't we just kill him here? What if he goes out and reveals our secret? What should we do then? That's right, Lord Dharma Supreme. This time, the Li clan has already made it clear that they are on the side of the Tribulation Sword Master. Sooner or later, they will become a huge threat. This time, we will get rid of Li Xianxi and also remove a huge threat for the future. Lan Muxue said through gritted teeth. The other second grandmasters all agreed. Li Xianxi's face was ashen. If they were to really fight, there would be no chance of him escaping alive, only death awaited him. The crowd was in an uproar. The Dharma Supreme looked at Li Xianxi and pondered for a long time. Then, he said, Xianxi, leave. Remember what I said today. One day, you will realize. Some things will always be beyond your expectations. There will always be misunderstandings in many things. And some things will always be regretted. He waved his hand indifferently and said, go. I will give you a chance to regret in the future. Lord Dharma Supreme. Everyone exclaimed in unison. The Dharma Supreme's expression did not change. He only waved his hand again. Thank you, Lord Dharma Supreme. Xianxi will never forget Lord Dharma Supreme's kindness today. Li Xianxi cupped his fists and said emotionally. No need to stand on ceremony. Just remember my words. The Dharma Supreme said solemnly, if you leave now, there is no need for you to participate in the medicine banquet. Go back to the Li clan directly. If you continue to stay here, I am afraid you will be killed. Li Xianxi trembled and said, yes. He stood up and walked out in big strides. When he reached the door, he hesitated. The Dharma Supreme looked at his back view with a frown. But Li Xianxi only hesitated for a moment before he really opened the door and walked out. Between the current interests of a big clan and the future prosperity of his descendants, he obviously chose the latter. The Dharma Supreme sighed softly. Lord Dharma Supreme, should we send someone to kill him? Xianxia asked. Once Li Xianxi leaves, he will become an irreconcilable enemy of ours. It will be completely different from the small fights we had previously. The Dharma Supreme shook his head indifferently. No need. He was silent for a moment before he said, the Li clan is not worthy of such attention. If he is not one of the tribulations, the Li clan will naturally still lean towards us in the future. If he is really one of the tribulations, we can also take this opportunity to grab hold of this clue and lure out the real tribulation sword master. Therefore, Li Xianxi cannot be killed. Everyone was enlightened. However, the tribulation sword master is a long-term concern, while Chu Yang is a short-term concern. The Dharma Supreme tapped the table lightly with his finger. Everyone, don't underestimate this Chu Yang. The huge power that he can bring is now something that even the law enforcement officers have to take seriously. Yes. Yi Di said solemnly, this Chu Yang is indeed a huge concern at the moment. His backing is too strong, too strong. Therefore, we have to get rid of him. The Dharma Supreme sighed softly. He said, I remember that thousands of years ago, I once told all of you that every clan must nurture a secret force. This force must not be known to anyone. Now, it is time for this force to be put to use. Xiaoxia nodded heavily. Lord Dharma Supreme, you mean, assassination? Assassination of Chu Yang. The Dharma Supreme shook his head lightly. No. The power of this young junior, Chu Yang, mainly comes from that mysterious woman. Therefore, killing Chu Yang alone will not help at all. It will even invite the crazy revenge of a peerless expert. Now that the tribulation sword master is about to be born, we cannot afford such a loss. Therefore, if we want to kill, the first one to be killed is that mysterious and powerful woman. The Dharma Supreme tapped the table lightly with his finger and took away one of the teacups in front of him. If we want to do this, we need all of us here to take action together. In addition, we need to add the secret force, the combined power of hundreds of supreme martial artists, and invite Lord Wu to come out and do all we can to encircle and annihilate them, even at the cost of sacrifice. The Dharma Supreme's words were very heavy. Every word was like a huge hammer that hammered into the depths of everyone's hearts. Moreover, we need to create an environment where we have no choice but to fight to the death. Only then can we succeed. A hint of bloodlust flashed in the Dharma Supreme's eyes. Zhuge Hutu, your family's great nebula divide of heavenly secrets array will be put to use here. Zhuge Hutu trembled and said, yes, I will listen to the Dharma Supreme's instructions. The great nebula divide of heavenly secrets array draws on the power of the heavenly way, the power of the stars, the power of the earth, the veins of the mountains and rivers, the spirits of the people and the souls of the supreme martial artists. It is enough to kill experts who are 3 times more powerful than the array. If this great nebula divide of heavenly secrets array of heavenly secrets has 108 supreme martial artists taking part in it, then, in this world, who can surpass the combined power of all 108 people, including you and me, by more than 4 times? The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, therefore, the basic plan is set here. With 108 supreme martial artists taking charge of the eye of the array, and a total of 300 supreme martial artists maintaining it, Lord Wu Jiuqing will provide support and protect the array with poison. This way, the power of the array can be doubled. It is equivalent to thousands of supreme martial artists attacking at the same time. Even if Buluqing and Ning Tianya come at the same time, they will also die here. There is absolutely no chance of luck. Everyone listened with heavy hearts, but they couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. If that was the case, no matter how powerful that woman was, she would definitely die. Even if she was a deity, she would definitely not be able to escape from such an array. The Dharma Supreme was really generous. Once he made a move, it was already such a huge and powerful commotion. It's just that, how can we lure that woman into the array? Zhuge Hutu asked with a frown. Currently, they are with the Moon Breeze couple. If the Moon Breeze couple is in danger, she will definitely come to their rescue. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed. And the Moon Breeze couple will definitely be in danger. When the array is fully set up, I will invite the Moon Breeze couple for a talk in my name. With the temperament and character of the Moon Breeze couple, I have full confidence that they will come. Everyone perked up. Brilliant plan. The Dharma Supreme's long hair swayed even though there was no wind. He said indifferently, "How long has it been since I have schemed against someone like this? This woman, even if she dies, is worthy of being proud." He had finally been overtaken. F***ck, just now, he saw a chat group of authors. One of the authors joked that Feng Ling had really created a new record. Basically, all the great gods had smashed him one by one. Haha, sigh, his heart ached. 7 days, 3 nights, crazy updates of close to 120,000 words, and he couldn't even maintain a first place? We are not far behind now. Everyone, let's work harder and charge ahead. Man fights for pride, Buddha fights for incense. I have been fighting and losing all the way till now. I have long been unyielding. I will not admit defeat. I still want to fight, even if we lose twice. We still have 24 days, we will fight till the end. The two supreme martial artists gathered together. Zhuge Hutu took out the diagram of the Great Nebula Divide of Heavenly Secrets array and explained it in detail. Zhuge Hutu did not want to reveal his clan's greatest trump card. However, if Xianxia was not eliminated, the big clans would feel like there was a steel knife hanging over their necks. They could neither advance nor retreat. Just like in today's auction, Xianxia alone suppressed everyone on his side. Everyone had no choice but to give her money despite their grievances. Why? If she was unhappy, she could wipe you out, and it was to wipe out your entire clan, not just one person. Who dared to disobey? If they disobeyed, they would cough. If they coughed, it meant that they were unhappy. If they continued to be unhappy, they would kill. This grievance almost caused everyone to have a brain hemorrhage. Smiling and throwing in more than double the amount to buy a bunch of medicine, and these people were all high and mighty people who had been at the top for thousands of years. Who could tolerate this? Not to mention, besides Xianxia, there was also Buluqing on Chu Yang's side. Now, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro were also on Chu Yang's side. Such strong power made the whole world look askance, not to mention Yu Lingxue's brother, Wu Qianqian, Bu Liuqing's brother, heavenly Yin body and innate spirit meridians, Xianxia's brother, innate body. These were 3 demon-like characters in the future. As long as there was space for them to grow up, they would definitely replace Buluqing, Feng Yu and Xianxia as the other 3 overlords of the world. Top figures. When that time came, with the addition of the new and old, the big clans would not be able to catch up even if they ate **t. Once Chu Yang's power rose, it would be unstoppable. Therefore, even if Zhuge Hutu was unwilling, he could only do so. The Dharma Supreme stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Zhuge Hutu and explaining. He said lightly, "For now, kill that woman first, then kill Buluqing and Feng Yu. Lastly, we'll deal with Chu Yang and those little girls." He slightly lowered his head, and his long hair nearly covered his eyes. Only 2 rays of chilling light penetrated through the seams of his hair. He casually clenched his fist, and a thin staff formed from chi appeared in his hand. He pointed at the formation map and said indifferently, "Yi clan. Guard here. The lowest, 50 supreme martial artists. Yi Di, any problem?" The Night Emperor suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "No problem." The Dharma Supreme pointed his thin rod in another direction and said, "This place is the gate of life and death." He needed a sharp sense of death. "Xiaoxia, can your Xiao clan take responsibility?" Xiaoxia calculated for a while and said, "Including the hidden forces of the Xiao clan, we can mobilize 40 supreme martial artists and myself. Then, I feel that if we want to prevent that woman from breaking out of the encirclement and breaking through life and death, this force is not enough." The Dharma Supreme pondered for a moment. He knew that what Xiaoxia said was the truth. If Xianxia only wanted to escape when she was seriously injured, with her strength, she could totally kill Xiaoxia and the others and escape far away. Then, there would be no end of trouble in the future. Thus, he said, "Since that's the case, I'll send you another 20 supreme martial artists from the law enforcement headquarters." Xiaoxia was overjoyed and said, "If that's the case, I dare to guarantee with my head that nothing will go wrong." The Dharma Supreme nodded. He pointed at a few other places and made arrangements. When he reached the first place, he was silent for a moment before he said, "There are 50 supreme martial artists from the law enforcement headquarters guarding this place." Everyone nodded solemnly, cursing the Li clan in their hearts. If the Li clan did not betray them, then with the combined strength of all these supreme martial artists and the great constellation array, they could totally recreate the power of the tribulation. In fact, it would be several times stronger. Once the Li clan left, this good thing would be gone. Bastard, none, pop-up window square, warning. Finally, the Dharma Supreme looked at the position of the eye of the array in the center. After thinking for a long time, he said, "I will do my best to get Lord Wu to guard this place personally, together with the 20 elders and 8 high priests of the law enforcement headquarters. Success in one battle. I will personally patrol the periphery." The Dharma Supreme stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "In this battle, other than the forces of the various clans guarding their homes, all the elites of Chongtian will be mobilized, just to kill 4 people." The 8 second patriarchs instantly felt their blood boil. They instinctively felt their blood boiling and even their hair was about to stand on end. Buluqing, Feng and you and I are at most peak experts of the heavenly layer. The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently and said, "But that woman is a true expert of the extreme Tao. Therefore, the name of this battle shall be Slaying of the Tao." Slaying of the Tao. Yi Di murmured and repeated, "Only." Feeling his blood boiling. This battle directly concerns the future of the Chongtian clans and law enforcement officers. Everyone, a battle of life and death cannot be taken lightly. Sacrifices are inevitable, everyone must be fully mentally prepared. The Dharma Supreme had basically finished his arrangements for this battle. All the supreme martial artists started to calculate the forces that they could mobilize. The sooner this matter is settled, the better. The more secretive, the better. The Dharma Supreme said solemnly, "We must complete all the arrangements before the medicine banquet starts. During this period of time, do whatever you need to do and do not alert the enemy." Yes. Everyone agreed. The semifinals of the medicine banquet will be in 2 days. The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath and said, "As the pharmacist of the Southeast law enforcement officers, Chu Yang has already entered the semifinals and cannot be replaced. Moreover, I heard that Chu Yang's medical skills are superb and he has inherited the soul of the ancient medical saint. He is not to be underestimated. The most important thing is that we cannot touch him. Once we do, we will alert the enemy." Yi Di pondered and said, "What does the Dharma Supreme mean?" "Chu Yang is very likely to enter the finals. We have already announced the date of the finals to the world and the bunch of stubborn old men from the Medicine Valley will host it, so it cannot be changed. Before the finals, our men will need to rush over from all over the continent, obviously in a hurry. Therefore, we must deal with these people after the finals. Therefore, the champion's heaven-nourishing jade is very likely to fall into Chu Yang's hands." The Dharma Supreme said solemnly. "And the heaven-nourishing jade has the ability to bring the dead back to life and gather souls. Once he gets the heaven-nourishing jade, even if that woman is dead, there is still a certain possibility that he can use the opportunity of nourishing the heavens to revive her. Although such a chance is very slim and Chu Yang may not live until then, it is still a possibility that we must guard against. Therefore, Chu Yang cannot become the champion. He cannot get the heaven-nourishing jade." The following few sentences were not spoken by the Dharma Supreme, but were added by the crowd one after another. After they finished speaking, everyone realized that their expressions had become even more solemn. They looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could there be such a thing? The Medicine Valley is not under our control. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly and pointed out the most crucial point. Without the Medicine Valley, the heaven-nourishing jade cannot be refined either. Therefore, it is best for your pharmacists to ensure that nothing goes wrong and eliminate Chu Yang. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "Put an end to this. There must not be any mistake that could lead to a comeback." Shi Jing pondered and frowned. If it is the top pharmacist of each clan, there is a high possibility that Chu Yang will be eliminated. However, our men have also passed the preliminary round and entered the semifinals, so it cannot be changed either. Moreover, pharmacists who have already participated in the medicine banquet once cannot participate again, because their luck has already dissipated. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "Isn't this easy? Yi frowned slightly and said, "What does the Dharma Supreme mean?" The Dharma Supreme walked out and said, "We still can't strip Chu Yang's face, but the face of your own pharmacists can be stripped off. Moreover, once you use the soul transfer magic, won't you be able to multiply your energy? Why should you be afraid of luck?" He smiled lightly and walked out, leaving behind a sentence. "Don't tell me that you don't even know how to use the soul transfer magic." The Dharma Supreme disappeared. The 8 of them looked at each other and stood there in a daze. This method, of course, could work. There was no problem for a veteran pharmacist with experience in the medicine banquet to suppress a newbie like Chu Yang. Moreover, even if one of them couldn't suppress him, how could all of them be inferior to him? Even if they made 8 mistakes, there was still one left. However, as long as Chu Yang made one mistake, it would be over. The chances of winning were above 10%, it could be said that it was foolproof. However, the problem was that in this way, each clan would lose 2 of their most outstanding pharmacists. Skin from a living person, made into a human skin mask, and used the supreme martial artist's cultivation to create it, it could change the appearance in a short period of time. At least, it could maintain its vitality for half a year. Half a year later, when the human skin mask lost its effectiveness and started to wrinkle, the matter would basically be over. Using the soul transfer magic to transfer a portion of the energy of the skinned pharmacist's soul to another person's body, this person would be able to possess everything of this person for a short period of time. Including skills, however, it was still only for a short period of time. The apothecary whose soul was transferred would definitely die. However, the apothecary who received the soul transfer would also die in half a year's time, vanishing from this world. In this way, it would be equivalent to the 2 top pharmacists of the younger generation and the older generation dying an unnatural death. However, while it was easy to destroy, how could it be so easy to nurture a pharmacist? It might not even be possible to have a talented pharmacist in decades or centuries. The contribution of an outstanding pharmacist to a clan was self-evident. This included treating illnesses, prescribing medicines, piercing meridians, increasing cultivation. The role of a pharmacist in the rise of a clan was indispensable. Sacrificing them just like that, just to prevent Chu Yang from being first, was it worth it? All the second grandmasters looked at each other. For a moment, none of them could make up their minds. Why do I feel that the Dharma Supreme values this Chu Yang even more than that woman? Ling Fengyun frowned, somewhat puzzled. No, it's the Dharma Supreme values the heaven-nourishing jade, Xianxia added after some thought. What do we do now? Everyone's gaze was on Yi. Yi's face was covered in a dense fog again. He said softly, "If we go through so much trouble and sacrifice so many lives to kill that woman, but Chu Yang uses the heaven-nourishing jade to revive her, will our clan still exist? Since we can sacrifice so many supreme martial artists' lives, what's the point of 2 mere pharmacists?" The sword spirit's illusory figure floated and seeped into Chu Lu'er's body like a wisp of mist. Xianxia pressed one hand on Chu Lu'er's head and the other hand on the purple crystal vat, continuously injecting yin energy into it. The purple crystal vat was originally yin energy, and the mysterious yin bone-destroying water in it was the world's #1 cold poison. As for the cold yin energy that Xianxia injected again, in terms of its cold nature, it was even colder than the mysterious yin bone-destroying water. Chu Lu'er's body was soaked in the mysterious yin bone-destroying water and had already fainted. Slowly, her body became somewhat transparent in the water. The water surface rippled and the sword spirit gave a message. Then, Xianxia said lightly, "Medicine." Chu Yang took out this special incomplete heavy pill and put it into Chu Lu'er's mouth. Once the heavy pill entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a rainbow-like color and exploded in Chu Lu'er's mouth. Various colored mists disappeared into Chu Lu'er's meridians. This was an incomplete version of the heavy pill. Although it was called incomplete because it lacked the materials of the rare herbs, in reality, it contained a lot of materials. The materials were so precious that it was almost the most precious since ancient times. Purple gas appeared on Xianxia's face. She exhaled lightly and spat out a gust of purple gas from her mouth. Then, Chu Lu'er's body was also enveloped by purple gas in the next moment. Chu Yang could clearly see that on Chu Lu'er's forehead, little by little black things slowly appeared. The color changed from light to dark, and slowly, they actually bulged out of the skin and dripped down like ink. Xianxia grabbed this black thing in her hand and threw it out. Then, she shouted softly, "Sword Spirit, you must protect the consciousness space." Suddenly, a gust of purple light shot out from her eyes. Then, a strong purple gas enveloped the entire purple crystal vat. Strings of colorful things emerged from Chu Lu'er's body. But under this purple gas, they could not disperse. They obediently gathered into a stream and returned to Chu Lu'er's mouth and nose. She breathed them in. "This is the innate poison of the mother's fetus." Xianxia said lightly, "This poison has the same name in all the planes. It is the poison of heaven and earth. This is the true source of all poisons in the world. Therefore, in the eyes of a quack, Lu'er's illness is nothing special. No matter what, there was no way to cure it. But in the eyes of the Almighty, it was an earth-shattering opportunity. With the main body of the poison of heaven and earth as a foundation, the human-faced rainbow spider's poison core and the poisonous flood dragon's poison core. There's also the heavenly poison jade core, black blood poisonous core vine, and other deadly poisons in the world, as well as countless treasures. After Chu Lu'er recovers this time, she'll have the heavenly poison body, an innate constitution." Xianxia seemed to be talking to herself. In one breath, he said, "Furthermore, with the purple chi of heaven and earth that I have painstakingly cultivated to circulate throughout my body, condensing my meridians and expanding my dantian. All the meridians in my body are opened. From now on, I will not encounter any bottleneck until I collapse the sky and shatter the void. The sword spirit protecting her space of consciousness is also a great fortune. Such a situation is hard to come by even in 10,000 years. I don't belong to this world. Therefore, I am a guest from another world. Similarly, the sword spirit does not belong to this world. He is a Yin spirit. Therefore, our cooperation is the cooperation of heaven and earth. It is called reincarnation. After reincarnation, I will directly raise Chu Lu'er's cultivation to the third stage of martial saint. In the future, the training of her skills and training will be yours." Xianxia opened her eyes and looked at Chu Yang. "Do you understand?" Chu Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart. "I completely understand. It's just that the sword spirit once said that Lu'er needs to take 3 of such heavy pills consecutively." "Is it?" "There's no need," Xianxia said decisively. "Without my help, of course, she needs 3 pills. But now, with my help, she has completely recovered." As she spoke, an illusory shadow floated out from the unconscious Chu Lu'er. The sword spirit, who looked exhausted, entered Chu Yang's tribulation space without any hesitation. He only left behind 2 words, "Crazy." Xianxia smiled. Chu Yang asked, "What's wrong?" Xianxia snorted and said, "The method that I said caused this fellow to exhaust too much of his energy. He didn't know at first, but when I used the purple gas, he could only follow my method. Now, this fellow seems to have gone back to recuperate." The sword spirit muttered in the tribulation space, "What do you mean by exhausting too much of my energy? This evil woman almost drained all my energy. Even if it's the heavenly imperial court, this is definitely a waste. This crazy person actually used reincarnation in this heavenly imperial court. If I don't call her crazy, I'll really be letting her down." Chu Yang's heart shook. He knew that Xianxia was trying her best to create a team for Chu Yang because she was about to leave. He couldn't help but feel touched. After a long time, Xianxia removed her hand from Lu'er's head and fished Chu Lu'er out of the mysterious Yin bone-destroying water. She used her energy to evaporate the water droplets on Chu Lu'er's body. Then, she placed her on the bed and wrapped the blanket tightly around her. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's okay now. She needs to sleep for 2 days. After 2 days, when she wakes up, she'll be a little girl who has reached the top in 1 step." Chu Yang was finally relieved and kept the purple crystal vat. But when he reached out his hand, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The mysterious Yin bone-destroying water in the vat had actually become warm. It was like the lake water that had been exposed to the summer sun for a whole day. The temperature was actually not low. Under reincarnation, the cold poison of the mysterious Yin bone-destroying water has already become the energy of Lu'er's body. "This is just some ordinary water." Xianxia smiled and said, "If you don't mind that this is your sister's bathwater, you can use this water to make a cup of tea." It tastes pretty good too. Yang gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. I've made some tea for you to drink first. During the meal, Mo Qinggu was still sitting beside Yang. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Lu, she was actually very disappointed. She said, "Where's that chilly-like little girl?" Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was only 1 year older than Lu, but she actually started to call her little girl shamelessly. Xianxia smiled and said, "She's cultivating. When she comes out of seclusion, she'll look for you to fight." Mo Qingwu's little head was raised high, her chin facing the sky. She said disdainfully, "Humph, just her?" Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. Yang glanced at her and thought to himself, I don't know what this elder sister is thinking. Why did Lu'er's cultivation suddenly improve so much that it's actually higher than Qingwu's now, and now she's even urging the two of them to fight? SSS. This doesn't seem right either. Yang was about to dissuade her when he heard Buluqing say happily, "It's good to have a fight. My disciple can't lose no matter what." Supreme martial artist Bu was very optimistic. Lu still couldn't cultivate yesterday. Even if she could cultivate today, she would have improved with Xianxia's help. How much could she improve? His disciple had been tempered by the spiritual spring water and the mysterious bone-destroying water. Now, she was already at the monarch level. Just one more step. She was at the saint level. The moon breeze couple also laughed. Feng Yuro said half-jokingly, "Why don't Xianxian and Xiaowu have a fight too? Whoever wins can become Chu Yang's wife." Yu Lingxue laughed loudly. Wu Qianqian immediately lowered her head, her face red. Mo Qinggu pouted and said, "I can't fight with Sister Wu now. I can't beat her. I'll cultivate properly in a few days and fight when I surpass her." Everyone nearly fainted. "You've already surpassed her, what's there to fight about?" After everyone laughed for a while, Feng Yuro said, "These 2 days have been a little too quiet. Yang, you shouldn't have appeared so forcefully. In this way, I'm afraid the Dharma Supreme and the big clans will target you." Yang smiled lightly. "I was just about to talk about this problem. Because the upper 3 heavens is in a state of panic now. The Tribulation Sword Master is about to finish his apprenticeship. It's going to be another bloodbath soon." Everyone nodded silently. "It's fine if I keep a low profile, but the current situation forces me to do so. Especially after the battle with the big clans. I also remember that I'm at the heart of the struggle," Yang said frankly. Everyone nodded again. "Therefore, once I rise in the future, people will definitely suspect that I'm the Tribulation Sword Master. In that case, the big clans will not rest until I'm dead. And I don't have the ability to go against the big clans now. Now that the Dharma Supreme has confirmed that I'm not the Tribulation Sword Master, I can only take this opportunity to be high profile and let the Dharma Supreme's words be further ingrained in people's hearts. Let everyone think that I rose before the Tribulation Sword Master. Otherwise, I can't afford to be called the Tribulation Sword Master." Yang said jokingly. Moon Breeze couple, Dong Wusheng and the others all laughed. "Therefore, the big clans will definitely be wary of me now, but they won't openly go all out against me. Moreover, on the surface, the situation now is that you guys are my backers. Therefore, if they want to deal with someone, they'll deal with you guys first." Buluqing laughed and said, "So you'll have several years of opportunity to develop? And if they want to deal with us?" It's not that I'm boasting, but in this world, there's really no power that can catch all of us in one fell swoop. For people like us, as long as they can't kill all of us in one blow, even if one of us manages to escape, we'll definitely be the nightmare of the big clans and law enforcement officers." Moon Breeze couple also laughed. What Buluqing said was the standard truth. With their abilities, even if they were shamelessly besieged, even if they couldn't defeat them, it would be easy for them to escape. Xianxia smiled faintly. Her expression was one of extreme restraint. Obviously, she was in full agreement with Buluqing and Moon Breeze couple's words. In this world, there was no one who could hurt her. Absolutely no one. Yang himself also agreed with this argument, but there was a faint worry in his heart. Although this was the truth, excessive self-confidence would definitely lead to a loss. He didn't have time to think about it. The news of the medicine banquet had already arrived. 3 days later, the semifinals would begin. Let's continue to fight. After getting drunk last night, we've also released all the pressure we've been under for the past 10 days. Today, we're feeling refreshed. Therefore, we're starting to explode. Holding the notice in his hand, Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Luer's injuries had already healed. And his main purpose of attending the medicine banquet was to heal Chu Luer's injuries. Now, he couldn't use it and couldn't withdraw. He was in a difficult position. The heaven-nourishing jade is a good thing. Bu Luqing saw his hesitation and said, "You must get the heaven-nourishing jade. That thing is equivalent to having an extra life." An extra life? Chu Yang asked doubtfully. Even if the soul disperses, the power of the heaven-nourishing jade can bring the dead back to life. This is the luck of all the pharmacists in the heavenly layer for 1,000 years. Bu Luqing said lightly, even the heavens can be mended, let alone humans. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists tightly and said, "There's actually such a miraculous item. Then, this heaven-nourishing jade is really a must. I must have it." Yu Lingshua's eyebrows raised slightly. He wanted to say something, but he forced himself not to. Only the best pharmacist in the world is qualified to get the remnants of the heaven-nourishing jade. You, Xiaoman, are already 20 years old and you're actually determined to get it? You're boasting. Then, during the semifinals, who's going to cheer for me? Chu Yang rubbed his fists and asked. You actually want to cheer for something that you're so confident in? Zi Shiqing was dismissive. Not interested. Qinggu can't go either. There are too many bad people. Bu Luqing shook his head. No time. Moon Breeze shook their heads together. Guide the disciple in his cultivation. I want to practice my saber. Dong Wushang admired his dark saber without even raising his head. Cough cough, I'm going to sleep. Rui Budong yawned and rubbed his eyes. I'm so sleepy these few days. I'll accompany Wushang. Emolayer smiled. No way. Chu Yang screamed. Such an important matter and you want me to handle it alone? Everyone was silent and busy, pretending not to hear. Mo Qinggu couldn't bear it. She said, Brother Chu Yang, I want to accompany you, but when Lu'er comes out of seclusion and fights with me, Chu Yang laughed. On the third day, Chu Yang woke up early and went all the way to Han Xiaoran. Along the way, Han Xiaoran had a lot on his mind. After Chu Yang asked a few times, Han Xiaoran finally let out a long sigh. Brother, the Dharma Supreme summoned me last night to ask about your situation. Chu Yang's heart shook. He said, What did you say? Han Xiaoran spread out his hands and said, What else can I say? Naturally, he would say whatever he wanted to say. But, there's something wrong. Chu Yang smiled and asked, What's wrong? Han Xiaoran stopped and looked at him deeply. He sighed softly and said, Brother Chu, I know that you're hiding something. Moreover, the strength behind you is also strong enough. This time, your strong appearance has indeed shocked the heavens. But, let me give you a piece of advice. Chu Yang said seriously, Brother Han, please speak freely. I'm all ears. After all, a backer is just a backer. If you really want to stand firm in the heavens, you still have to rely on yourself. Han Xiaoran said seriously, even if you have a backer, what you're doing is too ostentatious. It is not a coincidence that the Dharma Supreme asked about you. I can faintly feel that. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yang, saying, You have to be careful. There's a murderous intent behind this. Chu Yang's heart moved. He said gratefully, Thank you, brother. I'll remember it. Han Xiaoran said with contradiction, As a law enforcement officer, it's disgraceful for me to secretly communicate with you. However, you didn't do anything wrong. Moreover, you've been of great help to us law enforcement officers. I can't bear to see people being ungrateful. Sigh. Chu Yang nodded. He could feel the contradiction in Han Xiaoran's heart. As the law enforcement master, he was the confidant of the Dharma Supreme. No matter what the reason was, Han Xiaoran felt that Han Xiaoran was bending the law for favoritism when he said this to Chu Yang. To Han Xiaoran, who had always been impartial and upright, this was indeed very precious. It was even unbelievable, however, the Dharma Supreme had murderous intent towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang firmly remembered this matter in his heart. When the two came to the registration area, it was already crowded with people. Most of them were from the big clans. There were thousands of people squeezing at the entrance. The pharmacists entered one by one, but the crowd was not allowed to enter. They could only wait outside. Han Xiaoran sent in the identity token that Chu Yang received that day. After a while, someone shouted. The last pharmacist to enter the semifinals, Lin Ri. Everyone was in an uproar. Lin Ri, there's actually someone with this name? Chu Yang was also stunned. What's going on? Why isn't I here? I'm actually the last one, that person shouted at the top of his lungs, Lin Ri. Lin Ri. Is Lin Ri here? Chu Yang and Han Xiaoran were both stunned. They squeezed in and wanted to ask for clarification. Why was Chu Yang the first to pass? Why was there no place for him now? The next moment, both of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They saw that the pharmacist was holding up Chu Yang's token. He was still shouting at the top of his lungs, Lin Ri. Lin Ri. Where have you been? Han Xiaoran went over with a black face and scolded in a low voice, Bastard. Do you know how to read? That's 2 words. Chu Yang. What Lin Ri? That pharmacist was stunned. He flipped the token over and held it in front of his eyes. With a look of surprise, he said, That's right, it's Lin Ri. Bastard. Han Xiaoran snatched it over. He was also dumbfounded when he saw it. The handwriting at the back was sloppy. Chu Yang's Chu character was severely separated. Only the Lin character at the top could be seen clearly. As for the lower part, it was just a curve. Chu Yang's Yang character was even divided into 2 characters. And because of the sloppy handwriting, the side of the radical looked like a Yang character. At first glance, it was the 3 words Lin Ri. There was absolutely no mistake, it was the 5th elder who was too excited and casually scratched out Chu Yang's name. The handwriting was too sloppy, it took a long time to explain it clearly. There was a lot of chatter around. What the heck? This person's name is Lin Ri. TSK, what a good name. Someone was amazed. Lin Ri. Ha ha ha. Who's going to name the next one Water Sex? Another person had a wretched look. Isn't this Chu Yang? When did he change his name to Lin Ri? This was someone who knew young Master Chu. Pfft. Ha ha ha. What a good name. It's too rapey. Another person held his stomach and laughed. Chu Yang entered the venue of the semifinals with a black face. Behind him, there was a lot of whispers and countless weird looks. Minister Chu gritted his teeth. Lin Ri. Motherf asterisk Kerr, when I see that old 5th elder later, I must ask him in detail and clarify everything. This was a huge loss of face. In front of him was a long row of platforms. Within a radius of a few hundred feet, there were no big clans or law enforcement officers except for the platforms, pharmacists, and the judges of the Medicine Valley. Here, the Medicine Valley had the final say. Any other forces, even the number 1 Dharma Supreme in the world, were not qualified to watch the competition here. There were only 13 pharmacists who entered the semifinals. Everyone was facing a platform. On the platform, there was a lonely medicine furnace. Every medicine furnace was exactly the same. However, Chu Yang vaguely felt that there was something strange about the aura of a few of the pharmacists. This was clearly a kind of oppressive feeling of death that came from the suppression of one's divine spirit. Moreover, it was these few people who were paying attention to him, whether intentionally or not. Their eyes were filled with hatred and there was a bone-chilling murderous aura. It was as if they could not live under the same sky with him. However, when Chu Yang wanted to observe them quietly, he realized that these people had all turned their heads around without leaving a trace. They faced the medicinal cauldron directly and did not even look at Chu Yang from the corner of their eyes. Chu Yang only saw a few expressionless faces. These faces reminded Chu Yang of the young valley master of the Medicine Valley who hosted the auction. Chu Yang was stunned. These people's faces were very familiar. He remembered seeing them a few days ago and they were all very lively. Why, then, in the direction of the entrance, the people of the Medicine Valley began to disperse. They actually chased all the people who were cheering for them a few hundred feet away. At such a distance, there was no need to talk about cheering for them. Those who were weak in cultivation could not see anything at all, let alone recognize the pharmacists on their side. Then, many experts of the Medicine Valley surrounded the place from all directions. The Medicine Valley's defense of this medicine banquet was so tight. Then, a white shadow flashed in front of Chu Yang and the others, and 3 people in white appeared. One of them was holding a stack of cards. It was the zombie-faced young Valley Master. He said rigidly, "Fellow pharmacists, I am the owner of the prescriptions of the Medicine Valley. These 2 beside me, one is the High Priest of the Medicine Valley and the other is the second High Priest. The 3 of us will be the judges of your semifinals." There was a commotion among the pharmacists. The High Priest and the second High Priest. These 2 people were once people who had won the honor of being the #1 pharmacist in the world back in the day. Everyone was really flattered that these 2 people would be the judges in person. Chu Yang's eyes also lit up a little. But then, he realized that the zombie-faced person next to him was expressionless. There was no change in his eyes either, as if he was already prepared. "Now, let's start the roll call." The zombie-faced young Valley Master looked at the cards in front of him and picked up the topmost card. He read, Lin Ri. Chu Yang's card was the last to be handed up, so it was naturally at the topmost. So, the young Valley Master called his name first. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. He said, "It's not Lin Ri. Young Valley Master, this is my card. The 5th Elder's handwriting is messy. He wrote my name wrong." The zombie-faced young Valley Master couldn't help but be surprised. He lowered his head and looked carefully for a while before he recognized that it was indeed a very abstract word, Chu Yang. The corners of his mouth twitched. He said, "Chu Yang." Chu Yang answered loudly, "Here." The young Valley Master grunted and raised the card in front of his eyes again. He muttered to himself, "It really looks like Lin Ri." Everyone roared with laughter. Although the young Valley Master had a straight face, he was still a little embarrassed. He was much more careful when he called out the names again. He looked at the names and then at the faces of the people before announcing that they had passed. He called out the names one by one. When he reached the Ling clan, it was Ling Hanwu's name. Chu Yang looked over and saw that Ling Hanwu's expression was stiff. He was even more rigid than those from the Yi and Shao clans. Chu Yang was startled again. He said tentatively, "Uncle Ling, you're here too." Ling Hanwu grunted and said, "Yes." Chu Yang was stunned. What was going on? Moreover, the way Ling Hanwu was looking at him was also very strange. Looking at him from the side, he saw that his face seemed to be completely pale. Chu Yang's words attracted the attention of the young Valley Master of the Medicine Valley. He was also startled and suddenly asked, "You know each other?" Chu Yang coughed twice and said, "Something's not right." The young Valley Master was stunned again. Then, he pondered and moved closer. Ling Hanwu couldn't help but want to avoid him. The young Valley Master shouted, "Don't move." He circled around Ling Hanwu and muttered curses. There's indeed something fishy going on. Returning to his original position, he shouted, "Ling Hanwu of the Ling clan, come out." Ling Hanwu answered and stepped out. The young Valley Master stepped forward with a solemn face and tore off Ling Hanwu's face. What appeared behind the mask was actually the image of another person. The High Priest and Second Priest's faces darkened. What the hell was the Ling clan doing? How could they impersonate someone else in such a once-in-a-thousand-year ceremony? "Why is it you? Where's Ling Hanwu?" The High Priest suppressed the anger in his heart. He asked in a low voice. This person was the candidate from the Ling clan to participate in the medicine banquet previously. He actually appeared. Again this time, that person stammered, "Second Master." Second Master, he was drunk yesterday, and couldn't get out of bed. Chu Yang was speechless. There was actually such a thing? Was he drunk? This Second Master Ling was indeed his teacher's rival in love. He actually got dead drunk at such a crucial moment. The High Priest snorted heavily and shouted, "Ling Hanwu of the Ling clan is not here. Time is up, we can't wait any longer. Expel this person from the competition. The Ling family will be disqualified." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the pharmacist from the Ling family was sent flying by a flurry of punches and kicks. The three from the Medicine Valley continued to curse in dissatisfaction. This was the first time something like this had happened in the past 10,000 years. He was drunk. Thinking of these 4 words, the 2 consecrators felt as if they had eaten a fly. Of course, that wasn't the case for the Ling family. Ling Hanwu of the Ling clan was indeed drunk, but the reason why he didn't come was not because he was drunk. Ling Hanwu had come to participate this time. It was just that he had snatched the spot. Their true motive wasn't the medicine banquet, but Yi Chuchen. If Ling Hanwu went on stage, he would definitely lose. However, the Dharma Supreme's request was to exclude Chu Yang. Ling Fengyun naturally couldn't bear to peel off the skin of his great-grandson's face and perform another soul transfer, so he randomly grabbed a pharmacist and performed the soul transfer technique to transfer the pharmacist's luck. He then used a human skin mask to create Ling Hanwu's face, and let the previous top pharmacist take his place in the competition. But, things were after all too rushed. After all, this human skin mask wasn't as useful as directly using the soul transfer magic art as a living person. Although the Ling clan had put in a lot of effort, the medicine banquet only recognized the token and not the person. Once one entered, the roll call would be over. Who would have thought that Chu Yang would actually start talking to Ling Hanwu at this moment? Wasn't this purely being insensible? All the pharmacists of the medicine banquets. Who would chat with each other? Were they asking you to compete? Or were they asking you to chat? But it was Minister Chu's first time participating, and no one had reminded him about the things to take note of. Greeting and acquaintance was a natural etiquette. Who would have thought that this call actually eliminated the Ling clan? Such a lucky hit really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. When the pharmacist from the Ling clan left, his gaze was as if he wanted to swallow Chu Yang alive. Outside, the people from the big clans gathered in a group. A few of them were watching, and when they saw that the Ling clan was actually chased out, everyone's expression was very interesting. The supreme martial artist from the Ling clan who was in charge here was even more gloomy. Yi Shiyu from the Yi clan twisted his butt and said sarcastically, "This is really strange." The Ling clan, hee. How are we going to explain this matter? The supreme martial artist from the Ling clan was ashen. The Dharma Supreme had personally arranged it, but the Ling clan had sent an impostor. How were they going to explain this matter to the Dharma Supreme? When that person came out and asked, he found out that this matter was actually ruined by Chu Yang again. For a moment, he couldn't help but grit his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. This jinx, ever since the Ling clan met him on the road, nothing good had happened to them. Inside, the names were called. The high priest gave a few instructions, and then the people from the Medicine Valley walked in with trays one by one. A tray was placed in front of everyone. Then, an unlit incense stick was placed in front of everyone. When Chu Yang saw this, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Although the amount of medicine on this tray wasn't large, there were many types. In addition, there were extremely cold items, extremely yin items, extremely hot items, extremely poisonous items, extremely nourishing items. There were a total of 30 types of medicine, but basically all of them had conflicting medicinal properties. Using such things to refine medicine, perhaps, just mixing 2 of them together would be enough to poison a person to death. Next, I will announce the rules of the competition. The high priest looked at the people in front of him and said, "As you can see, there are 30 types of medicine, taken from various extremes in the world. Each type is only enough to refine 1 pill. Your task is to refine all of these medicines within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn out. The requirement is to use 2 conflicting types of medicine to refine medicine. The minimum required is 5 great nourishing pills and 5 extremely poisonous pills. This is the minimum requirement. Whoever can refine the most will have the purer medicinal properties. Whoever can refine the most will win. This competition will be ranked from the top to the bottom. Only the top 10 will be chosen. Those who use the wrong medicine will be automatically eliminated. Before the incense stick burns out, those who don't complete the task will be automatically eliminated. 5 great nourishing pills and 5 extremely poisonous pills. Those who don't complete the task will be automatically eliminated. Destroy any of the materials. Automatically eliminated. Those who use any means to disturb others in refining medicine will be automatically eliminated. Those who use any external help will be automatically eliminated. A series of automatic eliminations was announced. Even Chu Yang was a little scared. These requirements were really too harsh. They had to use medicine with completely conflicting medicinal properties within the stipulated time. To complete all of this, conflicting medicinal properties. How to adjust? Once the adjustment was not done properly, the furnace would explode and the body would be injured. The medicine would be completely destroyed. The degree of refinement was equivalent to walking on a tightrope on a high cliff. Furthermore, it had to be done at least 15 times. For a moment, all the pharmacists looked at each other. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the pharmacists from the big clans. It seemed that there was no accident. Furthermore, their eyes didn't even move. Could it be that they cheated? Chu Yang's thoughts flashed. Could it be that they knew the competition's topic in advance? That they were prepared? Looking at the calm expressions of the 7 or 8 people, the more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he felt that his conjecture was really too reasonable. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it, do you think I can't cheat? At this moment, the high priest shouted, now, light the incense stick. Begin immediately. The pharmacists who had brought the tray over had been standing in front of everyone all along. Now that they heard the order, they immediately went forward. After lighting the incense stick, they immediately retreated silently and left the competition grounds. The high priest and the other 2 also retreated as light as feathers. They retreated until they were 300 feet away and looked over. All the pharmacists immediately got busy. Picking the herbs, extracting their essences, mixing them immediately, adjusting the furnace, observing the temperature. Only young Master Chu stood there like a wooden chicken, not moving at all. The pharmacists from the big clans looked at this dazed fellow who was obviously at a loss because of these rules. They couldn't help but gloat. Damn it, he had never experienced such a situation before. For a rookie who had just participated in the medicine banquet for the first time, he actually had to give up his life. What an injustice. Although the clans had promised that their descendants and relatives would be taken care of tenfold in the future and be the first to enter the Hall of Elites, but, to die just like that, everyone still felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Who wanted to die? Even if it was someone whose wife was stolen or he was castrated, the thought of dying would only appear in the first few days or months. Once this period of time passed, they would get used to living on. No one wanted to die in this world, especially to die for such a dazed fool. They were even more unwilling. As they cursed in their hearts, their hands kept moving. At this moment, no one dared to fall behind. Because if they couldn't complete the mission, not only would they die, their clan's preferential treatment would also be revoked. On the other side, young Master Chu was still as dazed as a wooden chicken, not moving at all. No one knew that this Sword Master Chu's divine senses had already sunk into his consciousness space at this moment. He called out, Sword Spirit, it's your turn. They are all cheating, let's cheat too. The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes and said, it's obvious that you can't do this at all. Even if they don't cheat, you still have to cheat. Why are you acting so righteous now? Chu Yang said calmly, of course, cheating is something that must be done no matter what. But since they are also cheating, then it's even more reasonable for us to be righteous. The Sword Spirit let out a long sigh. Cheating? He can even do it so righteously. This Sword Master is really different from the rest. Left with no choice, the Sword Spirit could only step forward. Chu Yang's body trembled slightly. This degree was just a very normal slight tremble. But no one knew that this body was no longer under the control of young Master Chu himself. Instead, it had been replaced by a 100,000-year-old monster. As for young Master Chu himself, of course, he comfortably soaked in the soul-tempering pool and took a bath. He muttered to himself, isn't it just cheating? What's the big deal? This Sword Master is just about to take a rest. What I want is the heaven-nourishing jade, not the competition. Half of the incense stick was already burnt. Chu Yang was still motionless. He was still standing there, looking at the herbs in front of him without moving. As if he was having a headache, as if he was thinking, as if, in any case, he was not moving. The young Valley Master frowned and looked at Chu Yang. In the end, Chu Yang had given so many herbs to the Medicine Valley to make up for his mistake. He really had a good impression of Chu Yang. At this moment, seeing that Chu Yang was not moving, he could not help but feel anxious for him. What the hell? The young valley master muttered to himself, are you going to be eliminated here? The high priest and the second priest also knew this person who seemed to have endless elixirs in his hands. At this moment, they were also surprised. What's wrong with this guy? I don't know. Has he never done such a thing before? It's possible. Time is running out, sigh. Maybe he's lost his mind. This is the first time, it's inevitable. The two of them sighed. Seeing that half of the incense stick was already burnt, they sighed at the same time. At this moment, even if Chu Yang started to move immediately, it would definitely be too late. To do such a thing in such a short time, even the two of them would definitely not be able to do it. What a pity. Bang! Suddenly, the medicinal cauldron in front of an alchemist exploded into pieces. Following which, the alchemist sighed sadly. He took a good look at the charred medicine in front of him and silently retreated. This explosion seemed to have activated a mysterious curse. Instantly, the sound of explosions rang out continuously. One by one, the pharmacists retreated. Suddenly, it seemed a little sparse, more than half of it will be burnt soon. The high priest looked at Chu Yang regretfully and said, I'm afraid he has no chance. Let's look at the others. The second priest agreed. Just as he was about to turn his head, he suddenly exclaimed softly and widened his eyes. He moved. He moved. He actually only moved at this moment. Oh my God. If Chu Yang had only moved, the second priest would not be so surprised. The problem was that now, even if the high priest and the second priest worked together, they would not be able to finish this in time. Chu Yang suddenly moved. How could this not be shocking? Was he trying to make a final struggle? The high consecrator said uninterestedly, if he moves, he will lose for sure. He subconsciously turned his head to take a look. Immediately, he sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out, and his snow-white beard spread out in all directions. The second consecrator had never heard such a sentence from his mouth for hundreds of years, *ck his grandfather. So fast. However, at this moment, the second high priest couldn't care less about being shocked by the head high priest's foul language. He was staring at Chu Yang's movements. Chu Yang was silent when he was still, but when he moved, he was like a thunderbolt. With a wave of his hand, the 30 herbs were neatly divided into 15 portions. It was incomparably nimble, and the medicinal properties were incomparably conflicting. Both of them were the two herbs with the most intense collision. Then, he slapped the medicine furnace with his right palm. Suddenly, a green flame spurted out from the medicine furnace. His left hand picked up 2 kinds of herbs and threw them into the medicine furnace. He actually didn't use the essence treatment. The second consecrator groaned. Wrong. When his herbs flew into the medicine furnace, the dregs flew out automatically. The high consecrator's eyes were sharper. There's such a miraculous method. The second consecrator murmured, in this way, won't he save the time needed to extract the essence? That's right. Next, let's see if he can create a miracle and finish refining all the herbs in the obviously insufficient time. The high consecrator pondered. At this moment, Chu Yang slapped the medicine furnace again, and the flames surged again. The flames turned into a blazing white color. This will completely destroy the herbs. The young valley master was obviously also paying attention to Chu Yang. At this moment, he murmured. However, his voice hadn't faded when he saw Chu Yang pat the medicine stove. 2 pills flew out, and fell into the empty tray that had originally been filled with medicine. Then, with a flip of his hand, another 2 herbs flew into the medicine furnace. The dregs of the herbs flew out automatically the moment they flew into the medicine furnace. The flame surged again. He actually refined 2 pills in one go. The second consecrator felt as if he was dreaming. When I participated in the medicine banquet back then, in this round, I only refined 1 pill for every 2 herbs that collided. Me too. The high consecrator stared blankly. So impressive. The second consecrator murmured. Indeed impressive, the high consecrator muttered as he stroked his white beard. Almost instantly, the flames under Chu Yang's medicine furnace changed colors a few times like a rainbow. He slapped the medicine furnace. Instantly, another 2 pills were shaken out and landed in the tray. When the pills came out, the 2 herbs also entered the medicine furnace at the same time. One came out and one went in. The connection was seamless. Another 2, another 2, another 2, in a row, 20 pills had been refined. Chu Yang only had 4 sets of herbs left. It's indeed amazing. However, he wasted too much time in the beginning. At this moment, with his speed, he can only refine 2 more batches at most. It's already too late for him to refine all the herbs. According to the rules of the medicine banquet, he still lost. What a pity, what a pity. The High Consecrator looked at the incense that was about to burn to its end and sighed deeply. Such a talent, yet so careless. Sigh. What can I say? The second consecrator also sighed dejectedly. Even I want to change the rules for him, the High Consecrator sighed. The rules can't be changed. It's just that this bastard is too pitiful. At this moment, the pharmacists from the other 7 big clans had already finished refining the herbs. They stood up, panting heavily as they sized up the others. There were 7 to 8 people who also stood up. Everyone was sweating profusely. With such a short period of time and such an important task, they really couldn't spare any attention. Only now did they have the time to look at the results of others. Then, they all looked at Chu Yang at the same time. Chu Yang was the most important enemy in the medicine banquet this time. Everyone was startled when they looked at the tray in front of Chu Yang. There were 20 pills on the tray in front of Chu Yang. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. The most they had was only 15 pills. This guy actually refined 20 pills? But when they took another look, they immediately felt relieved. This guy actually had 4 more herbs that he hadn't refined yet. The incense was about to burn to its end. He still had to take out the herbs in the furnace and refine them. There wasn't enough time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, what's the use of having good skills? According to the rules, you still lost. The task given by the clans was finally completed in this second round. Boom. The pharmacist from the law enforcement officers in the north was originally about to finish refining, but when everyone turned to look at Chu Yang, he couldn't help but take a look as well. This look was a tragedy. When he saw Chu Yang's skillful movements and those 20 pills, he was instantly shocked. Then, when he saw that there were still 4 more herbs in front of Chu Yang, he was instantly overjoyed, shock followed by joy. His emotions were stirred up and he didn't control the flames well. The 2 medicinal properties clashed violently in the furnace. As the flames burned, the furnace actually exploded with a bang. The last pill actually exploded. This pharmacist wanted to cry but had no tears. Oh my God, how did this happen? At this moment, this pharmacist almost wanted to commit suicide, but then, he felt comforted. Anyway, this Chu Yang is done for. With him being eliminated with me, it's not embarrassing. With this thought, he actually felt at ease. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang stretched out his hand and clapped. Another 2 crystal clear pills flew out from the furnace and landed in his hand. There was only a little bit of the green thread left. It was about to burn to its end. This little bit of time was only enough to refine 1 furnace. But Chu Yang still had 4 more furnaces to refine. At this moment, even if a deity came, there was absolutely no hope. The high priest and the other 2 heaved a sigh of pity at the same time. Such a prodigy was ultimately not fated to be number 1 in the world. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened at the same time that those 2 crystal clear pills landed in Chu Yang's palm. Chu Yang slapped the platform. With a bang, the 4 matched herbs flew up together. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, they entered the furnace at the same time. Then, Chu Yang slapped the furnace. The flames suddenly blazed and burned fiercely. They turned greenish-white and emitted the hissing sound of the flames burning fiercely. He actually wanted to refine 4 different herbs with completely conflicting medicinal properties at the same time. This isn't a dream, right? All the pharmacists, the young valley master of the medicine valley and the 2 high priests on the street also opened their mouths wide and rubbed their eyes with their hands. This was simply unbelievable. Among the big clans, a few pharmacists snorted. Playing to the gallery, he knew that it was already too late. Yet he purposely came up with such a super difficult move. Was he trying to leave himself a way out? But, no matter how you leave yourself a way out, you lost. You lost. This, no one could change. The next moment. Bang, 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 Chu Yang's right hand slapped the furnace continuously 4 times. In the first slap, the flames suddenly turned red and rushed straight up. On the second palm strike, the flames turned blue, and illuminated Chu Yang's face, making it look like a sea of blue. In the third slap, the flames suddenly changed. With a series of hissing sounds, they returned to white. In the fourth slap, the flames turned into the color of the night with a whoosh. It was not as fierce as before, but was burning gently. Chu Yang's hand slapped the furnace again. In an instant, the flames were like a rainbow, constantly changing colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, all kinds of colors were constantly changing like a revolving lantern. In the blink of an eye, it had actually changed hundreds of times. Time's up. The young valley master sighed and raised the hammer in his hand, ready to strike. The incense stick had burned to the end. There was only a last bit of light left. The next moment, it would be extinguished. Bang, bang, the sound of Chu Yang's palm hitting the furnace and the sound of the young valley master's hammer hitting the furnace rang out at the same time. It was as if they had discussed beforehand. Time's up. The moment the young valley master shouted this loudly, 8 glittering and translucent pills of different colors flew out of the furnace, and fell into Chu Yang's hand. They were emitting different smells and colors. Not one more, not one less. Before the young valley master's announcement had even ended, Chu Yang had already finished. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Only 8 elixirs fell from Chu Yang's hand onto the metal tray and spun around. A total of 30 elixirs were in the tray. Every one of them was perfectly round and had a faint layer of elixir halo around them. There were all kinds of colors and rich scents. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all stunned. No one had expected that Chu Yang would really accomplish such an unbelievable and completely impossible thing. He, really, completed it. The second priest and the high priest looked at each other and saw the strong disbelief in each other's eyes. Everyone present was knowledgeable. Which one of them wasn't an expert? How could they not know that such a level of difficulty was as difficult as ascending to the heavens? 8 types of medicinal herbs were mixed in pairs. To refine a single cauldron required precise control and rich experience in refining elixirs. Any cauldron would explode. If 2 types were refined at the same time, even the high priest only had a small chance of success. As for refining 3 types at the same time, the high priest didn't even dare to think about it. But Chu Yang actually refined 4 types at the same time, without any confusion, just by looking at the color, halo, roundness, and smell of the elixirs. One could tell that there was no need to test at all. This was a supreme-grade elixir. Refining 8 types of medicinal herbs at the same time and refining different types of elixirs in one cauldron. This was simply a miraculous skill. The few people from the 7 super clans all looked as if their parents had died. They couldn't be blamed for being depressed. These people, including the other 3 doctors from the law enforcement officers, had already gone through the medicine banquet once. This time, it was a walk in the park for them. It wasn't difficult to do this. They passed the previous time. How could they be eliminated this time? But what made them depressed was that they had already gone through it once. This time, Chu Yang gave them half the time, but they still couldn't compare to him. Not only was the quality far worse than Chu Yang's, even the quantity was actually twice as good. How could these proud and arrogant pharmacists accept this? The high priest and the second priest immediately instructed people to count the results of all the pharmacists. The results were as expected. Chu Yang was ranked first, whether it was the medicinal properties, the quantity, the effect, or the purity of the medicinal herbs. He deserved to be ranked first. Furthermore, he had used the least amount of time, and the techniques he had displayed were even more dazzling and breathtaking. First place, Chu Yang. He used the time it takes for an incense stick to burn and used 15 poisonous pills. Each pill was enough to poison a monarch-level expert to death. 15 great tonic pills. Each pill could increase one's cultivation by 10 years, strengthen one's body, and strengthen one's foundation. Because of the quality of the poison, it was already very impressive for Chu Yang to be able to poison a monarch-level expert to death. The poison pills refined by the other people were also frighteningly poisonous. However, the most potent poison of them could only kill an emperor-level expert. Moreover, even though Chu Yang had only used half an incense stick's worth of time, he had used up the entire incense stick's worth of time. Therefore, the time was still counted as one incense stick. However, everyone knew clearly that Chu Yang had only used half an incense stick's time to get first place. Twice the time, several times the results. Although everyone was uncomfortable with Chu Yang being the first to pass, they had no choice but to accept it wholeheartedly. Second place, Xiao clan's pharmacist, Xiaoxin. Then, Yi clan's pharmacist, Shi clan's pharmacist, Lan clan's pharmacist, Zhuge clan's pharmacist, Qin clan's pharmacist, Law Enforcement City's pharmacist, West Law Enforcement Department's pharmacist. Top 10, the name list was out. The sword spirit had already returned to the tribulation space. For an old monster like him, such a small matter couldn't be any simpler. Chu Yang's consciousness returned to his body. He shook his neck, stretched and rubbed his eyes. Seeing that everyone was staring at him in shock, he chuckled. That's it? So fast. I feel like I'm done before I even did anything. This was the truth, absolutely from the bottom of his heart. He didn't do anything in the first place. However, in the ears of the others, the trace of admiration that had just arisen suddenly turned into monstrous anger in an instant. You're done before you even did anything? What nonsense are you talking about? Your hand had turned into a shadow just now. Could it be that what's on your wrist isn't a hand? Is it a hoof? Mother asterisk cur, I've never seen such a smug person. Everyone could tolerate someone who pretended to be obedient after receiving benefits, but they couldn't be like you, right? The head high priest's face twitched as he walked over enthusiastically. Brother Chu is truly a promising young man. Just now, when you were refining pills, this old man's horizons were truly broadened. Chu Yang said modestly, I'm ashamed, the high priest is too kind. I didn't prepare in advance and rushed into the battle, so I didn't perform at my best and almost messed it up. I'm ashamed, how can I deserve such high praise from the high priest? This was also the truth. He really didn't prepare in advance. The sword spirit also didn't perform at his best. With the sword spirit's strength, he could throw in 30 herbs at the same time and refine 30 different types of elixirs. However, this statement of truth was like a cannon fired across the entire map, completely offending all the number 1 pharmacists present. The high priest and the second priest opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. This little guy is too arrogant. If you didn't perform at your best, we're already far inferior. If you perform at your best, we'll all seal our own cultivation and jump off the building. He coughed a few times and announced the name list. Then, he gave each of the 10 people who passed the semifinals a different card. This card was the proof of the finals. This time, when the names were engraved, Chu Yang stared at it with wide eyes. Please don't engrave it as Linri again. That would really be F***ked. Then, the Medicine Valley used a special communication tool to announce the results of the semifinals. Countless people's jaws dropped at Chu Yang's first place. The finals would be held in a month's time. Chu Yang is first. In the temporary headquarters of the Law Enforcement Department, when the Dharma Supreme heard this, he smiled bitterly and murmured, Is the legacy of the medical saints so powerful? Then, he immediately ordered, the Ling clan is only pretending to be obedient. Let Ling Fengyun give me an explanation himself. Then, he said, send a copy of Chu Yang's true identity to each of the super clans. Someone from the Shadow Clan agreed and quickly took action. The Dharma Supreme took 2 steps with his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep as he murmured, I can't see through it, but he can't see through it too. It's good that he came earlier. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed, as if he had made up his mind. He shook his head lightly and smiled lightly. What a headache. Then, with a flash of his body, he slowly disappeared from this space. Disappeared without a trace. While Chu Yang was competing, the Orchard Palace was in full swing. Dong Wushang's black saber displayed great power, suppressing the joint attack of Rui Budong and Mo Laer. Zi Shiqing watched for a long time and finally said, Brother Yu, go and feed that little guy. Just don't kill him. Yu Lingshui obeyed and went up against Dong Wushang. This time, it was Dong Wushang's turn to be extremely aggrieved. He turned from an awe-inspiring figure into a punching bag. He was battered and exhausted, however, Dong Wushang had a heroic and ruthless spirit. The more he was defeated, the braver he became. His black saber seemed to have the help of the gods. Every time he was defeated, he would charge forward. Yu Lingxue was so bored that his legs were uncomfortable, so he immediately started a round of torture. Feng Yuro, on the other hand, was feeding Rui Budong and Mo layer moves and sparring. There were some differences over there. Rui Budong was naturally still a punching bag, but Mo layer was slightly more relaxed. Mo Qinggu was not idle either. She was practicing. Now, the one feeding Mo Qinggu was Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian and Mo Qinggu could be considered acquaintances. The two of them were very intimate together. Wu Qianqian's current cultivation was much higher than Mo Qinggu's. Feeding Mo Qinggu was a piece of cake for her. However, Wu Qianqian's master, Moon Breeze, was lectured by Xianxia. She pointed out that Wu Qianqian's foundation was far worse than Mo Qinggu's. It was far from the solid foundation that Ning Tianya and Beluqing had built for Mo Qinggu. Although Wu Qianqian's cultivation had been forcibly raised now, if she maintained such a foundation, her future development might not be good. Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue nodded. However, Xianxia's words made the couple very depressed. With Qianqian's aptitude and the foundation that you guys have built, it's not a problem for her to collapse the sky and break the void. But, have you not thought about the future development? With such a weak foundation, how can she occupy a place in the heavenly imperial court where so many strong people are born? Wouldn't that be a waste of Qianqian's completely natural body of purine? This sentence made Moon Breeze and Feng Yuro feel dizzy. It should be known that the two of them were also working hard for the ultimate goal of collapsing the sky and shattering the void. The foundation that they had laid for their disciple could completely surpass the two of them. The two of them had already wasted Niao Er's strength and sacrificed too much to achieve this. Now, from Xianxia's words, collapsing the sky and breaking the void was actually just the beginning. However, Xianxia's words also pointed out the value of Wu Qianqian's aptitude, a completely natural body of purine. This was different from the transformation that was made after birth. Also, even if she can't practice your Moon Breeze as one divine technique for now, you must teach her the incantation first, right? What if the two of you were plotted against by someone? Would it be lost? Xianxia's words made Moon Breeze and Feng Yuro smile bitterly. This big sister really dared to say anything. She didn't have any scruples. She directly said that if the two of them died, the divine technique would be lost. However, from these few days onwards, the two of them also stopped improving Wu Qianqian's cultivation. Instead, they focused on strengthening her foundation. Every day of training made Wu Qianqian miserable beyond words. However, Xianxia suddenly realized something special about Wu Qianqian. This lady, no matter how tough or tiring it was, she never made a sound, sweat poured down like rain and she was so tired that she vomited blood. However, her eyes were clear and she was still determined. This was almost the same as Chu Yang's. This kind of perseverance was amazing. Just at the moment when the Dharma Supreme's figure disappeared, the Dharma Supreme has left. In the Orchard Palace, Xianxia looked at the sky far away thoughtfully. She said lightly, he actually left Tianji City at this time. Xianxia was in the Orchard Palace, but her divine senses had covered the entire Tianji City. After all, she was still worried about Chu Yang's competition and was constantly paying attention to the movements in the arena. As long as there was any abnormality, she would immediately tear through space and go over. Who would have thought that she would unintentionally detect the Dharma Supreme's departure? Beluqing was opposite her, watching Mo Qinggu practice each move and said absent-mindedly, he left, so be it. It's no big deal. There's basically no use for him to stay here. Xianxia frowned and said, but he shouldn't have left at this time. There must be something important for him to leave at this time. And now, in Tianji City, only we are a threat to the Dharma Supreme. So, if he left, I'm afraid it's to deal with us. Beluqing laughed and said, however, I really don't believe that there's any power in this heavenly continent that can deal with us. Beluqing couldn't be blamed for being so confident. The Dharma Supreme was obviously not his match now, and there was also the Moon Breeze couple here. More importantly, there was also Xianxia, a super expert that even he himself couldn't compare to. Even if it was just Beluqing alone, he was confident that he could kill all of them. Moreover, there were so many super experts gathered here. Buluqing said conceitedly, don't worry. As long as the Dharma Supreme's brain isn't kicked by a donkey, he won't choose to deal with us at this time. No matter what, he'll have to try to take us down one by one after we separate. That's the only way, but he still has to consider if he can bear the consequences. Xianxia frowned and thought deeply. She nodded slowly and said, that's right. Even if it's a siege, they only have the competence to attack one person. If they encircle all of us at the same time, I'm afraid that all the forces in this heavenly continent won't be enough to stop us from escaping. Buluqing watched with satisfaction as Emoqingwu's moves became more and more skillful. He chuckled and said nonchalantly, don't worry about them. Even if you leave, you don't have to care about them. Xianxia nodded lightly. Buluqing looked at the few young people who were practicing and said, I have to say, Chu Yang has some foresight. Look at Dong Wushang's future achievements, I'm afraid he won't lose to old Ning. Ning Tianya. Xianxia said lightly, not only that. This Wu Qianshan, Emoqingwu, Chu Lu Rui Badong, Lei in the future. I'm afraid they will all surpass all of you. They will definitely be influential figures in the Heaven Imperial Court. Buluqing said in astonishment, this Dong Wushang, Xiao Wu, Qian, and that Lei it's fine. But this Rui Butong, isn't his aptitude a little too ordinary? You actually think so highly of him? Xianxia smiled and said telepathically, you are mistaken, Rui Badong. This is a phoenix. 70% of the phoenix bloodline has been awakened. Buluqing's jaw dropped for a long time. Phoenix, there was actually a phoenix among Chu Yang's brothers. This matter was too unexpected, Buluqing had not felt such a shock for so many years. Today, he finally tasted it. She felt as if her heart had stopped beating. After a long while, he suddenly closed his mouth with a gotcha sound. He almost bit his tongue. Then, he hurriedly transmitted his voice, I heard that dragons and phoenixes are closely related. If that's the case, then there must be a golden dragon among Chu Yang's brothers? Xianxia nodded deeply. Not only that. Chu Yang also has the spiritual spring water. If the spiritual spring water is further improved, it will become the most precious treasure of the fairy clan, the spring of life. Buluqing bit his tongue and muttered, could it be that this guy has gathered all the big clans that had disappeared? Xianxia smiled lightly. I heard that one of Chu Yang's junior brothers is the reincarnation of the king of the Three Stars Divine Clan. Buluqing's face turned ashen. He was directly shocked by this news. He stared for a long time without saying anything. After a long time, he curled his tongue and said, the world is going to change. Only then did he realize that Xianxia had already left. With a bang, the door of Chu Lu's room suddenly exploded. Then, Chu Lu rushed out with a whoosh. Everyone exclaimed, she actually has such a speed when she has just started cultivating. But then, bam, Chu Lu's petite body crashed into the rockery. With a loud boom, a large piece of the rockery was knocked down. Stone chips flew everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then, the little girl stood up and wiped her face. With a wave of her hand, the rockery collapsed with a crash. What's going on? The little girl anxiously stomped her foot. With a loud bang, the ground shook. A hole the size of her foot clearly appeared under her feet. It was so dark that she didn't know how deep it was. In the next moment, a fountain gushed out of the hole with a puff sound. The little girl was standing there, dumbfounded. She couldn't dodge in time and was instantly drenched. Ha ha ha. Emoqingwu held her stomach and laughed. It was so funny. Since the little girl came out, there had been a series of embarrassing things. She had never seen a fountain that came out of her foot and actually drenched her whole body. Dong Wushang and the others couldn't help but smile. Buluqing and Moonbreeze were stunned. The three of them knew the pros and cons of this. This kind of cultivation was at least at the saint level, right? 3 days ago, she was still nothing. Now, she had suddenly reached the saint level in a single bound. This, so fast, even a deity wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Right? What was a meteoric rise? At this moment, the three of them truly understood the true meaning of these 4 words. Of course, the three of them also knew that this was because Chu Lu really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Now that she suddenly had such great power, she didn't know how to restrain it. It was precisely because of this that it was even more shocking. Lu, how is it? Xianxia smiled and asked, does your body feel relaxed? Lu frowned and checked her whole body. She suddenly realized that the suffocation in her chest had disappeared without a trace. The top of her head, which was originally a forbidden area, was also extremely refreshing now. It was as if her whole body had been broken and reassembled. There was a sense of freshness and relaxation everywhere. I've recovered? Lu looked at her hand in disbelief. She pinched her arm hard and cried out in pain, but her eyes were immediately filled with tears of joy. You've recovered. This time, you've completely recovered. I don't have to worry about your illness anymore. Xianxia laughed and said, you little girl, you've really put me through a lot of trouble. Wow. Wow. Big Brother fan is really great. Lu raised her hands and cheered. Big Brother has finally cured my illness. Long live Big Brother. Big Brother is the greatest, haha. Big Brother, my Big Brother. Xianxia's face was black and gloomy. The gentle smile on her face also froze on her face. Little girl, I've spent so much effort to completely cure you, and even paved the way for your future and laid a solid foundation for you. I've completely changed your physique, condensed your spirit, expanded your consciousness as much as possible, built your meridians into an existence that even people in the heavenly imperial court would be jealous of, and turned your dantian directly into a bottomless pit. You actually didn't even mention me. Once you heard that I've recovered, you only thanked your big brother. Other than your big brother, no one else actually got it. This was really intolerable. Only your big brother is good? Xianxia said with a black face. Lu's eyes turned and she threw herself into her arms. She said coquettishly, sister-in-law is good too. Hee hee. Xianxia's face instantly turned red. She said angrily, who's your sister-in-law? Hurry up and practice your martial arts to familiarize yourself with your strength. Mo Qinggu rubbed her palms and jumped over. Lu, little girl. Your sister-in-law is here. Come, let me teach you a lesson. I'll spar with you. You're not even fully grown and you actually want to be my sister-in-law. Lu snorted. I'm just about to teach you a lesson. When enemies met, their eyes would be exceptionally red. In an instant, punches and kicks were exchanged and the two little girls were entangled in a tussle. How could Lu, who had just recovered and was not familiar with her strength, be a match for Mo Qinggu, who was skilled in martial arts? Once they started fighting, she was instantly at a disadvantage. Buluqing wanted to go forward and stop them, but was held back by Xianxia. Only the method of exerting strength that she figured out herself is her nature. At this moment, don't stop them. Just let them fight. After this round, teach Lu the method of exerting strength and controlling her strength. Only then can it be imprinted in her mind and she won't forget it. When Yang returned, he saw that the orchard palace was filled with dust. The two little girls were yelling and fighting in a fight. He couldn't help but be stunned. This, what's going on? Buluqing snorted and turned his head away, not saying a word. His own disciple wanted to be this concubine. He really couldn't stand the sight of him, Xianxia snorted. Her face was as cold as ice and she ignored him. Yang rubbed his hands, coughed twice and said, Number 1. I'm number 1. No one bothered with him. In the bathroom, Minister Chu walked over to the side of the two little girls to watch the fight. In the next few days, everyone was busy practicing martial arts. Under Xianxia's guidance, Lu's improvement was like 1,000 miles per day. Yang also finally took out the guide to the world of poisons that had been completed by the sword spirit. Lu seemed to be very interested in all kinds of poisons. These few days, she studied eagerly. Every day, she only had a little time to practice martial arts and meditate. Half of her time was spent on studying the guide to the world of poisons, sparring with Mo Qinggu, sparring with Wu Qianxian, sparring with Dong Wushang. Her days were very fulfilling. But these few days, Tianji City was peaceful. It was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water, without the slightest ripple. This kind of calmness was unusually scary. There was a kind of pressure that seemed to be slowly approaching, like a storm was coming. It was different from Bulu Qing and the rest who didn't care. Chu Yang suddenly remembered Diwu Qingrou's reminder after the auction that day. This strange silence reminded Chu Yang of Diwu Qingrou's reminder. During the medicine banquet, the competition would be fierce every time. There were many underhanded schemes, but this time it was so peaceful. It was as if the big clan suddenly remembered the 10,000 years of friendship between them and started to treat each other respectfully. And the previous grievances seemed to have completely disappeared. Such a situation should never happen. It was absolutely illogical. Behind the calmness, there must be turbulent waves. Chu Yang's 2 lifetimes of experience told him that this situation was strange. The big clans and the law enforcers must have other plans, and Diwu Qingrou's reminder was definitely not without reason. It must be known that Diwu Qingrou was taking a huge risk by standing up and reminding him in that kind of situation, but even so, Diwu Qingrou still reminded him. That meant that Diwu Qingrou must think that there was danger. And this danger was related to Chu Yang's safety, and Chu Yang's safety was related to the big plan of the Diwu clan, so even though it was risky, Diwu Qingrou still stood up and said such a sentence. Now, Chu Yang had the same feeling as Diwu Qingrou, danger. It's as if I've changed my identity after some planning. I've completely driven away the identity of the Master of Calamity Sword from me. I've changed my appearance, and can openly develop in the upper 3 heavens. It was a good thing that he had changed his identity from the dark to the light. But the price he had to pay was that he would have to face the suppression of the big clans openly. And the conflicts between the big clans would turn into secret lines. If they were not seriously provoked, they would not erupt for the time being. Chu Yang had been prepared for such a situation. But, Chu Yang suddenly woke up at this moment. He hadn't expected that the first crisis he was about to face would be his friends, and they were all extremely stubborn. Because of Xianxia's unparalleled cultivation, Chu Yang had always overlooked this crisis. But now, this strange silence made Chu Yang realize something. He couldn't help but ask himself, if I were a big clan, what would happen? If I were the Dharma Supreme, what would happen? Chu Yang was deep in thought. It was already late at night. He sat alone on the roof, looking at the gloomy, gray, and cold night sky. He felt that his mind was unprecedentedly clear. Sword Spirit, I need you to help me clear up my doubts and straighten out my thoughts, Chu Yang said softly. What's the matter? The Sword Spirit asked. I'm also puzzled about something. I was just about to discuss it with you. Chu Yang was startled. What's the matter? The Sword Spirit said in a low voice, the Sword Force of Calamity. Sword is clearly in Tianji City. It has been found in the same place for tens of thousands of years. Why is there no reaction this time? The Sword Spirit frowned. This shouldn't be the case. In the past, so long as we came to this area, the Astral Sword would sense our arrival and the call of the Calamity Sword. I could clearly sense the location of the Astral Sword as well. However, it didn't happen this time. I originally thought that it was because the Zhuge clan had concealed the secrets of the heavens, but now it seems that the Zhuge clan clearly didn't make any effort in this aspect. What's the reason for this? Chu Yang pondered and said, then, could it be that someone beat us to it? That's impossible. The Sword Spirit denied flatly. The Astral Sword of the Calamity Sword is involved in the operation of the heavens. Who could beat us to it? Even a supreme martial artist would definitely be killed by the backlash. And after this person dies, the Astral Sword will automatically return to its original position. Therefore, there is absolutely no possibility that the early bird will be the first to arrive. That might not be the case, Chu Yang said indifferently. Can one of the tribulations take in the Astral Sword? The Sword Spirit snorted and said, you mean, the Dharma Supreme? Absolutely impossible. If he cultivated for another 10,000 years, he might be able to temporarily take in the Astral Sword for his own use. But now, it's absolutely impossible. It's impossible for the Dharma Supreme. Is it possible for Wu Jueqing? Chu Yang asked, do the previous tribulations know of your existence? The Sword Spirit pondered for a moment. No. The existence of the Sword Spirit is a top secret that only the Master of the Calamity Sword knows. It's impossible for the other tribulations to know. In other words, they only know about the Calamity Sword but don't know that there's actually a sword spirit in the Calamity Sword. Qiang pondered. Yes. The sword spirit said, you mentioned Wu Jiuqing just now. If Wu Jiuqing, maybe there's a possibility. Qiang said solemnly, then there should be no mistake. The astral sword must have fallen into Wu Jiuqing's hands. The sword spirit sighed. If that's the case, we must retrieve it. The astral sword is an important part of the Calamity Sword's strength. A few days ago, Xianxia already talked about the Heaven Imperial Court. Then I can tell you that the astral sword is extremely important in the Heaven Imperial Court. Qiang nodded. Every part of the Calamity Sword was important. Qiang felt more and more that the Calamity Sword contained an earth-shattering secret. It couldn't be missing any part, it was just that it was easier said than done to snatch the astral sword back from someone like Wu Jiuqing. The sword spirit also fell silent. Wu Jiuqing's whereabouts were unknown. It was difficult to find him, not to mention that his cultivation was already superb. Even if they found him, how could they retrieve the astral sword if he wasn't willing? If the astral sword was really lost in Wu Jiuqing's hands, this matter would be extremely troublesome. What is it that you don't understand? The sword spirit changed the topic and asked. If you were the Dharma Supreme, or Yi Di and the rest of the big clans, what would you do? Qiang frowned and said, these few days have been very peaceful, but I keep having an ominous feeling in my heart. Ominous? The sword spirit smiled. How can the Dharma Supreme and the rest be a match for Xianxia, Buluqing, Feng Yuro, and Yu Lingxue? Don't worry, it'll be fine. No. Qiang said seriously, this is too presumptuous. If we can't afford to offend them, shouldn't we? If we can't afford to offend them, should we give up our current benefits? The sword spirit was stunned. Why should we? Isn't that courting death? Qiang said indifferently, if I were the Dharma Supreme and the others, standing in their shoes, after seeing that Qiang has such a powerful trump card and backing, I would be shocked, suspicious, in danger, and unable to eat or sleep. In this way, I'm thinking, with the support of these 4 people, what can't Qiang do? The rise of a new big force is inevitable. But now, the division of forces in the upper 3 heavens is very clear, a new force must snatch the original force. Moreover, the authority of the Dharma Supreme has also been seriously challenged. If Qiang really rises, wouldn't it be telling the world that as long as you have the ability to make the Dharma Supreme give in, you can do the same? In that way, Qiang's ability and reputation will be above the Dharma Supreme. And as the Dharma Supreme, he will definitely not tolerate such a thing. But now, he can't afford to offend us, but the more he can't afford to offend us, the more he wants to get rid of us. Therefore, under such circumstances, he must think of a plan to get rid of all these people who threaten the authority of the upper 3 heavens. Qiang frowned and said, the problem is, what method does he have to get rid of Xianxia, Buluqing, Feng Yuro, and Yu Lingxue? Or is there any method in this upper 3 heavens continent to kill Xianxia, Buluqing, and the rest? The sword spirit pondered for a long time and shook his head. After thinking for another long time, he still shook his head and said, there is indeed no way. The sword spirit pondered. You see, if these 4 people don't move, they will definitely not dare to touch you. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that Xianxia is with you. She is Chu Lo-er's teacher, and you are Chu Lo-er's elder brother. Buluqing is here because Mo Qinggu likes you. For his disciple, Buluqing has no choice but to help you. The Moon Breeze couple is here because of Xianxia, and also because Wu Qianxian is in love with you. Therefore, these few experts are all gathered together because of you. If you die, although these experts will be separated, the revenge of these people is not something even the Dharma Supreme can bear. Therefore, they will not deal with you, nor Mo Qinggu and the rest. They will directly cut off the source. If Xianxia, Buluqing and the rest are all dead, although you, Mo Qinggu and Wu Qianxian have amazing potential, after all, you have not grown up yet. By then, a random bounty will be enough to kill you. Therefore, to deal with your rise, the only way is to kill Xianxia first. After killing Xianxia and Buluqing, your power will basically be gone. But as for how to kill these 2 people, that is something that I have no idea of. Not to mention Xianxia, even if it is Buluqing, if he wants to escape, even if the first-generation elder master of the big clans, the Dharma Supreme and all the high officials and elders of the Dharma Supreme attack Baluching and severely injure him, as long as Baluching wants to escape, even if he is on his last breath, he can still escape at any time. This is the power of a peak second-grade supreme martial artist. It can be defeated, but it is absolutely impossible to stop him from escaping. Therefore, your worries are completely unnecessary. The sword spirit concluded. No. Xianxia said, what if we create a situation in advance where they are unable to retreat and can only fight to the end? What kind of situation would make such a person unable to even retreat? Scruples? What scruples can there be? The sword spirit asked. If Mo Qinggu, Wu Qianshan and Chu Le are all controlled, in a place, before we are rescued, I am afraid they will not leave. Chu Yang voiced out his biggest concern in a low voice. Such a thing should never happen. The sword spirit comforted him. Now that you have successfully cleared your suspicion of the Tribulation Sword Master, and the appearance of the Tribulation Sword Master is imminent, why would they waste so much effort on a sudden rise of power? Even if they could really do it, have you thought of the price they would have to pay? At least 700 supreme martial artists would die if they sent out 1,000. The sword spirit said, in this way, it would be equivalent to wiping out all the elites of the heavenly layer. Who could afford such a loss? If the Tribulation Sword Master were to attack at this time, would the big clans be at his mercy? Yang frowned and said, but I have a feeling that this is highly likely to happen. The sword spirit snorted. The sense of crisis in Yang's heart grew stronger and stronger. He had first mentioned this to Xianxia, but Xianxia only smiled disdainfully. Before he could say anything to Baluching pointed at the door and said, get out. When he mentioned it to the Moon Breeze couple, they smiled reservedly, listened to him politely, and then sent him out politely. Now that he mentioned it to the sword spirit was still quoting the facts and reasoning, telling him that such a thing would never happen. Such a unanimous response still couldn't dispel Yang's sense of crisis. Instead, because of their reactions, Yang became more and more worried. His heart felt more and more oppressed. The more Xianxia, Baluching and the rest didn't care, the more Yang felt threatened, but he couldn't change the minds of these four people. There was nothing he could do. Yang had a lot on his mind. Xianxia and the rest were different from Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing. If it were those few people, as long as Yang mentioned it, even if it was impossible, Mo Tianji and the rest would do their best to guard against it, but these few people were all powerful people of the world. Every one of them was a figure that no one dared to challenge. After so many years, they had already cultivated a confidence that looked down on the world, not to mention that there was no danger. Even if there was really great danger, not only would these people not avoid it, they would even throw themselves into it to try. This was the conceit and pride that belonged to the top experts. It had nothing to do with personality, however, the thing that Yang was most afraid of and worried about right now was precisely their pride as a powerhouse. Seeing that even the sword spirit didn't agree with his point of view, Yang had no choice but to end the conversation. He let out a long sigh, and then called Mo Qinggu, Chu Le, Wu Qianshan, Dong Wusheng, Rui Badong and the others. There is one thing that I want to warn you about. During this period of time, don't go out if you can. Even if you want to go out, Qingwu, you must not be more than 30 meters away from your master. Qianshan, you too. Lu, you must never leave Big Sister Z's side. Wu Shang, the three of you don't have to worry about this for the time being. But you have to be careful and try not to go out. Yang instructed with a heavy face. This was the best solution he could come up with. There was no other way. Moreover, this was the only way to kill Xianxia, Baluching and Feng and Yu at the same time, after careful consideration by Yang. Xianxia and Baluching would never retreat before rescuing Chu Le, Mo Qinggu, and the others. They would make use of the special terrain, lay an ambush beforehand, use sneak attacks and various other methods to weaken their battle power. Finally, gather all the supreme martial artists of the heavens and besiege them, but as long as they didn't give them such a chance, even if they wanted to do so, they might not be able to do so. Yang frowned and repeated this arrangement again with a heavy voice and a heavy face. The juniors all obeyed Yang's instructions and agreed to it one after another. After the arrangements were made, Chu Yang was still a little worried. Diwu Qingrou's words were still echoing in his mind. The enemy's strength is far stronger than what you see. It was late at night and Chu Yang couldn't sleep. He put on his clothes and went to the flower rack, deep in thought. How strong exactly was the enemy's strength? A white shadow flashed and Xianxia appeared. Are you still racking your brains over your wild thoughts? Xianxia teased with a teasing smile. I'm definitely not wild imagination. Chu Yang said angrily, I'm worried for you. Do you know? Why do you always feel that there's no danger? Even if you're skilled and brave, this matter is really not a small matter. Xianxia smiled faintly and sat down in front of him. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she said, back then, when I was in another continent, the overlord of that continent had a favorite son. He took a fancy to me and used all kinds of tricks. In a fit of anger, I killed him. After that, the entire continent mobilized thousands of experts to besiege me. Everywhere I went, there was a massacre. Guess what happened in the end? Xianxia winked at Chu Yang. What happened? Chu Yang asked weakly. Thousands of experts, none of them survived. The world's hegemony turned into dust. Xianxia said lightly, there were at least 5 experts who were above the Dharma Supreme now. Chu Yang said weakly, but can the two worlds be compared? You were alone then, but now you have worries in your heart. The heavens are mysterious and unpredictable, the law enforcement officers are unfathomable, and the big clans have a strong foundation. What makes you think that these people can't kill you? If they can kill me, it's their ability. If I'm killed, I can die without regrets. Xianxia said lightly. Suddenly, she turned her head and asked with a smile, are you so concerned about whether I'll be killed or not? Why? Chu Yang was not in the mood to discuss this at all. He said casually, if you leave, I hope you leave safely. If you stay, I hope you stay safely. Whatever you want to do, I hope it's out of your own will. Even if you die, I hope it's a natural death. I don't want you to die. It's that simple. Chu Yang said lightly, there's no reason and no reason. Xianxia looked at him deeply and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She lowered her eyebrows and said, I'll take note. Chu Yang sighed, but, you're clearly trying to comfort me. You don't care about those people at all. You're only worried about what will happen after you leave. But, you've never considered what kind of danger you'll face while you're here. You're too arrogant. As Chu Yang spoke, his anger rushed up. He said angrily, why can't you listen to me? Woman, why are you so careless when it concerns your own safety? Xianxia smiled lightly and stood up. I'm going to sleep. Sleep my ass. Chu Yang was furious. Can you listen to me? Xianxia did not answer. She turned and left. Stop right there. Chu Yang was furious. But Xianxia's figure had already disappeared. Bang! Chu Yang kicked the stone table in front of him and scolded angrily and powerlessly, bastard woman. What an unreasonable woman. Arrogant woman. Detestable woman. Detestable. Detestable. He scolded angrily and vented his anger. However, Xianxia did not come out to teach him a lesson. In the room, Xianxia stood in front of the window, looking up at the gloomy and cold sky. Her eyes were filled with gentleness. Her eyes were clear and there was a smile on her face. She stood there quietly, listening to Chu Yang's angry scolding. Her whole body was filled with gentleness. Chu Yang lay down weakly. He knew that he could not convince these people about this matter. If he wanted to avoid future developments, he could only rely on his own efforts to resolve it, or rather, to save it. But I don't have such great ability. Minister Chu was very upset. In the next few days, Chu Yang's demand for information increased. Nangong Shifeng and his brothers were also exhausted from running around. He spent his purple crystals and bought a bunch of information. What made Chu Yang depressed was that even this mysterious information purchasing place could not provide any information about the hidden forces of the big clans. As for Mo Qingguo, Chu Le and Wu Qianqian, Chu Yang had also repeatedly reminded them over and over again these few days. Towards the end, even Wu Qianqian was a little surprised that Chu Yang was actually such a busybody. Do you have to harp on and on about the same thing over and over again? After another 5 days, it was still peaceful. However, Chu Yang's mouth actually had a ring of blisters. The most powerless thing in the world is knowing that something bad is going to happen, but being unable to stop it. Chu Yang looked up at the sky and sighed. Of course, during this period, Chu Yang did not forget to find out about Meng Chaoran. Chu Yang had long known that Meng Chaoran had also come to Tianji City. During this period, he had also been paying attention to the movements of Yi Chuchen and Ling Hanwu. However, he did not find any clues. It was as if Meng Chaoran was just a drop of water that had entered Tianji City and melted into the sea. As if there was no movement at all, Chu Yang's search was fruitless. He could not help but admire his master's superb concealment skills. In this world, there were not many who could hide from his all-out investigation. Ever since the Dharma Supreme left, there was no movement. Zi Shiqing kept a close watch but did not notice the Dharma Supreme's return. On this day, Chu Yang wrote a bunch of invitation cards. Dong Wushang personally went to deliver the invitation cards. Yi Shiyu from the Yi clan, Ling Hanwu from the Ling clan, Xiao Sansi from the Xiao clan, Meng Sei from the Jia clan, Zhuge Chongchong from the Zhuge clan, Shi Yunping from the Shi clan, Chen Feitian from the Chen clan. These were the few clans that were still in existence in the great clans. They were also the rising stars of the great clans in Tianji City. Chu Yang's motive was very simple. First, he would chat with these people and interact with them in the long run. Once he discovered any abnormalities, he would first take control of all these people and play a hostage against a hostage, an eye for an eye. Although he knew that these people were far from enough, it was the most powerful counterattack that Chu Yang could come up with at the moment. When Dong Wushang returned, the news that he brought back made Chu Yang so angry that he smashed the stone table with his palm. No one was free. Every one of them was very polite, but every one of them was frighteningly busy. They said in unison, "After the medicine banquet, we will invite Brother Chu to have a good gathering." In short, they were not coming. The Diwu clan. Diwu Qingru sat on a chair, facing a situation map in front of him, not saying a word. He had been studying this every day for the past few days, sitting in front of the table for the whole day. The heavenly secrets have been completely messed up. It's impossible to predict. Diwu Qingru sighed. He stared at the situation map in front of him, his brows deeply furrowed. After a long time, he still sighed helplessly. It's unsolvable. He smiled bitterly. Chu Yang must be having a splitting headache now. But the situation in front of us is truly unsolvable. Other than a violent breakthrough, there is no other way. This situation may seem simple, but it makes full use of the arrogance, conceit and fame of top experts. The strength of Chu Yang's side is strong or weak. Thinking of this, Diwu Qingru's eyes lit up. He muttered to himself, actually, it's not unsolvable. Because there is still a huge variable that hasn't appeared here on this heavenly continent. That is Ning Tianya. If he goes. Once it starts and Ning Tianya rushes over, this situation can be resolved. But, will they consider Ning Tianya as a variable? Or, will Ning Tianya be able to make it in time? With such a great gathering, logically speaking, Ning Tianya will definitely rush over. The heavenly secrets are in chaos. Diwu Qingru sighed deeply, frowning as he sat back in his chair, frowning and deep in thought. If Chu Yang is defeated here, the great plan of the Diwu clan will go up in smoke. But at present, Chu Yang's side doesn't have any hope of victory. Unless that mysterious woman's cultivation has really reached a level that can destroy half of the continent, in a faraway place. This was a mysterious place, shrouded in clouds and fog all year round. The black figure of the Dharma Supreme fluttered, appearing indifferently from this patch of clouds and fog. Behind him, there was a figure in the same black as ink. Fluttering, it was like a shadow of the Dharma Supreme, but the aura it exuded was even stronger than that of the Dharma Supreme, shocking everyone. Brother Wu, this place is not bad, right? The Dharma Supreme smiled lightly and said indifferently. It's okay. In this place, using the formation to shield the secrets of the heavens can indeed prevent the heavenly punishment. The shadow said faintly, when the heavenly punishment passes through here, it is weakened by 70%. Brother Wu, it can be said that you've been tested time and time again under heavenly punishment. I have never experienced heavenly punishment before, I would really like to know what it feels like. The Dharma Supreme smiled faintly. If you don't want to leave this place now, you'd better not do that. The black-cloaked figure's voice was slightly heavy as he said, once you survive the heavenly punishment, you must collapse the sky and shatter the void to enter that magical place. At that time, if you force yourself to stay, you will end up like me. However, you will have to endure heavenly lightning once every 100 years. The Dharma Supreme sighed and said, Brother Wu's perseverance really takes my breath away. It's not perseverance. It's just that I haven't gotten my revenge yet. That black-cloaked figure floated in the fog, and his voice was filled with deep hatred. He said, I, Wu Jiuqing, swear that I will not ascend to the heavens until the Calamity Sword Master is destroyed. Dharma Supreme, I'll help you this time. Next time, I'll only act against the Calamity Sword Master. I'm already very grateful that Brother Wu can help me with this. The Dharma Supreme chuckled. It's hard to find an opponent. This mysterious woman has indeed piqued my curiosity and battle intent. This mysterious person was naturally Wu Jiuqing. The descendant of Chen Feng, two pitch-black eyes shot out from the dense black fog. Wu Jiuqing said solemnly, my ancestors once warned me that in this world, there's a woman that I must never provoke. It's very possible that the woman you met is that woman. He chuckled. But in this world, is there anyone that I can't provoke? Can't provoke? If I wanted to leave, I would have left 10,000 years ago. I have already transcended this plane long ago. Could it be that this woman was also left behind after enduring countless heavenly punishment? Can't provoke. Since she has appeared, how can I not provoke her? The Dharma Supreme was silent for a moment before he said indifferently, this world is really lonely. Wu Jiuqing was also silent for a moment. After a long while, he sighed sadly. Yes, this world is really lonely. As they spoke, the two of them had already walked out of the fog. Standing in the bleak landscape of mountains and rivers, Li Xianxia stood there. The moment the Dharma Supreme appeared, countless pieces of mysterious information seemed to flow in from all directions and converge on him through a mysterious channel. A small round plate in front of his chest. The Dharma Supreme picked up the round plate and looked at it. Carefully. Smiling, he said, Brother Wu, looks like we have something to do immediately. The black fog was dense. Wu Jiuqing asked disinterestedly, what is it? The variable is here. The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently. I've told Brother Wu before that there's only one variable that has the ability to interfere with our grand plan. That is Xianxia. Before the plan starts, Xianxia cannot be in Tianji City. He smiled lightly. Currently, Xianxia has already left the place where he gathered herbs and has also received news about Tianji City. Right now, he's on his way. He turned back and looked at Wu Jiuqing. And the first thing we have to do is to kill or injure Xianxia. Let him die. At the very least, we have to prevent him from reaching Tianji City. Xianxia? Wu Jiuqing smiled slightly. That person who has been occupying the so-called #1 expert in the world for a long time. Her. That's fine too. Let me use this person as a warm-up first. The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently. From here on out, we should be able to block Xianxia for about 2,000 miles towards the north. Now that I think about it, Xianxia's expression must be very interesting when he suddenly sees the two of us blocking his way. The Dharma Supreme smiled lightly. Two people who should have disappeared for tens of thousands of years suddenly meeting Xianxia. This #1 expert in the world is indeed impressive. Wu Jiuqing smiled and said, then, what are we waiting for? Laughing loudly, the two black-cloaked figures disappeared without a trace. In another direction, Xianxia was speeding all the way. As he walked, he was cursing Buluqing in his mind. The few missions that this bastard gave him were simply torturous. Walking one round in all directions, now, he had already obtained the purple aura vermilion fruit, the golden light lotus and 2 big bottles of purple whale blood essence, but he had not even touched the heavenly Tao tea and spirit comprehension grass. He was just about to set off to the Zhuge family to get their Tianyang purple Ganoderma when he heard that Buluqing and his disciple were now in Tianji City. This caused Xianxia to feel a little angry. What a bastard. He had brought his disciple out without a word. What if something happened to her? Tianji City was now filled with all kinds of people and experts. This Buluqing was really daring. Therefore, Ming Tianya continued to rush towards the south without stopping. Along the way, he also noticed that people were constantly paying attention to him, but he did not take it to heart at all. The number one expert in the world was renowned. Although he did not appear often, too many big clans had portraits of him. There were indeed many people who knew him. He was even more used to being noticed. So what if they noticed? Therefore, Supremacy Ning did not take it to heart. Traveling through the starry night, his speed was more than just fast. On this day, Ming Tianya rushed up a slope as fast as lightning. Instantly, he felt that something was not right. It was as if there were two powerful auras waiting for him in front. He could not help but be startled. Where did these two unparalleled experts come from in such a desolate place? Is that Ming Tianya in front? An indifferent voice came from the opposite mountain in front. I sincerely invite Brother Ning for a gathering, how about it? Ming Tianya laughed and said, so it is the Dharma Supreme. With a leap, he crossed a distance of several thousand feet with a swoosh. The next moment, he had already arrived at the opposite mountain. He laughed and said, since the Dharma Supreme is waiting for me here, there must be something important. On the opposite side, a figure in black with his long hair hanging down loosely was standing quietly with his hands behind his back. Dressed in black, he was like a demon god in the dark night. Brother Ning is indeed bold. The Dharma Supreme smiled. I am here to spar with Brother Ning. Ming Tianya shook his head and laughed. Spar, but there is no need for an ambush. Dharma Supreme, that helper of yours, come out together. It is not an ambush. Ming Tianya, the one who wants to spar with you this time is me. Without a sound, a figure in black appeared several hundred feet behind Ming Tianya. Wu Jiuqing had appeared. Who are you? Ming Tianya's pupils shrank. At this moment, he felt that the aura of this person opposite him was actually higher than his. How could such a person appear in the Double Heavens continent? You should have heard of my name. Wu Jiuqing's eyes were half closed. He said coldly, I am Wu Jiuqing. Poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing? Ming Tianya was extremely shocked. Tribulation, who had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, actually appeared in front of him now. Good knowledge. It has been tens of thousands of years, but the name Wu Jiuqing has not disappeared from the world after all. Wu Jiuqing's voice carried an inexplicable threat and inexplicable hatred. Back then, the name Poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing had made a name for himself when he was Tribulation. Now, where was his old brother from back then? Wu Jiuqing suddenly felt very bleak. Following these words, the black fog around Wu Jiuqing's body slowly dissipated, revealing his original appearance. He was dressed in a long black robe, calm and composed, with a handsome face and a slender figure. He had the appearance of a handsome man. Ming Tianya heaved a long sigh. So it is Lord Wu. Lord Wu has disappeared for tens of thousands of years, but suddenly appeared today to look for me. May I know what advice Lord Wu has for me? Kill me? Ming Tianya chuckled. Lord Yuan Liang Wu hasn't come out for tens of thousands of years, and the moment she came out, it was to kill me. Suddenly, he thought of something. Frowning, he turned around and said, Lord Dharma Supreme must be planning to deal with my old brother? The Dharma Supreme said apologetically, Brother Ning, please forgive me. Your brother Buluqing is really a hindrance. Brother Ning's existence is also a variable that can affect the heavens. Therefore, for the sake of the great cause of the great heaven, Brother Ning and Brother Bu should go to the underworld to compete for the first place. Ming Tianya smiled indifferently. As long as Lord Dharma Supreme and Lord Wu have the capability, then it's no big deal for the two of us to go underground and compete for the number one position in the world. Wu Jiuqing said dispassionately, Brother Ning is indeed worthy of the title of number one expert in the world. Are you so sure that I won't be able to kill you? Ming Tianya replied indifferently, if Lord Wu and Lord Dharma Supreme don't even care about face, then even if I don't want my life, it's nothing. Wu Jiuqing smiled lightly. The next moment, Wu Jiuqing took a step forward. The wind and clouds in the sky moved, the entire land seemed to be shrinking and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was only one point in front of him that was slowly enlarging. Wu Jiuqing's fist, Ning Tianya smiled in a carefree manner and raised his hand to receive it. A saber suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a simple and unadorned saber that looked like a piece of wood. There wasn't even a flash of saber light on the blade. It just slashed out in a low-key manner. Ning Tianya had fought against enemies for over 10,000 years, but no one had ever seen his weapon. No one knew that Ning Tianya's weapon was actually a saber supremacy. With Bulu Qing, it was a saber and a sword. Today, Ning Tianya had finally revealed his trump card. Moreover, he had revealed his saber at the very beginning of the battle. It was evident that Ning Tianya did not dare to be careless in this battle. Brother Ning is indeed the saber supremacy. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed. Wu Jueqing's expression was like a 10,000-year-old sculpture, unmoving and unmoving. It was a direct punch, and it didn't change direction at all. The mountains, rivers, and earth seemed to be condensed in this one punch, and it struck out viciously. Bang! Ning Tianya's blade and Wu Jueqing's fist collided fiercely. The two of them froze at the same time, then, an inexplicable tremor suddenly spread out like water ripples. At the same time, two black holes of absolute vacuum appeared in the sky. With a cracking sound, the mountain beneath their feet suddenly split open from the middle. The crack was like a long snake that suddenly appeared, becoming wider and wider. It was unknown how deep it went. The two combatants actually maintained their original postures and didn't move at all. They were separated by thousands of feet by this deep and long canyon that suddenly split open. The entire mountain was separated neatly from the middle. They became two straight cliffs. The next moment, Ning Tianya let out a long howl and said coolly, 10,000-year tribulation. That's all you've got? Wu Jueqing said dispassionately, the number one in the world is nothing more than this. The two of them raised their heads at the same time. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other across the deep gorge. It was these 4 pairs of eyes that made the two of them feel that every change in their bodies, every change in their muscles, and every change in their auras could not be hidden from each other's eyes and senses. The battle of life and death only truly began when the two of them looked at each other. The saber and fist from before were just appetizers. Wu Jueqing let out a long howl. His black figure suddenly rose up into the sky thousands of feet high. With a wave of his hands, a formless dark cloud spread out between heaven and earth. Then, with a shake of his right hand, a black whip suddenly appeared. With a casual swing of his hand, the shadow of the whip was like the wind and the clouds surging, transforming into raging waves. The clouds in the sky were scattered by the whip. Wu Jueqing's left sleeve fluttered and turned into a patch of dark clouds. The whip in his right hand turned into a cloud mountain. Just like that, he stood proudly in the sky and shouted, Ning Tianya, come and accept your death. Ning Tianya let out a long laugh and said, not necessarily accepting my death, but breaking the legend of the tribulation is still quite interesting. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot towards Wu Jueqing in the sky. Their saber and whip tangled, gradually rising higher and higher. Gradually, they actually rose above the clouds, not knowing how far they were or how high they were. The Dharma Supreme sat cross-legged on the mountaintop, a faint smile on his face. But beside him, there was a faint black fog circulating rapidly, making whooshing sounds. When the black fog passed, patches of black holes appeared and disappeared neatly. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth between heaven and earth came roaring madly, pouring into the Dharma Supreme's body like a great river. He was channeling his energy to the limit. Ning Tianya was no match for Wu Jueqing. The Dharma Supreme had absolute confidence in this point. Ning Tianya also couldn't break free from Wu Jueqing's aura lock now. Therefore, Ning Tianya could only fight. Only after an intense battle, by exchanging injury for injury and breaking free from Wu Jueqing's aura lock, would Ning Tianya be able to leave in an instant. And what the Dharma Supreme was waiting for now was precisely such an opportunity. As long as Ning Tianya was defeated and left, then the accumulated power now would give this number one expert in the world a heavy blow. This blow contained all of the Dharma Supreme's power and all of his potential. As long as this blow landed, even with Wu Jueqing's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, Ning Tianya would die. At the very least, even if it didn't take his life, it was absolutely impossible for Ning Tianya to recover within a few hundred years. Both Ning Tianya and Wu Jueqing knew this. That was why Xianxia had said, if you guys don't even care about your faces, then my life is also nothing. At that time, Xianxia already knew that the odds were against him. However, the pride of standing at the pinnacle of the world for a long time still made Xianxia resolutely choose to have a vigorous battle, because with these two people joining forces and locking down on him, he might not even have the confidence to escape, especially with Wu Jiuqing's poison technique. It was a powerful weapon. Right now, the clouds had already become a sea of poisonous fog. The clouds in the sky had all become highly toxic. The spiritual energy in the sky had also become highly toxic. Wu Jiuqing and Xianxia were engaged in an earth-shattering battle in this poisonous fog. Wu Jiuqing's cultivation was much higher than Xianxia's. Although they were on par at the moment, Xianxia knew that the other party's countless trump cards had yet to be revealed. However, the moment the other party revealed his trump cards, it would be the moment he cut off the lock on him and retreated at the risk of injury. The two people's figures transformed into thousands and thousands of afterimages in the sky, and the afterimages were actually also fighting with each other. With a gloomy and long howl, Wu Jiuqing leaped up expressionlessly. His tall figure rose straight into the sky and pounced, like a cloud in the sky. Let's end this. Wu Jiuqing was obviously unwilling to fight for a long time. Although Xianxia was strong, he was still a distance away from a super expert like him who had already transcended the heavens. Right now, he was already very astonished. In the poisonous fog, he could breathe and change his breath on his own, but Xianxia couldn't. He actually held his breath and fought with an expert like him for so long. Wu Jiuqing, if you want to end this, show me your true abilities. Xianxia chuckled. His figure was like a shadow as he charged straight up. Morning wind rises in the universe. Wu Jiuqing shouted loudly. His arms shook. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky surged. An indescribable aura appeared abruptly, as if the heavens had collapsed at this moment and fell abruptly. A cool and refreshing smell came with the sound of the wind. The east wind was mighty. It was the morning wind, the rain of apricot blossoms that wet one's clothes, and the willow wind that blew on one's face was not cold. This was the aura of a morning that belonged to spring. It was already afternoon, evening, and the twilight was already deep. However, at this time, the morning wind actually blew. Morning wind, supreme martial artist morning wind's morning wind divine technique. Xianxia roared loudly. His long saber slashed out repeatedly. In an instant, the obscure saber light formed thousands of lightning bolts, cutting through the oncoming morning wind and slashing furiously at Wu Jiuqing. This attack was the decisive battle. There was a hint of mockery in Wu Jiuqing's eyes. The shadow of the whip was like a mountain, suddenly falling down. However, at the moment the shadow of the whip was released, the long whip was also released. With the power of wind and thunder, it smashed fiercely at Xianxia. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. Then, his whole person suddenly turned into flowing clouds. He became one with the flowing clouds that were drifting away in the sky, carrying with him a light and unrestrained and inexplicable free and easy feeling. He floated out leisurely from the clouds, but swept up the sword light that drove the whole world, became one sword, the power of thousands of winds and clouds, the power of the word blue, the power of the earth, the power of the stars, the power of the sun and the moon. At this moment, all of them were driven by this unrestrained sword light. As a whole, they converged into one sword. At this moment, Wu Jiuqing recited, outside the heavens, one sway, one cloud. This sword carried with it 7 parts of elegance, 2 parts of desolation, and 1 part of loneliness. It fell from the sky, supreme martial artist flowing cloud sword. At this moment, as the morning wind blew, the flowing cloud sword carried with it a sense of transcendence from life and death as it attacked fiercely. At this moment, Xianxia was facing poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing's famous whip and famous poison at the same time, as well as that which had become an eternal legend in the heavens. Morning wind rises in the universe, flowing clouds sway beyond the heavens, the 4 great ultimate techniques. It was a hopeless situation. Xianxia let out a loud roar and spat out a mouthful of blood. He laughed loudly. Wu Jiuqing, let's fight again another day. All of a sudden, the sword light was as bright as the sky. It cut through the whip shadow. It cut through the poisonous fog. It cut through the heavens and the earth. It cut through the void. It cut through the morning wind. It went against the flowing clouds. There was a loud boom. Wu Jiuqing staggered and retreated in the air. However, Xianxia was spitting out blood all the way as he flew away. The aura lock had been broken. Although he was severely injured, Xianxia could only leave. He could leave already, right at this moment, an indifferent voice said, "Brother Ning, leave your life behind before you leave." The Dharma Supreme's black robes and long hair fluttered as he blocked Xianxia's path of escape. He looked at Xianxia with a ruthless gaze. Then, the hands behind his back appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, it was 10 punches. 10 punches that carried the Dharma Supreme's lifetime of cultivation. At this moment, the punches that had been accumulating power for a long time came out at the same time. The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently. "Brother Ning, how can mere face be compared to Brother Ning's life?" Xianxia was a battle-hardened person. After being injured, how could he go head-on against the Dharma Supreme, whose cultivation was about the same as his and who had been recuperating for a long time? His defeat this time was already destined. A head-on clash. Xianxia let out a muffled grunt, blood spurting out of his mouth again and again. He turned into green smoke and fled. Behind him, the Dharma Supreme's face suddenly turned pale. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood before he managed to steady himself. He reached out and caught the mouthful of blood that Xianxia spat out at this moment. Bringing it to his eyes, he couldn't help but smile. In this mouthful of blood, there were clear pieces of internal organs. Xianxia's hoarse voice came from afar. "Dharma Supreme, Wu Jiuqing." Very good, very good. Like a gust of wind, he had already become a small black dot in the distance. In the sky, Wu Jiuqing smiled indifferently. "Is it good?" Suddenly, he turned and shouted, "Sword intent!" Slash! A completely material sword light appeared and chased after Xianxia at lightning speed. This seemingly substantial beam of sword light was able to draw out a sword chi that stretched for hundreds of kilometers in the air, completely material. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were suddenly shrouded in a murderous aura. All the mountains and valleys fell neatly at this moment. When the Dharma Supreme saw this sword light, he couldn't help but be completely stunned. He cried out involuntarily, "This is the sword intent of the Tribulation's Sword Master. How can it be?" The speed of this sword light was already indescribable with words. By the time Xianxia discovered this sword light, it was already behind him. In great shock, he shouted, "Sword intent!" In the blink of an eye, Xianxia tried his best to tilt his body to avoid being hit in the vital parts of his chest and abdomen. But with a muffled grunt, the sword intent came out of his left shoulder. A large bloody hole was blasted open, connecting the front and back. Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood. Without a word, he sped up and turned into a black dot, instantly disappearing from their vision. In the sky, Wu Jiuqing landed with a swoosh. With a wave of his hand, that seemingly material sword intent suddenly turned back and fell into his hand. Then, it came before the Dharma Supreme. For a long time, he felt something, and didn't speak for a long time. Until the time of an incense stick. What a Xianxia! I can't believe he's still alive. Wu Jiuqing's countenance was solemn. He said dispassionately, "I didn't expect that the current number 1 in the heavens continent has already grown to such an extent. But he is, after all, seriously injured." The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, "His meridians are severely damaged. His dantian suffered a blow. Morning wind divine art suppressed his spiritual sense, flowing cloud sword destroyed a part of his soul, and my final attack shattered a part of his internal organs. On the other hand, your final strike of the astral sword dealt a heavy blow to all his injuries." The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "Brother Wu, how long do you think it will take for Xianxia to recover his cultivation?" Wu Jiuqing frowned. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. "It won't recover for at least 50 years. Even with the help of the heavy pill, it was absolutely impossible. Within 10 years, he would not be able to use too much of his cultivation base. Even an emperor-level expert can kill him as long as he can be found within 3 months. He is severely injured now and is only holding on to his last breath to escape. Once he stops, he won't be able to move at all." Wu Jiuqing said dispassionately, "However, people like him would usually have a life-saving trump card. Therefore, since we can't catch up to him, if he really wants to hide, we won't be able to find him either. You'd better give up on this idea." The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, "All right. Anyway, we've already achieved our goal. This variable has been eliminated. Wu Jiuqing looked at him and said, "That's right. Besides, I reckon that you won't be able to recover fully even after 7 days from the recoil. Over there, that is the most important thing. Therefore, during this period of time, healing is the most important thing for you." The Dharma Supreme smiled lightly. "That's right. Let's go back immediately." Wu Jiuqing tilted his head and asked, "Do you have any doubts about my astral sword?" The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm surprised, but I don't have any doubts." Wu Jiuqing smiled coldly and didn't say anything. The two of them headed in the direction of Tianji City. At this moment, 15 days had passed since the end of the semifinals of the medicine banquet. This night, Chu Yang was anxiously reading through the information collected by Nangong Shifeng and the rest. He was constantly making assumptions and resolving them, thinking of countless possibilities that had yet to happen. The door opened and Xianxia walked in. "I have something to tell you." Xianxia leaned against the door and looked at Chu Yang. "What is it?" Chu Yang raised his head. "My Tao state energy is only one battle away from being fully collected," Xianxia said dispassionately. "You mean, you want me to fight with you?" Chu Yang raised his head and asked bitterly. "No." Xianxia said indifferently, "I don't want you to send me away directly. The Tao state needed for that battle can be left to others. I just want to tell you about it. I don't have any other intentions." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Don't tell me you want to leave that battle to the big clans and law enforcement officers? In that case, you're mentally prepared?" Xianxia hesitated for a while and said, "They will definitely make a move. However, it's impossible for them to hurt me. The reason why I kept that battle alive was to see what kind of method they would use to deal with me. I'm very curious about this." Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He didn't say anything but his heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. He finally understood what Xianxia meant. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't know about that battle. However, it wasn't just the Dharma Supreme and the rest who were looking forward to it. Xianxia herself was also looking forward to it. The Dharma Supreme and the big clans wanted to clear the obstacles, but Xianxia also wanted to make use of that battle to clear some obstacles for Chu Yang in the future and reduce some pressure. This was the main reason why Xianxia was dragging it out, even though she could have transcended and left after the battle. However, Xianxia would never say it out loud. She would only do everything for him silently. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart was extremely bitter. "Go. You don't have to wait until then. I can accompany you to comprehend and absorb the Tao state energy now. I'll send you off happily," Chu Yang said. "No. It's a pity to leave now." Xianxia smiled faintly. "You don't have to worry that I won't leave. At the latest, I will leave after 2 months." Chu Yang was disappointed. At this moment, his heart suddenly felt very painful. Looking at Xianxia, who was leaning against the door, Chu Yang suddenly felt that she was so close to him yet so far away. They were clearly only a few feet apart, but it felt like they were separated by heaven and earth. Xianxia seemed to be standing on the moon in the distance. Chu Yang's lips quivered a few times before he finally said, "All right." At this moment, he clearly had a lot of things to say in his heart. However, after thinking for a while, he still didn't say a word in the end. There was no need to say anything. Xianxia looked at Chu Yang's somewhat lonely face. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. However, after thinking for a long time, she only sighed. Similarly, she also felt that she had a lot of things to say, but ultimately, she didn't say anything. One of them sat in front of the bed while the other leaned against the door. Both of them lowered their heads and didn't speak for a long time. The night was foggy. The night was getting darker. Xianxia's light robe was already wet from the thin fog. Chu Yang stood up silently. He picked up his black robe, walked over and gently draped it over Xianxia's body. Xianxia didn't say anything, nor did she resist. With Xianxia's cultivation, not to mention this light cold fog, even if all the coldness in the northernmost glaciers gathered at this moment, she might not feel cold. However, at the moment when Chu Yang's black robe was draped over her body, she shivered slightly, as if she couldn't stand the cold. Her delicate body now gave off the feeling that she was even more fragile than before. Xianxia draped the black robe over her body and his hands stayed still. There was an impulse and desire in his heart to hug this delicate body tightly in front of him. However, he kept his hands open and maintained the posture of draping the robe over Xianxia. After a long time, he sighed and gently retracted his hands little by little. During this period, Xianxia had been looking out of the window at the night sky. A trace of undetectable sadness and disappointment flashed past her eyes very quickly. I'm going back to sleep. Xianxia bit her lip and smiled. Okay. Xianxia's hands drooped down. He smiled and said, it's indeed not early. Xianxia nodded and smiled. It's not early. She turned and left. Xianxia stood there in a daze. A white shadow flashed and Xianxia suddenly came back. She took a deep look at Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned. Why? Xianxia smiled and suddenly turned to close the door, locking herself and Xianxia in the room. Xianxia suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He said hoarsely, You. What do you want to do? Xianxia said lightly, I promised you before that I'll leave all the heavenly treasures that I've collected from various planes to you. I just remembered tonight, so I'll give them to you first. Otherwise, when I get busy in a few days and forget about it, it'll be bad. Xianxia smiled dryly. He suddenly felt a little disappointed and said somewhat subconsciously, Oh. It's about this. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and said, What did you think it was? As she said, she waved her hand. Suddenly, a pile of heavenly treasures appeared in front of Xianxia, almost filling up the room. Quickly keep them. Why are you standing there like a fool? Xianxia said angrily. Oh. Xianxia hurriedly kept them in the tribulation space. Xianxia released them 3 times in a row before finally indicating that there were no more. She smiled softly and said, You can ask the sword spirit to help you with some of these medicines. They can help you upgrade the spiritual spring water to the spring of life. Okay. Xianxia didn't know what he was saying or doing. He only felt that he was sleepwalking. Xianxia smiled and turned to leave. The door creaked and closed. This time, Xianxia didn't appear again. The night was cold and windy. Xianxia stood there in a daze and looked at the door. Finally, he sighed deeply and murmured, 2 worlds, a long starry sky. Once we part, we won't meet again? He heaved a long sigh. In the space of tribulation, the sword spirit was inspecting the elixirs that suddenly came in. He was so happy that he danced. I'm really rich now. So many heavenly treasures. I've never seen many of them before. But their effects are as powerful as before. I'm rich. The sword spirit was extremely excited. Rich? Xianxia's consciousness sank into the space of tribulation. With a straight face, he said coldly, You only know how to be rich. The sword spirit laughed and didn't mind. He said, The quality of this batch of elixirs is very high. In total, there were 3,700 stocks. And the most valuable part should be from the heavens. He blinked mysteriously. That mysterious plane. Xianxia said lightly, Oh? So many? Sensing that Xianxia wasn't in a good mood, the sword spirit was a little puzzled. Why did he still have such a straight face when he had such a big harvest just now? What was going on? How are the best quality of these elixirs compared to the great miracle herbs? Xianxia asked. They can't be compared. The sword spirit said, Although the great miracle herbs may not be able to surpass these heavenly treasures in terms of efficacy, they contain the power of the heavenly way of the heavens. That's why they are the main component of heavy elixirs. These elixirs, especially those from the heavenly way, have medicinal efficacy that surpasses the great miracle herbs. But they don't have the power of the heavenly way in them, so they can't be compared. Oh. Xianxia was silent. For a while. Then, he said, If it's heavy elixirs, will they be effective on people like Big Sister Z? The sword spirit became serious this time. He said, Xianxia's cultivation is too high. If she's injured, it won't be an ordinary injury. Ordinary heavy elixirs won't be of much help to her. Ordinary heavy elixirs won't work? Xianxia sensitively found the key point. He said, that is to say, there are special heavy elixirs that can be effective. Yes. The sword spirit deeply regretted his slip of the tongue again. Then, I want such special heavy elixirs. Yang said with certainty, at least 10 of them. At least 10 of them? The sword spirit jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Dream on. Now that all the great miracle herbs have been refined, only 15 of those super heavy elixirs can be refined. Don't you know that among the new medicines, there are less than 100 of the most valuable ones? If I were to refine the kind of heavy pill you need, I'm afraid at least 80 of them would be gone just like that. Furthermore, this is the minimum requirement. At most, you can refine 1 pellet. It can be used by Xianxia to heal her injuries or improve her cultivation. The sword spirit jumped up and down. 10 pills. At the very least. You're going to damage the foundation of the miracle medicine. What's more, those medicines aren't enough. Then, 1 is fine. Yang remained unmoved. He didn't take the sword spirit's words to heart. The sword spirit heaved a long sigh. His complexion was ashen, and he seemed to have lost his soul. It could be seen that he was extremely reluctant. Sword spirit, I don't want to do this either. However, Big Sister Z was about to leave. In the future, she would be the only one to roam the boundless skies alone. Alone and without help, she left all the heavenly treasures to me at this time. Yang said in a deep voice, what if I get hurt or bullied? Even if I were to refine 10 heavy pills for her now, it would only guarantee her 10 chances. That's all. However, the heavenly treasures she gave me are enough to support my foundation in this heavenly realm. The sword spirit sighed helplessly. I knew it's because of this. Alright. But, at most, 1 pellet. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here isn't sufficient. Even if you take it, it won't be very effective. So, it will only be effective when you reach the heavenly imperial court. Yang asked, there's such a strange thing? It's not that it can't be used here. It's just that after taking it, you won't be able to gather enough spiritual energy to clear your body in the shortest time possible. Therefore, a large part of the medicinal effect of the heavy pill will be wasted. However, if Xianxia takes it when she reaches that place, it won't be a problem to bring her back to life. The sword spirit explained, for example, if taking 1 of such heavy pills here can increase your cultivation by 500 years, then in the heavenly imperial court, it can increase your cultivation by 2,000 years. Do you understand what I mean? I see. Yang finally understood. What a waste. Yes, there were some things that could only be used to their greatest effect in certain places and under certain circumstances. Just like what the sword spirit said, heavy pills. Yang suddenly thought of the conspiracy of the big clans. He couldn't help but frown and murmured, certain places, specific environments. He started to ponder. In the temporary residence of the Ling clan. Ling Hanwu tiptoed out of the room. He didn't know what was going on with this winter. It was almost the end of the year, but there was no sign of snow. This made Ling Hanwu anxious. Ling Hanwu's greatest wish in life was to see the snow with the person he loved the most. The white fairies that flew all over the sky poured out all of their feelings, all of their thoughts, all of their unwillingness, and deep love onto the white snow. From then on, he would have no regrets in life. Even if he died at that time, he wouldn't have any regrets. However, the heavens didn't show any signs of this. Looking at the gloomy sky, it seemed that it was going to snow soon. Ling Hanwu was going out again. A figure flashed and a person stood at the door with his hands behind his back, looking at him coldly. You're going out again? Yes, ancestor. Ling Hanwu stood with his hands behind his back. The person in front of him was Ling Fengyun. He was also the person Ling Hanwu admired the most in his life. You're going to see that girl from the Yi clan again? Ling Fengyun asked lightly, I heard that ever since Yi Chuchen came here, you've been going to see her almost every day? Yes. Ling Hanwu's heart trembled. He felt that the ancestor wasn't in a good mood today and couldn't help but be careful. She has no interest in you. Don't pester her, Ling Fengyun said lightly. Ling Hanwu was about to speak. However, Ling Fengyun said lightly, the last few times you went to see Yi Chuchen, you always brought a follower with you. Now, that follower of yours is missing. However, that follower of yours looks unfamiliar to me. He shouldn't be from the Ling clan, right? Where is he now? The corners of Ling Hanwu's mouth twitched. He said, Ancestor, that's a friend of mine. He came to the medicine banquet to broaden his horizons. That friend of yours is Mangain, right? Ling Fingyun's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light. Your best friend is your love rival, right? Ling Hanwu's heart shook. He said, yes. Ling Fengyun paced 2 steps and said lightly, I managed to protect you at the medicine banquet last time, but it also incurred the wrath of the Dharma Supreme because of this. Don't run around during this critical period. Just stay at home. Ling Hanwu kept quiet and didn't speak. Ling Fengyun asked casually, I heard that Mangain changed his name to Meng Chaoran? Ling Hanwu's whole body shook. He still didn't speak, but the expression in his eyes changed rapidly. I heard that Meng Chaoran is Chu Yang's teacher? Ling Fengyun said lightly, and Chu Yang is the descendant of Chu Xiaoxin. And that Chu Xiaoxin once killed 17 people from the Ling clan and snatched away the most precious heavenly wood? Ling Hanwu couldn't understand what Ling Fengyun meant, but he felt his heart tremble a little. And Chu Yang is like the sun now. Ling Fengyun smiled lightly. So, don't go to Yu Chuchen's place. So as not to cause unnecessary trouble and cause misunderstandings. Ling Hanwu raised his head abruptly, even his voice changed a little. Elder Master. Could it be that the clan wants to deal with Meng Chaoran? You don't need to know about this. Ling Fengyun said lightly. He looked at him sternly and lectured, you are a man who values relationships and have no regrets. You have the strength of character of a man. So, even though I know that you indulge your love rival, it's for the sake of the woman you love, so I will try my best to keep it a secret and fulfill your feelings. But now is a critical period. The Yi clan has already sensed something. It's not suitable for you to interfere. Ling Fengyun let out a long sigh. Hanwu, you are a junior that I like very much. I also know that matters of the heart cannot be forced. A person only has one true love that is engraved in his bones and engraved in his heart. You've already had it. So don't keep thinking about it. Ling Hanwu was stunned. Suddenly, his mind was in a mess. He said in a hoarse voice, the Yi clan already knows about this? How did they find out? Ling Fengyun frowned. You don't need to know about this. Ling Hanwu lowered his head in a daze and murmured, someone in the Ling clan betrayed me? Impudent. Ling Fengyun shouted angrily. You're the one who betrayed us. How can you say that others betrayed you? Ling Hanwu smiled miserably. Back then, when Mangain got into trouble, Chuchen wanted to commit suicide several times. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Now that so many years have passed, the feelings from back then have not weakened at all. If something happens to Meng Chaoran in front of her again, she will die. She will die. Ling Fengyun said lightly, but that has nothing to do with you anymore. Ling Hanwu took 2 steps back, his face full of despair. Go back. Ling Fengyun comforted him lightly. Go back and have a good sleep. You'll realize that everything is over. All your worries will be gone. Ling Hanwu bit his lips and suddenly chuckled. He strode forward and walked to the door of the courtyard. He looked at Ling Fengyun with a determined gaze and said, I want to go. Ling Fengyun's white robes fluttered in the cold wind, his gaze fixed on him. I want to go. Ling Hanwu said each word clearly. His voice was filled with determination. Ling Fengyun looked at him quietly. Ling Hanwu met his gaze without backing down. The two of them didn't move for a long time. Ling Hanwu had always admired this elder master. He had always regarded him as his idol. In the past, whenever he saw him, he would prostrate on the ground and never dared to raise his head to look at him. For a long time, the endless legends about the elder master had become an immortal monument in the heart of the Ling clan. One could only look up to him. One couldn't look at him, but this time, he resolutely and stubbornly raised his head to look at the elder master in the eyes. At this moment, he suddenly realized that actually, when he really raised his head, it was just like this, the elder master was also human. He was also made of flesh and blood. Looking at the pair of eyes that flashed with arrogance, pride, and stubbornness, Ling Fengyun sighed deeply. At this moment, his heart was somewhat palpitating. Many years ago, he was also like this. Ling Fengyun admired Ling Hanwu not because he was the grandson of the Ling clan. The most important reason was that Ling Hanwu's path of love was exactly the same as his. Astonishingly similar, that was why Ling Fengyun saw Ling Hanwu, this great-grandson of his, in a different light. Now that he saw Ling Hanwu, it was as if he saw himself in the past. It was the same bitter love, the same despair, the same sadness, the person the woman fell in love with was the enemy of the clan. In the end, she was killed by the clan. Looking at Ling Hanwu's stubborn eyes, Ling Fengyun was in a trance. It was as if he had returned to that night. That night, at the peak of the snowy peak, white snow flew everywhere. That woman stumbled to him, begging him to save that man. He wanted to go and was about to go, but was stopped by his father. At that time, that woman's face was full of tears and she kowtowed to him frantically. Her face was full of despair. As long as you save him, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. You can do whatever you want. I'll be your slave or servant, your wife or concubine. Fengyun, as long as you can let him live. That shrill cry seemed to still be by his ears. He didn't go in the end. When the matter was over, he brought that woman over. That man's corpse was already lying on the snow. I will never forget that woman's despair and madness at that time. She stared deeply at him, her eyes filled with endless resentment and bone-deep hatred. She didn't say anything. She just pulled out her sword and tied her hair with his. Then, she cut herself with the sword. She fell into the arms of that man's corpse, tying their hair and becoming husband and wife. Was that the fate of the next life? But she didn't even want to say a final word before she died. It had been a few thousand years, but Ling Fengyun could never forget that scene. Decades later, she finally calmed down and got married. On the night of her wedding, she dreamed of that scene again. For thousands of years, it had become his inner demon. His cultivation had also reached the peak of 8th grade supreme martial artist, and he could not advance any further. Everything was because of that incident. The inner demon locked onto his heart, and he wouldn't rest until he was dead. Ling Fengyun was lost in his thoughts, forgetting that there was someone in front of him. Ling Hanwu looked at him for a while. He walked out resolutely and was about to step out of the courtyard. "Stop right there!" Ling Fengyun shouted. Ling Hanwu stopped at the door. But he didn't turn back. "We are dealing with Qiyang now," Ling Fengyun said. "We must kill Qiyang. But it's not advisable to make use of his teacher to threaten him. If you want to go, I won't stop you. But you have to think about it yourself. This time, it concerns the survival of the big clans. If you go, you may die," Ling Fengyun said in a low voice. There was something in his heart that he didn't say out loud. If you go and don't die, then when you come back, it means that your biggest inner demon has been removed. The Ling clan will have another peak 2nd grade supreme martial artist, or even an expert who can collapse the sky and break the void. "I know," Ling Hanwu replied lightly. "I'm already over 40 years old this year, almost 50 years old. My mentality is very mature. I know what I'm doing and the consequences." Ling Hanwu said quietly, "But I can't control my heart. I can't control my emotions either. I don't want to control them. After so many years, if I wanted to, I would have gotten it long ago. But I've been helping them and fulfilling her wishes. It has become a habit of mine. I don't want to force her to do anything. I can die. But Mangain can't die," Ling Hanwu said softly. Ling Fengyun heaved a long sigh. "Go." Ling Hanwu turned around and knelt down with a thud. He repeatedly kowtowed to Ling Fengyun's back. Then, without a word, he rose into the air and left. At the moment he swept out of the Ling clan's courtyard, the cold wind that came head-on hit his face with its icy moisture. Ling Hanwu suddenly had an inexplicable thought. If decades later, when Yichuchen was happily married and had a house full of children and grandchildren, would she think of him? As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sad smile. Coldness fell from the sky. Joy flashed across Ling Hanwu's face. "It's snowing. Is it finally snowing? Could it be that my wish?" Ling Fengyun listened as he knelt down, kowtowed, got up, and got up. He didn't move. After a long time, he said softly, "You must come back alive." Snowflakes drifted down. The first snow of this winter finally fell in Tianji City. It slowly became more and more frightening. In these few days, Chu Yang had been paying close attention to the movements in the city. At the same time, he supervised Mo Qinggu, Dong Wusheng and the rest in their cultivation, and supervised the sword spirit in refining medicine. He was making preparations in all aspects in an orderly manner. In fact, he had even prepared a large number of incomplete heavy pills, including the possibility of casualties in the upcoming war. During this period of time, Nangong Shifeng's life was extremely fulfilling. Every day, he would tirelessly collect all kinds of information and send it to Chu Yang. And every time he sent it to him, Chu Yang would also start to treat Nangong Shifeng. So every time he left, Nangong Shifeng would feel that his old illness had eased a lot. In his excitement, he worked even harder to collect information. What he couldn't understand the most was that Chu Yang now even wanted information about any movement in Tianji City. This increased Nangong Shifeng's workload. It forced him to spend a lot of crystals. Firstly, it was to buy, and secondly, it was to hire some local gangsters. In these few days, Nangong Shifeng had almost become the boss of the local gangsters. Every day, every moment, there would be many people coming to deliver information. Then, Nangong Shifeng would collect these worthless information and take out a lot of crystals. After the day's summary, he would send it to Chu Yang as usual. After Nangong Shifeng left, Chu Yang started to read bit by bit. It wasn't that he didn't have hope for these pieces of information, but they played a very small role. He could only guess any clues from them. Towards the end, his eyes were already a little tired. Looking at the sky, it was already evening and dusk had descended. He stretched and was about to take a rest when suddenly, a piece of information jumped into his eyes. Chu Yang's mind quivered and he froze in his stretching posture. He felt a chill down his spine. His spirit was immediately lifted. The information was as follows: many people from the Yi clan seemed to have gone south, towards the direction of the South City Gate. The leader was Yi Shiyu. The number was unknown, their cultivation was unknown, and their purpose was unknown. It was speculated that they were going to a hotel? Or, Yi Chuchen's residence, Yi Chuchen's residence. This word made Chu Yang suddenly alert. Ever since Yi Chuchen came to Tianji City, she had been living there. She was almost isolated from the world and rarely appeared. Chu Yang had secretly gone there before, but he didn't meet her even after several visits. The Yi clan also rarely went there. Why did the Yi clan go there in such a large scale today? There didn't seem to be any reason for the Yi clan to go there. He thought of his teacher, Meng Chaoran, who had disappeared since entering the city, and Ling Hanwu buying good things every day during this period. Chu Yang suddenly thought of a scary thing. Could it be that his teacher was at Yi Chuchen's place now? Could it be that the Yi clan went there in such a large scale for him? Chu Yang jumped up suddenly. His instincts made his heart beat wildly and he broke out in cold sweat instantly. With a bang, Chu Yang rushed out of the room. The courtyard was empty. Moon Breeze had brought their disciple somewhere. Zi Shiqing had brought the two little girls, Chu Lu-er and Mo Qinggu, out shopping and hadn't returned yet. Dong Wusheng and Rui Budong were meditating. Buluqing was sitting under the flower rack, drinking in boredom. Once Chu Yang went out, he thought for a while and went straight to the flower rack. Dong Wusheng and the rest couldn't help him now. The only safe thing now was to ask Buluqing for help. It was better to be safe than sorry. It didn't matter if he made a wasted trip, but if something happened to Meng Chaoran, Chu Yang would never forgive himself. Elder Bu. Help me out, accompany me to do something, Chu Yang said anxiously. What is it? Buluqing rolled his eyes and said, can't you see that I'm busy? Chu Yang's face was sweating. It's an urgent matter. Buluqing was unmoved. Are you going or not? Chu Yang was anxious. He threatened, if you don't accompany me and delay my important matter, when little Wu comes back, I will immediately instigate her to break off her master-disciple relationship with you. I'm not joking with you. How dare you? Buluqing was furious. Don't you know what kind of person I am? If I say it, I can do it. Chu Yang lowered his voice and leaned close to Buluqing's ear. With a dangerous tone, he said word by word, you know, I'm the Tribulation Sword Master. F***CKU. Buluqing stood up. Don't mention these words to me. I'm allergic to these words. I cramp when I hear them. Damn you. This was the first time in my life that I was threatened like this. And it's you, a brat. So are you going or not? Qiyang asked fiercely. I'll go. Buluqing only felt anger in his chest, almost exploding. He said angrily, I'll go with you. I'm warning you. If there's nothing else, don't blame me for being impolite. My waist is very uncomfortable. I'll take an hour off. I'll go out for a massage. When I come back, I'll continue to write the third update, so it might be late. Yichuchen liked peace and quiet and was not willing to participate in anything. Ever since she came to Tianji City, she had occupied a small courtyard all by herself. This place was located in the outskirts of the city and had beautiful scenery. There was a sense of seclusion and tranquility. Yichuchen liked places like this. In the Yi clan, ever since the incident back then, the clan members seemed to have a subtle sense of guilt towards Yichuchen. No matter what request Yichuchen made, they would not reject it. But Yichuchen rarely made requests. Her only request was that the place she lived in must be elegant and quiet, and she did not like to be disturbed by others. Therefore, the Yi clan had also tried his best to fulfill this request. But, all these requests did not include Mangain. In the past, they did not know and did not pay attention to a small fry like Chuyang. But now, Chuyang's power was growing day by day, to the extent that even the big clans could not ignore him. The Yi clan had no choice but to consider him. And at this time, they found out from the Dharma Supreme that Mangain was Meng Chaoran, and Meng Chaoran was actually Chuyang's master. This fact caused the Yi family members to be greatly shocked. How could the Yin clan not know what kind of enmity the Yi clan had with Meng Chaoran, the enmity of killing one's family and exterminating one's clan? It could be said that as long as Meng Chaoran existed, the Yi clan would not be able to eat or sleep well. And now, Meng Chaoran's disciple actually possessed such tyrannical strength. Then, when Meng Chaoran reunited with his disciple one day, would he take revenge on the Yi clan? This was something that did not even need to be thought about. What was most satisfying was that the Yi clan actually found out from the Ling clan that Meng Chaoran was now in Tianji City. And he was probably with Yichuchen right now. If the Yi clan did not make a move, then they would really be fools. The small building had its back against the mountains and faced the clear water. The cold winter landscape was especially bleak. Yichuchen sat in front of the window. It was already afternoon, and the water in front of the building had a thick mist rising. Her eyes were as misty as the mist. Behind her was a figure in green. His face was ordinary, but his aura was elegant and otherworldly. It's snowing. Yichuchen murmured. It's snowing. The person behind him unconsciously replied with a smile, it's usually your favorite time when it snows. Why, are you unhappy now? Gain, tell me. What do you think our future will be like? Yichuchen's eyes were bleak as she looked at the misty snowflakes outside and asked softly. He seemed to be mumbling to himself. Future. The person behind her was none other than Meng Chaoran in disguise. He smiled softly, as if he had seen through the world. I never thought that the two of us would have a future. He smiled faintly, as if he had come to a realization. The days we spent together were like a dream. With each passing day, there will be one less person. Haha, that's why I never think about what will happen after today. Yichuchen smiled miserably. That's right. My father killed all your relatives. As long as you're alive, you must take revenge. But that was my father. The two of us had no future to begin with. Meng Chaoran fell silent. Vengeance must be protected. But how could he repay her love? This was a dead knot that could never be untied. It lay between the two of them. With this dead knot, the two of them couldn't even elope. Because when they saw each other day and night, how could they not think of hatred? Yichuchen would remember that her father was Meng Chaoran's enemy, and so would Meng Chaoran. If they weren't together, they would be tormented by lovesickness, emaciated and depressed. But if they were together, they would be tormented all the same. This pair of lovers had fallen into the most terrifying cycle for lovers in the world. Mangain changed his name to Meng Chaoran. He wanted to be detached from the world and look down on everything. But he couldn't really be detached after all. Perhaps only death can release me, Meng Qiaoran said leisurely. Death? Is it that easy? Yi Chuchen also smiled. If death is possible, I really don't want to live anymore. When I can't see you, I want to see you every day. But when I see you, I'll think of those things, and I'll be in so much pain that I want to die. This is a dead knot. Meng Qiaoran sighed deeply. I've seen through life and death, seen through worldly affairs, and seen through worldly affairs. But the only thing I haven't seen through is you, the only thing I haven't seen through is hatred. Yi Chuchen leaned back slightly and leaned her shoulder against Meng Qiaoran's chest. With tears in her eyes, she said, let's not think about those things. They'll know that you're here sooner or later. Maybe then, we'll be free. Meng Qiaoran chuckled and hugged her. So I came here just to spend some time with you. I've never thought of leaving. Right at this moment. A strange voice said plainly, the problem is, even if you want to leave, you can't. You can't even leave. Yi Chubao and Meng Qiaoran were shocked and looked up at the same time. On the opposite side of the small staircase, there were two men in black. They were riding the waves and coming over. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. People wearing the Yi clan's uniform flew over from all directions. In an instant, the small building was completely surrounded. Yi Shiyu. After the initial shock, Yi Chuchen actually calmed down in an instant. She shouted, come out. How dare you? Who allowed you to do this? A figure flashed and Yi Shiyu appeared downstairs. This time, he didn't show his sissy side. Instead, he said seriously, Aunt, I'm sorry. This operation was personally arranged by the Elder Master. I'm just following orders. In fact, everything has nothing to do with me. The operation is not under my command. My only purpose here is to prove that the direct descendant of the Yi clan is involved in this matter and to end this matter. That's all. Yi Chuchen smiled faintly. So, it's the clan's intention to capture Mengain? Yi Shiyu said frankly, this time, the clan's intention is only to capture Mengain. They definitely won't kill him. Meng Qiaoran's eyes shone sharply. He chuckled. Are they using me to deal with my disciple? Yi Shiyu said, Uncle Meng is indeed wise. Meng Qiaoran smiled faintly and said, as a master, I'm very ashamed. I can't help my disciple at all. If I help the enemy, I won't even have the face to die. Someone at the side said, what nonsense. Hurry up and capture him. Go back and report. With a loud bang, the small building suddenly broke into pieces, and the whole building collapsed. Yi Chuchen and Meng Qiaoran flew out of the window and stood by the pond. With two clangs, the two of them drew their swords at the same time. The small building behind them slowly collapsed. Aunt, are you going to make a move too? Yi Shiyu asked bitterly. Yi Chuchen's expression darkened. She turned and looked at Meng Qiaoran with tenderness in her eyes. Finally, she said softly, many years ago, my heart was already given to this person. What happened back then was our Yi clan's fault. This matter has long been publicly acknowledged. There's no need to say more. But the trouble and pain this matter has caused for both of us is incomparable. For so many years, I've always wanted to become Mengain's wife and the daughter-in-law of the Meng clan, but my wish has never been fulfilled. Yi Chuchen smiled miserably. With a flash of her sword, she cut off a strand of Meng Qiaoran's hair and her own hair. Yi Chuchen carefully tied the two strands of hair together tightly, her face full of happiness and satisfaction. Today, before I die, I have to fulfill this wish no matter what. After all, I'm going to die soon. Before I die, I don't have to think so much about what I do. So, I might as well not think about it. Yi Chuchen turned and looked at Meng Qiaoran with tenderness in her eyes. Gain, remember, from now on, we're already husband and wife. Chuchu is your wife, the daughter-in-law of the Meng clan. If there's a next life, don't forget. Meng Qiaoran's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He tried hard to smile. That's good too. After this battle, the enmity, hatred, affection, and love will all disappear. Haha, that's how it is. Getting married before a battle is also a story to be passed down for generations. The two of them suddenly knelt down side by side with stern expressions. The heavens above bear witness to us. Today, Meng Xiaoran and Yi Chuchen swear to the heavens that we're husband and wife. We don't ask to grow old together, but we ask to be together for all eternity. The two of them bowed to the heavens and bowed to each other once before they stood up. They smiled at each other. They actually didn't take the impending life and death crisis to heart at all. Yi Chuchen turned around and smiled. Let's not talk about the past for now. Let's pretend that there's no enmity between us. But now, I'm already Meng Xiaoran's wife. If you want to kill him, you want to kill my husband. I can't just wait to die. I'll fight back with all my might until I lose my life in your hands. The Yi clan members looked at each other, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. What should they do about this matter? Eldest Miss was so resolute. Did she really want to kill her own family's eldest miss with her own hands? The snowflakes turned from sparse to dense and fluttered down. In an instant, it was pure white. A cold and gloomy voice said, "She's already someone else's daughter-in-law. What does she have to do with the Yi clan? Why should we have any more scruples? Let's attack together and kill this adulterous pair." The person who spoke had a unique gloomy tone that was immediately recognizable. Yi Di, the Yi clan's elder master, Yi Chuchen and Meng Xiaoran revealed a look of relief at the same time. They had waited for more than 10 years, they had been waiting for this sentence, and it was from the most revered elder master of the Yi clan. She's already someone else's daughter-in-law. What does she have to do with the Yi clan? They were relieved. But it was a pity that what was about to come after this relief was life and death. The Yi clan members roared and rushed forward. Wait. A voice filled with grief and despair shouted, "If you want to kill them, you'll have to kill me first." A white figure, which seemed to be the same color as the snow, suddenly jumped out. Ling Hanwu. When Ling Hanwu arrived, it was at the moment when the small building collapsed. He was filled with joy. Although he might die this time, it was snowing. It wasn't bad to admire the snowy scenery with Yi Chuchen on the battlefield. Bai Xian's wish was fulfilled, it was also fulfilling friendship, fulfilling love and fulfilling one's wish. However, he had come full of joy and excitement. Amidst the fluttering snow, he heard the vows of Yi Chuchen and Meng Xiaoran. At that moment, Ling Hanwu's heart shattered into pieces. In this snowy land that he had been looking forward to for a long time, which should have made him delirious with joy, he was dumbstruck and his heart was like dead ashes. On a cold winter's night, heavy snow drifted about. Ling Hanwu's heart was bitterly cold. Complete and utter despair. "Chuchen, you like snow too. How about I go with you to see the snow some other day?" "Sure. Chuchen, it might snow in a couple of days. I'll come and find you then." "That's not a good idea. I've already made plans with Gain to go and see the snow together. Do you want to come along?" I won't go then. I'm afraid I have something to do these few days." "Chuchen, it's going to snow again. It's so cloudy these few days. I'll bring you out to play in the snow. I believe it'll definitely be fun." "No, I'm sorry, Hanwu. You know that with Gain gone, I don't have any mood left." "I'm sorry, Chuchen, this year, Chuchen, you aren't going again?" Chuchen, my greatest wish in this life is to watch the snow with you." This was what Ling Hanwu had said in an almost pleading tone this spring. Yi Chuchen had replied then, "Sure, I'll fulfill this wish for you on the day it snows." Yi Chuchen's expression had been very serene then, with a hint of guilt. Apart from running in the snow together when they were young, they had never watched the snow together even once after they grew up. Ling Hanwu, who had grown up on the peak of ice and snow and was almost covered in snow all year round, actually had the greatest wish in this life after he became an adult, just to watch the snow with his beloved. From full of hope to gradual disappointment, then to faint hope, then to a faint test that he almost didn't dare to say, and finally to a desperate request in front of her. Yi Chuchen finally agreed. At that time, Yi Chuchen simply wanted to fulfill this wish for Hanwu, who had always taken care of her. She had no other intentions. Ling Hanwu knew, but he didn't care. Therefore, he insisted on coming to the medicine banquet this time even though he wasn't the clan's pharmacist. He must come. "I once thought that when we watched the snow together, I would tell you how many legends were contained in the snowflakes, how many Laduo were there in this world of ice and snow. How I practiced in the snow, how I comprehended in the snow. I used to think that when we watched the snow together, I would tell you how much I liked you. My heart for you was like the snow, pure and white, untainted by even a speck of dust, yet it connected the heavens and the earth, filling the heavens and the earth. I used to think that when we watched the snow together, I would kneel down in front of the fairies of heaven and earth. I would use the weather that the heavens gave me the most and use my most sincere heart to propose to you, I once thought, but in the end, I just want to watch the snow with you. Even if they didn't say a word, they could still hear each other's soft breathing. They walked quietly in the snow for a while. Their remaining wishes were fulfilled. Even if I know that you're thinking of someone else when you're watching the snow with me, I also hope that I can walk in the snow. This is my lifelong dream, but today, this dream was finally shattered. Yi Chuchen, under the clan's coercion, finally chose to swear an oath and become husband and wife with Meng Chaoran at the moment of life and death. If she took a step back, she would have unlimited life. But she took a step forward instead. If she took this step forward, she would die, but she had no regrets, she had no regrets. But Ling Hanwu had completely fallen into a bottomless abyss at this moment. The person he loved had already become someone else's wife, his good friend's wife. Previously, although he knew that she would become someone else's wife sooner or later, she wasn't, but now, her status had changed, although it was just a title. But a wife was different from a free woman. If Ling Hanwu were to invite someone else's wife to walk in the snow, even he himself would feel that something was wrong. Now, every snowflake in the sky seemed to be a mockery of Ling Hanwu's wish for the past decade or so. Every snowflake shattered his heart. What I've been looking forward to for a long time, when it finally arrives, what it brings to me is despair. This feeling made Ling Hanwu's heart go through ups and downs. A moment ago, he felt as if he was standing at the mouth of a volcano, and the next moment, his whole body was as cold as ice. Ling Hanwu felt as if his thoughts had exploded. His mind instantly flew into the night sky and exploded into a sky full of stars. The Yi clan had announced their move, but they hadn't. And at this moment, Ling Hanwu made the first move. Chuchen, although you don't love me, although you can't be my wife, watch me use my life to fight for a happy future for you. Kill them. Kill me first. Ling Hanwu roared at the top of his lungs and suddenly went berserk. Meng Gain. I didn't let you down. I hope you don't let Chuchen down. Don't let her down. Ling Hanwu's clothes were as white as snow, his sword like silver, his expression confused and crazy. In the snow, he exploded. In the mist, he danced. In the vast world, he killed. At this moment, Ling Hanwu seemed to have gone mad. This unforeseen event caused everyone to be greatly shocked. No one expected Ling Hanwu to suddenly charge out crazily, including the few supreme martial artists of the Yi clan who had long sensed Ling Hanwu's arrival. The Ling clan and the Yi clan were both big clans and had always been on good terms. This time, they had the same goal. Who would have thought that Ling Hanwu would suddenly come out to kill? Ling Hanwu charged into the group of black-robed men like a mad tiger. His arms shook violently. This shake was so strong that it actually caused the white clothes he was wearing to explode. With a bang, thousands of snowflakes blossomed from his sword, carrying with it a boundless and fanatical killing intent. He stabbed out fiercely. The three black-robed men had already stabbed their sword while they were still in shock. Their bodies spun as they fell out, spurting out bright red blood. Ling Hanwu's sword had already pierced into the hearts of the other two men. Another man's throat was slit. Gain. Take Chuchen away. Ling Hanwu shouted crazily. The long sword around him directly transformed into a blood-red circle of light, charging into the encirclement unstoppably. Then, he turned around and charged back. Follow me. Take Chuchen away. Ling Hanwu shouted. A deep sense of despair hit him all of a sudden. The thrill of his beloved pledging her life to the man she loved completely shattered his heart. His beloved was in grave danger, but at this moment, his blood was completely boiling. At this moment, even Ling Hanwu himself didn't know what he was doing. He didn't even know what he was shouting. In such a frenzy, his heart was strangely conscious, like ice and snow. He actually felt incomparably calm. The memories of the past flooded his mind so clearly. Chuchen, when you were 8 years old, I said that I would protect you. I wouldn't let you be bullied. Chuchen, when you were 15 years old, I said that I would take care of you for the rest of your life. Chuchen, when you were 10 years old, I said that I would fulfill your wish. Chuchen, all the way until now, I said that I would give you the happiness you wanted. I will give it to you. Your happiness, even if I have to pay with my life, you must be happy. You must be happy. His heart was racing as fast as lightning, replaying every little bit of their past together. However, he didn't say anything about all of this. He only waved his sword madly and killed madly. Madly, he charged out. Gain. Take Chuchen away. Take Chuchen away. Take Chuchen away. Ling Hanwu roared at the sky. In the dense snowstorm in the sky, he seemed to have turned into snow, dancing madly with the mournful northern wind. The Yi clan people blocked and dodged in a flurry. They didn't know how to face this obviously crazy young master of the Ling clan. Kill? Not kill. While they were hesitating, Ling Hanwu had already charged out a path. A gloomy voice, like the sound of metal clashing, said, "Kill him. I will explain to the Ling clan." With this order, the Yi clan experts seemed to have found their backbone. They swarmed forward and blocked the path. Ling Hanwu attacked madly, not defending at all. Madly roaring, anxiously urging, every word was like a violent roar that made one want to vomit blood. When Ling Hanwu charged out, Meng Chaoran and Yi Chuchen were stunned. The two of them didn't expect Ling Hanwu to charge out at this moment, and the moment he did, he was already in a frenzy. "Hanwu!" Meng Chaoran shouted. He, who had always been indifferent to life and death, suddenly became agitated. His eyes reddened and looked as if they were about to burst. So many years of entanglement of gratitude and grudges, so many years of turmoil and love, had become a pair of brothers who took care of each other wholeheartedly. Although Ling Hanwu had never admitted to being brothers with him, but today, at such a critical moment, he came to meet his death resolutely. "Hanwu! This has nothing to do with you." Meng Chaoran roared with all his might and pounced forward madly. He wasn't going to kill, he was going to stop Ling Hanwu from killing. Ling Hanwu had killed someone. He probably wouldn't be able to leave today, he was already dead meat. Why should he implicate his good brother? But his cultivation was much weaker than Ling Hanwu's. He couldn't catch up. Ling Hanwu had already charged in while shouting madly, and then charged out with a thunderous roar. He wanted to kill them. "Kill me first," tears filled Meng Chaoran's eyes. He suddenly roared, "Yi clan! The one you want is me. Let Hanwu go. This has nothing to do with him." But at this moment, that indifferent voice had already sounded. "Kill him. I will explain things to the Ling clan." Then, a powerful palm shadow came crashing down like a thunderbolt. The target, Ling Hanwu, the supreme martial artist, had made his move. Ling Hanwu laughed maniacally. His sword moved forward like a bolt of white lightning, piercing into the chest of the person in front of him. But at this moment, that supreme martial artist's palm hit his back fiercely like the god of thunder splitting open the sky. Ling Hanwu trembled all over. Then, he froze. He wanted to turn back to take a look, but the moment he did, his body went limp. The palm of a third-grade supreme martial artist had completely shattered his spine and pulverized all his internal organs. This palm had shattered all of Ling Hanwu's vitality. No one knew what kind of strength was supporting the two of them, but the two of them actually made it to Ling Hanwu's side. Faced with the forest of swords and sabers, Yi Chuchen stepped forward and welcomed them. "Don't disturb us, let us talk to him." Yi Chuchen's voice was choked with sobs, her body trembling as she spoke. There seemed to be a crazy flame burning in her eyes. Her voice was resolute and did not allow for any disobedience. But there was a strange kind of indifference in it. A kind of indifference that made one's heart as dead as ashes. Yidi's gloomy voice said indifferently, "Let them pass." He added softly, "On account of Ling Fengyun, I'll let the two of you talk for the last time." But before he could say that, Meng Chaoran had already rushed over and hugged Ling Hanwu without a care. Ling Hanwu's consciousness had already started to scatter. His pupils had already started to dilate. A blow from a third-grade supreme martial artist was far from what a seventh-grade martial saint like him could withstand, but the moment he saw Meng Chaoran, his eyes suddenly focused as if miraculously. There was anxiety in his eyes as he roared, "Why do you care about me? Why aren't you leaving?" He was roaring, but his voice was pitifully soft. "I'll send you off first." Meng Chaoran took a deep breath and exhaled gently, afraid that he would disturb his brother or use too much force and take away his brother's last chance of survival. "I'll send you off. Hanwu, today, we're leaving together." Ling Hanwu wanted to turn his head anxiously, but he couldn't. He could only move his eyes slowly and scold angrily, "You scoundrel, stupid bird. Chuchen. Where's Chuchen? If we're all dead, what will happen to her? What will happen to her? I'll go with you." Yi Chuchen walked over lightly and squatted down. She said gently, "Brother Hanwu, let's go together. The road to the netherworld is long, you'll be lonely and scared if you travel alone." "No. I'm not scared." Ling Hanwu didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually straightened his neck anxiously. "Don't. You. You have to be happy. If you die, I won't die in peace." Suddenly, he stared at the snowy night sky and roared, "Despicable heavens. I won't die in peace." Yi Chuchen's tears trickled down and landed on Ling Hanwu's face. Ling Hanwu's gaze became unfocused. He murmured, his heart aching. "I'm most afraid of you crying, I'm most afraid of you crying, because I was afraid that you would cry, I backed out. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I fulfilled your wish. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I covered for my love rival to escape. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I secretly brought my love rival to meet you. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I gave up everything for you. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I lived a lonely life. Because I was afraid that you would cry, I gave up my life, but you still cried, Chuchen, don't cry." Ling Hanwu's eyes were unfocused as he murmured, "Big brother Hanwu will give you what you want. Don't kill yourself." Yi Chuchen's tears fell like rain. Meng Chaoran held Ling Hanwu's hand tightly. Tears streamed down his face as he desperately channeled his internal energy into Ling Hanwu's body. However, he slowly sensed that Ling Hanwu's body had already started to reject the vital energy, his life force was about to disappear. "Ah." Ling Hanwu frowned in pain. "It hurts so much." The strong wind blew snowflakes onto his face. The bone-piercing coldness cleared Ling Hanwu's mind for a moment. He looked at the snowflakes in the sky in a daze. A hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes as he murmured, "I really want to see the snow with you." In the last moments of his life, his last obsession was actually this shattered dream. Yi Chuchen held Ling Hanwu's hand tightly. Tears fell like rain as she said, "Big brother Hanwu, I'll accompany you to see the snow. I'll accompany you to see the snow right now." However, Ling Hanwu could no longer hear what she was saying clearly. His right hand suddenly grabbed Meng Chaoran's hand with all his might. With his last bit of strength, he said, "Take her, to live on." He suddenly panted heavily, but only exhaled and not inhaled. His eyes were wide open. "Gaming. You owe me. You must avenge me with your own hands. You must." His body shook. His eyes were wide open as he lost all signs of life. His hand slipped from Meng Chaoran's hand and fell onto the snowy ground. He touched the cold snowflakes. His expression was pained. It was as if his hand had touched a broken dream. "You must avenge me with your own hands." Meng Chaoran closed his eyes in agony. "Hanwu, you're still so thoughtful even when you're on the brink of death. You know, with my insignificant cultivation, how can I avenge you with my own hands? I'll need at least several thousand years of cultivation. That way, I'll be able to live for several thousand years. Several thousand years to take care of Chuchen, that's what you think, right? You're dead, and you've even set a goal for me to live on with." But the current situation, Ling Hanwu's body gradually cooled down, but a figure seemed to have appeared before Meng Chaoran's eyes. Back then, the tall and handsome second Duke Ling Hanwu, who was dressed in snow-white robes and danced in the wind, had smiled and said, "Take care." When he sent him off from the upper three heavens, he had said, "Take care. Big brother Hanwu." Yi Chuchen shouted. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Chaoran squatted in a daze. At this moment, his thoughts suddenly became very far away. Back then, they laughed and laughed together, they were young and frivolous together. They fell in love with Yi Chuchen together. Then, everything changed. He was the one who saved his life. He was the one who covered his escape. He was the one who took care of him and helped him escape from the upper three heavens. He was the one who secretly allowed him to reunite with Chuchu. While he himself was quietly hiding at the side, his heart broken. Back then, when he escaped from the upper three heavens, he said to him, "Hanwu, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back after I leave this time. You have to take good care of Chu-Chu." At that time, he was furious. Boolsh ****. If Chuchen's heart is with me, I'll marry her even without you saying it. If her heart isn't with me, what's the use of marrying her? Do you want me to become someone worse than a pig or a dog? Mangain, if you're a man, then become strong and come and take Chuchen away. I already hate you to death, but don't ever make me look down on you again. I'll say the ugly words first. After you leave, if Chuchen can be moved by me and change her mind and fall in love with me, don't blame me for snatching her away. But if her heart doesn't change, then we'll wait for you to come back. Take her away. If you don't look for me when you come back and lose your life in vain, I'll hate you for life. I'll dig up your grave. I'll grind your bones to dust. I've never been brothers with you, Mangain. We're rivals in love. We can't live under the same sky. I hate you. I can't wait to tear you into pieces. But I'll still help you. Mang Chaoran's face was contorted. Tears flowed down his cheeks and into his mouth. He remembered going back to the upper three heavens and drinking with Ling Hanwu. Ling Hanwu smiled bitterly as he drank. At that time, he sighed and said, "It's said that a woman's heart changes easily, but once a woman's heart has given, it really won't change for the rest of her life. A woman who has a change of heart is because her love isn't deep enough." Every time they were together, every time they drank, Ling Hanwu would say, "I really want to kill you. I really want to torture you to death. I really want to tear you into pieces. You should die in the lower three heavens. Why don't you die in the lower three heavens? Why don't you die?" But, he still helped me every time. He even said, if Chuchen really had a change of heart and betrayed me, then she wouldn't be cute anymore. But even if she wasn't cute, I still dreamed of having her. As long as Chuchen was willing to be with me, I was willing to use my whole life to get her back and transfer her feelings for you to me. But she wasn't willing. You didn't let me down, I let you and Chuchen down. Without me, your clan wouldn't have been annihilated. But after saying that, he went on to explain himself. Actually, neither of us let the other down, it's just fate playing tricks on us. Chuchen didn't love the wrong person, it's the Yi clan that was a bastard. It's me who fell in love with someone I shouldn't have and couldn't extricate myself. But being unable to extricate oneself is also a form of happiness. I know that although you can't see Chuchen, every time you think of her, your heart is filled with motivation and happiness. But do you know me? Every time I think of Chuchen, my heart aches and I feel like stabbing myself with a sword. That time, Ling Hanwu smiled bitterly as he drank. My name isn't good. Ling Hanwu, born in the extreme north. Heh, dancing alone in the cold snow. A lifetime of struggle, a lifetime of suffering, a lifetime of loneliness, Ling Hanwu, singing in the early morning of the night, who pitted my heart already like dirt. This poem was Ling Hanwu making fun of himself. That day, he was drunk. He scolded himself when he was drunk. Happy little, he always said that about me. With strong undisguised jealousy and hatred. I didn't know at that time that my family was destroyed and I was alone, running away like a dog. How was I happy? But I finally understood that compared to you, in a certain aspect, I was much happier than you, because I had dreams, you didn't. You loved your whole life, you suffered your whole life, you were in despair your whole life. You struggled your whole life, Hanwu. If there's a next life, I'm willing to do this for you, you're worth it. Mang Chaoran stood up slowly and unbuttoned his clothes. He slowly took them off and laid them on the ground. Then, he carefully lifted Ling Hanwu's body and placed him on his long robe. Then, he carefully fastened the buttons and covered Ling Hanwu's battered chest and back. Then, he reached out and touched Ling Hanwu's wide-open eyelids. He murmured, "Brother. Rest in peace, I'll come right away. What I owe you in this life, I'll pay you back in the next life." But when his hand touched Ling Hanwu's eyelids, Ling Hanwu's eyes opened again. This happened 3 times, he glared at him angrily, this pair of lifeless eyes actually glared at him so angrily, Mang Chaoran's heart shook violently. He was in a daze for a good while before he finally murmured, "You still want us to live, right? Is that so?" He said sadly, then, "Hanwu, don't worry. Chuan, I'll do everything I can to live on with Chu Chu. I'll live on well, cultivate hard and take revenge for you personally, okay? Are you at ease now? His hand touched Ling Hanwu's eyes again. This time, miraculously, Ling Hanwu's eyes quietly closed. His stiff cheeks also seemed to have calmed down a lot. Do you trust me so much? At this moment, Meng Chaoran suddenly felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. End of chapter 1082. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.